This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Are you really the Lord God? In the gray space, Lin Yu looked at the statue in front of him and hesitated a little. It was very dark all around, and only the area where he stood was still bright. Lin Yu couldn't figure out why he was here. The last second, he was still sitting in front of the computer working overtime diligently, preparing to finish the unfinished work. But the next second, the whole world suddenly broke into countless fragments. Then, he appeared here, in front of the statue that called himself Lord God. Unfortunately, in the face of his inquiry, the Lord God ignored him, but said in an extremely cold voice that seemed to be synthesized by a machine, all worlds collapsed and returned to one world. Congratulations. You have obtained the qualification to go to the original continent. In order to adapt to the new world as quickly as possible, everyone will randomly obtain an initial territory for you to recruit soldiers, plunder resources, and develop power. In this vast world, you will not only face competition from all races, but also face the threat of indigenous residents. What awaits the weak is only death. So, keep improving your strength and make yourself stronger. Randomly allocating territories. The territories have been allocated. Please be ready. Wow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he appeared at the foot of a mountain on the edge of a forest. He was blocked by big trees all around, and could not see the scenery in the distance. His ears were filled with all kinds of insects and birds, and loud beast roars. Lin Yu was shocked back to his senses by a beast roar, and his eyes gradually widened. What's going on? The worlds collapsed and returned to one world. Meaning, his original world is gone? Is this a joke to him? But even if it was a joke, everything in front of him was too real. Pa! Lin Yu slapped his face hard. It hurt. It hurt like fire. All this is really true. Just thinking about it. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Dear Lord, from now on, you have 7 days of protection time. During the protection time, your territory will not be harmed in any way. After 7 days, the protection will disappear. Please properly guard the core of the territory. The core of the territory is a derivative of the soul of each lord. Once it is destroyed, the lord will also perish. As the voice fell, the ground where Lin Yu was located suddenly made a rumbling sound, and a large tree with a glowing light rose from the ground and grew directly to more than 10 meters high. At the same time, the surrounding fences rose up, surrounding the confused Lin Yu and the tree in the middle. Okay. It seems that he is not dreaming. He really traveled through time. Lin Yu was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses from the shock and astonishment. After recognizing the facts, his first reaction was not panic, but unexpected calmness. After so many years in society, what storms and waves have he not seen? This he has never seen before. Lin Yu cautiously came to the only big tree in the territory that could be called a building and took a closer look. Then, an interface information suddenly jumped out and caught his eye. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory level, Level 1. Territory durability, 100/100. Recruitment type, plant system. Recruitment number, 0 out of 10. Territory introduction, the survival foundation of the Lord. With various functions, the core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Upgrade requirements, wood, 100/100. Stone, 0/100. Mana, 10/10. Note, plant system territory characteristics. Wood self-sufficiency. Is this the territory? Lin Yu looked around. There were only fences made of stone pillars and wood, and the big tree in front of him. This initial territory is a bit too simple. If he guessed correctly, this tree should be the core of the territory that the voice just mentioned. In other words, once this tree is destroyed, he will die with it. It's really cruel. He only has 7 days of safety now. If he doesn't want to die, he must quickly improve his strength, and then collect materials to upgrade the territory and reinforce the fence. Thinking of this, Lin Yu quickly browsed other information, and was soon attracted to a regional channel in the corner. Clicked it, and saw that it was all chat messages sent by other people. Fuck. I traveled through time. What's going on? Is there anyone who can tell me? I'm panicking now. I just saw a python several tens of meters long passing by me. It seems that our original world is gone, and we all traveled to this world together. Ah? Then can we go back? Where are you? My wife. I'm Taiju. Can you see the message I sent? Lin Yu didn't expect that everyone really traveled to this world and was randomly scattered in various corners. The entire chat channel was in a mess. Most people were in panic and anxiety. Some even lost their minds and sent messages frantically. There were messages popping up almost every second. This is just one area. God knows how many similar areas there are outside. But thanks to this channel, Lin Yu found a lot of useful information. Some of the people who calmed down first have begun to discuss the territory. I randomly got the territory of the animal system and can only recruit wolf cubs. I'm almost the same. The cemetery of the undead system. The initial troops are small skeletons. The kind that will break if you hit them. What the hell is a mechanical factory? How can people live with only a mechanical bird? You are lucky. I just saw a plant system saying that he randomly got a sapling. Sapling? This is too miserable. Fortunately, I was not assigned to the plant system. Haha. Not all plant systems have saplings as their initial troops. I observed that only a few unlucky people were randomly assigned. Lin Yu, It would have been better if he didn't read it. After reading these messages, Lin Yu's face instantly turned black. Isn't his current territory a plant-based one? Isn't he so unlucky that he gets a sapling as his initial troop? Immediately close the chat channel. Come to the Tree of Life. And calm down according to the method those people said. Recruit. Then, the voice in his mind sounded again. Please select the number of recruits. Each recruitment of a first-level troop costs 1 point of magic power. And the recruitment level cannot exceed the territory level. 10. Lin Yu answered without hesitation. The initial magic power of the territory is 10 points. Which is just enough to recruit 10 first-level troops. In this world full of dangers, the more helpers, the better. As soon as his voice fell, the Tree of Life above his head suddenly shook. And seeds wrapped in fluorescent light slowly fell and sank into the soil under his feet. The next second, the soil loosened, and saplings broke out of the soil. Name, saplings. Looking at the 10 saplings that appeared in front of him, Lin Yu's face darkened. Unexpectedly, he actually became the unlucky guy in the mouths of those people, and was randomly assigned the weakest initial troop. Attack and speed are both 0. How can people play this? Not to mention not giving a powerful troop. At least give a flower demon tree spirit or something like that. At least give a cactus. At least it can throw thorns to stab people, which is many times stronger than this sapling. With these saplings that have no offensiveness at all, let alone resisting foreign invasion. It can't even survive the 7 days of the safe period. He can't go out hunting alone. Right? Lin Yu has never been so speechless. It seems that even the Lord God can't stand it. And at this time another voice sounded in his mind. Every lord will get a chance to draw a lottery when he descends. Do you want to use it immediately? Draw a lottery? Lin Yu was shocked, and didn't expect a turnaround so soon. Looking at the exquisite treasure chest that appeared in front of him, he swallowed his saliva and immediately reached in, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. The voice sounded again. Congratulations. You have obtained the exclusive ability, Mutation, consumes magic energy to mutate the specified summoned unit, mutating it into a random summoned unit of the same level, and randomly retaining one of the original skills. Mutation can be repeated. Chapter 2 Change for me. Brothers, what did you draw in the lottery? Don't mention it. I drew 15 units of stone. I drew 20 units of wood. There is nothing good in this treasure chest. I am so happy for nothing. I saw many people draw resources. But just now I saw someone say that he drew a new soldier. Fuck. Is it true? New soldier? Why doesn't he die? Get lost. You lucky guy. In the regional channel, everyone was talking about the lottery. The results were surprisingly consistent. Almost all of them were resource rewards. And only a few people drew things other than resources. Lin Yu glanced at the regional channel. Looking at the reward he just got, he couldn't help but get excited. He quickly opened the function interface of the Tree of Life and looked carefully. Sure enough, he saw an additional mutation ability below. It can make the specified soldier mutate into other soldiers and randomly retain a skill. In other words, no matter how many times it mutates, the mutated soldier will have one more skill than other soldiers. This is definitely a very powerful ability, and it is a life-saving straw for Lin Yu now. It's just a pity that mutation requires the consumption of magic energy. His magic energy has just been used up, and he can't use this ability for the time being. It's very embarrassing. For now, he could only find a way to get magic energy as soon as possible, and then try the effect of the mutation ability. Otherwise, it is impossible to rely on these saplings to survive until the end of the safe period. Lin Yu glanced at the saplings on the ground and fell into deep thought. Bang! Just then, a dull collision sound suddenly sounded. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the sound and found that outside the territory, a black wolf with a bone blade on its back was hitting the fence crazily. Every time it hit, it would be shaken away by an invisible force on the fence, fall to the ground several meters away, and then get up and rush to the fence again. It was obvious that it saw Lin Yu, the prey, through the fence. Lin Yu was sure that if it weren't for the safe period, the black wolf would have already broken through the fence and rushed into the territory. That's right. Killing monsters should give you magic power. Right? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and became surprised. After watching the black wolf outside the territory for a while, and confirming that it really couldn't get in, he looked around and quickly found a wooden stick as thick as an arm with a very sharp top. He calmed down and slowly came to the edge of the fence. Roar! Seeing Lin Yu approaching, the black wolf became even crazier, opening its bloody mouth and roaring as it pounced on him. Lin Yu saw the right moment and rushed out with the wooden stick in his hand, stabbing the black wolf's abdomen. At the moment the wooden stick rushed out, Lin Yu was surprised for a moment, and he found that his strength seemed to have increased. The black wolf howled miserably, and its abdomen was directly pierced, hitting the fence hard. The huge impact force immediately shook Lin Yu back out, and the wooden stick in his hand also fell out of his hand, and his arm was numb. When he looked outside the fence again, he found that the black wolf had staggered to his feet, was seriously injured, and seemed to want to escape. Lin Yu would not give it a chance. When it turned around, he immediately stood up, picked up the stick, and poked it at its most vulnerable part. Ah! The black wolf screamed, and its whole body instantly straightened, and the stick in his hand broke. This blow obviously caused serious damage to the black wolf, and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Gradually, its breath became weaker and weaker, and its movements became slower and slower. Finally, it fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations! You killed a first-level black wolf and gained 1 point of magic power. Lin Yu's chest rose and fell, and he was extremely excited when he heard the voice coming from his mind. He actually succeeded in killing a first-level monster, and his guess was right. Killing monsters can gain magic power. He didn't dare to think too much, and immediately came to the outside of the territory, and quickly dragged the black wolf's body back into the territory. Now, his food was finally settled, and it was also a solution to a major problem at present. Then, he came to the 10 saplings impatiently. There shouldn't be any more accidents. Right? Lin Yu was worried, and used the mutation ability on one of the saplings. The voice in his mind sounded again. It takes 1 point of magic power to mutate a first-level summon unit. Do you want to continue? Continue. Lin Yu's eyes fixed. As his voice fell, he felt a magical force quickly gathered and completely wrapped the sapling. Puff! Suddenly, a vine with thorns broke out of the ground. And then, as if triggering a chain reaction, vines appeared one after another. The sapling, as the main body, was also growing rapidly, becoming a rhizome plant entangled by vines. And a closed flower bud like a head grew on the top. Those vines that broke out of the ground seemed to be its tentacles, swaying around its body, telling the joy of transformation. Name, Thorny Vine Grass. Success? Lin Yu looked at the changed attributes with surprise. He didn't expect that the mutation ability was so powerful that it could directly transform the sapling into thorny vine grass. Not only did it gain the ability to attack, but it also inherited the healing skills of the sapling, combined with the already superior vitality of the plant system. Its survivability can definitely be called the best of the first order. There are not many arms that can match it. The only regret is that the agility attribute is still 0. This is probably the shortcoming of all plant systems. Relying too much on the land. Forget it. Let's try the attack strength first. Lin Yu didn't think much about it, and turned to look at the black wolves outside the territory. They were attracted by the movement and bloody smell just now, so they could just try the attack strength of the thorny vine grass. Go. Get rid of them. Lin Yu directly gave the attack order to the thorny vine grass. The next second, several whooshing sounds were heard, and the thorny vines passed by Lin Yu and attacked the black wolf outside the territory, extending 5 meters away. The black wolves stirred and immediately opened their mouths to bite the vines, but were pulled aside by the vines and entangled with their bodies, falling to the ground and struggling desperately. At this time, the healing skills inherited from the saplings took effect, constantly repairing the cracks on the vines. No matter how the black wolf struggled, it could not break free, but got deeper and deeper. Finally, in a howl, the black wolf's throat was cut by the thorns of the vines, and it completely lost its life. Kill a first-level black wolf and gain 1 point of magic power. Kill a first-level black wolf and gain 1 point of magic power. Kill a first-level black wolf and gain 1 point of magic power. So strong. Lin Yu widened his eyes in shock. In just a short while, he killed 3 black wolves, which gave him 3 points of magic power. The surviving black wolf was frightened by the miserable state of its companion and fled in panic. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the jungle. If there were not 3 black wolf corpses lying on the ground, Lin Yu would not have believed it. After all, he had just experienced the power of the black wolf. If it were not for the guardrail and the safety period, he would not have been able to kill it so easily. But the thornvine grass did it so easily. This made him doubt that his combat power was not even 5 points. Right? While thinking, he moved quickly and hurriedly crossed the fence to drag the black wolf corpse outside into the territory. Then he checked the properties of the thornvine grass again. Name, thorny vine grass. Lin Yu exclaimed and found something different. The properties of the thornvine grass actually increased. The number after the level also changed from 0 at the beginning to 3 points. Could it be that summoned units can gain experience by killing monsters and then advance? The moment he came to this conclusion, Lin Yu was suddenly surprised. If this was true, then he could completely upgrade these summoned units to the 2nd level. And then, their ability to survive would definitely become much stronger. After thinking about it, he immediately came to the remaining saplings, consumed the magic energy he had just earned, and used the mutation ability on 3 of them. Change for me. Chapter 3 Advancing to the 2nd stage. New soldiers. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the 3 saplings were enveloped by a ray of light. In a period of rapid growth, 2 of them turned into thorny vines, like the previous ones, with slightly different properties, but not much difference. What surprised Lin Yu the most was the 3rd one. It actually bloomed a bright red flower on the spot. As the flower opened, a mini elf with wings slowly flew out of it, and flew around Lin Yu. Name, Flower Essence. Like the thorny vine, the flower essence also inherited the skills of the sapling, and its original skills were actually healing skills. With the blessing of 2 single healing skills, the recovery ability has reached a very powerful level. This is the power of mutation. With the flower essence and 3 thorny vines, Lin Yu's territory has finally become much safer and more vibrant. Lin Yu came to the black wolf's body and opened the regional chat channel while dealing with the body. After this period of settling down, most people have passed the initial panic period and started to discuss various things about the territory. Brothers, I found out something big. When the territory is upgraded to level 2, the Lord will also be upgraded to level 2. Fuck. There is such a thing? What? We can also upgrade together? Is the news accurate? And how did you upgrade the territory so quickly? It works after personal testing. After upgrading to level 2, I feel that my strength has become much stronger. Damn. It's level 2 so quickly. Did you draw full resources? Or the initial troops are abnormal? Then I have to hurry to collect wood and stone. And magic power too. Now I'm still more than half short. I don't have any. Looking at the messages that passed by, Lin Yu was surprised. He didn't expect that the Lord would upgrade with the territory. Recalling what the voice said before, the territory core is a derivative of the Lord's soul. It turns out that there is such a connection. No wonder he can see the information of the territory without getting close to the territory core. Territory name, Tree of Life. The advantage of the plant system is that there is an inexhaustible supply of wood. This is probably to make up for the weakness of the plant system in the early stage of few attack methods, which is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that these fixed wood can't be taken out. Otherwise he would have made a fortune by selling wood. And why would he have to work so hard to hunt monsters? Now he doesn't have to worry about wood. He just needs to collect stones and magic energy. Stone is easy to say. There are a lot of stones around the territory, and he can get them locally. Magic energy is not so easy to earn, because his plant summons have no mobility at all, let alone go outside the territory to hunt. He can't run out and lure monsters to kill them with thorny vines. Right? You know what? This method seems to work. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Anyway, the territory still has a safe period protection. As long as he doesn't run too far, there shouldn't be any big problems. It can even be said to be a huge bug. Do it when you think of it. After quickly dealing with the black wolf's body, Lin Yu immediately stood up, picked up the dead branch he had taken before, and slowly walked out of the territory. When he passed through the entrance of the territory, a reminder sounded. Warning! You have now left the territory and are not protected by the safety time. Lin Yu ignored it and continued to walk further away. Sure enough, not long after, 7 black wolves rushed out from the jungle on the side, opening their bloody mouths and rushing towards him, probably attracted by the flesh and blood. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless, turned around and fled, and quickly fled back to the territory. At the same time, the 3 thorn vines in the territory moved, and the thorny vines broke through the air and attacked the chasing black wolves. For a while, the black wolves screamed continuously, and they were no match for the thorn vines at all, and were killed in a blink of an eye. Under Lin Yu's deliberate control, these black wolves all died under the attack of the first thorn vine, which immediately piled up its experience to the maximum value. In a burst of light, the thorn vine grass finally succeeded in advancing, and the flower bud on the top slowly opened. Name: Thorny Vine Flower. The second-level soldiers did not comprehend new skills. But even so, Lin Yu was still very excited, because after the thorn vine grass was upgraded to the second level, it finally had the ability to move. His eyes fell on the bottom of the thorn vine flower, and it had indeed broken away from the soil and grown thick roots, allowing it to move slowly on the ground. This is definitely great news for Lin Yu, because in this way, he can go out hunting and collect more stones and magic energy. By the way, the mutation ability? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of his mutation ability, which can be mutated repeatedly. I don't know what the effect will be when using it on the second-level thorn vine flower. Will it mutate into other more powerful second-level summon units? But after thinking carefully, he gave up, because even if the mutation is repeated, only one of the skills will be randomly retained, and there will not be a third skill, and he cannot guarantee whether the summoned unit will still have the ability to move after the mutation. Instead of using the precious magic power just obtained on the thorny vine flower, it is better to use it to mutate the saplings and increase his combat units, considering that he will have to go out next. The more combat units the better. So soon, Lin Yu came to the bottom of the Tree of Life and used the mutation ability on the remaining 6 saplings. Just like before, after a burst of light wrapped around, the 6 saplings all underwent huge changes, in addition to the 4 saplings that mutated into thorny vines and flower spirits. The remaining 2 actually had new soldiers. Name: Tree Spirit Guard. This new soldier is a humanoid plant composed of tree trunks and branches. There are 2 feet growing underneath, allowing it to move freely on the ground. The arms are composed of 2 sharp wooden thorns, which looks like a warrior. And there is also a group attack skill that looks good. This soldier is probably one of the more advanced ones in the entire plant system. If a plant lord gets this as his initial troop, the early stage will definitely be very smooth. Unlike him, who has to risk his life to attract monsters outside. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Roar! Just as he was thinking, a shocking roar of a beast suddenly sounded outside the territory, which shocked Lin Yu back to his senses. When he turned his head to look outside, he was so shocked that he stood up immediately. Level 3 Monster. Chapter 4. No Martial Ethics. Lin Yu did not expect that his territory would attract monsters above level 3. On a stone outside the territory, there stood a lion with red hair and a sturdy body. Name: Flame Lion. With an average attribute of nearly 30 points. It is much higher than the level 2 Thorny Vine Flower. How could such a powerful monster appear here? Lin Yu was puzzled. But when he saw the Flame Lion jump down from the stone and jump towards the corpses of the black wolves, he suddenly realized. It turned out that this guy was attracted by the smell of blood. As expected, after staring at Lin Yu for a while, the Flame Lion slowly came to the corpses of the black wolves and began to eat them. Not taking Lin Yu seriously at all, this made Lin Yu's mind active. Although the fire system has a restraint on plants, he still has a safe period now. As long as he does not leave the territory, he does not have to worry about encountering any danger. Why not take this opportunity to try to kill this flame lion? If successful, the reward will undoubtedly be huge. The more he thinks about it, the more feasible it seems. While the flame lion is not paying attention, Lin Yu immediately gives an attack order to the thorny vine flowers and thorny vine grass beside him. The next second, a few whooshing sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and a thorny vine rushed out of the fence and swept straight towards the flame lion several meters away. A few points faster than before. The flame lion that was devouring the corpse noticed the movement, raised its head suddenly, opened its mouth, and sprayed a ball of flame at the vine. The vines that were originally coming fiercely were instantly burned black and fell to the ground. As expected, the fire system still has some restraint on plants. However, Lin Yu noticed that the vines of the second-level thorny vine flowers did not completely lose their vitality. At most, only a layer of skin was burned. It seems that its 22 points of physical fitness have come into play. The spirit of the flame lion is 29 points, which is the power of its flames. Even if the attribute restraint causes additional damage, it can't kill the thorny vine flower in one hit. This is his chance. Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. Although the plant system has a relatively low attack in the early stage, its natural high physical fitness makes him see the possibility of killing the third-level monster. You can't kill me in 1 second. I have a lot of treatments and safe areas, and I can kill you with consumption. Continue to attack. With an order, the second-level thorny vine flower quickly recovered with its own healing skills and stood up again. Then whoosh! It suddenly wrapped around the feet of the flames, and the barb sank deeply into the flesh. Roar! The flame lion roared, and a large piece of flames rose from its body again, trying to burn the vines. Fortunately, the vines were pulled back in time to avoid these flames, and its flame ability obviously has a recovery time. Wait until the flames dissipate and lose the ability to suppress the plants. The two tree spirit guards rushed forward and stabbed fiercely with the wooden thorns in their hands. The thorn vine flowers and the first-level thorn vine grass also exerted their strength again. A large number of vines emerged, using the human wave tactics to wrap around the body of the flame lion and drag it to the edge of the fence. The three flower spirits in the territory continued to cast 2 single-target healing skills, working hard to heal their injuries. The flame lion struggled desperately to break free from the vines on its body and ran the fence frantically. But it could not rush into the territory because of the protection of the safe zone. And there were too many vines around. If one was torn off, another one would immediately wrap around its body, and it was getting tighter and tighter. In addition, the 3 flower spirits were always there to assist in the treatment, and the toxins on the thorn vines gradually restricted its movements. Finally, the second-level thorn vine flower found the right time, and the sharp thorns on the vines cut its most vulnerable throat. Puff! In an instant, the blood flowed non-stop. The flame lion went even crazier, knocking aside 2 tree spirit guards and tearing off the vines on its body. Only the second-level thorny vine flower was barely holding on with its powerful life and healing. But it was also in danger. Cracks kept appearing on the vines, and they were constantly reorganized under the healing and self-repair of the flower spirits. And it felt like it would break at any time. Lin Yu looked at the vines nervously and couldn't help sweating. Fortunately, because the artery was cut and bleeding too much, and the body was invaded by toxins, the flame lion's breath finally began to weaken gradually, and the strength of its struggle became weaker and weaker, and it couldn't even use its fire ability again. This gave the thorny vine flower a chance to breathe, and a vine whip wrapped around its neck and sank deeply into its wound. The flame lion wanted to struggle, but it had no strength at all. It could only let the vines wrap tighter and tighter, sinking deeper and deeper, and its body kept twitching. Finally, it wailed and fell heavily to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully killed a level 3 flame lion and gained 15 points of magic power. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Yu was very excited. He actually succeeded in killing a level 3 monster. Although the means used were not very glorious, he really did it. And the experience of the thorny vine flower, which was the main output, also increased by 10 points, which was equivalent to killing 10 second-level monsters. At this time, Lin Yu also found that only the soldiers who killed people would gain experience, except for the healing soldiers who would gain extra experience when healing. The experience of other soldiers did not change at all. But even so, he was extremely excited. Quick! Drag its body in. He hurriedly gave orders and asked the second-level thorny vine flower to drag the body, because at this time, Only it and the flower spirit were relatively intact. As for the first level thorny vine grass and tree spirit guards, they were much more miserable. Almost all the vines were torn off. And they were also seriously injured. And they all looked listless. This battle was extremely tragic. Fortunately, with his own healing skills and flower spirits, there was no loss of personnel. Otherwise, Lin Yu would definitely be heartbroken. After dealing with the body of the flame lion, Lin Yu took the opportunity to check the information of the thorny vine flower. Name, thorny vine flower. As he expected, after gaining experience, the thorny vine flower's attributes increased again, and it became much stronger than before. According to this calculation, the full attribute of the second level should be around 25 points. Now all we need is stone. Lin Yu muttered to himself, summoned the territory information and took a look. The 10 points of mana required for the upgrade had been obtained by killing the flame lion. Now all he needs is 100 units of stone, and his territory can be upgraded to the second level. At that time, he will also be upgraded to the second level, and his strength will definitely be much stronger. Stone. Isn't it easy? He happened to be close to the mountain, and there were stones everywhere. He asked the tree spirit guards and the thorny vine flower to move some back. Soon, he started to move with the mobile troops. It took only half a day to gather the 100 stones needed for the upgrade and return to the territory again. The Tree of Life seemed to sense that it was about to be upgraded, and its branches swayed left and right, casting pieces of fluorescent light down below. Upgrade the territory? The voice in his mind sounded. Upgrade? Lin Yu did not hesitate at all. The next second, the entire territory was covered with dazzling light, and the fence quickly expanded, from the initial wooden fence to stone pillars, which became much stronger. Even the Tree of Life grew to a height of 20 meters, and its branches and leaves covered half of the territory, which was quite like the sound of birds and flowers. At the same time, Lin Yu also felt a strong force pouring into his body, constantly nourishing his limbs, and his strength, perception, and reaction were instantly raised to a higher level. Lin Yu was sure that if he ran into those first-level black wolves again, he would definitely be able to blow them up with one punch. And he didn't even need weapons. Is this the second level? So strong. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, and his eyes fell on the territory information. Territory name, Tree of Life. The territory upgraded to the second level not only has a much better durability, but also increases the number of recruits by 10. But what surprised Lin Yu the most was the voice that sounded in his mind next. Successfully upgraded the territory to level 2. Unlocked level 2 troops, explosive mushroom. Unlocked territory skill, repatriation, can repatriate designated summoned units and return half of the magic power. Level 2 troops. And territory skills. I didn't expect that after upgrading to level 2, I would actually unlock new things. And 2 at once. Originally, Lin Yu was worried that there were too many level 1 troops to recruit. And the appearance of this repatriation skill really helped him a lot. And he took a look. The magic power required to recruit a level 2 soldier is 5 points. And he has just enough to recruit one. Without thinking too much, he directly chose to recruit. After a burst of light, a fiery red mushroom covered with spores appeared in front of him. Chapter 5, Poking the Lion's Den. Name, Exploding Mushroom. Good boy. I'm a good boy. Exploding spores? What kind of weird troop is this? Lin Yu was almost powerless to complain about the troop he randomly got. From the saplings at the beginning to the exploding mushrooms now. None of them are serious stuff. But this exploding mushroom is okay. Although it has no attack ability and cannot move. Its skills are very good. As long as it is mutated into other troop types with mutation ability, it will also inherit this skill. At that time, won't it be a whip with a blasting effect? The picture is very beautiful just thinking about it. It's a pity that he has used up all his magic power now, and can't mutate for the time being. Looking up at the sky, it has darkened unknowingly. So Lin Yu gave up the plan to go out again. Not to mention that he was hungry after a busy day. He simply built a rack, used the flame crystals found in the body of the flaming lion to light the flame, and started to grill meat while checking the messages in the chat channel. Brothers, how is the situation over there? It's okay. I just felt a little uncomfortable at the beginning. But now I have finally upgraded the territory to level 2. So fast? I still need 4 points of mana to upgrade. Those monsters are too hard to kill. Don't mention it. I encountered a level 2 monster when I went out today, and almost wiped out the whole team. I finally escaped back to the territory. You are lucky. My initial troops are rubbish. I can't even deal with level 1 monsters. I can't get food. And now I don't know how to spend tonight. Misery. Messages kept floating by, all describing their own miserable situations. Some even couldn't solve the problem of food and clothing. In comparison, Lin Yu is much better. Not only did he solve the problem of food and clothing, but he also upgraded the territory to level 2, which can be regarded as barely gaining a foothold in this world. By the way, are there any of you assigned to the angel or demon territory? I heard that these 2 troops are very strong. At this time, someone sent a message to ask, and the question he asked was the one that Lin Yu was most concerned about. The types of territories. Based on the information he had collected over the past day, he had basically understood the types of troops in this world, which were roughly divided into 10 types. Human, humanoid, beast, insect, plant, undead, element, machine, angel, demon. They correspond to the 10 territories of castle, tribe, beast cave, insect nest, tree of life, cemetery, element land, machine factory, sacred temple, and bloody palace. Among them, angel and demon are the rarest, followed by element and machine. As expected, when the 2 territories of angel and demon were mentioned, many people immediately stood up to respond. I don't know about demons, but today I saw an angel guy with 2 angel soldiers. He killed a 2nd level monster in 1 second. It's so abnormal. So powerful. Did he make things difficult for you? What if he made things difficult for you? At that time, I had a 2nd level hurricane leopard with me. I rode it and ran away. He couldn't catch up with me even if he wanted to. Damn. I thought it was a sad drama of revenge. But it turned out to be Versailles. I'm so envious of having 2nd level soldiers so soon. What's there to envy? The 2nd level doesn't require much experience, so it's easy to upgrade. The difficult part is that after the 3rd level, you have to kill monsters of the same level to gain experience. Indeed, killing low-level monsters doesn't gain experience at all, and even the magic power is pitifully small. I don't know when I can recruit enough soldiers. One day is enough for them to explore a lot of information about this world. It's just right to share with each other in the chat channel during the rest time at night. Lin Youguang collected a lot of useful information while eating and watching, which saved him a lot of detours. At the same time, he also silently remembered the strength of the angel and demon systems. If they meet for profit one day, it will probably be a fierce battle. That's it. After eating barbecue and filling his stomach, Lin Yu came to the Tree of Life. Through the connection with the Tree of Life, he grew vines and wove a simple hammock under the tree, and slept comfortably. This was also Lin Yu's first night in this world. Maybe it was because of the day's hard work. He fell asleep soon. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up early. It wasn't that he wanted to wake up so quickly, but he was awakened by a crash. When he opened his eyes and looked outside, he found that his territory had been surrounded by several flame lions, and they were madly hitting the fence of the territory. What's going on? Lin Yu was shocked and jumped off the hammock. After a careful count, there were actually 3 flaming lions outside the territory. Did he disturb the lion's den? Or was it because of the flaming lion yesterday? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look at the dried meat that had just been dried on the side. It seemed that the smell of his companion's flesh and blood attracted these flaming lions, which immediately shattered his hope of going out hunting. Yesterday's flaming lion almost caused him to lose his troops. And now there are 3 of them. What's going on? I'm afraid they will trap him to death here. Roar! At this time, the flaming lions outside also noticed Lin Yu, and they hit the fence violently, making the fence bang. The thorn vine grass and thorn vine flowers in the territory were not idle either. The thorn vine rushed out of the fence and wanted to launch an attack, but was burned to charcoal by the flame sprayed by the flaming lions. Seeing this, Lin Yu frowned immediately. The flame monster, and the 3rd level flame monster, was too restrained for his troops. 1 is fine. He can use the advantage of the save period and the human wave tactics to sneak attack and kill them. But 3 is not okay. He must think of other ways. Got it. Doesn't he have a new soldier? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of the 2nd level soldier he just unlocked yesterday. The explosive mushroom. Yesterday. Because it was too late. He couldn't use magic to mutate the explosive mushroom. Now, after one night, many monsters that came to forage late at night have been killed by his plants, which increased his magic power by 5 points. Not daring to waste time, he hurried to the side of the explosive mushroom and used the mutation ability directly. It takes 5 points of magic power to mutate the second level summon unit. Do you want to continue? The prompt sounded. As Lin Yu guessed, the second level soldier mutation consumes much more magic power, which is directly increased by 5 times. Continue. Lin Yu responded in a deep voice. The next second, the explosive mushroom was wrapped in light and began to grow rapidly. And in a blink of an eye it turned into a vine plant more than half a person tall. Name, Thorny Vine Flower. Different from the previous Thorny Vine Flower, this Thorny Vine Flower has inherited the explosive spore skill, and is covered with red spores, which are constantly floating in the air with the vines. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately gave it an attack order. Swoosh! The 2 vines turned into long whips and swept across the fence, rushing out more than 10 meters away, and immediately entangled the flame lying closest to the fence. Chapter 6 Blood Wolf Demon. Boom! The violent explosion spread throughout the edge of the forest, shaking the air around. Lin Yu stared blankly at the flame lion that was blown away, and the pit outside the territory. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't expect that the exploding spores were so fierce that they could blow the flame lion away. Although he didn't die, he also caused a lot of damage, and his body was bleeding, which finally ignited his hope. Go! Keep bombing. At Lin Yu's command, the Thorny Vine Flower immediately continued to attack, spraying a large number of spores outside the territory. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of explosions, which made the 3 flame lions jump up and down and dodge left and right. Taking this opportunity, other plants rushed out and attacked the flame lion that was blown away and injured, and the red spores flying in the air fell on the wound of the flame lion again, sucking blood and taking root on it. Boom, boom, boom. Another explosion sounded, and the flame lion screamed. Its internal organ shattered, and it fell into a pool of blood. It staggered to its feet, trying to escape from here, but was immediately entangled by countless vines and struggled desperately on the spot. The other 2 flame lions roared and opened their mouths to spit out flames for rescue. But Lin Yu was prepared. With a thought, another Thorny Vine Flower and other Thorny Vine Grass whips were swung out, sweeping their lower bodies directly, knocking them to the ground. Now! Yesterday's battle made Lin Yu more adept at the coordination of the arms. While they fell to the ground, all forces were immediately gathered to launch a siege on the severely injured flame lion. 2 second-level Thorny Vine Flowers attacked from both sides, quickly wrapped around its body, and the vines with poison penetrated the wounds and inserted into its internal organs, while wrapping around its mouth, not giving it the opportunity to spit fire. The vines tightened, and the flame lion lost more and more strength due to excessive blood loss. Finally, the heart was exploded by the spores and died on the spot. Killed the 3rd-level flame lion and gained 14 points of magic power. Success? Lin Yu was delighted. 2 second-level soldiers plus a bunch of healing soldiers made it much easier to kill the 3rd-level monster than yesterday. At low levels, the attribute gap between the soldiers was not too big. As long as they were used properly, there was still a chance to kill across levels. What's more, he still had the bug of the safe period. If he confronted head-on, he would definitely not be the opponent of the flame lion. The remaining 2 flame lions finally felt fear after seeing their companions die. They bared their teeth and growled at Lin Yu through the fence, then turned and sank into the forest and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if these 2 flame lions had been surrounding him, he was really a little worried that he would not be able to deal with them. Fortunately, the monsters in this world have their own wisdom and know how to be afraid, so they were stunned by his move just now. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Earning 14 points of magic power for nothing. It is 1 point less than yesterday, which should fluctuate according to the strength of the monster. After confirming that the flame lion has gone far away, Lin Yu did not waste any more time. He came to the bottom of the Tree of Life, spent 5 points of magic power to recruit an explosive mushroom, and then spent another 5 points of magic power for mutation. After a day of experiment yesterday, Lin Yu has a general understanding of the ability of mutation. Simply put, how much magic power is consumed by recruiting a soldier, and how much magic power will be consumed by mutation, which is equivalent to twice the recruitment cost of others. In return, the mutated soldier will have an extra skill and become more powerful. With this ability, he can create powerful plants of different forms. And then he may be able to fight with those rare soldiers. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the plant in front of him again. When the light faded, the second-level explosive mushroom had changed into a tree spirit holding a sharp sword. Name: Tree Spirit Warrior. The second-level Tree Spirit Warrior was obviously taller than the first-level Tree Spirit Guard, and the wooden thorn in his hand had also turned into a wooden sword. Just standing there, you can feel its extraordinariness. In this way, Lin Yu has a total of 3 second-level soldiers around him, and he is finally guaranteed when going out. As long as he doesn't run into a group of flaming lions like the one just now, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, he has been in this world for such a long time, and he has almost always stayed in the territory, and knows very little about the surrounding environment. It's just right to take this opportunity to go out hunting and see if there are any threats or other lures around. After preparing in the territory and making a simple self-defense bone blade with animal bones, Lin Yu went out with 3 second-level soldiers and flower spirits. The location of Lin Yu's territory is the junction of a mountain and a forest. There were huge trees and mist all around, which was more primitive than any place he had ever seen. From time to time, there were terrifying roars of beasts in the distance. Lin Yu did not dare to be careless. As soon as he left the territory, he let the thorny vine flower and the tree spirit warriors surround him, and the flower spirits flew above his head, ready to support him at any time. He didn't know what was in the forest, so he was reluctant to go in, so he could only walk around the edge of the forest, and gradually left the territory behind. Stop! Suddenly, when passing a bush, Lin Yu noticed movement and called the team to stop. The plants and he were in tune with each other and stopped at once. Lin Yu came to the edge of the forest and looked into the distance through the bushes. Sure enough, he found 5 or 6 monsters with wolf heads and 8 bodies, tearing a monster corpse to eat. Name: Blood Wolf Monster. Lin Yu didn't expect to meet a monster so soon. As soon as he saw the information, he knew that this was a speed-type monster, and its speed almost reached the maximum value of the second level, which was many times faster than his crappy plant. However, Lin Yu did not retreat, but was happy to see the prey. He knew very well that this world was full of dangers, and it was not enough to rely on soldiers alone. He had to improve his combat awareness to lay the foundation for the future. He could not fight against the third-level monster head-on, but the second-level monster should be no problem. Right? Moreover, although his plant soldiers moved slowly, they attacked quickly, and the distance was far, so he could practice with these blood wolf monsters. After thinking about it, he sneaked over with 2 thorny vines, and the tree spirit warriors went around to the back, waiting for an opportunity to move. When all the blood wolf monsters lowered their heads to eat, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly sank. Now! There was a bang under Lin Yu's feet, and the whole person rushed up like a sharp arrow. At the same time, vines were close to the ground and rolled towards the blood wolf monster at lightning speed. Roar! One of the blood wolf monsters noticed the movement, raised his head suddenly, and roared at Lin Yu, trying to warn his companions. But the next second, the tree spirit warrior hidden on the other side had already rushed behind it, raised his knife and fell, and with a puff sound, he directly cut its head into pieces. At the same time, a voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Killed a second-level blood wolf demon and gained 6 points of magic power. Lin Yu ignored the voice, and a bone blade flew in his hand and stabbed the blood wolf demon closest to him. The blood wolf demon was about to fight back, but he didn't notice that vines appeared at his feet and entangled his feet. Puff! The sound of the bone blade piercing the chest sounded, and the blood wolf demon, with its feet entangled by the vines, was instantly killed by Lin Yu. Seeing this, the remaining 3 blood wolf demons roared and pounced on Lin Yu, wanting to avenge their companions. But they didn't notice it. Just now, red spores had attached to their bodies through the air, and the surrounding vines were quickly pulled away. Boom, 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 a series of violent explosions. The 3 blood wolf demons were directly blown away and fell to the ground. Lin Yu was quick-witted and rushed forward with the tree spirit warriors, killing them one by one. The whole battle took less than a minute. Well done, Lin Yu praised happily, and praised himself. Although there were plans to help, there were no mistakes. This was also due to the fact that he had learned some fighting skills before, and he didn't expect that they would come in handy. He calculated, after the whole battle, He gained a total of 30 points of magic power and solved such a potential threat. It can be said that he gained a lot. What surprised him most was that after this battle, the flower spirit's experience reached the maximum value. Wrapped in a piece of light, a beautiful wreath gradually condensed on the flower spirit's head, and its attributes also changed dramatically. Chapter 7 Airdrop Supplies? Name: Flower Fairy. The flower spirit that advances to the second level is named Flower Fairy, and its agility attribute can almost be said to be the highest in the plant system. Ordinary second level can't catch up with its speed, and after the advancement, its healing skills have become much stronger. A green light fell, and the scratches on Lin Yu's arm healed quickly and disappeared in a blink of an eye, which was more powerful than those healing holy medicines. Let's go. Let's move on. Lin Yu did not take the body of the blood wolf demon with him, because the black wolves and flame lions he hunted before were enough as food. And the strange thing is that he has not found anything like a trading system until now. Let him want to sell the body to earn magic energy. So soon, he took the plants and continued to move forward. While clearing the monsters along the way, he explored the surrounding environment. In a blink of an eye, noon came, just when everyone was working hard to improve the territory. In the endless sky, beams of light suddenly appeared and fell straight to every corner of the primitive continent. Look up at the sky. What is that? Everyone in the channel area noticed the change in the sky, and immediately caused a commotion. So many light pillars. Could it be a treasure? Or a meteorite from outer space? Very likely. But there are too many. Is the end of the world coming again? Brothers, there is a light pillar very close to me. I will go to see it first, and then come back to reply you. It may be something incredible. I will go to see it too. This change appeared too suddenly. No one knew what it was. So many people were scared and ran back to the territory, not daring to leave. There were also many brave and careful people who thought this was likely an opportunity. After confirming the direction of the light pillar, they immediately rushed over with their own troops to find out. There were countless light pillars in the entire area, and one of them happened to fall on a wide open space in the forest more than 10 kilometers away from Lin Yu's territory. It didn't take long before many nearby lords appeared, constantly clearing the surrounding monsters and rushing towards the location where the light pillar fell. As time went by, more and more people appeared, and the whole open space began to become lively. Hey, brother, you came so quickly. Were you also born nearby? Yes, not far from here. How about you? I am almost the same. I didn't expect there are so many people around here. If there is a chance, we can work together. Great. I was worried that it would be difficult to get along alone. By the way, what level is your territory now? It's already level 2. And I have recruited 2 level 2 troops. Me too. I arrived at level 2 today. But there is only 1 level 2 troop for the time being. And those monsters are too perverted. The lords in the open space chatted with each other, probably because they hadn't seen living people for a long time. They were particularly excited. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2 and excitedly discussed their experiences. Of course, there were also some people with more arrogant temperaments who did not associate with them, but stood alone in the corner, secretly looking at everyone on the field, as if they wanted to remember them. The lords could not see the detailed information of each other and the troops, but they could see basic information such as levels. There were quite a few lords who reached the 2nd level in the whole field, almost accounting for more than half of them. Some even brought 3rd level soldiers. I don't know whether they were recruited or promoted by killing monsters. In short, there were all kinds of people. At this time, on the other side, in the jungle several kilometers away from the open space, a 2nd level monster fell under Lin Yu's attack, finally making his 2 thorn vine flowers and tree spirit warrior experience reach the maximum value, and successfully promoted to the 3rd level in a burst of light. Name: Poison Ivy Flower. The 3rd level poison vine flower has an additional poison than the original one. Not only has the body become much larger, but even the flower on the top has turned into light purple. And you can tell at a glance that the poison is not weak. The 3rd level tree spirit berserker has a more upright posture, and the weapon in his hand has also changed from a rapier to a heavy sword more than half a person tall. It swings with great force and extraordinary power. The most important thing is that this weapon also incorporates the skill of explosive spores, attached with many red spores, and can also cause an explosion when chopped down. Moreover, the skills of both arms have been enhanced. much stronger than before. With such helpers, Linyu no longer has to worry about encountering a third-level monster. Let's go. Let's go over there and take a look, Linyu said, and then threw the monster's body and rushed directly to the open space, gradually disappearing in the dense jungle. Open space. After nearly an hour of waiting, everyone's nerves began to become tense. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the rapidly falling light column, as if they were welcoming something terrifying. Here it comes! Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone was shocked and saw the beam of light with endless power, crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground of the entire open space shook violently. A powerful wave of air swept across, forcing everyone to retreat, with horror written all over their faces. When the smoke and dust cleared, a treasure chest with a gold border, nearly half a person's height, appeared in front of everyone. Treasure chest. Everyone's face changed and became ecstatic. I didn't expect that what fell would be a treasure chest. Looking at the glittering appearance and the exaggerated way of appearance, you can tell its extraordinariness with your butt. They were stunned for a moment, and then rushed to the treasure chest regardless of everything. Get out of the way. This treasure chest is mine. It should be mine. Don't fight with me. Who do you think you are? Get out of the way. I saw it first. Fuck. Don't force me to do it. In a flash, the open space was in chaos. The people who were just calling each other brothers and sisters, after seeing the treasure chest, immediately turned against each other and started fighting. Everyone rushed to the treasure chest like crazy, because they all knew that in this dangerous world, if you want to survive, you must become strong enough. Friendship? Cooperation? Go to hell. You don't even know if you can survive? Who will call you brothers and sisters? In just a few breaths, someone rushed to the treasure chest with soldiers, which immediately made the others look anxious. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him touch the treasure chest. Before the voice fell, the overwhelming attack had already erupted. The young man who had just approached the treasure chest and was still in ecstasy didn't even have time to react, and was drowned by countless attacks. In an instant, blood splattered. The bloody scene finally made the crazy people react, and they were all stunned. In a hurry just now. They just subconsciously gave the soldiers an attack order. But when a corpse fell in front of them, they still broke into a cold sweat. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were full of fear. Dead. A living person died just like that. The visual impact of such a close distance was undoubtedly very huge for those who were in an orderly society before. Some people were so scared that they gave up the fight for the treasure chest and retreated in a panic, not daring to stay here for a second. And at this moment, a purple vine with thorns suddenly appeared, passed by them, and whoosh, swooped towards the treasure chest. Chapter 8 Rare Troops. Click! The treasure chest was opened, revealing 3 things inside. A scroll, a token, and a bead, just floating quietly in the treasure chest, wrapped in a fluorescent light. The vine rolled up everything, but the bead was too round and fell to the side. Linyu didn't care about that, and immediately let the vines withdraw quickly and retract into the forest. It was not until then that the people who stayed behind reacted, and their expressions changed. Quick! Stop him! The things were taken away by him. The treasure was taken away, so they had no time to think about it, and immediately led the troops to chase out, trying to intercept the vines. But the vines retracted too quickly, almost instantly withdrawing, and the defense was extremely strong. As soon as those troops approached and tried to break the vines, they were immediately shaken away, with wounds cut by barbs all over their bodies. Such high attack and defense. Level 3. This is definitely level 3. The lords exclaimed in amazement, stunned by the powerful strength displayed by the vine, and could only watch it carrying the treasure farther and farther away. Arrow of Judgment. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. In the crowd, a figure in white rose up and spread a pair of beautiful wings in the air. Angel system. It's an angel system. Everyone was shocked, because of the hidden wings before. Many people thought it was a humanoid system, but they didn't expect it to be the legendary angel system. The angel tightened the bow in his hand, and whoosh, shot an arrow of boundless power at the vine. It was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Boom! The arrow exploded, directly blowing the vine into 2 pieces, and the 2 things rolled on it fell down together. Seeing this, a proud young man in the crowd raised his lips and ordered another angel beside him, Yana, go get those 2 things back. After the words fell, the angel spread his wings and quickly flew towards the deep pit blown out by the arrow. The others saw it. Although unwilling, they did not dare to offend the other party. After all, the other party has the so-called strongest angel-type troops. And from the strength just shown, it is definitely at the 3rd level, which is not something they can afford to offend. The young man is also self-confident in his strength, with an arrogant expression, and does not take other people seriously at all. And the angel named Yana has also arrived at the explosion site at this time, bent down to pick up the 2 treasures. But he did not notice that the vines that had been broken into 2 pieces on the side suddenly moved. The red spores suddenly expanded rapidly. Boom! The violent explosion, accompanied by a strong air wave, instantly swept Yana's body, blew her away fiercely, and fell heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vines reappeared, rolled up the scroll and token, and then quickly pulled them away, disappearing into the dense jungle in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, no one saw the appearance of the person who made the move. Escaped? The young man frowned and quickly came to the side of the angel. Even the others on the side were shocked. The 3rd level angel-type soldiers were actually blown away directly. The power was definitely stronger than the average 3rd level. Isn't it said that the plant type doesn't have many powerful attack methods in the early stage? Could it be that the opponent is 4th level? Or some kind of high-level plant-type monster? Everyone speculated in their hearts. Not good. The bead was taken away, unexpectedly. At this time, a cry suddenly came from behind, which made them come back to their senses instantly. How could they care so much? And immediately joined the ranks of fighting for treasures. The whole plain was in chaos again, and one by one commanded the soldiers to fight desperately. On the other side, Linyu, who had snatched 2 things, kept running in the dense jungle. He rushed all the way back to the territory before finally stopping. Huh. Linyu's chest rose and fell violently, but his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he could snatch 2 things from so many people. It was worth it for him to run so far. Thinking back to the 2 angels he had just met, if it weren't for his thorny vine flower with the explosive spore skill, he would probably be hard to deal with. And he didn't expect that there would be people who randomly came to the angel territory nearby. It seems that he has to pay attention in the future. After thinking about it, he looked at the scroll and token in his hand. Name, Territory Upgrade Scroll, lower level, good stuff. After reading the information of the 2 things, Linyu's eyes lit up. Originally, he planned to start collecting resources to upgrade the territory when he came back this time. Now it's good. He has saved so many upgrade resources. And this military token, which made him even more surprised. Unlock new soldiers? And they are rare soldiers. You can tell they are good things at a glance. As we all know, the soldiers unlocked after the territory is upgraded are random. 1 more soldier is equivalent to 1 more chance. What's more, Linyu also has mutation skills. More soldiers also mean more skills to choose from. And then, you can create more powerful soldiers. Thinking of this, Linyu picked up the scroll and slowly opened it. Would you like to use the Territory Upgrade Scroll, lower level, to upgrade the territory to level 3? Yes. The next second, the entire territory was wrapped in light and expanded rapidly. The stone pillar fence was raised and thickened again, and the tree of life finally broke through 20 meters and grew to 30 meters. At the same time, a force poured into Linyu's body, constantly strengthening his body. Congratulations. The territory was successfully upgraded. The current level, level 3. Randomly assigning soldiers. Assignment successful. Unlocking the 3rd level soldier, Poison Ivy. This time he was lucky. After reaching level 3, he directly unlocked the 3rd level Poison Ivy. In this way, he can directly recruit this soldier, without having to slowly cultivate it from a low level, which is better than nothing. Anyway, Linyu's face was so dark that he didn't have much hope for the randomly assigned troops. It was good enough to be given a normal one. What he was most looking forward to was this troop token. Unlock a 3rd level rare troop. Attention! It's a rare troop. That is, it's different from other ordinary troop types. This made Linyu a little nervous, not knowing what kind of troop he would be given. He took a deep breath, then slowly picked up the token and tapped it lightly. May I ask if you would like to consume 50 points of magic power to use? Troop token rare? Yes. As the voice fell, The token in his hand turned into a stream of light and sank into the tree of life in the territory. In an instant, the tree of life shook, and pieces of light fell to the bottom. Congratulations. You unlocked a 3rd level rare troop, Spirit of Plants and Trees. Spirit of Plants and Trees? Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Yu hurried to the bottom of the tree of life, spent 10 points of magic power, and directly recruited a Spirit of Plants and Trees. 10 points of magic power is not much for him now. Even if the 50 points he just spent are deducted, he still has more than 70 points of magic power left, so he naturally doesn't feel bad. After a while, a ball of green fluorescent light appeared in front of Lin Yu, flying back and forth in the air, and the attributes of the new soldiers also caught Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 9 Royal Bloodline. Name, Spirit of Plants. Magic Troops. Lin Yu was surprised. He never expected that the new troops unlocked would be so powerful. Long-range magic attack. This is definitely the troop that countless people dream of. For example, the Spirit of Plants in front of him. Although its attributes are much lower than other 3rd level troops, its skills are very strong, and it can almost be said to be the nemesis of many melee troops. The most important thing is that Lin Yu also has the ability to mutate, and he can completely inherit this skill to other troops. This is simply a mutation embryo tailor-made for him. With this skill embryo, as long as he has enough magic power, he can even create a plant magic army. That scene, just thinking about it, is very terrifying. Looking at the more than 70 points of magic power he has left, without hesitation, he directly spent 10 points of magic power to use mutation on the Spirit of Plants. The light dissipated, and the green light ball of the Spirit of Plants gradually dispersed, turning into a flower spirit holding a staff and wearing a crown. Name, Flower Spirit, Royal Family. After reading the attributes of the Flower Spirit, Lin Yu was stunned. Royal blood? What? Can the mutation ability mutate into such a thing? Just when he was wondering, the Flower Spirit that had just mutated successfully also slowly rose into the air and danced above the plants in the territory. Wherever it went, the plants below were immediately excited. Lin Yu looked at their attributes and actually increased by 10%. This made the attributes of his troops surpass other troops of the same level. Lin Yu was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that the mutation ability had such a hidden effect and could evolve such a powerful troop. He hurriedly continued to recruit the 2nd grass spirit and use mutation on it. However, unfortunately, this time there was no flower spirit of royal blood, but an ordinary flower demon advanced form. And even the 2nd skill became the flower demon's innate healing skill. Then Lin Yu tried another one, and the result was still the same. It seems that it is not easy to have royal bloodline. However, Lin Yu was not disappointed. It was a pleasant surprise to have a royal bloodline. How could he dare to ask for so much? Moreover, his current troops were not weak. 2 3rd-level poison ivy flowers, a 3rd-level tree spirit berserker, 2 3rd-level flower spirits that could attack with magic, and a rare flower spirit with royal bloodline. A total of 6 3rd-level troops. If this were to be spread out, it would probably cause an uproar. As for the remaining 1st and 2nd level troops, because their levels were too low, Lin Yu used the territory's repatriation skill to send them back and exchange them for magic power. Then he used the return magic power to recruit 2 more natural spirits, specifically to garrison the territory. After doing all this, he summoned the flower spirit with royal bloodline and said, "From now on, I call you Lingxi, so it's easier to recognize you." The flower spirit seemed to understand what he said and flew back and forth happily above his head. At the same time, in the regional chat channel, after experiencing this treasure chest snatching, the entire channel became boiling, and everyone was excitedly discussing this matter. I didn't expect that what fell from the sky was actually a treasure chest. What a miscalculation. Damn! If I had known, I would have gone over to take a look. Maybe I could have snatched something good. Go over? You're going to die. You don't know how chaotic the scene was at that time. And it seems that many people died. I was also at the scene, and I was almost killed by a bastard. But luckily I ran fast. I heard that even angel-type soldiers appeared later, and they were 2 3rd-level ones. Fuck. Angel-type? Then didn't he snatch all the things in the treasure chest? No. There were 3 things in the treasure chest, and it is said that 2 of them were snatched away by a plant type, and he didn't even see what they looked like. His plant type? Plant type can actually snatch more than angel type. Believe it or not, I suspect that the plant type has reached the 4th level. Otherwise it would not be so strong. Lin Yu didn't know that he had become a celebrity in the entire area. Almost everyone was discussing the identity of the mysterious plant lord who had appeared on the plains before, and guessing his strength. Some even thought that he was not a human, but a monster with a strength of more than level 4. Otherwise, with the strength of the plant system, how could it be possible to compete with the extremely powerful angel system? And it was a level 3 angel system. You know, there are not many people who have reached the level 3 now. How did his plant system reach the level 3 in such a short time? This is also a puzzle for many people. And just when everyone was discussing this matter, on a hillside more than 10 kilometers away from the plain, a young man with 2 angels stood in a magnificent hall full of sacred atmosphere, looking at the information constantly flowing through the regional channel with a gloomy face. Plant type. Huh? One day, I will pull you out with your roots and soil. With a cold snort, the young man turned and left the hall. In his hand, he was holding a round transparent sphere. It was one of the 3 items in the treasure chest before. A gem that could be used to exchange for resources. On the other side, in Lin Yu's territory, after dealing with various trivial matters, Lin Yu did not go out to explore and hunt again, but took the plans to build a wooden house in the territory as a place to rest in the future. He worked until it was completely dark, and the wooden house was finally completed and built under the tree of life. Then he took the dried meat, started a fire and grilled meat, enjoying this rare night. He has been in this world for 2 days, and has gradually adapted to this world. And with the soldiers accompanying him, he doesn't feel lonely. The plants seemed to be able to sense his mood, slowly approached, and protected him in the middle. Lingxi and the 2 flower spirits were flying above his head, laughing and playing, adding a lot of vitality to the territory. In contrast, the tree spirit berserker was much more stable. He had been patrolling the edge of the territory diligently, alert to any disturbances around him. Okay, go and rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Lin Yu got up and set up a container made of leaves at the edge of the territory to hold the morning dew, and then went to rest in the wooden house. Chapter 10: The Coming Crisis. The next morning, Lin Yu got up at dawn. After a simple meal and a check of the territory, he went out with 6 third-level plants. Today, he did not go to the plain again, but set his sights on the forest on the edge of the territory. Before, he did not dare to go in because he was too weak. Now that he has been promoted to the 3rd level and has so many 3rd-level soldiers, he no longer needs to be afraid of encountering 3rd-level monsters. It is time to go in and explore. Maybe there will be some unexpected discoveries. In this way, 1 person and 6 plants left the territory in a mighty manner and plunged into the forest on the edge. The forest was very dark, and almost all the light was blocked by the dense leaves. Only through the sunlight could you see the surroundings clearly. From time to time, there would be roars and howls from the beasts in the distance, which sounded a bit creepy. Not long after walking, Lin Yu encountered the first monster, a lizard as big as a crocodile. Name: Swift Shadow Lizard. Go. Get rid of it. Lin Yu directly gave orders to the plants around him. At the same time, the Swift Shadow Lizard, which was still gnawing on food, also discovered Lin Yu. It roared and turned into a residual shadow that merged into the surrounding darkness, attacking him fiercely. If you don't look carefully, you can't see its figure clearly. It's really hard to see with the naked eye. Of course, the plants around Lin Yu are not vegetarians. The Swift Shadow Lizard had only rushed over for less than 10 meters, and vines were thrown out one after another to block the Swift Shadow Lizard's progress. But what Lin Yu didn't expect was, facing the vines sweeping in from all directions, the Swift Shadow Lizard actually avoided them very easily, like a loach, shuttling back and forth between the vines, and in a blink of an eye it came to less than 5 meters in front of him. The smell of fresh blood and flesh immediately revealed the Swift Shadow Lizard's ferocity. It suddenly increased its speed and opened its bloody mouth to bite Lin Yu. But at this moment, several wooden thorns broke out of the ground without warning, and with a puff, they instantly pierced the Swift Shadow Lizard's lower abdomen and stopped its movement. Then, vines fell from the sky and instantly penetrated its body. Kill the 3rd-level Swift Shadow Lizard and gain 12 points of magic. Lingxi. Good job. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Lingxi, who had just retracted the staff. The wooden thorn that just appeared was from Lingxi's hand, and it is also one of the natural magic. I didn't expect that even such a fast monster could be hit. and it was killed in one hit. It really deserves to be a creature with royal blood. After receiving Lin Yu's praise, Lingxi immediately became cheerful, flying back and forth in the air. And wherever it went, pieces of fluorescent light were scattered. Lin Yu took a look and saw that Lingxi, who killed the third-level monster, had gained 1 point of experience. In other words, to upgrade to the 4th level, you must kill 50 third-level monsters, which may be difficult to do in a short time. Let's go. Keep moving forward. After giving instructions, the team continued to set off, with the Tree Spirit Berserker leading the way, and the Poison Ivy Flower and Flower Spirit supporting from behind. There was no more danger along the way. Instead, many 2nd and 3rd level monsters appeared, providing Lin Yu with dozens of magic energy. After being in this world for so long, Lin Yu has fully understood the importance of magic energy. So naturally, he would not be polite, sweeping all the way, trying to earn enough magic energy so that he could recruit more soldiers. Only in this way can he truly gain a foothold in this world after the 7-day safety period. More than an hour later, Lin Yu finally came to the deepest part of the forest. Stop for a moment. Suddenly, Lin Yu's ears moved and stopped the team. At this time, he was about to cross the forest and come to the other side of the forest. He might encounter danger at any time and had to be careful. After stopping the team, he quickly came to an ancient tree with tangled roots, climbed up the trunk, and looked outside through the gaps in the branches. At just one glance, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Less than 200 meters away from him, a translucent wall stood at the edge of the forest, connecting heaven and earth. Outside the wall, a large number of monsters gathered, black and dense, stretching for several miles. The entire forest was surrounded by various terrifying monsters, and Lin Yu even saw many figures that were more terrifying than the 3rd level. Lin Yu opened his mouth in shock, and he never expected that the other side of the forest would be like this. It looks like these monsters are blocked outside by some force, and cannot enter the area where he is temporarily. Could it be that the so-called 7-day safety period is actually to stop these monsters? Lin Yu was shocked. If this is true, then his current situation is really too dangerous. As long as the safety period is over, these monsters like a tide will definitely rush in, then pass through the forest and attack all the territories in this area. And his territory is so close, it must be the first to bear the brunt and become the first target of the monster's attack. No wonder he often heard the roar of beasts in the territory. So this is what happened. If he hadn't happened to come here, he would probably be kept in the dark, and he wouldn't even know how he died. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. Before the safe period ends, he must improve the strength of the territory as soon as possible. Lin Yu couldn't care so much. He hurriedly jumped off the tree trunk and hurried back with a group of plants, his face full of anxiety. I thought that this world was very friendly, allowing these newcomers to grow easily and slowly adapt to the environment of this world. But I didn't expect that the place they were in was just a greenhouse that was temporarily protected. Recalling the horrific scene he just saw, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up his pace and kept shuttling through the dense forest. Soon, he returned to the territory again. After the initial panic, he gradually calmed down, looked around his territory, and began to consider a plan to resist the beast tide. First of all, he is located at the foot of the mountain, with the mountain behind him, so only 3 sides will be attacked, which is very beneficial for defense. Moreover, this forest stretches for thousands of miles and is extremely narrow and long, so it is impossible for all the monsters to attack his corner. Once they are scattered, he can defeat them one by one, as long as there are enough troops, and he can defend 3 sides. He is not without a chance. It is true that he is in danger here, but danger often comes with opportunities. As long as he can stop the impact of those monsters, the resources he will get will definitely be very considerable, even to an astonishing degree. At that time, fighting to support fighting is not a bad idea. As long as he persists long enough, he can continue to become stronger, continue to recruit troops, and survive this beast tide. There are still 5 days left. Lin Yu frowned slightly, his eyes full of solemnity. This is probably the first time he has truly felt the horror of this world. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he used the more than 100 points of magic power he earned today to continue recruiting troops and began to prepare for the next battle. Chapter 11 Flame Lion Lair. In less than half an hour, The number of third-level soldiers in Lin Yu's territory has doubled from 6 to 12. Among them, there are 5 poison ivy flowers, 3 tree spirit berserkers, and 4 flower spirits, and more than half of them have long-range spell attack capabilities. Of course, when it comes to long-range attacks, the flower spirits with the highest natural affinity are still stronger. Poison ivy flowers and tree spirit berserkers mainly rely on physical attacks. There are only 5 days left before the safe period ends. Lin Yu can't just sit and wait for death. All preparations must be made in advance in case of emergency. Clicking on the regional chat channel and watching for a while, I found that no one else noticed the monster siege. They were still chatting and exchanging information as usual. Lin Yu thought about it and sent a message directly. A large number of monsters appeared on the other side of the forest. At least tens of thousands. And many of them are above level 3. You better be prepared. The reason why Lin Yu reminded them was not because he was kind, but because he wanted to use the power of these people to share some of the pressure. Otherwise, if other territories are breached, monsters from other directions are likely to rush to his side. With his own strength, it may be difficult to deal with them, so it is better to give an early warning. As expected, as soon as his message was sent, someone responded immediately. There are tens of thousands of monsters in the forest? Is it true? Is it impossible? With such a large number of monsters, how can there be no movement at all? You are just bragging. It's not enough that there are tens of thousands of monsters, and many of them are level 3? Do you think we have never read books? I am near the forest now, and I don't see so many monsters at all. You are embarrassed. Right? The forest is so dangerous. How can anyone get to the other side? That's right. I can tell it's fake at first glance. In the chat channel, you and I are talking. Some are questioning. Some are unbelieving. Some even laugh directly. And some are waiting and watching. In this regard, Lin Yu had to shake his head helplessly. And he had guessed that this would be the result. After all, he had no evidence to prove the existence of the beast tide. And no one would believe it even if he explained more. Anyway, the reminder has been issued, and the effect of the early warning has been achieved. Next, we just need to let things ferment slowly. Moreover, such a big thing will be discovered sooner or later. At that time, even if he doesn't say it, it will spread quickly and attract the attention of countless people. Without paying any attention, he turned off the channel and went out with the plant army. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Yu came to the forest again. This time he was lucky. Less than 2 kilometers into the forest, he found a huge cave. 2 flame lions were lying in the steaming cave entrance, sleeping soundly. Recalling the flame lions he encountered before, Lin Yu suddenly realized, this should be the nest of the flame lion. I didn't expect it to be so close to his territory. It seems that it must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Lingxi, you take the other flower spirits to fly up and provide support at any time. The rest will attack with me. Lin Yu whispered to the plant army beside him. Through the connection of the soul, the plants immediately understood what he meant and began to prepare according to his plan. What Lin Yu didn't know was that just as he was carrying out the plan to eliminate the flame lion, the regional chat channel suddenly exploded. Fuck. Brothers, there are really monsters on the other side of the forest. A lot of monsters. All blocked outside a transparent wall. I saw it too. The number is too terrifying. At least tens of thousands. Maybe more. The big brother didn't lie to us before. The news that there were a large number of monsters on the other side of the forest was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire area in an instant. More and more people passed through the forest and went to the transparent wall to confirm the authenticity of the news. Those who didn't believe it were suddenly shocked by the news, and the entire chat channel fell into panic. How is it possible? Tens of thousands of monsters? This is too scary. I heard that they will rush in after the safe period is over. Is this true? It's over. I'm only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the forest. Will I be in trouble then? Me too. I finally reached the 2nd level. I don't want to die yet. I didn't expect that what the man said before was true. He came through the forest so early. He must be a big guy. Does anyone know who he is? Please give me his contact information. Are you stupid? You were cursing so happily just now. Why don't you curse now? Please give me the big guy's contact information. The crisis came suddenly, and everyone panicked. Tens of thousands. or even more than 100,000 monsters are no joke. Once they all rush in, there will definitely be no one who can escape. The only way out is to improve your strength as soon as possible in the remaining time, so that you can survive the next beast tide. For a while, countless people joined the fight for resources, and began to fight each other frantically. The whole area was filled with shouts and killings, and the previous peace and tranquility were no longer there. In comparison, Lin Yu was much luckier. Because of the remote location, he was not involved in this resource struggle, and could hunt with peace of mind. At this time, outside the Flaming Lion Cave, bang! Another Flaming Lion fell to the ground with a bang. And Lin Yu finally successfully solved the two Flaming Lions guarding the gate. Lin Yu led the plant army, stepped over the Flaming Lion corpse, and walked carefully into the White Cave. The cave was very hot. Not long after walking in, a hot air hit his face, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur. Soon, Lin Yu came to a corner. Looking through the cracks in the corner, he saw a pool of rolling magma inside, and a group of flaming lions sleeping next to the magma pool. It actually uses an underground volcano as its nest. Lin Yu was a little hesitant. As the nemesis of the plant system, the fire system is obviously at a disadvantage for them to fight in a volcanic area. Moreover, there are quite a few flame lions inside, as many as 16 or 17, which has the advantage in numbers. What is that? Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes were attracted by a fiery red lotus in the center of the magma pool. The lotus was not big, but it grew directly in the magma, and was not afraid of the burning of the magma at all, which made his eyes straighten. Treasure? This is definitely a treasure. It was the first time that Lin Yu had seen a plant growing in magma. He knew without thinking that this thing was not simple. The mind that had already retreated immediately became active again. After pondering for a while, and looking around again, he made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly left the cave with the plants, dragged the two flame lion corpses outside the cave to the entrance of the cave, and then waited patiently outside. As expected, not long after, 3 flame lions smelled the blood and got up and left the cave. When they came outside and saw the bodies of their companions lying on the ground, Lin Yu, who was hiding on the side, immediately shouted, "Go! Get rid of them!" Without giving the flame lions a chance to call their companions, vines rushed along the ground, tied up their limbs and mouths, and released paralyzing toxins. At the same time, Ling Shi and 3 other flower spirits waved their staffs, and countless wooden thorns emerged and pierced their bodies. Their struggles also stopped abruptly, and they fell to the ground powerlessly. In less than 10 seconds, the battle was over. Chapter 12 Monster Gathering Place. Using the method of breath lure, Lin Yu quickly dealt with the 16 flame lions in the nest. Except for the last wave of accidents, the process was relatively smooth except that all the remaining flame lions were lured out at once. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Yu led the plant army into the nest, and came to the edge of the magma pool. As soon as he stood still, a burning breath came to his face, forcing him to squint his eyes subconsciously, and even the plants beside him gradually shrank back. And in such a harsh environment, the lotus still stood proudly, swaying left and right with the surging magma. It was indeed a wonder in the world. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and at Lin Yu's signal, a vine suddenly swung out and swept into the magma pool. But the next second, the vine was burned into charcoal by the rolling heat wave, broke into 2 pieces and fell into the pool. And the remaining piece was frightened and quickly pulled back, and barely recovered under the treatment of the flower spirit. No! Lin Yu frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he thought of something and suddenly looked at another poison ivy flower next to him. You go and try it. Lingxi, you guys are responsible for the treatment. This poison ivy flower was the one Lin Yu summoned at the beginning. It inherited the healing skills of the sapling. Now it has grown to the 3rd level, and its self-healing ability has been greatly enhanced. With the treatment of the flower spirits, it may be able to withstand the burning of the magma. Swoosh! Another sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the green vines were thrown out and swung straight towards the lotus in the magma pool. At the same time, the healing light of the flower spirit fell, wrapped the vines inside, and worked hard to treat the burns on them. The poison ivy flower also activated its self-healing ability and continued to repair the withered vines. With the blessing of the two, it really blocked the erosion of the heat. Success? Lin Yu's face lit up with joy. With a click, the lotus broke and was taken away from the magma pool. finally falling to the shore. Lin Yu hurried forward and picked it up carefully. Apart from feeling a little warm, he didn't feel anything strange. The properties of the lotus also caught his eye. Name: Fire Lotus Effect, planted in the territory. It produces magic energy once an hour, and the amount is related to the level of the territory. Introduction: a lotus containing magic energy that can grow in any environment. Good stuff. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's worth it for him to work so hard to destroy the flame lion's nest and spend so much time. This time it's all worth it. He can get magic energy every hour, which means that even if he doesn't go out hunting and stays in the territory, the magic energy will continue to increase. He just doesn't know how much it will increase at a time, which makes him a little excited. He didn't want to explore anymore. He dealt with the corpse of the flaming lion outside the cave and hurried back to the territory with the plant army. As soon as he entered the territory, Lin Yu took out the fire lotus and planted it in a vacant lot next to the tree of life. At the same time, a voice sounded in his ears. The fire lotus was successfully planted and the level changed. The current level is level 3. Building name: Fire Lotus. 15 points of magic power. Lin Yu was delighted. He didn't expect the effect of the fire lotus to be so powerful. It was more than the magic power obtained by killing a level 3 monster. While being shocked, he felt extremely excited, because in this way, his confidence in defending against the beast tide would be greatly improved. Maybe he could reach the 4th level before the safety period disappeared. If he could really reach the 4th level. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and he couldn't help looking in the direction of the beast tide, thinking. Then he clicked on the territory information and took a look. Territory name: Tree of Life. To upgrade to the 4th level territory, the materials required have obviously increased a lot. 500 units of stone. Even if all plants were mobilized to transport them continuously, it would take at least 2 days. Moreover, there was an unknown territory essence. Although only one was needed, it was obvious that it was not easy to obtain. It seems that I can only collect enough stone first. After closing the information interface, Lin Yu began to use the magic power he had just obtained to recruit more soldiers. Anyway, he had the fire lotus, so he didn't feel bad about the magic power. He directly recruited a full 18 3rd level poison ivy flowers, and then sent them to the mountain behind to transport stone. Not to mention, although these poison ivy flowers were clumsy, they had many vine tentacles, and they were lined up in a row, so the transportation efficiency was not slow, and it was easy. Lin Yu spent almost the whole day arranging the transportation of stone. It was not until the evening that he finally collected half of the stone needed for the upgrade. Dragging his tired body, he returned to the territory surrounded by a group of plants, and finally ended a busy day. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. The sun rose in the morning as usual, when the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth. The lords in every corner of the world woke up and began to work hard for the new day, as if they had become accustomed to this kind of life. But today is a little different from before. Just as the sky was getting light, a cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. Congratulations to all the lords for successfully surviving 3 days in the primitive continent. The restrictions on the gathering places of various monsters have been lifted. Clearing the gathering places will get rare item rewards, as well as the materials required for the 4th level territory upgrade, Territory Essence. Please work hard to upgrade the territory level. Silence. The entire regional channel was silent. Everyone was frozen in place by this sudden news. Then after a while, the regional channel exploded instantly. Fuck. 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 Did I hear it right? Rare item rewards? Materials for upgrading to level 4. Oh my god. The last time a treasure chest appeared it was a big deal. What's going on this time? Excuse me. What is the monster gathering place? Is it dangerous? Whatever it is, I'm going to get this gathering place. And I'd be angry if anyone competes with me for it. Damn it! I didn't get the treasure chest last time. I must get it this time. I just upgraded to level 3. And I was still wondering what the territory essence was. But I didn't expect it to be this. Not to mention that these people were excited. Even Lin Yu, who was always calm, couldn't help but get excited. He now has all the materials, except for this territory essence. As long as he gets it, he can be promoted to level 4 ahead of others, which is definitely a huge advantage. And he can stand firm in the next beast tide. Others naturally know this truth. So for a while, everyone was asking about the news of the monster gathering place. And the regional channel was very lively. Chapter 13 Magic Plant Army. The news of the monster gathering place came back much faster than expected. In less than an hour, a third-level beast lord brought the news back and posted it on the regional channel. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. He failed. Not only did he fail, but he also failed very thoroughly. Almost all the soldiers were killed. And even he himself almost didn't escape back. The reason is very simple. That is, there is a fourth-level monster in the gathering place. Once this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god! There are actually fourth-level monsters in the gathering place? This is too scary. I haven't even reached the third level yet. So did the third-level boss come back after being wiped out? It should be. Luckily I didn't go. Otherwise I wouldn't know how I died. Fuck. I thought it was a benefit after surviving 3 days. But it turned out to be a pit. Sure enough, there won't be such a good thing in the world. I'd better just go and kill low-level monsters honestly. Lin Yu, who was in the territory, also saw the news and frowned. The fourth-level monster is not simply one level higher than the third level. It also represents the span from primary creatures to intermediate creatures. To put it simply, after the creature crosses the third level, it will undergo a qualitative change, from low-level life to intermediate life. And at the same time it will comprehend a new skill. And the improvement of strength is not as simple as 1 plus 1. These are the information he collected from the regional channel in the past few days. It is obviously very difficult for ordinary third-level troops to deal with fourth-level monsters. And there is even a risk of annihilation. But if they don't face fourth-level monsters, they will face a more terrifying beast tide. At that time, fourth-level monsters are not just 1 or 2. This is not it. After the discussion, a man named Murong Tian immediately stood up. Everyone, I am Murong Tian. I am now recruiting partners above the third level to attack the monster gathering place together and resist the beast tide. If you are interested, please contact me. Murong Tian? Is it the big boss of the third level angel system? Seeing the news of Murong Tian, everyone in the channel was surprised. In their area, there is only one angel system Murong Tian, and he is also a well-known third-level strongman. This is no secret. You know, the angel system is recognized as one of the strongest troops. Even such a strongman can't deal with a fourth-level monster alone, and specially come to the channel to summon teammates. You can imagine how terrifying the fourth-level monster is. It's really Master Murong. I didn't expect him to show up. Master Murong, can you take me with you? I should be able to reach level 3 tomorrow. Master, please take me with you. I'm almost at level 3 too. Count me in. I just got upgraded this morning. I'm level 2. But I have a level 3 centaur. Master Murong, do you think it's okay? The appearance of Murong Tian made the regional channel noisy. Everyone wanted to join this team and get the help of the angel troops. In this way, the safety of their clearing the monster gathering place would be much higher. Lin Yu watched all this silently, feeling a little surprised. This Murong Tian should be the young man he met on the plane before. If this guy was there, he might be able to successfully eliminate the level 4 monster. After all, the strength of the angels is not to be underestimated, and they may even become a big rival for him in the future. And the other party is also very smart, and knows how to form gangs and strengthen themselves. It seems I have to work harder, Lin Yu whispered softly. Unlike these people, he had no intention of acting with others, not to mention whether he could trust the other party. He didn't want to expose the location of his territory too early, so as to avoid being backstabbed by the other party in the future. In this world where everyone is in danger, it is always right to be cautious. Moreover, with his current strength, he is not incapable of dealing with fourth-level monsters. But he needs some preparation. After thinking about it, Lin Yu came to the Fire Lotus planet yesterday. After 2 days of accumulation, the magic energy produced by the Fire Lotus has reached more than 500 points, which is enough for him to create a magic army. So Lin Yu stayed in the territory all morning, and tried his best to build a magic army. It was not until mid-afternoon that he finished his work, and there was a group of soldiers who could use natural attack spells around him. Among them, there were 12 poison vines, 9 tree spirit berserkers, 6 flower spirits, and the remaining 3 were new soldiers that were accidentally mutated. Name, Explosive Mushroom. Because the mutant embryos all use the spirit of plants and trees, they all inherit the skill of controlling nature. What surprised Lin Yu the most was that after the self-destructing mushroom advanced, It actually had the ability to move, and grew limbs from the bottom. What's even more outrageous is that the explosive spore skill actually evolved into a self-destructing mushroom, which can be picked and thrown at the enemy. Isn't this the legendary grenade throwing? When Lin Yu first saw this soldier, he was burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Not to mention, although this jumping little mushroom looks cute, it is very decisive. It throws grenades one by one as if they are free, and almost blows up his territory. The addition of this new soldier immediately made him more confident in defeating the 4th level monster. Looking at the mighty plant army in the territory, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand. "Let's go!" As soon as the voice fell, he set off with a group of plants, and went straight into the mountains beside. After paying attention for half a morning, Lin Yu already had a basic understanding of the monster gathering place. The so-called gathering place actually refers to the place where a large number of monsters gather. Because there are too many monsters, the ecology is disordered, causing harm to all directions. And it is also easy for powerful individuals to appear, such as the leader of the tribe. Following this clue, Lin Yu walked forward and soon found a gloomy valley. There were many zombies and skeletons gathered in the valley. The Yin energy was so strong that it kept circling over the valley, as if it was afraid that others didn't know that this was a gathering place for monsters. And the attributes of those monsters also appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Name, zombie. Name, skeleton swordsman. As he expected, these zombies and skeletons were all 3rd level monsters, which posed little threat to him. After recognizing the surrounding terrain, Lin Yu led a group of plants and approached carefully. Chapter 14 Level 4 Rotten Corpse King. The entrance to the call. Under the gray mist, a skeleton swordsman dragged a heavy axe and walked aimlessly among the corpses. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of the axe rubbing against the ground, the chewing of the zombies, and the whistling wind on the side. Suddenly, a vine appeared out of thin air, appearing at the skeleton's feet. Before the skeleton could react, his feet were tied up, and he fell to the ground with a bang, then was dragged away from the call, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Well done. In the mist, Lin Yu whispered to praise the poison ivy beside him. The vines of the 3rd level poison ivy can extend more than 20 meters, which is difficult to detect in the mist. Using this sneak attack method, he has killed more than a dozen skeleton zombies, almost eliminating most of the monsters near the entrance, with only more than 20 left inside. After confirming that there were no monsters near the entrance, Lin Yu led the plant army to go deeper and walk towards the gathering place. The zombie skeletons in the gathering place also found them and rushed towards them with a roar. Don't leave any alive. With the advantage of numbers, Lin Yu naturally didn't need to hold back and directly gave the plants an attack order. In an instant, green light emerged, and wooden thorns appeared out of thin air, whoosh, and nailed several zombies in the front to the ground. The poison ivy and the tree spirit berserker followed closely, waving heavy swords, and the vines rushed out, directly meeting the remaining skeleton zombies. The most powerful ones were the 3 explosive mushrooms. They jumped behind them, picked the newly grown red mushrooms from their bodies, and threw them out happily. Boom! 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 The violent explosion made the whole air vibrate. The skeleton zombies in the front were blown away in an instant, and some were even killed on the spot. Kill the 3rd level skeleton axeman and gain 11 points of magic. Kill the 3rd level skeleton axeman and gain 9 points of magic. Kill the 3rd level zombie and gain 12 points of magic. In one encounter, Lin Yu gained 50 or 60 points of magic. The situation on the field was almost one-sided. Under the control of the vines, the remaining skeleton zombies were all beheaded by the tree spirit berserker and fell to the ground. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Lin Yu frowned. He found that after these monsters died, a black gas would emerge from their bodies and float in the air. Then, as if being pulled by something, they all gathered towards a huge tombstone in the deepest part. And on the tombstone, a creepy breath gradually emerged and spread out to the surroundings. Could it be a 4th level monster? Lin Yu was shocked and immediately summoned the troops to set up a defensive formation. At this time, the ground in front of the tombstone suddenly cracked with a crack sound, and a strange wind swept out, forcing him and the plants to retreat. Then, a huge arm suddenly stretched out from the ground. Then the head, and then the body. In just a few breaths, a huge zombie more than 3 meters tall appeared in front of him, with terrifying evil spirit all over his body. Name, Rotten Corpse King, 4th level Corpse King. Seeing the information in front of him, Lin Yu was shocked. The average attribute of more than 80 points was almost twice that of the 3rd level monster. Now he finally understood why those people were wiped out. Just with this abnormal attribute, I'm afraid that ordinary 3rd level monsters would be killed in seconds. Roar! Just when Lin Yu was stunned, the Rotten Corpse King also discovered his existence. Roared. And suddenly jumped high, jumping above his head. Not good. Get out of the way. Lin Yu was shocked and flew out. There was a loud bang, and the whole ground shook violently. 2 poison ivy flowers that didn't have time to escape were instantly trampled to pieces by the Rotten Corpse King and died on the spot. So strong. Lin Yu's pupils shrank to the extreme. He had thought that the 4th level monster would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. With just one blow, he killed 2 of his 3rd level soldiers in seconds, without even giving him a chance to heal. Without time to think about it, he immediately gave orders to the remaining plants. Scatter. Attack with all your strength. As he spoke, he quickly stood up, pulled out the dagger made of animal bones from his waist, and held it horizontally in front of him. The plant army that received the order also began to cooperate with his actions. One vine after another rushed out and entangled the Corpse King. Countless wooden thorns emerged from the ground and pierced the Corpse King's ankles. Roar! The Corpse King roared angrily, and with his hands, he tore off the vines on his body directly, without being affected by the poison on the vines at all. Even the thorns that pierced its ankles were ignored by it, and pulled out by the roots. However, this delay gave other plants an opportunity. Several tree spirit berserkers nearby swung their heavy swords fiercely, rushed forward and slashed at the Corpse King, cutting off pieces of rotten flesh from it. Then the vines appeared again, like snakes, quickly entangled its legs and restricted its movement. Attacked from both sides. The Corpse King went crazy, turned around and bit a tree spirit berserker's neck, and pulled hard, tearing its head off. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and sprayed a mouthful of rotten corpse poison forward. The 2 tree spirit berserkers who were about to launch an attack had no time to react, and were covered by the corpse poison, and their bodies quickly rotted and fell to the ground. Lin Yu was distressed. These were all cultivated by him with a lot of magic power, but he didn't expect them to be gone just like that. Ling Shi. At the command, Ling Shi beside him immediately raised his staff and shot out several sharp wooden thorns. Puff! Roar! The Rotten Corpse King, who was temporarily bound by the vines, was pierced through the chest and roared in pain. The explosive mushrooms next to him seized the opportunity and threw a handful of mushrooms directly, which exploded on the Corpse King and finally blew it to the ground. However, even though it was severely injured, the Corpse King was still extremely fierce. With a strong pull, the vines on its body were torn off, and it stood up and slapped the rushing tree spirit berserker away. Fortunately, at this time, the healing skills of several flower spirits fell in time to save its life. The vines of the poison ivy flower also grew again under the healing recovery, and wrapped around the Corpse King's body close to the ground, and the barbs were deeply embedded in its body. At this time, the Corpse King was already covered with wounds under the beating of the plants. He struggled violently, but he couldn't break free from the vines, and struggled hard on the spot. Good opportunity. Attack its head. Lin Yu would never miss such a great opportunity, and immediately gave orders to the soldiers around him. And under the blessing of Ling Xi's affinity aura of 10% attribute, the plant army became more and more courageous, and soon reorganized the situation, surrounded the Corpse King and bombarded it. Finally, after losing another tree spirit berserker and 2 poison ivy flowers, Ling Xi seized the opportunity and shot out a sharp wooden spike, which exploded a ball of black rotten blood in the Corpse King's mind. The Corpse King roared unwillingly, but in the end, he turned into a real corpse and fell heavily to the ground. Killed the 4th level Rotten Corpse King and gained 25 points of magic power. Before he could cheer, a reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind, which immediately made his expression dark. You killed the 4th level monster with such hard work, and only gave so much magic power? You know, in order to kill this Rotten Corpse King, he lost 8 men, according to 20 magic power per man. It is equivalent to losing 160 magic power. It's a blood loss. Fortunately, another voice sounded at this time. Congratulations. You have successfully wiped out the 3rd level monster gathering place, and are rewarded with 3rd level territory essence X1. Territory essence. Lin Yu was very excited and immediately looked at the corpse of the rotten corpse king. I saw a black gas gathering quickly on its corpse, gradually condensing into a crystal, floating quietly in the air. And the information of the crystal also appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Name, Territory Essence. As the reminder said earlier, after destroying the monster gathering place, you will get the last material for upgrading the territory. The Territory Essence. Lin Yu took a few steps forward and carefully took the crystal. With this thing, he can finally upgrade the territory to the 4th level. And it is worth his effort to run so far. And just as he took the Territory Essence, another reminder sounded in his mind. Chapter 15 Territory Upgrade. Man-Eating Plant King. Congratulations. You have successfully eliminated the 3rd level monster gathering place, Undead Corpses. Obtained the 3rd level Troop Token, Walking Corpses. Tropical Token, Walking Corpses. Effect, unlock a 3rd level Ordinary Troop. Requirements, 3rd level Undead Territory. 25 points of mana. Undead? Lin Yu looked a little surprised. After clearing the monster gathering place, he actually obtained the corresponding type of Troop Token, which was a bit beyond his expectation. If he had known this, he would have gone to find the gathering place of plant monsters, wasting the opportunity to obtain new troop types. And there is no so-called trading system in this world. If you want to exchange it for something else, you have to find another way. But this is not difficult for him. At most it is just a little troublesome. Putting away the token, Lin Yu continued to check the body of the rotten corpse king. But at this time, there was a movement behind him. And Ling Shi and the other 2 poison ivy flowers were suddenly wrapped in a burst of light. Advanced? Lin Yu stood up in surprise. Unexpectedly, after killing the rotten corpse king, their experience actually reached the maximum value directly, and they advanced to the 4th level troops. It seems that the leader monster has additional experience bonus. I saw that under the dazzling light, Lynx's palm-sized body gradually grew a circle of wreaths, and 2 small things like butterflies flew back and forth around it, full of spiritual breath. The 2 poison ivy flowers were even more exaggerated. The body that was originally only half a person's height quickly grew taller, growing to more than 1 person's height. A beautiful and strange flower bloomed on the top of the head, and the body below became slender and graceful, and the vines kept swinging, like the tentacles of an octopus. Name, with Spirit Lynxie, Royal Family. Name, Toxic Enchantress. The 4th level Lynxie and Toxic Enchantress have greatly improved their attributes, and finally comprehended new skills. With such strength, they are not weaker than the rotten corpse king they killed, especially the Toxic Enchantress. The vine attack range was directly increased to more than 30 meters, covering a large area. Lin Yu remembered. These 2 Toxic Enchantresses were the 2 that he mutated at the beginning. One inherited the healing skills of the sapling, and the other inherited the self-destructing spores of the explosive mushroom. Now that I think about it, they are there every time they fight. No wonder the experience is so much ahead of other plants. And it is the first to upgrade to the 4th level. As for Lynxie, the reason why it can advance so quickly is probably because of the affinity aura, which allows it to gain experience much faster. And the new skills it has learned after upgrading are also very good. Directly growing thorns on the enemy, which can have an unexpected effect. This trip out can be said to be very fruitful, which immediately made Lin Yu feel better. After taking another turn in the gathering place and making sure that nothing was missed, he waved his hand and left the call with the plant army. Soon, they crossed the mountains and returned to the territory again, and began to arrange for the plants to collect stones. It was not until the afternoon that the remaining stones were finally collected. Then Lin Yu hurried to the Tree of Life and took out the territory core he had just obtained. At the same time, a reminder sounded. The materials for upgrading the territory have been collected. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade? Lin Yu took a deep breath and his expression became expectant. Originally, after creating the plant army, his magic power was not enough. But this time he went out to exterminate many 3rd level monsters, and he got more than 400 points of magic power, which was more than enough for upgrading. As soon as his voice fell, the whole territory was rumbling and began to expand outward. The Tree of Life in the core of the territory also grew rapidly, breaking through to a height of 40 meters, and turned into a towering tree that sheltered all around. Then, Lin Yu was shocked, and felt a strong force surging through his body and flowing through his limbs. Finally, the 4th level. Lin Yu clenched his fists, and his excitement was beyond words. At the same time, A voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations. The territory has been successfully upgraded. The current level is Level 4. Randomly assigning troops. Assignment successful. Unlocking Level 4 troops, Piranha King. As before, each time the territory is upgraded, a new troop will be unlocked. This time, when it is upgraded to Level 4, it is actually a plant of the new system, which immediately makes Lin Yu overjoyed. I quickly chose to recruit a Piranha King. It takes 25 points of magic to recruit Level 4 troops. Do you want to recruit? Yes. The cost of Level 4 troops is more than double that of Level 3. Although Lin Yu felt a little distressed, he still chose to recruit without hesitation. Then, with a clattering sound, a huge piranha rose from the ground and grew to more than 6 meters high in a blink of an eye, even taller than the fence of the territory. And its information also fell into Lin Yu's eyes. Name, Piranha King. The troops obtained by upgrading the territory are generally more ordinary troops. However, this Piranha King did appear in time. Now that the beast tide is coming, Lin Yu needs this kind of soldiers with strong survivability the most, so that he can fight for a long time. Although the healing skill is good, it is always limited. Unlike this devouring skill, as long as there is a corpse, all injuries except fatal injuries can be instantly restored, which is simply overbearing. And the beast tide has no shortage of corpses. Lin Yu thought about it, and then recruited 5 more Piranha Kings, letting them guard the edges of the fences in 3 directions. After doing this, he only had more than 250 points of magic power, including the magic power used for mutation. He could only create 5 4th-level soldiers, which is really a return to the pre-liberation era. But there is no way. No matter how strong the 3rd level is, it is still not as good as the 4th level. Moreover, he has just upgraded and cannot upgrade to the 5th level in a short time. He does not need to keep soldiers to collect stones for the time being. In addition, the beast tide is imminent, so of course he must try his best to improve his strength. So, apart from Lingxi and 2 4th-level poisonous enchantresses, he only kept 5 flower spirits with healing skills and natural attack spells for cultivation, and all the others were sent back to exchange for magic power. In this way, he had dozens more magic power points, and could recruit 1 more 4th-level soldier. After thinking about it, he recruited a carnivorous flower king and used mutation on it. It takes 25 points of magic power to mutate a 4th-level summon unit. Do you want to continue? Continue. In an instant, the carnivorous flower king changed rapidly, and turned into a lush and burly tree spirit. Chapter 16 Token Trading. Name, Tree Spirit Warrior. As expected, most of the mutants are advanced forms of ordinary soldiers, and they have inherited the devouring skills of the man-eating flower king. Lin Yu didn't think much about it, and continued to recruit soldiers. After a while, he had 3 more tree spirit warriors and 3 poisonous enchantresses around him, and the 4th-level soldiers expanded to 15. The upper limit of the 4th-level plant territory is 40. With the speed at which he obtains magic energy now, he should be able to recruit enough before the beast tide arrives. What will happen at that time? He can only leave it to fate. After all, he has made all the preparations he can. After recruiting soldiers, he began to check the upgraded territory information. Territory name, Tree of Life. The materials for upgrading from the 4th level to the 5th level are more than doubled, except for wood, which does not need to be collected because of the advantages of the plant territory. Other things require a lot of energy to gather. It is obviously impossible to upgrade in a short time. What surprised Lin Yu the most was the lotus planted next to the Tree of Life. Because of the territory upgrade, it was also upgraded to the 4th level, and it can produce 20 points of magic power every hour. In this way, he can get more than 400 points a day, which is also a considerable income. Brothers, I now have a 3rd-level plant-based troop token, and I want to exchange it for a 3rd-level insect-based or undead-based token. Does anyone have one? Suddenly, a message popped up in the regional channel, attracting Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu, who was still checking the building information, immediately looked at the message. It was sent by a person named Luo Lei. He actually wanted to exchange the plant-based troop token for other tokens. As soon as the message was sent, it immediately caused an exclamation in the regional channel. Level 3 arms token? Can you get it only by destroying level 3 monster gathering places? Someone destroyed the monster gathering place so soon? Didn't they say that level 4 leader monsters might appear in level 3 monster gathering places? Fuck. Boss. You can even deal with level 4 monsters? I envy you. I wish I had an arms token. The randomly obtained arms are so lousy. Plant is so weak in the early stage. No one should be able to get an arms token to exchange with you. Right? Uh-huh. Indeed. This token is probably going to rot in your hands. As they talked, these people began to gloat over the misfortune. Plant is notoriously weak in the early stage. Not many people can upgrade to level 3. Let alone destroy level 3 monster gathering places to get an arms token to exchange with him. This Luo Lei is also unlucky. Why did he get a plant token? He must be cursing now. How is it? Any response? In a valley filled with dark air, a young man slowly came to Luo Lei's side. No. It's a bit uncertain. Luo Lei shook his head and looked at the regional channel in disappointment. The two of them spent countless men to finally wipe out the gathering place of tree demons and got this troop token. But they didn't expect it to be the least popular plant token. And they felt so uncomfortable. The young man sighed and said, if it doesn't work, just change it to magic energy. It's better than rotting in your hands. And our troops are almost dead. And we have to upgrade the territory when we go back. And this magic energy is not enough. Well, it's okay. I ask again. To be honest, Luo Lei was not very willing to exchange tokens for magic energy. After all, magic energy can be earned if it's gone. But tokens can't. If he missed this opportunity to unlock new troops, he didn't know when the next time would be. So he was struggling in his heart. But considering the miserable situation of the two of them now, he had to make up his mind and grit his teeth to look at the regional channel, preparing to change the exchange conditions to magic power. I have a 3rd level undead token. How can I exchange it? Suddenly, a strange message appeared on the regional channel. Luo Lei was startled. And then his face showed ecstasy. Unexpectedly, someone actually had the military token they wanted, and was willing to use it to exchange for the plant token. The people who were still laughing at it suddenly exploded. What's going on? Is there really someone who wants to exchange for the plant military token? Is it a lie? I think it's a lie. Luo Lei. Don't believe it. What's going on? I've watched it for so long, and I haven't seen any plant upgrade to the 3rd level. Lin Yu? Why have I never heard of this name? Is there such a person in the plant department? I guess it's nonsense. Compared with Luo Lei, Lin Yu's reputation is obviously much smaller. After all, he has only spoken twice on the channel, and not many people will remember his name. This regional channel is good in every way except that it displays real names. So Lin Yu doesn't really like to send messages. He also tried to privately message the other party. But after waiting for a while, there was no response. It was probably because it was pushed out by other private messages. Sure enough, not long after he sent out his public message, he received a private message from Luo Lei. Brother, do you really have the undead troop token? Sorry. It's not that I doubt you. You should also know the current situation of the plant troop. So I want to confirm it. It can be seen that the other party is still very cautious, and did not immediately believe Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu also understood this and replied directly, I don't need to lie to you. How about this? You decide the transaction location. This sincerity is enough. Right? Lin Yu is still very confident in his own strength. Not to mention whether the other party has upgraded to the 4th level. Even if he has upgraded to the 4th level, he is absolutely sure that he can suppress the other party. What's more, the monster nest has only been open for less than a day. He doesn't believe that someone has the magic to recruit a large number of 4th level troops after upgrading to the 4th level. At most, there are only 2 or 3. Luo Lei seemed to be moved by his sincerity, and finally replied, okay. I believe what you said. If the transaction location is here, let's choose my territory. I wonder if it's okay. Lin Yu was surprised for a moment, and then replied, sure. Send me the location. Finally, the two reached a deal, and Lin Yu also got the location of Luo Lei's territory, and agreed to meet early tomorrow morning. As for why the other party chose his territory as the transaction location, Lin Yu could easily guess it. Of course, it was because of safety issues. After all, 4th level monsters are not vegetarians. Even if the other party has companions to form a group, they may not be able to get any benefits. I'm afraid that Luo Lei now has few troops left, so he has to expose the location of his territory to ensure his safety in a short period of time. With this premise, Lin Yu doesn't have to worry about anything. Chapter 17 Pure Auxiliary Plants. The agreed time came soon. Early in the morning, Lin Yu left the territory with 15 4th-level soldiers except the man-eating flower king. As for why there were 15, of course, it was because the fire lotus produced a lot of magic energy for him overnight, allowing him to recruit a few more, adding 5 3rd-level flower spirits, a total of 20 soldiers, walking in the mountains and forests, almost out in full force. This is why he dared to go to the other party's territory alone. More than 2 hours later, Lin Yu followed the location information given by Luo Lei, crossed the mountains and forests, and came to a vast wasteland. At the edge of the wasteland, a territory with tombstones was located there, gloomy and magnificent. Luo Lei had been waiting for a long time, standing outside the territory with a few skeleton soldiers. When he saw Lin Yu coming out of the mountains and forests, he immediately came to greet him. "Are you brother Lin Yu?" Luo Lei looked at Lin Yu with surprise in his eyes. At this time, Lin Yu was only followed by Ling Shi and 4 tree spirit warriors. Anyone who saw this lineup dared to cross the mountains and forests. It would be surprising. Lin Yu did not explain much. He looked around and smiled. "I am right. I didn't expect that your territory is in such a good location, next to such a vast wasteland." "Brother, you are joking. Although this wasteland is vast, many people's territories are here. It is very unsafe. I am really sorry to ask you to make a special trip." Luo Lei smiled bitterly, looking a little embarrassed. If most of his troops had not been lost in the monster gathering place, he would not have exposed the location of his territory, let alone let Lin Yu run so far. At the same time, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked, because he found that the 5 troops with Lin Yu were all 4th level, especially the little flower fairy-like troops flying above Lin Yu's head, which gave him a sense of danger. When did such a person appear in the plant system? He didn't even know. While Luo Lei was looking at Lin Yu was also looking at Luo Lei. As he guessed, there were not many soldiers around Luo Lei, and they were all 3rd-level skeleton centurions. There was no 4th-level one. It seems that the losses were not small when the monster gathering place was destroyed, and there was no resource to upgrade the territory and recruit soldiers for the time being. This also made him feel relieved, and he smiled. "It doesn't matter. It's not very far anyway. It will be there in a few hours. By the way, did you bring the soldier token?" "I brought it. Where's yours?" Luo Lei took out a token from his arms and gestured in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw the information of the token at a glance. Soldier token, knowledge ancient tree. Effect, unlock a 3rd-level plant soldier. Usage requirements, 3rd-level plant territory. 25 points of magic power. After reading the attributes, Lin Yu's face suddenly became happy, and he also took out his zombie token and handed it to Luo Lei. "This is a level 3 zombie token. Check it out. Aren't you afraid that I take this stuff and run away?" Luo Lei said, looking down at the token in front of him. When he saw the information on the token, his eyes widened. This was exactly the token of the undead army he wanted the most. "How about it? Should it be enough to exchange for your token?" Lin Yu said with a smile. He was not worried that the other party would directly take the token and run back to the territory, because he was confident that he could intercept the other party before returning to the territory. Luo Lei was also honest, and did not play those tricks. He raised his head and said excitedly, "It's enough. Happy cooperation." After that, he handed the token of the ancient tree of knowledge to Lin Yu. Happy cooperation. Lin Yu took it without hesitation and took a deep breath. In this way, he had one more army to recruit, which was worth the trip. After putting away the token and looking around, he continued, "Since the transaction is complete, I will go back first and contact you when there is a chance." Luo Lei nodded. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yu didn't say much, waved his hand, and turned to leave with Ling Shi. Not long after, he disappeared into the dense forest, as if he had never appeared. Until then, a young man hiding behind a stone pestle next to him appeared and hurried over. "How is it? Did you get it?" This young man was the one who wiped out the monster gathering place with Luo Lei. From the moment Lin Yu appeared, he had been hiding behind the stone pestle next to him, ready to support at any time. Obviously, he was also a cautious person. Seeing him appear, Luo Lei was immediately delighted and said, "Well, I've got it. Fortunately, that guy is easy to talk to." "That's good." The young man breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "I've just checked. The soldiers around the guy are all level 4. If we really fight, I'm afraid that both of us combined are no match for him. Indeed? Luolei nodded, still in shock. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful plant system in our area. And it's so close to us. It's really hidden too deep. I heard that the angel Murong Tian was only promoted to the 4th level this morning. When did the plant system become so powerful? Who knows? Anyway, we should pay attention to building a good relationship with such people in the future. It will also be good for us. That's right. At this point, the two stopped talking and looked at the direction where Lin Yu left silently, thinking. On the other side, after leaving Luolei's territory, Lin Yu quickly returned to his own territory. He also killed a lot of monsters along the way and earned more than 100 points of magic power. After passing through the fence of the territory, he hurried to the bottom of the Tree of Life and took out the troop token he brought back. May I ask if you want to consume 25 points of magic power and use the 3rd level troop token, Ancient Tree of Knowledge? Use. Whoosh, the token turned into a stream of light and instantly sank into the trunk of the Tree of Life. Then, a reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the 3rd level soldier, Knowledge Ancient Tree. Hearing this reminder, Lin Yu quickly spent 10 points of magic power to recruit a Knowledge Ancient Tree. In an instant, the light gathered, and an ancient tree rose from the ground. And in a blink of an eye it grew to a height of 7 or 8 meters, with lush branches and leaves on the top, constantly changing, gradually condensing into a pair of dry features, looking old and heavy. Name, Knowledge Ancient Tree. After reading the information of the Knowledge Ancient Tree, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. A pure auxiliary soldier? And it can also increase the experience of other soldiers? This is too amazing. It is tailor-made for plant soldiers. Lin Yu didn't expect that this casually exchanged token would actually exchange for such a rare soldier. Even though it only provides a little experience per hour, it is not a small amount over the years. And it is clearly written on it. Effective for all levels. Based on this alone, Lin Yu knew he had made a fortune. The only pity is that the Knowledge Ancient Tree has many restrictions. And you can only get experience bonuses when you are near it. You can't get experience when the troops are out. This is probably why it is not a rare troop. Forget it. Let's mutate it first. Although the experience added effect cannot be superimposed, Lin Yu still wants to try to use mutation to get rid of the Ancient 70 skill. This way he can keep one in the territory and take one out, upgrading and killing monsters at the same time. Immediately, Lin Yu came to the Knowledge Ancient Tree and began to mutate it. However, to his surprise, after dozens of mutations, the mutated troops all inherited the characteristics of cannot be upgraded and unique to the troop, and the experience added skill disappeared directly. Could it be that the skill of profound knowledge has no affinity with other troops and cannot be inherited? Lin Yu was unwilling to recruit and mutated more than a dozen times, and it was the same as expected, according to the 1/2 skill inheritance probability. No matter how unlucky he is, this situation is impossible. In other words, his guess was right. Other plants simply cannot inherit the skill of profound knowledge. Well, he really thought too well. But he was not too disappointed. After all, 1 point of experience per hour was already very abnormal. When he was not out, basically all the soldiers could enjoy the bonus. After thinking about it, he dismissed those mutated soldiers and recruited another Ancient Tree of Knowledge to stay in the territory as a pure auxiliary plant. Chapter 18 Uninvited Guests. After studying the properties of the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, Lin Yu began to use the magic power he earned on the road to continue recruiting new soldiers. Today is the 5th day since they came to this world. There are only less than 3 days left before the 7-day safety period. So he must hurry up and recruit all 40 soldiers as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needs to strengthen the fortifications around the territory. Otherwise the stone pillar fences around it may not last long. If the monsters rush in, it will be a small matter. If the Tree of Life is destroyed, then his life will really be in danger. He doesn't want to die here early. Make up your mind. Lin Yu brought the plant army to the outside of the territory and began to dig traps and add fences. The flower spirits, who couldn't do hard work, flew back and forth to treat the fatigue of the plants. Even the 6 man-eating flower kings responsible for guarding the fences crossed the fences and held the fences with their mouths to help fix them. The whole territory was bustling with activity, with plants and busy figures walking back and forth, which looked quite lively. They worked until the evening. and finally completed all the fortifications. And the fences were raised and reinforced. Okay. Everyone has worked hard. Go back and rest. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yu waved his hand and led the plants back to the territory, and then closed the entrance. During this period, he also gave the monster corpses he brought back to the man-eating flower king to replenish their nutrients. As for other arms, they were basically the same as ordinary plants, only needing nutrients from the earth and sunlight, which was very worry-free. After a simple meal, Lin Yu went back to his exclusive cabin to rest. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. What Lin Yu didn't expect was, early in the morning, 2 uninvited guests arrived outside his territory. 2 lords with many arms around them. Brother, there is a territory here. The thinner young man among the 2 shouted in surprise, and immediately found the location of Lin Yu's territory. They came out of the nearby forest, looking a little embarrassed, as if they had just experienced a battle. I didn't expect that there is a territory in such a remote place. Let's go and take a look. The man called brother by the young man was a middle-aged man with a sophisticated face. He was accompanied by a dozen orc soldiers, mixed with a group of wild beasts led by the young man. Seeing Lin Yu's territory, the 2 immediately led their men to approach carefully, wanting to find out. But the next second, countless vines suddenly appeared, like snakes, and quickly surrounded them along the ground. Plant system. The man was shocked. Such a large number of sharp vines can only be achieved by at least 3rd-level soldiers. But among the plant system lords he knew, he had never heard of any who successfully upgraded to the 3rd level. Not daring to think too much, he immediately shouted in the direction of the territory. Friends, we are just passing by. We have no bad intentions. The loud voice echoed around. Sure enough, not long after, the vines on the ground stopped and surrounded them less than 10 meters away. Since we are just passing by, let's leave quickly. The door of the wooden house opened, and Lin Yu slowly walked out. It was not until then that the 2 people outside noticed the situation in Lin Yu's territory, and they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. There were dozens of terrifying plants wandering in the wide territory, and each plant exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even the man-eating plants responsible for guarding the wall were exaggeratedly large, and could even swallow them in one bite. What shocked them the most was the tree of life located in the middle of the territory. It was actually many times higher and larger than other plant-based territories they knew, standing proudly there, like an ancient giant tree. Is this really a 3rd-level territory? Is a 3rd-level territory of the plant system so abnormal? The 2 dared not imagine it, and their eyes fell on Lin Yu, who came out of the wooden house, and their hearts were filled with shock. After a long pause, it was the older man who reacted first and shouted to the territory. Friend, we just came from the wasteland. I want to ask where the wall that blocks the beast tide is. Please tell me. Wall? Just go through this forest. Lin Yu casually pointed in the direction of the forest. He didn't expect that someone would come from the wasteland to investigate the situation of the beast tide. And looking at the soldiers around the 2 people, they seemed to be not weak. At least they were all 3rd level. No wonder they could come from such a far place. After getting his response, the 2 people outside the territory also hurriedly thanked him. Thank you. Then we won't disturb our friend's rest. After saying that, the man and the young man looked at each other, turned around and left immediately, and continued to go deeper into the forest beside them. After a while, they disappeared from Lin Yu's sight. After he could no longer see Lin Yu's territory, the young man finally couldn't help but whispered, Brother, why don't we go and test the depth of that guy? He is just a plant type. Plant type? Have you ever seen such an exaggerated plant type? Not to mention those arms. Even I have never seen them. The man glared at the young man fiercely. The young man also reacted quickly and said hesitantly, Brother, do you mean that those are all 3rd-level arms? The man took a deep breath. It is very likely. And according to my observation, the young man is not simple. And he is not afraid of us at all. What's the matter? I guess he is relying on the safe period, and we can't do anything to him. The young man sneered. It would be great if that's the case. The man looked solemn and turned his head to look in the direction of Lin Yu's territory. In short, we better be careful. A plant type that can reach the 3rd level in such a short time must not be a simple character. Anyway, we came here just to investigate the situation of the beast tide. That guy's territory is so close. But he is not panicked at all. And he has arranged so many defensive fortifications, which is very strange. What's weird about that? I think you're overthinking it. I guarantee that after 7 days, his territory will be destroyed first. Maybe next time we come, it won't be there anymore. Maybe? The man didn't say anything. After recognizing the direction, he continued to rush towards the wall, while secretly keeping an eye on the surroundings. It is said that there are many third-level monsters in the forest, which are very dangerous. You should be careful. Soon, the two of them walked farther and farther away and disappeared into the deep forest. On the other side, after sending away the two uninvited guests, Lin Yu also started to get busy in the territory. The first thing to do, of course, is to use the magic power accumulated by the Fire Lotus overnight to recruit more soldiers to fill the territory's troops. And with his repeated mutations, new 4th-level soldiers appeared one after another. What surprised Lin Yu was that among the 10 plants that mutated this time, 2 of them mutated into advanced forms of explosive mushrooms. Chapter 19 on the verge of breaking out. Name, Fission Mushroom. The explosive power of the 4th-level Fission Mushroom has been greatly improved. And there is an additional secondary explosion. What Lin Yu lacks most now is a large-scale attack method. And this Fission Mushroom really comes at the right time. After spending all the accumulated magic power, Lin Yu has 5 more 4th-level soldiers around him, including the previous ones. There are a total of 34. And only 6 are needed to recruit full personnel. And there are still 2 days before the end of the safety period. Today and tomorrow. Which is completely in time. It happened that there was nothing else to do, so he did not stay in the territory. After a simple preparation, he took the plants except the 6 man-eating flower kings and left the territory, rushing towards the distant forest, ready to try his luck and see if he could find other monster gathering places. And just when he led the plant army into the forest, on the other side of the forest, less than 3 kilometers away from him, a large team composed of hundreds of soldiers appeared there, surrounding a swamp entrance. Boss Murong, this is definitely the place where the red-tailed scorpions gather. A man with lowered eyebrows in the team said to the arrogant young man next to him. At this time, there were 5 people in their team. Each of them had more than 20 soldiers behind them, and nearly half of them were 4th level, adding up to almost 50. The strongest among them was the young man, except for 2 3rd-level angels. The other 18 were all 4th-level double-winged angels. This person was none other than Murong Tian, who had been very active in the regional channel recently and had angel-type soldiers. With the advantage of the team, they were already ahead of many people at this time, successfully upgraded to the 4th level, and recruited a lot of 4th-level soldiers. And in the team, there was only one person who had not reached the 4th level. Let's do it. Clean up this monster gathering place, and Zhang Yu can be promoted to the 4th level. Murong Tian glanced at the swamp in the distance and said lightly. Zhang Yu, who was standing beside him, was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, Boss Murong. Okay, what's the point of thanking me? Murong Tian waved his hand casually. As long as you work well under me, you will definitely get some benefits. Start preparing. Got it. After responding, the other 4 turned around and left, spreading out in all directions. Then, led by the 4th-level angel beside Murong Tian, they rushed into the swamp and began to eliminate the red-tailed scorpions. Besieged by a large number of 4th-level soldiers, the red-tailed scorpions had no way to resist and were defeated. Not long after, the swamp exploded. A black scorpion that was several times larger than an ordinary red-tailed scorpion suddenly rushed out and let out a sharp roar at them. It's the 4th-level red-tailed scorpion king. Everyone be careful. The people who were fighting were shocked and became alert. However, as soon as the words fell, a golden arrow light came crashing in. Boom! The arrow exploded, and the body of the red-tailed scorpion king was instantly penetrated. The huge inertia carried the body of the red-tailed scorpion king away and fell several meters away. Before it could struggle, other soldiers on the side had already swarmed up and cut off its head. The 4th-level monster died on the spot. As expected of Boss Murong, he subdued the 4th-level monster in one go. The angel system is really powerful, and we can't compare. Several subordinates couldn't help but flatter him. If it were them, they would probably have to spend some effort to kill this red-tailed scorpion king. But Murong Tian subdued the scorpion king so easily without any soldiers, which shows his strength. And their flattering words fell into Murong Tian's ears, and he gradually raised his chin, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. Roar! Suddenly, A beast roar came from a distance, interrupting their conversation. Everyone, including Mutation, changed their expressions and looked in the direction of the sound. It seems someone is fighting a monster. Should we go over and take a look? One of them asked with a look of doubt on his face. You guys stay and finish the job. I go over and take a look myself. Mutation was still very confident in his own strength, and he just gave instructions and headed straight for the battle site. The angels followed him and left the swamp with Mutation in a blink of an eye. When they followed the sound and came to the battle site, they found that the battle had already ended. A third-level monster fell to the ground, and next to it stood a strange man and several strange plants that had never been seen before. Huh? Linyu, who was dealing with the corpse, also found Mutation and immediately became alert. Just now, because he was too immersed in the battle, he didn't expect that there would be other people nearby, and he led the other party over. When he saw Mutation's appearance, his expression changed, revealing a hint of surprise. Isn't this the guy who had a brief fight with him when he found the empty treasure chest last time? How could he be here? Before he could think about it, Mutation had already stepped forward. Boy, are you alone? Mutation did not recognize Linyu. When he saw the several plant soldiers around Linyu, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. The plant system is weak in the early stage and has little attack ability, which is something many people know. What's more, he has so many fourth-level angels around him, so he doesn't take Linyu seriously at all. Even his eyes, he didn't cover them at all, and looked at him unscrupulously, which made Linyu frown. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Linyu stood up and said lightly. After observing the regional channel for so long, he had heard about Mutation's temper. When he saw him today, he was really as arrogant as the rumor said, and he didn't take people seriously, and he didn't like Mutation's eyes, which made him very unhappy. This unconcealed displeasure fell into Mutation's eyes, and Mutation gradually narrowed his eyes. Then how do you think I should introduce myself? Is that so? As soon as he finished speaking, an angel holding a bow and arrow beside him suddenly jumped up and shot a holy light arrow at Linyu. Swoosh! The arrow was very fast, even shining with light, and came to Linyu at a blink of an eye, obviously trying to test Linyu. It's a pity that Mutation miscalculated Linyu's strength. Just as the golden arrow flew in front of Linyu, it was suddenly entangled by thorns and fell from the air. Lingxi, who was hiding behind other plants, finally showed up and flew to Linyu. The moment Lingxi appeared, the angels around Mutation suddenly became agitated. Is this your way of greeting? Linyu stared at Mutation coldly. Although the arrow just now was just a test, he didn't hold back much. If he wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid it would be a different result. Mutation didn't seem to expect that his attack would be so easy to miss. He took a deep look at Lingxi beside Linyu, but he didn't notice the commotion of the angels around him. Nor did he care. After all, no matter how strong the plant system is in the early stage, it is impossible to be stronger than his angel army when the means of attack are extremely scarce. Seeing that his plan was exposed, his eyes gradually turned cold. It's your bad luck to run into me. Hand over the magic power on your body obediently. Maybe I can spare your life. Oh, really? Linyu smiled, very happily, and then his face suddenly darkened. One by one, vines suddenly rushed out from the bushes and trees beside him. Chapter 20. The Angel Legion was death-eaten. The overwhelming vine suddenly changed Mutation's face. He didn't expect that there were so many plants hidden behind Linyu, even more than the number of angels around him. The whole forest was surrounded by moving vines. Such a scene reminded him of the mysterious plant man who appeared when he robbed the treasure chest before. The vines looked exactly the same as the one in front of him. Didn't they? It turned out to be you. Mutation's face sank, and he recalled the two treasures that were robbed before, and the heavy damage suffered by the angels around him. A cold murderous intent suddenly emerged in his eyes. He didn't talk nonsense with Linyu anymore, and immediately issued an attack order to the angels around him. For a moment, the holy white light shone. One by one, the fourth-level angels spread their wings behind them, flew into the air, raised the bows and spears in their hands, and aimed at Linyu. The corners of Mutation's mouth gradually curled up a sneer. As one of the strongest angel-type soldiers in the early stage, in addition to possessing extraordinary combat power, it also has an innate ability to fly, which has an absolute suppressive power over most soldiers. Just a few plants, Want to fight him? It's just a foolish dream. Even if he is at the 4th level, it's useless. Go! With a loud shout from Mutation, the weapon in the angel's hand instantly tightened and shot towards Lin Yu. Wherever the attack went, the holy light exploded, as if even the space was about to be torn apart. Murongtian's expression gradually became ferocious, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splattering on the spot. But the next second, a burst of green light lit up, and the 5 newly upgraded with spirits and Ling Shi around Lin Yu waved their staffs and pointed at the air. Several attacks were entangled by thorns and deviated from their original trajectory. At the same time, the tree spirit warrior rushed forward, crossed his arms, and blocked in front of Lin Yu. Boom! The white arrows and spears exploded, knocking the tree warriors back, and a huge gap was blown in their arms. But immediately, a series of natural lights fell, repairing their injuries as before. How is it possible? Murongtian was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yu to block his attack so easily. But how could he know that Lin Yu's plant soldiers were blessed by Ling Shi's aura, and all attributes were increased by 10%, without giving him a chance to react? Countless air-breaking sounds rang out, and vines swept into the air from all directions. The angels hurriedly flew back to protect Murongtian, but more than half of them were still tied up by the vines and smashed to the ground. Bang! 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 A series of dull collisions rang in their ears. The angels wanted to get up in a panic, but found that toxins were injected into their bodies, constantly eroding their bodies, and it was difficult to break free from the vines in a short time. The remaining few angel priests in the sky saw this, and immediately raised their scepters. Holy light! A large area of soft holy light flashed, dispelling the poison from the angels, and finally broke free from the vines and stood up again. But then, they were greeted by suddenly protruding wooden thorns. Several angels were unable to dodge, and were instantly pierced through the chest, killing them on the spot. This is not over yet. Without giving them a chance to breathe, red mushrooms fell at their feet. Boom! The violent explosion directly blew away all the angels, and several were killed on the spot, turning into light spots and dissipating in the air. Murongtian climbed up with a shabby face, his face full of fear and shock. His angel-type soldiers actually had no room to fight back. Is this still the plant type he knew? How dare he think more? He immediately turned around and fled with the remaining angels, fleeing in the direction of the 4 companions. Chase! Since the other party wanted his life, Lin Yu naturally would not let him go easily. He led the plant army to chase after him. And at the same time, vines rose up again, like little snakes, passing through the woods and attacking behind Murongtian. Murongtian was shocked, and several angels blocked his way. Wall of holy light. A large translucent white wall blocked the vines, and even the way was completely blocked. The vines banged against the wall, and they were all bounced back. Go! Murongtian gritted his teeth and turned around with the remaining troops to flee. When Lin Yu bypassed the wall and wanted to chase him, he was no longer there. You ran away pretty fast. Lin Yu gradually stopped and frowned. I didn't expect Murongtian's escape method to be so good. And he disappeared in a blink of an eye. With the speed of his plant troops, it was obviously impossible to catch up again. Angel system? Lin Yu looked sternly at the direction where Murongtian disappeared. After today's battle, his hatred with Murongtian was completely forged. But he was not worried. Even if the opponent's troops were angels, he was not afraid at all. Not to mention that his mutated plant troops were not weak either. Today he was going to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. After thinking about it, he turned around and left with the plant army. On the other side, Murongtian, who escaped from the pursuit, fled in the forest for a long time and finally returned to the swamp. At this time, the swamp had been cleaned up by the 4 people, and they were cleaning up the body of the red-tailed scorpion. Seeing Murongtian's embarrassed appearance, they were shocked and came forward one after another. Boss Murong, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so embarrassed? Why are there so many fewer angels around you? Is there a powerful monster over there? Several people surrounded Murongtian in the middle, curiously looking at the angels behind him, who were missing nearly half. You know, these are all 4th level angels. Even among all the lords, they are the top existences. What on earth could have caused Murongtian, who is so powerful, to suffer such heavy losses? Could it be a 5th level monster? But is there really a 5th level monster in this area? No need to ask. Mutating had a gloomy face and interrupted the inquiries of several people. I am unlucky today. I was careless. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this area. Even my angel troops almost fell here. Such a person? Zhang Yu and others were stunned for a moment. And then, they were shocked. Could it be that the one who made Mutating so embarrassed was actually a person? How is this possible? They didn't know the strength of other lords. But they knew Mutating's strength very well. He was definitely one of the strongest people in the entire area. And few could match him. With such strength, he was still so miserable and fled in panic. Who exactly is the other party? Could it be the demon system that is as famous as the angel system? But they have never heard of the demon system nearby. Fear and disbelief instantly filled their hearts. Boss Murong, do you want us to go over and take a look? No need. Mutating's voice was cold. He has not much less 4th level soldiers than us. Let's go back first. Well, let's leave here quickly. They were still very wary of the person who could injure Mutating so badly. Seeing Mutating say this, they packed up the things they had just obtained, hurriedly left the swamp, and rushed back to the territory, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But they didn't notice. A figure hiding not far away witnessed all this happening with his own eyes. Chapter 21 Sleepless Night. Have you heard about it? Today, when Mutating was out clearing out the gathering place of monsters, he was brutally beaten by an unknown lord. It seemed that he was almost killed. Ah? There is such a thing? Is it true? Of course it is true. Someone saw it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, ask other people. The news has spread. I testify. At noon today, I happened to meet Mutating, who was rushing back from outside. He looked so miserable. TSK. The word miserable was almost written on his face. Fuck. And this melon. Didn't they say that Mutating is already the 4th level? Who is so powerful that he can knock him down? Is it a demon? It is said that it is a plant? Plant? How is this possible? Can a plant beat an angel? The news of Mutating's defeat spread throughout the area like a hurricane, causing a great sensation. Everyone was talking about this matter. Even some people who don't often hang out in the channel have appeared one after another to inquire about the specific situation, wanting to know who is so powerful that the angel system, which is known as the strongest army, can be defeated. Of course, many of them came with the idea of gloating. After all, Mutating relied on his angel army to suppress other lords on weekdays, and even threatened them to hand over their magic power, making them dare not speak out. Now someone finally avenged them, which was very gratifying, and they couldn't help but applaud. Some even sent messages to mock them directly. Aren't you very arrogant? Mutating? Why don't you say anything? Are you scared by being beaten? Let you dare to be so arrogant in the future. In short, there are all kinds of reactions to this shocking news. But the most discussed is about the identity of the mysterious plant person. Everyone is guessing who he is, and how he made enemies with Mutating. Although Mutating's character is not very good, his strength is still unquestionable. Being able to defeat him so thoroughly, his strength must be terrifying. If they could make friends with such a strong man, it would definitely be of great benefit to them. What a pity. The person who spread the news was too far away and didn't even see the boss's appearance, let alone find him. This result immediately made countless people return disappointed. At the end of the wasteland, in a forest, the two people who passed by Lin Yu's territory before stood there, watching the news that kept passing through the regional channel, and were in doubt. Brother, you said that the person who defeated Mutating, could it be the one we met this morning? The young man swallowed his saliva, and his lips were a little dry, recalling the plant-based territory encountered this morning. Isn't it very close to the scene of the incident? Could it be that this guy did it? It's possible. The man's face was extremely solemn. Not to mention that it's very close. The scale of that territory alone doesn't seem to be something that can be found in the 3rd level. Brother, do you mean the 4th level? The young man was suddenly shocked. It should be correct. Only the 4th level territory can have such an exaggerated scale. This also explains why he is so calm, because he is not worried about the beast tide at all. Boom! The young man was shocked, and his eyes widened instantly. If this is the case, then didn't he almost offend a 4th level boss before? Recalling his previous recklessness, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and was scared. Fortunately, he didn't have the impulse to provoke the other party. Otherwise he would die without knowing how. Then what should we do? Should we spread this news? The young man asked in a low voice. The man shook his head. It's better not to. So as not to cause unnecessary trouble. We can't afford to offend such a person. That's right. Then we should go back quickly after checking the beast hide. There is only 1 day left before the safety period ends. The young man was obviously still a little worried and said hurriedly, Well, let's go. After that, the two of them stopped discussing this matter and continued to rush towards the wall. At the same time, in the forest on the other side, as the party involved, Lin Yu also saw the discussion in the regional channel and was surprised. He didn't expect that when he fought with Mutating, there was a third person present and spread this matter. I don't know what Mutating's expression is now. I guess he wants to eat him alive right away. Then he sneered again. What can he do if he hates him? Anyway, the two of them have already made a feud, and he doesn't plan to let Mutating go. Of course, he also wants to cut the grass and root it out immediately. But the problem is that he doesn't know the location of Mutating's territory now. Moreover, the beast tide is about to come, and it is obviously unwise to waste manpower and resources to conquer other territories. Only after we have overcome the beast tide can we consider this matter. Thinking of this, Lin Yu ignored these discussions and continued to go deeper into the forest with the plant army. While searching for the gathering place of monsters, he eliminated the monsters along the way and honed his fighting skills by fighting monsters. It must be said that people really grow up very fast in a harsh environment. In just a few days, Lin Yu's fighting skills have far surpassed before and become much more proficient. Combined with the strong body and reaction ability of the 4th level, he can barely survive the 4th level monster. He didn't mean to train himself to be a peerless master, but the most basic means of saving his life are still very necessary. Otherwise, if he encounters an emergency and the soldiers are not around, then he can only wait to die. Fortunately, his comprehension is not bad, and the speed of progress is much faster than expected. That's it. Lin Yu spent the whole afternoon in the forest. When he was hungry, he ate the dried meat he brought with him. When he was tired, he sat down to rest and asked the plants to be responsible for keeping an eye on him. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any gathering places for monsters along the way, but encountered quite a few scattered 3rd level monsters, which provided him with hundreds of magic energy. When it was getting dark, he took the plants back to the territory. He finally recruited 40 soldiers with the magic energy he needed. Then he set out again early the next morning. He continued to sweep the mountains and forests to earn more magic energy. Until the sun set in the evening of the last day, Lin Yu dragged his tired body back to the territory. And the magic energy he collected reached more than 1,000, which should be enough to deal with the next beast tide. There is still one night. Lin Yu sat next to the fire, staring at the swaying flames with lifeless eyes. Tomorrow is the end of the safe period. Unconsciously, he has been in this world for 7 days, and it feels like a lifetime ago. He clicked on the regional channel and took a look. Almost all of them were discussing tomorrow's beast tide. There was expectation, fear, and anxiety. The most worried people were those closest to the forest and those with weaker strength, who were worried that they would not be able to survive this wave of beasts. Many lords who thought highly of themselves also lowered their status and began to form gangs to survive. No one dared to leave the territory for fear that they would not be able to return to the territory in time and be drowned by the beasts. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for them. Chapter 22 Beast Tide. Advanced to level 5. Congratulations to all lords for successfully surviving 7 days in the primitive continent. The world channel is open, and the basic buildings of the territory are open. Please check in the territory yourself. Attention! The safety period is over. All protections are removed, and regional barriers are removed. The beast tide is coming. Please be prepared. Lords. As soon as the sky was bright, a cold voice sounded in the ears of every lord at the same time. All the people who were sleeping soundly were awakened by this series of reminders, and got up from their beds in a panic. Is it coming? Is the beast tide finally coming? It should be. The safety period is over. This is too fast. I'm not ready yet. I seem to hear something. Brothers, you're on your own. The regional channel, which had been silent for a night, suddenly became lively, and news kept passing by. And just when everyone was panicking, the sky suddenly clicked, and cracks appeared one after another. The cracks grew bigger and longer, extending from the ground to the sky. densely connected into one piece. Finally, the cracks broke and turned into countless fragments and fell down. Roar! The shocking roar of the beast spread all over the wild. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed color. The whole world was shaking, and the rumbling sound was endless, getting closer and closer to them. Is it finally coming? Linyu stood outside the wooden house, feeling the vibration of the ground, and even vaguely heard bursts of roars in his ears, approaching him rapidly. Needless to say, it was undoubtedly the beast tide that was blocked outside the wall. Everyone, get ready and start fighting. Linyu turned around and shouted to all the plants in the territory, and quickly picked up the animal bone spear that had been made long ago and crossed it across his chest. After receiving the order, the plants immediately dispersed spontaneously around the territory and stationed inside the fence. The cheerful atmosphere in the territory was changed from the past, and a faint murderous atmosphere permeated. After a while, Linyu's eyes suddenly focused. Here they come! As soon as the voice fell, the trees in the distance suddenly collapsed one after another, and huge and ferocious monsters passed through the forest and rushed straight towards him. Roar! The one running in the front was a four-legged Fong beast, more than half a person tall, and there were so many of them that they were black. Name, Fong beast. After all, it was a third-level monster, and its attributes were not high, but its number was too large. At a glance, almost all of them were Fong beasts, causing the ground to begin to shake. Linyu did not dare to be careless and immediately ordered the plants to attack. In a flash, the two sides collided fiercely. The dancing vines, accompanied by countless beast roars, spread all around the territory, and the walls were banged. The man-eating flower king next to him had long been hungry and tore the Fong beasts that rushed over the fence. Roars and screams echoed in ears. More and more Fong beasts fell under the attack of the plants, and piled up into a mountain of corpses outside the territory. Some crashed into the fences prepared by Linyu, or fell into traps, and were trampled to death by the monsters that came later. The death was extremely tragic, and the few remaining fish and mushrooms in the territory were not idle either. Stepping onto the high platform, bomb mushrooms were thrown outside the fence by them, causing a series of explosions, blowing away all the Fong beasts that rushed over. Linyu also kept hearing prompts. Kill a third-level Fong beast and gain 10 points of magic power. Kill a third-level Fong beast and gain 8 points of magic power. Kill a third-level Fong beast and gain 11 points of magic power. Kill a third-level Fong beast and gain 9 points of magic power. In just a few breaths, Linyu gained 200 or 300 mana, and it was still increasing. However, this situation did not last long, and was interrupted by a loud roar in the distance. I saw a large group of huge one-eyed monsters suddenly appear less than 100 meters away from the territory, and they directly targeted Linyu's territory. As they approached, a piece of information also appeared in Linyu's eyes. Name, One-Eyed Troll. After reading the information about these one-eyed trolls, Linyu's pupils shrank. He knew that there would be fourth-level monsters in the beast tide, but he didn't expect there would be so many, even more than his plant army. In just one encounter, the two tree spirit warriors were torn into pieces. Even the vines of the poisonous enchantress were torn off one after another, and then the vines were pulled to the edge of the wall, and they were instantly submerged by countless one-eyed trolls. Linyu lost several types of soldiers at once. Everyone hold on. Don't let them destroy the wall, Linyu shouted hurriedly, and immediately used his magic power to recruit the 4th-level Piranha King, and used mutation on it to quickly fill the gap in the army. But even so, there were still continuous troops being strangled by the Cyclops, which consumed Linyu's troops crazily. Boom boom boom. Another round of violent explosions. A large group of Cyclops fell under the attack of plants, and Linyu's plants were torn apart one by one, and they continued to rush onto the wall and the platform. At this moment, Linyu no longer cared about saving magic power, and continued to recruit soldiers to fill the gap. Once the wall was breached, his territory would be destroyed soon, and he would die at that time. The only thing to be thankful for was, while fighting with the Cyclops, other third-level monsters would emerge on the side, providing him with a lot of magic power. After a round of fighting, it was barely even. Using this method, he finally managed to barely block the Cyclops' offensive, forming a tragic tug-of-war inside and outside the fence. Those monsters attacked his territory frantically, as if they didn't care about their lives. Time passed quickly while Lin Yu issued orders and replenished soldiers. In the blink of an eye, it was half a morning. Lin Yu couldn't remember how many monsters he had killed, nor how many types of soldiers he had recruited. He only remembered the most dangerous time, when those 4th-level monsters almost rushed into the territory on corpses. Fortunately, he reacted in time, used a spear to drive them back, and then asked the plants to push the corpses away, so that nothing happened. Roar! I don't know how long it took. The beasts outside the territory roared, gradually abandoned Lin Yu's territory, and began to rush to other directions in the area. The most ferocious first wave of beasts finally showed their decline at this time. It's over. It's almost over. Hold on. Everyone. Lin Yu was shocked, and a spear pierced the throat of a 3rd-level monster, and shouted excitedly to the plants. Just at this time, a prompt sounded. Ling Shi, who had survived from beginning to end, finally reached the maximum experience value and successfully advanced to the 5th level. Name, Wood Demon Ling Shi, Royal Family. Chapter 23, Tower of Arms. After reaching the 5th level, Ling Shi's attributes skyrocketed, almost twice as high as the 4th level. This also confirmed Lin Yu's conjecture that the higher the level of the arms, the more geometrically the attributes will be improved, and the stronger the strength will be. As expected, after the 5th level Ling Shi joined, the garrisoning of the territory became much easier. With just a casual wave of the staff, countless spikes protruded and pierced the bodies of the monsters, and then leaves fell and turned into sharp arrows to attack the monsters and cut their flesh. He actually understood the use of other natural magic. With the support of these magics, the plant army in the territory suddenly became more powerful and began to fight back frantically. As the monsters fell under their attacks, Lin Yu's mind kept ringing reminders. Kill the 3rd-level Fong Beast and gain 10 magic power. Kill the 3rd-level Corpse Mang and gain 11 magic power. Kill the 3rd-level Flying Sickle Mantis and gain 9 points of magic power. Kill the 4th-level One-Eyed Troll and gain 24 points of magic power. Gradually, the number of monsters outside the territory became fewer and fewer, and sparser, until the afternoon. The last monster fell under Ling Shi's attack, and the entire territory suddenly became quiet. I finally made it. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His tense expression relaxed, and he fell to the ground. It can be said that what he endured this time was definitely the most violent wave of impact at the beginning of the Beast Tide. If he was not careful, his life might be in danger, which made his spirit always in a highly tense state and dare not relax. Fortunately, the worst result did not occur, and he also gained a lot of resources. Not only that, he also cultivated a 5th-level soldier, which can be said to be a full harvest. I just don't know what the situation is like on the other lord's side. Most of their territories are far away from the forest, and the monsters have spread out, so the impact they received is definitely not as fierce as his side. But there are many 4th-level monsters mixed in the Beast Tide, and it is not an easy task to deal with them. Forget it. Let's ignore them. It's none of my business anyway. Lin Yu quickly threw these thoughts aside, walked around the edge of the territory, and after confirming that it was safe, he began to check the harvest of this Beast Tide. First of all, the magic power directly increased from more than 1,000 points to nearly 5,000, which was 4 or 5 times more. Secondly, the corpses of monsters have almost piled up outside the territory. 4th-level monsters can be seen everywhere, and there is no need to worry about the nutrients of plants in the future. However, what surprised Lin Yu the most was his plant soldiers. Because of the continuous replacement, he successfully mutated into a mutant like Ling Shi, a 4th-level poisonous enchantress. Name, Toxic Enchantress, Royal Family. The mutated poisonous enchantress took root in the original place and grew rapidly. From the original height of more than 1 meter, it directly grew into a vine plant of more than 10 meters, with a strange flower on the top, opening and closing, as if absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the price of losing the ability to move, its vines grew several times thicker and thicker than thighs, extending from underground to the periphery of the territory, forming a huge forest full of thorns outside the wall and territory. Lin Yu tried to walk into the forest, and those huge vines spontaneously gave way to open a path for him. At the same time, these vines can also spray poisonous fog all around, blocking the line of sight and forming a poisonous fog area. This is simply a perfect plan that combines attack and defense. Lin Yu can even imagine that after the level of this poisonous enchantress is upgraded, The vines will expand and cover the terrifying scene of several miles. With such a plant, he finally doesn't have to worry about the problem of garrisoning the territory. Yes, when I'm not around, the task of guarding the territory will be handed over to you. Lin Yu reached out and patted the vines that were many times taller than him, saying with satisfaction. The toxic fairy understood his meaning through the connection, and stretched out a small vine to dance beside him. As if expressing joy, Lin Yu thought for a while and said, "Since you are the same as Lingxi, I will call you Qingting from now on." Hearing this, Qingting swayed again. Then, under Lin Yu's instructions, Qingting began to use its wide-range advantage to deal with corpses outside the territory with other plants. As for Lin Yu, he remembered that the world channel and territory buildings mentioned in the prompts this morning. He first opened the chat channel and found that the regional channel at this time had changed from the small area he had before to a whole large area, and merged with people from other areas. There was also a suffix endless wasteland at the end. At a glance, there were dense messages everywhere, and almost all of them were about the beast tide. Apparently, many people had just started to encounter the beast tide, unlike him, who was so close to it and was hit early in the morning, and only recovered now. If he guessed correctly, this regional channel should change with the change of the area he was in. As for the world channel, Lin Yu also clicked it and tried it, but it prompted that it was not unlocked yet and could not be opened. It seems that some conditions are still missing. After studying the chat channel, Lin Yu continued to come to the Tree of Life and check the territory information. He found that there was indeed an option for territory buildings. Clicking it, there are 3 types of buildings in total. The Lord Castle provides living, the Troop Tower for developing troops, and the Production Workshop for producing equipment. The Lord Castle and the Production Workshop are easy to understand. What Lin Yu cares about more is the Troop Tower. After all, it is related to the troop. He took a look at the materials needed for construction. 25 wood, 25 stone, 50 mana. He has them all. He didn't think much and chose to build directly. The next second, a high tower rose from the ground and was built on the designated location. When the smoke and dust cleared and the prompt of successful construction was displayed, Lin Yu immediately stepped forward to check the information of the high tower. Building name, Arms Tower. Research arms? Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect that this arms tower was so powerful that it could research new arms. Although it could only research the advanced forms of his existing arms, it was undoubtedly great news for him. In this way, the arms he could recruit would also become much richer, instead of having only one Piranha King as a 4th level arm. Excited, he immediately opened the researchable arms page to check the specific details. Chapter 24 Regional Rankings. What surprised Lin Yu was that, in addition to the arms obtained by upgrading the territory, he could even study the arms he had mutated. Invisibly, he had many more arms than other lords, which was definitely a pleasant surprise and his advantage. After calming down a little, Lin Yu turned his attention to the other 2 buildings. Anyway, he had been asking the plants to collect stones these days, and the stones had accumulated to thousands of units. So he didn't feel bad and chose to build them directly. In an instant, a rumbling sound came. An exquisite tree house rose from the ground, built on the trunk of the Tree of Life, and there was even a spiral upward staircase that led directly from the ground to the tree house. Then, on the open space on the other side, a simple workshop appeared, with a puff of green smoke, and a few plant figurines like ginseng spirits were also given. Busying around in the workshop. Building name, Lord Castle. Building name, Production Workshop. Not to mention, these 2 buildings really came very timely, especially the Production Workshop. Lin Yu took a look and found that it could process animal skins and bones into clothes, weapons, armor and other things, which was very convenient. It happened that he had a lot of monster corpses now, so he immediately asked the plants to move some in for processing, and make some weapons and clothes first. As for the animal meat, except for keeping a part as food, all of it was fed to the King of Flowers, or swallowed by other plants with their devouring ability to replenish nutrients, so that they would have the strength to work. After doing all this, Lin Yu turned his attention to the Tower of Arms again and began to upgrade it with the remaining materials. After spending thousands of mana and hundreds of units of materials, he finally upgraded the Tower of Arms to the 4th level and could study the 4th level arms. The first one to be studied was naturally the Spirit of Plants and Trees. which could attack from a distance. Lin Yu directly clicked on the interface of the spirit of plants and trees. Researching a rare 4th level soldier requires 500 points of magic power. Do you want to continue? Continue. Wow. The magic power required to research a soldier is 20 times that required to recruit one. Lin Yu almost thought he had seen it wrong. But then he thought that this might be related to the fact that the spirit of plants is a rare soldier. No way. No matter how expensive it is, he has to accept it. Seeing the research progress appear, Lin Yu closed the interface and used the remaining materials to upgrade the other 2 buildings to the 4th level, improving the durability of the territory and increasing the types of items that can be produced in the production workshop. All of these are very helpful to him. Fortunately, the materials for upgrading buildings are less than those for territories. Otherwise, they may not be fully upgraded. The most important thing is that he has not yet obtained the territory essence required for upgrading to the 5th level, and these resources are temporarily useless. In addition, he now has more soldiers and can collect resources much faster, so he doesn't have to worry about not having resources to upgrade the territory after obtaining the territory essence. After all, it is not so easy to find a gathering place for magic 4th level objects. Not to mention whether they can be found or not. Whether they can be dealt with or not is the same thing. A 5th level leader may appear in a 4th level monster gathering place. If you encounter a 5th level monster, it is no joke. He only has 1 Lingxi. If something unexpected happens, it will be a big loss. If he wants to upgrade to the 5th level, he has to increase his strength. In desperation, he can only open the regional channel to see if he can find useful information. Haha. I successfully survived the beast tide and killed 2 4th level monsters. What's wrong with 4th level monsters? I killed 3. They are all big guys. Even the city wall was knocked open here. Fortunately, the core of the territory was saved in the end. What should I do? All my troops are dead now, and those monsters are knocking on my city gate. Who can save me? I don't want to die yet. There are too many monsters. I can't stop them now. Can anyone help me? There will be a big reward. After a beast tide, some people are happy and some are worried. After today, I don't know how many people will die in the mouths of beasts and sleep forever underground. Although Lin Yu felt sorry, he could do nothing to help. Others were no different and chose to protect themselves. With a sigh, he continued to scroll down. But after scrolling for a long time, he did not find any news about the territory upgrading to level 5. And even the upgrading to level 4 was rare. In the end, he had to turn off the channel and continue to work on other things. It was not until the evening that the calm was broken by a reminder. Congratulations to all lords for successfully surviving the beast tide. The regional ranking list is officially open. The list will count the comprehensive strength of each lord and rank them. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. The reward will be settled every 3 days. Please check the ranking information for details. The appearance of this voice can be said to be extremely abrupt. The lords who were still talking about the beast tide suddenly stopped the topic they were discussing and exclaimed, "Rankings? What? Is it a ranking among lords? It seems that you can get rewards if you are on the list. Is this true? I wonder where I can rank." These people said as they opened the newly released regional rankings, full of curiosity and expectation. However, not long after, another series of exclamations appeared. Fuck. How come I rank over 5 million? Me too. Over 5.9 million. Isn't this too exaggerated? You guys are lucky. I am a level 3 territory with all level 3 troops. But I rank over 8 million. It's outrageous. Originally, after the regional barriers were broken, there were a lot more messages in the channel. Now, there are even more. Countless messages are passed by almost every second, and everyone is shocked by their own ranking. It's obvious. This regional list is a statistical ranking of all lords in the region, and it seems to be counted in units of 10 million. That is to say, there are 10 million people in this area now? This is too exaggerated. But before they could think about it, someone saw a familiar face on the list. I saw Murong Tian's name, and he was ranked more than 7,000. Even he could only rank more than 7,000. Are all the people in front of him at level 5? So perverted. In a castle on a hillside, Murong Tian looked at the regional list in front of him with a gloomy face. He never expected that he would rank so low. More than 7,000. That is to say, there are more than 7,000 people who are stronger than him. This is just one of the regions. If it is changed to the world list, then wouldn't he not even be qualified to be on the list? How could he accept this? Chapter 25, the beginning of the killing. There are many people who share the same idea as Mutation. Many people thought that their ranking would be very high, and even thought that they could be ranked in the top 10. Even if they could not be ranked in the top 10, the top 100 should be more than enough. But the results slapped them in the face. Not only did they not make it into the top 100, but they could not even make it into the top 1,000, which made them even start to doubt whether this list was fake. And this suspicion was maximized when he saw the top 10 of the list. First place, Tianga. Level 5, Demon System. Second place, Yenwu. Level 4, Element System. Third place, by Hai Tang. Level 4, Angel System. Fourth place, Wanren Kwang. Level 4, Beast System. Ninth place, Lin Yu. Level 4, Plant System. Plant System. There are plant systems in the top 10. Generally speaking, the plant system is strong in its tenacious vitality and weak in attack power. In the early stage, when the attributes are generally low and the skills are few, it is the weakest. Not to mention suppressing the lords of other systems and breaking into the top 10. This immediately caused a stir in the regional channel, and everyone started to discuss. Who is this Lin Yu? How can he enter the top 10 with a plant system? With the initial strength of the plant system, he can reach the 4th level in such a short time? What's the matter? Have you forgotten that the one who beat Mutation before was a plant soldier? It seems so. Even Mutation is no match for him. He must be at the 4th level. So that big guy is actually the same person as the 9th on the list? It is possible. But it is not ruled out that there are other more powerful plant lords. The news kept passing by, and everyone was guessing the identity of the 9th on the list. And as the source of all the discussion, Lin Yu was enjoying eating barbecue in the territory at this time, while checking the rankings and regional channels. As early as the moment the rankings appeared, he had guessed that his ranking might not be high. After all, it was the collapse of the 10,000 worlds, and the people of the whole world came with him. With such a large population base, it is not surprising to have a few geniuses. Moreover, everyone has their own opportunities, and he is not the only one who is lucky. He is already very satisfied and even a little surprised to be ranked 9th among 10 million people, because his conservative estimate at the beginning was only around the top 100. But he did not expect to enter the top 10 directly. And those who are ranked ahead of him, without exception, are all those who are relatively strong in the early stage. If Lin Yu cares about the most, it is naturally the person ranked first. As the only 5th level on the list, he is above tens of millions of people, and is also a demon-type soldier on par with the angel system. His strength can be seen. If he meets now, he may not be the opponent. Of course, Lin Yu does not think that his plans will be weaker than the other party. He can even beat the angel system. So why is he afraid of a mere demon? The most urgent task is to find a way to upgrade the 5th level territory as soon as possible, so that his ranking will be higher, and he will get more rewards. He just took a look. In addition to the top 3, who will get additional territory essences of the corresponding level, the top 10, top 100, top 1000, and even top 10,000 will receive corresponding magic rewards. As long as you stay on the list, you will definitely get more and more resources, which will invisibly widen the gap with others. It seems that I have to go out tomorrow. After thinking about it, Lin Yu closed the ranking interface and quickly finished the barbecue. Then he got up and walked down the stairs to the wooden house on the Tree of Life. The Lord Castle, upgraded to the 4th level, has become much more magnificent and wider. It has been built from the ground to the trunk, complementing the Tree of Life. It is very comfortable, and you can even take advantage of the height to see far away outside the territory. It is a good place to enjoy the scenery and scout the enemy. At this time, there are 4 rooms in the wooden house, surrounding the 4 directions of the Tree of Life. They are all decorated by Lin Yu with the animal skins just made by the production workshop. Even the bed has a thick layer of fur to keep out the cold. Lin Yu lay down comfortably, stretched his waist, and made a crackling sound. I spent the whole day today working on the beast hide. Now I can finally rest in peace. I fell asleep unconsciously after relaxing my mind. At the same time, in the wasteland, in a territory full of tombstones, Luo Lei turned off the rankings and regional channels, his eyes full of shock. He is so strong. Just now, he opened the rankings and saw a familiar name on it. Lin Yu. Plant system. Isn't this the man who traded with him before? I can't believe that I actually know the 9th rank boss. And so close. Thinking of the person he had faced before, Luo Lei's heart couldn't help but beat up. Nervous and excited. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. He and Lin Yu are not far away, and they have had contact before. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he can build a good relationship with him, he will have a strong backer in the future. Will he still need to be scared and timid in this wasteland? Ranked 9th in the region. It's no joke. That strength is definitely so strong that he can't imagine it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand out from the 10 million people. How can I build a good relationship with him? That's right. That thing. Suddenly, Luo Lei's eyes lit up, and he quickly clicked on the previous message record, found Lin Yu's name, thought about it, and immediately sent him a message. After doing all this, he closed the interface, took the 4th level soldiers around him, and hurriedly left the territory, heading towards another nearby territory. One night passed quickly. Early in the morning, Lin Yu was awakened by a bunch of message notifications, and sat up from the bed yawning. He clicked on the private chat message, and saw that it was densely packed. But immediately, his eyes were attracted by a message marked with mutual exchanges, and Luo Lei's name was displayed on it. Lin Yu still remembered this person, who had once met and traded with him very clearly. He immediately opened the message and checked it. But the next moment, his expression changed. Can you also get the 4th level territory essence by destroying the 4th level territory? Lin Yu stared at the message interface with a serious look, which actually wrote about the method of upgrading to the 5th level, in order to obtain the territory essence required for upgrading. In addition to clearing the nest, you can also obtain it by destroying the same level territory or killing the Lord. Seeing this, Lin Yu froze. This was the first time he heard that the territory essence could be obtained in this way. Isn't this a disguised way of forcing them to kill each other? Why does such a rule exist? Lin Yu was puzzled. He knew very well that once this rule was spread, it would definitely lead to endless killing and plundering. In order to upgrade and survive in this world, these people would do anything. This world might not be as simple as he imagined. Chapter 26 Enemy Appearance. What did you say? Have you found that guy's territory? On a hillside, in a magnificent palace, Murong Tian stood up from his seat and stared at the man who had just spoken. Yes. This morning, I sent the Goshawk troops in the territory to patrol and found a plant-based territory at the end of the forest, very close to the swamp. It should be the one we encountered before. Being stared at by Murong Tian, the man was obviously a little flustered and said hurriedly. Murong Tian was overjoyed when he heard the words. Good. Very good. I have long wanted to avenge the arrow shot a few days ago, and now I finally found his hiding place. Very good. At the end, Murong Tian's face gradually revealed a trace of resentment, accompanied by a strong murderous intent. If it weren't for that guy, how could Murong Tian be so embarrassed? How could he become the laughing stock of everyone and suffer humiliation? Now when those people mention him, the first thing they think of is not his strength, but his appearance when he was defeated, which is simply a great shame. Now, he finally found the territory of that hateful guy, and finally he can avenge the arrow shot at him. No wonder he is so excited. Seeing this, the others below persuaded Boss Murong. I think we should be more cautious. What if the other party is really the person ranked 9th? Yes, if he is really that person, I am afraid that all of us may not be his opponent. That's right. A person like this. Stop talking. Murong Tian interrupted them. He raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination and disdain. Do you really think that it's so easy to meet someone on the list? Besides, even if he's ranked 9th, so what? No matter how powerful he is, he's just one person. And have you ever thought that after destroying his territory, you can get things to upgrade to level 5, as well as all the resources in the territory? So why worry about not being able to rush to the list then? Anyway, I've already said this. If you want to quit, you can leave now. I won't stop you. The indifferent voice kept echoing in the palace, making the 4 people below look at each other in bewilderment. It has to be said that what Murong Tian said was really very tempting. Reaching level 5, rushing to the list, surpassing millions of people. No matter which one is brought out, it is enough to move them. What's more, they also know that in this world, it is really difficult to survive without strength. If you want to become stronger, you must step on countless corpses to move forward. There is no other way to choose. And Mutation was right. The world is so big. How could it be so easy to meet the ninth person? So after hesitating, only one person stood up and said, Boss Murong. Everyone. I choose to withdraw and not participate in this operation. Are you sure? A cold light flashed in Murong's eyes, and then quickly hid it. The man was obviously a little worried, and didn't dare to look at Murong. After struggling for a long time, he mustered up the courage to say, Sure. Well, you can go. I won't stop you. Murong's tone was flat. Really? The man suddenly raised his head, and looked at Murong in disbelief. Seeing that he looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, he immediately felt as if he had been pardoned, and didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and left, and soon left the palace and came outside. However, at this moment, a golden light flashed, and with a puff sound, it suddenly crossed his throat, and his movements also paused. The man's movements were stiff, and his eyes were widened to the extreme. He looked at the angel holding a bloody sword in front of him, opened his mouth, but could not make any sound. Finally, he could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground. Then, the body was grabbed by the angel, and taken away from the scene quietly, without even leaving blood. The few people in the palace did not know what was happening outside. Only Murong's eyes flashed a barely perceptible cold light. He looked at the remaining 3 people below, and smiled again on his face. Since you choose to stay and help me, you are my Murong's brothers, and you will definitely benefit from your benefits in the future. Haha. Boss Murong is joking. This is what we should do. That's right. Everything is arranged by Boss Murong. Okay. Let's go. It's time to go find that guy. Murong didn't say much nonsense. Got up and left the palace directly, and began to summon the angels outside. The others naturally followed him, and summoned their own troops. Together, more than 100 4th-level troops marched towards the direction of Lin Yu's territory. At the same time, a voice sounded in Murong's mind. Successfully killed the 4th-level lord. Obtained 89 points of magic power, 20 units of wood, 35 units of stone, and 4th-level territory essence X1. Murong, who was still moving forward, looked surprised. Unfortunately, they had just upgraded their territory not long ago, and they had just experienced the beast tide, so their resources had been used up long ago. Even if they concentrated their resources, they would not be able to upgrade to the 5th level. In this way, the action of destroying Lin Yu's territory became necessary. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to gather enough resources in a short time. Thinking of this, Murong's mouth suddenly curled up with a sneer. Humph. Wait. I will make you die without a burial place. Kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. On the other side, Lin Yu didn't know that his territory had been targeted. At this time, he was exploring outside with the plant army. And by the way, he gave the plants some experience, because when killing monsters, the soldiers will also absorb some of the magic energy in the monsters' bodies to strengthen themselves. To put it bluntly, it is an attribute improvement. The more monsters you kill, the higher the experience, which means the stronger the attributes. This is also the reason why there are differences between soldiers of the same level. Even if you can't upgrade for the time being, you can at least become a little stronger. Right? For example, the fission mushroom next to Lin Yu. Because the beast tide killed many monsters before, it absorbed a lot of magic energy, and its attributes were almost raised to the full value of the 4th level. Name, fission mushroom. You should know that the comprehensive attributes of these fission mushrooms were only 60 or 70 points at the beginning, but now they have reached 80 or 90 points. Especially the spiritual attribute, which is nearly 100 points. And the blasting ability has also become much stronger. So the whole morning, Lin Yu was in the mountains and forests near the territory, exploring with the plants, killing monsters, and earning some magic energy by the way. But what he didn't expect was that just when he had just killed a 4th level monster, and was about to move on, a series of prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Warning! Your territory is under attack. Warning! Your territory is under attack. Warning! Your territory is under attack. The territory is under attack. Lin Yu was shocked, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Someone actually attacked his territory while he was away. Chapter 27 Lingxi. The power of the 5th level. The territory was attacked. Lin Yu had no intention to continue exploring, and immediately hurried back with the plant army. Fortunately, he was not far away, and he specially left soldiers in the territory to guard it, so it should be able to hold on for a while. What's more, there was a mutant plant green ivy stationed in the territory, and it was not easy for ordinary people to break in. And just as Lin Yu hurried back, outside his territory, Murong Tian and his party were blocked by countless huge vines, and a fierce offensive and defensive battle was launched. I saw vines rushing out from the ground, frantically attacking Murong Tian and others, and the soldiers around them, and releasing a large amount of poisonous fog, forcing them to be unable to get close. At the same time, other plants in the territory also took advantage of the cover of vines to continuously launch sneak attacks and harass their actions. Boss Murong, these plants are too scary. We can't get close at all. A young man cut off the vines that rushed over with a knife and shouted to the back. After they cut off the vines, they quickly grew out and entangled them again, as if they could never cut them off. But how could they know? These plants were mutated by Lin Yu using his mutation ability, and inherited the devouring skills of the man-eating plant king. As long as the body is damaged, it will immediately activate the devouring skills, devour the monster corpses accumulated by the previous beast tide, instantly recover from the injuries, and then continue to join the battle. This is the characteristic of the plant-based troops. Endless. Although the attack strength is not as strong as other troops, the vitality is several times or even dozens of times that of other troops. As long as the foundation is still there, it will never die. Humph! Just a few plants want to stop me. Too naive. Looking at the dancing vines in front of him, Murong Tian snorted coldly, immediately summoned the angel sacrifice army around him, and raised the scepter in his hand. Holy and merciful God of light, please listen to my prayers and drive away the evil in the world. Holy light. The dazzling white light lit up, instantly illuminating the area of hundreds of meters as bright as day, and the poisonous fog was quickly dispersed, revealing the territory wall inside. At the same time, another row of angels holding spears behind Murong Tian flew into the air, raising their spears high. Spear of Judgment. With a loud shout, countless spears flew out of their hands, swept towards the wall, and suddenly exploded on the wall, directly blowing the wall and the nearby vines into pieces, leaving a large open space. And even the devouring skill could not recover in a short time. As expected of Boss Murong, you broke their defense in one go. The other three shouted excitedly. Humph. I want to see what else he has to stop us. Let's go. Let's attack. Murong Tian didn't waste any words, leading the angel army across the ruined ground and rushing towards the territory. The others followed him and cleared the remaining vines. They had a large number of troops, and it was already very difficult for the plants to block them. Now without the vines and poisonous fog of the green vine, they drove straight in and arrived outside the wall in a blink of an eye. It seems that the guy should not be in the territory. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to not show up for so long. One of them couldn't help but say, "Don't worry. Anyway, if the core of the territory is destroyed, he will die," Murong Tian said in a deep voice, and immediately led the angels around him to prepare to cross the wall. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Swoosh! Several ground spikes suddenly rushed out from under their feet without any signs. Murong Tian was shocked and had no time to think. He rolled out directly. The ground spikes almost brushed past his feet, and he narrowly avoided them. Ah! Ah! At this time, two screams were heard. Two of them were pierced through the body, and the remaining one was pierced through the thigh and fell to the ground. Who? Murong Tian turned around suddenly and saw Lin Yu walking slowly from outside, and the plant army around him. It's you? Murong Tian's face sank, and a chill appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Yu would come back so quickly and kill his two companions at once. You know, after the Lord dies, the soldiers will also die with him. Sure enough, within a few seconds, all the soldiers led by the two men wailed and died on the spot, instantly reducing their combat power by half. We meet again, Lin Yu said lightly, staring at Murong Tian with cold eyes, as if staring at a dead person. Humph! So what if we meet? Since you dare to come back, don't even think about leaving alive again. The core of the territory has durability, and it is impossible to destroy it in a short time. He didn't say any more nonsense to Lin Yu. and immediately summoned the angels around him to come to him. Boss Murong, I help you. The young man who was pierced in the thigh endured the severe pain and came to Murong Tian's side. He knew very well that he had completely made enemies with Lin Yu by attacking Lin Yu's territory. If he wanted to survive, he had to get rid of Lin Yu. Moreover, even if they lost half of their troops, they still had 2 people. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with 1 person? Go! Kill him! With a loud shout, more than 60 types of soldiers surrounded Lin Yu, and holy light gathered in the sky and fell towards Lin Yu's position. However, there were only 20 or so plant soldiers around Lin Yu. The difference in number was so great that there was no way to compare. Ha ha ha! This is the end of offending me. Murong Tian laughed wildly, together with the young man next to him. They all showed cruel smiles, as if they had seen the scene of Lin Yu's blood splattering on the spot. But the next second, their laughter suddenly stopped. A flower fairy-like figure quickly flew out from beside Lin Yu, waving the staff in his hand. Then, countless fallen leaves rose with the wind, turning into sharp arrows that attacked their troops. Puff! Blood flowers exploded, and angels fell from the sky one after another. The holy light attack that had just condensed dissipated in an instant. Even the beasts running below were pierced through the throat by the leaves, and fell to the ground one after another, making a muffled bang. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. 5th level troops. Murong Tian and the others' pupils shrank to the extreme, and they looked at Ling Shi waving the staff in great horror. It can kill a 4th level in 1 blow. It must be a 5th level. They would never have thought that Lin Yu would have a 5th level soldier under his command, and a 5th level soldier that could use group attack spells. In just one encounter, nearly half of their troops were lost. Even the remaining troops were entangled by countless vines and could not get away at all. Then Ling Shi waved the staff again, and spikes rushed out one by one, piercing their bodies. The whole battle was almost one-sided, and there was no room for fighting back. It's over. Murong Tian's legs softened, and he almost collapsed to the ground, with fear written all over his face. The 5th level soldiers were simply not something they could fight against. He glanced at the young man beside him and gradually retreated. Finally, he turned around and rushed straight to the forest on the side. Chapter 28. Eliminate the trouble. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Lin Yu has been paying attention to Murong Tian's movements. Naturally, he couldn't let him escape like this. He immediately ordered the plants to chase him. Quick! Stop him! Faced with the rushing vines, Murong Tian was horrified and quickly summoned the remaining angels to block the way of the plants, while he turned around and ran away. Boss Murong, wait for me. The young man with him didn't expect him to run away suddenly. He was immediately confused and wanted to catch up. But it was precisely because of this negligence that the plant in front of him seized the opportunity. A vine suddenly rushed out, and with a puff sound, it instantly pierced his chest, causing him to stop in his tracks. Without the support of the Lord, the beasts also wailed and died one after another. In a blink of an eye, only Murong Tian and his dozen angels were left on the field. It was even more difficult to resist the fierce attack of the plants. They were all solved in a short while, and then they chased after him quickly. Before Murong Tian could react in his hasty escape, several vines rushed out from the front and blocked his way. I said, you can't escape. Lin Yu's face was cold, and he slowly appeared in front of him with the remaining plants. Plop! Murong Tian's legs softened, and he fell to the ground, his face pale. When he saw the cold murderous intent in Lin Yu's eyes, he trembled all over, and his heart was extremely frightened and regretful. He should never have been so stubborn and provoked such a plague god. For 4th level lords, he didn't even touch the opponent's finger, but the whole army was wiped out. Not a single one was left, and even he became so embarrassed. Is this really the strength of a 4th level lord? How dare he think more? He turned around and ran away. His speed was so fast that it was not even weaker than the number of his troops. Yes, although he has no troops, he has already reached the 4th level. As long as he escapes back to the territory and recruits troops again, he can make a comeback, even find a chance to avenge this arrow. Ling Shi. Unfortunately, Lin Yu will never give him this chance again, and directly give orders to Ling Shi beside him. Murong Tian turned his head and saw Ling Shi in the air waving his staff and pointing at nothing. The next second, his feet suddenly tightened, and he was tied up by the thorns growing on the ground. What? Murong Tian's face changed drastically. He had no time to stop his body. His body fell to the ground due to inertia and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, vines emerged crazily, like little snakes, and quickly wrapped around his body. No! Mutating's eyes widened, and he was filled with infinite fear. He struggled desperately to break free, but found that the vines on his body were getting tighter and tighter, and even deeply embedded in his flesh and blood, causing him to look distorted in pain. Puff! Finally, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and Mutating's struggle froze. He stared at the vines coming out of his chest with wide eyes, his throat making a gurgling sound. But he didn't say anything. Finally, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. Successfully killed the 4th level lord. Obtained 506 points of magic power, 150 units of wood, 290 units of stone, 4th level territory essence X1, and building blueprint X1. After getting rid of Mutating, Lin Yu's expression did not change at all, and was still extremely cold. But he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, people and monsters are not the same. Of course, he would not feel pity for Mutating and others, because these people were all here to kill him. So he would not be soft-hearted. After standing there for a long time, he gradually recovered and began to count the gains this time, including the money given by the 3 men who were killed just now. He got more than 800 points of mana, 300 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 4 4th level territory essences, and 1 building blueprint. They are really a bunch of poor guys. The 4 of them only got this much. It is estimated that they have almost spent it during the beast tide, and they only got 1 territory essence. Logically, they should have more than 1. It seems that other than resources and blueprints, other things will not be exploded. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he just wants resources. And he also got a blueprint, by the way, which is a pleasant surprise. This is the first time he has seen blueprint props, which is a bit strange. He immediately checked the item information. Building blueprint, quarry. Building level, 1st level, upgradable, building introduction. Improve the efficiency of collecting stone in the territory. Collection efficiency, 110%. Construction requirements, 25 wood, 25 stone, 50 mana. It turned out to be a building that improves the efficiency of collecting stone, which Lin Yu didn't expect. In other words, in addition to the 3 basic buildings at the beginning, lords can also add functional buildings in the territory through architectural blueprints. This is good news. Now he only needs stones to upgrade his territory to level 5. With a quarry blueprint, his efficiency in collecting stones will be much faster in the future. With the 500 stones he just got, it shouldn't take much to upgrade his territory to level 5. After thinking about it, Lin Yu asked the plants to deal with the corpses outside, and he returned to the territory to build the quarry. After a flash of light, a passage leading to the mountain was built on the side of the territory facing the mountain, which was specially used to collect stones. After solving the quarry problem, Lin Yu came to the Tower of Arms to check the progress of arms research. After a day of research, the advanced arms of the spirit of grass and trees were finally successfully researched, giving him an additional 4th level recruitable arm. He couldn't wait to choose to recruit. And soon, a light ball similar to the spirit of grass and trees, but larger in size, appeared in front of him. Name: Grass Spirit, Rare. The spirit of grass and trees upgraded to level 4 was named Grass Spirit. Moreover, it is worthy of the name of a rare soldier. The new skills it has learned are very good and can reduce the damage of being attacked. Even the original control of nature has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Lin Yu asked it to try to attack and found that it was just like Ling Shi, able to control the branches and leaves around it and directly turn them into weapons to attack. It was really strong. However, considering that it was going to be upgraded to the 5th level, Lin Yu did not use mutation on it and saved the magic energy first. After that, he clicked on another 3rd level soldier that he could recruit, Poison Ivy, and began to study its advanced soldier. That is, the Poisonous Enchantress. His Poisonous Enchantress was mutated from the Man-Eating Flower King. It was inconvenient to recruit it directly, so it was naturally the second choice to study. As for the soldiers of the Flower Spirit lineage, let alone, they were all mutated. Although it can be studied, it must start from the 1st level. It will take a full 4 days to study to the 4th level, which is not the first choice now. Lin Yu calculated it. He now has several types of troops, including flower spirits, thorny vines, tree spirits, mushrooms, man-eating plants, ancient trees of knowledge, and spirits of plants. It would probably take a lot of time to study them all, which is really a huge project. It is estimated that there are not many troops in the entire area that can have as many as he has. Fortunately, the ancient tree of knowledge cannot be upgraded, so there is no need to study it. By the way, the ancient tree of knowledge. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered something. The ancient tree of knowledge seems to provide experience for other troops. Calculating the time, the experience of several plants should be almost full. Right? Sure enough, he had just thought of this, and a light suddenly appeared on the 2 fission mushrooms that were basking in the sun in the territory. Congratulations. The fission mushroom experience has reached the maximum value and successfully promoted to the 5th level. Congratulations. The fission mushroom experience has reached the maximum value and successfully promoted to the 5th level. Chapter 29 Sensation. The experience of a soldier type can only be obtained by killing monsters of the same level or higher level. And to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, a full 100 experience points are required, which means killing 100 level 4 monsters. Thanks to this beast tide, Lin Yu's plants have accumulated a lot of experience. Coupled with the skill effect of the ancient tree of knowledge, the experience of the 2 fission mushrooms that threw the most bombs finally reached the maximum value. In 2 prompts, it was wrapped in a piece of light and successfully promoted to level 5. Name, Exploding Mushroom. You can say, the little mushroom is one of Lin Yu's favorite soldiers. First, it is difficult to mutate. And second, it is really easy to use, especially when there are many monsters. One explosion will explode a large area. The exploding mushroom that has been upgraded to level 5 has not only increased in size, but also grown more mushroom clusters on its body. And its ability to produce mushroom bombs has been raised to another level. The most important thing is that its attributes have doubled directly. Although it is not as good as Ling Shi, who has royal blood, it is much stronger than the 4th level. In this way, he also saved the mana needed to recruit 5th level soldiers later, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only regret is that the remaining soldiers were added after the beast tide, and the accumulated experience is not much. And there is still a long way to go before reaching the 5th level. It seems that I can only recruit new ones after the territory is upgraded to the 5th level. Lin Yu muttered to himself. He didn't think much about it, and continued to work on other things. But he didn't know that the regional channel at this time had exploded. Look! That Lin Yu has been promoted to 5th place. What? 5th place so soon? Wasn't he only 9th before? Fuck. It's true. The ranking has really changed. Directly promoted 4 ranks. How did he do it? 5th place. I'm only more than 3 million now. Because of the relationship with the plant-based territory, Lin Yu has attracted the attention of countless people. When seeing his ranking change, many people immediately started to discuss it. After all, no one who can squeeze into the top 10 among millions of people is a simple person. And it is extremely difficult to improve a ranking. Lin Yu, on the other hand, rose 4 places. And he was the least favored plant system. This was like a depth charge, which immediately blew up the muddy water of the regional channel. Those plant system lords even worshipped Lin Yu as an idol and regarded him as the leader of the plant system. It's really amazing. I am also a plant system. I finally got promoted to level 4 today. I'm a little curious about what kind of troops the boss has. I'm now level 4. And I have 25 level 4 tree spirits, which are ranked after more than 500,000. You are lucky. I got a pea shooter at level 4, which is so fragile that it was ranked more than 1 million. I really don't know how he got into the top 10. A group of level 4 Versailles bosses. Level 3 plant system weaklings dare not speak. Generally speaking, most lords can only recruit 1 type of troops at their current level, even if they use the Tower of Troops to research new troops. At most 2 or 3 can be used. And it also takes a lot of mana and time. Many people can't afford it in a short time. In addition, the gathering places of monsters below the 4th level have basically been swept away, and there are very few ways to obtain new soldiers. So they can only pray that they will randomly get a stronger soldier when they upgrade, or work hard to level up the low-level soldiers. No wonder they complain so much. After all, not everyone can be like Lin Yu, who can directly withstand a large wave of beasts and obtain resources to upgrade all buildings and soldiers. And just when everyone was talking about it, another more shocking news also swept across the border of the endless wasteland. Mutating, who had angel soldiers, died just at noon today. People passing by Mutating's territory found that Mutating's territory had turned into ruins. The destruction of the territory means the death of the Lord. In other words, Mutating was killed at some point. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a sensation among all the surrounding lords. Everyone was guessing who was so powerful that he could kill Mutating. A 4th level angel. It's terrifying. You know, even other 4th level soldiers can't get any benefits in front of the angel system, let alone kill him quietly. Could it be him? After receiving the message, Luo Lei suddenly saw Lin Yu in his mind, with a look of doubt on his face. He sent a message to Lin Yu last night, saying that he could get upgrade materials by killing other lords. And Mutating died the next day. This is really too coincidental. And he knew very well that in this area, the only person who had the ability to kill Mutating and had a grudge against Mutating was Lin Yu. This made him suspect that this was done by Lin Yu. No! He was almost certain that this was Lin Yu's doing. Fortunately, I didn't become his enemy. Even Mutating couldn't escape. Is this his true strength? Luo Lei was extremely grateful for his decision to build a good relationship with Lin Yu. At the same time, he felt extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yu's strength to be so terrifying. It's not unreasonable to be in the top 10. Just thinking about it. A private chat message sounded. Looking closely, it turned out to be sent by Lin Yu. Luo Lei was shocked and hurriedly clicked on the message. It turned out that it was Lin Yu's words of gratitude, thanking him for sending such an important message to him. There was also a sentence attached at the end. If you are short of the 4th level territory essence, you can ask me for it. I still have a few. Just take some resources to exchange. Territory essence. Luo Lei's pupils suddenly shrank. There are still a few territory essences, which means that in addition to Mutating, Lin Yu has killed other 4th level lords. How is this possible? Could it be that Lin Yu killed several lords of the 4th level at once? Luo Lei couldn't believe it. It was only half a day, and he had achieved such a feat. It was far beyond his imagination. But not long after, he immediately reacted. There seemed to be 4 subordinates around Mutating. Right? Could it be? Thinking of this, Luo Lei trembled all over and didn't dare to think about it anymore. After staring at the message in front of him for a long time, he finally mustered up the courage and replied, "Okay. I contact you after I meet the conditions for upgrading to the 5th level." After sending this message, he felt relieved and fell into a chair beside him. On the other side, Lin Yu, who received the message, smiled and turned off the interface. Beside him, plants were moving back and forth, working hard to carry stones, and they were not far from the 1,000 units of stone needed for upgrading to the 5th level. Chapter 30 First Encounter with Level 5 Monster. Congratulations! The territory has been successfully upgraded. Current level, Level 5. Unlock the territory warehouse. Unlock personal storage space. A pleasant voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After a day of gathering, Lin Yu finally gathered the materials for upgrading to Level 5 and upgraded the territory to Level 5. But after hearing the prompt, he was stunned. That's it? Where are the military rewards? Lin Yu's face was full of astonishment. He took a look. The newly unlocked territory warehouse is a building used to store territory resources. And the personal storage space is a space similar to the personal backpack in the game. It has nothing to do with the military. But after waiting for a long time, there was no prompt to unlock the new military type. Could it be that there was a problem with the upgrade? Or, after Level 5, there will be no military rewards? Lin Yu was shocked. He never expected this to happen. If the territory is upgraded but no new soldiers of the corresponding level are given, won't they have a harder time in the future? I'm afraid not many people know about this now. Is it because the novice period is over? Lin Yu thought doubtfully. He seemed to understand why the Tower of Soldiers appeared after the safe period. It turned out to be because of this matter. Before Level 5, you are still a novice. Upgrading will reward soldiers to give you a solid foundation. After Level 5, if you want soldiers, you can use resources to pile them up. Now Lin Yu finally fully understands the nature of this world. It is obvious that they want them to compete for resources and fall into endless wars. Thinking of the previous incident of killing the Lord to obtain the essence of the territory, it makes him feel the deep malice of this world. Thinking of this, Lin Yu quickly clicked on the territory information after the upgrade. Territory name, Tree of Life. Looking at the long list of upgrade materials behind, Lin Yu's scalp tingled. Not only is the quantity much greater than before, but also 2 materials, iron ore and copper ore, have been added, and even the territory essence has increased 5-fold. This is equivalent to destroying at least 5 5th-level territories, or wiping out 5 5th-level monster gathering places. No matter which one, it is a very risky thing. If you are not careful, you may fall into a place of no return. After all, those who can be upgraded to the 5th level are not simple characters. Once they find a threat to their lives, they will definitely fight to the death. Not to mention the 5th level monster gathering place. There are not only a large number of 5th level monsters, but also the possibility of deriving 6th level leader monsters. The degree of danger is not much less. It seems that I can only find a way to upgrade all the arms to the 5th level first, Lin Yu muttered to himself, his face extremely solemn. The arms tower can only study 1 arm every day, and if you want to study the 5th level arm, you must upgrade the building, which requires a lot of materials. In addition, studying arms also requires magic power, which is another expense. With so many gaps, he dared not think about it in a short time, so he could only start with upgrading the troops. Clicked on the information of the troop tower and took a look. Building name, Troop Tower. Fortunately, the materials needed for upgrading to level 5 are not as abnormal as the territory, and he has been collecting stones. What he lacks most now is magic energy. The 10 points of magic energy given by killing level 3 monsters can no longer meet his current needs. Even if it is upgraded to level 5 Fire Lotus, it only gives 25 points per hour, which is not enough to make ends meet. It is necessary to go out and hunt monsters above level 4. So after preparing in the territory, Lin Yu took 20 troops including Ling Qi and an explosive mushroom out. As for the other explosive mushroom, Lin Yu let it. Qingting and other plants guard the territory. After the battle yesterday, Qingting had long recovered from his injuries through the ability of swallowing, and built a vine forest outside the territory, with a 5th level exploding mushroom and a dozen other 4th level plants. I believe that few people can break through the defense of the territory, so he can go to explore farther places with peace of mind. Leaving the territory and walking on the road with the plants, Lin Yu casually clicked on the regional ranking. Information. First place, Yin Tiange 5th level, Demon System. Second place, Bai Haitang 5th level, Angel System. Third place, Yanwu 5th level, Element System. Fourth place, Wan Rengquang 5th level, Beast System. Fifth place, Lin Yu 5th level, Plant System. As he expected, after a night, the top few in the rankings were promoted to 5th level, and he was still in 5th place. The only change was that the 2nd and 3rd places swapped positions. This surprised Lin Yu a little, because from the name, this, Bai Haitang, is obviously a woman, but she can be so powerful and occupy the 2nd place. She is really as good as a man, and her angel-type troops are also worth paying attention to. There were 3 others who were ranked higher than him, probably because they had more 5th-order troops than him, which he could understand. After all, he is not the only one who knows how to use the beast tide to improve himself. Turn off the leaderboard. Continue to travel seriously. This time, his goal is not the mountain forest next to him that has been explored countless times, but the other end of the forest, the area he has never explored before. He couldn't get through because of the wall and the beast tide. Now that the wall is broken, it's time to go and have a look. Maybe he can find something good. More than half an hour later, Lin Yu successfully passed through the forest and came to the wasteland covered with scorched earth in his memory. The moment he stepped into the wasteland, a reminder came to his ears. Area change. Switching area channel. Switching successfully. Current area, wasteland. There are a lot of high-level monsters in this area. Please be careful. New area? Lin Yu was stunned and clicked on the area channel to take a look. The suffix was indeed changed to wasteland. And even the message was empty. And no one spoke. It seems that no one has come to explore this area yet. Moreover, the sound also indicated that there were a large number of high-level monsters, which made him have to be more careful. He immediately gathered the plants around him and continued to go deeper into the wasteland. Wasteland. As the name suggests, the land is burnt black everywhere. Even the mountains in the distance are burnt black, with only some strange black-brown trees growing. Not long after Lin Yu entered the wasteland, he immediately encountered a huge rock monster. Name, Rock Monster. Level 5? Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter a monster so soon. And it was a level 5 monster. At this time, the rock monster, which was 3 or 4 meters tall, also found him and rushed towards him with a roar. Wherever it went, the ground shook and there was a booming explosion. Chapter 31 Regional Ranking Rewards. Quick! Restrict its movements. Lin Yu shouted to Ling Shi beside him, and immediately pulled out the bone sword made in the production workshop, ready to meet the enemy. At the same time, the plants around him moved out one after another, and countless vines rushed out, surrounding the rock monster close to the ground. The rock monster, which was still rushing forward, was suddenly tied up by the vines, and tied up like a dumpling. Roar! The rock monster roared angrily, and with a sudden tug of its limbs, it actually tore off all the vines on its body. What a terrifying power! This time, Lin Yu finally saw the horror of the power monster, which was not something that he and other 4th level monsters could deal with. Not daring to be careless, he immediately shouted to the side, Ling Shi. Ling Shi, who received the order, quickly flew up, and pointed the staff in his hand into the air, and a large number of thorns suddenly grew on the rock monster's body, tying it up again. The rock monster struggled desperately, but could not break free from the thorns in a short time, and fell to the ground with a bang. Then red mushrooms appeared and fell on it. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion shook the whole air. The mushroom bomb of the 5th level explosive mushroom was indeed powerful. Even though the rock monster had strong vitality, it was seriously injured. It roared angrily while struggling to get up, and its huge fists suddenly slammed into the ground. In an instant, the ground broke and spread out with the rock monster as the center. Retreat quickly. Lin Yu's face changed, and he immediately led the plants to evacuate quickly, narrowly avoiding the range attack of the rock monster. When he looked at the rock monster again, he found that the ground around it had already collapsed, which was terrible. As expected, it is a monster known for its strength. The power of one blow can be so destructive, which is simply terrifying. But Lin Yu's plants are not vegetarians either, especially the 2 5th level soldiers. Taking advantage of the fact that the rock monster was seriously injured, launched another attack, and continued to bombard with sharp thorns and explosive mushrooms. In the angry roar of the rock monster, it was completely submerged, successfully killed the 5th level rock monster, and gained 50 points of magic power. Listening to the prompts in his ears, Lin Yu was relieved. At the same time, he was also a little relieved. Fortunately, the speed of this rock monster was not fast. Otherwise, with the destructive power just now, he would probably lose a lot of 4th level soldiers. As soon as the rock monster died, he immediately let the injured plants launch the devouring skill to devour the body of the rock monster to recover from the injury, and then continue to move forward. As he moved forward, he encountered more and more monsters, and almost all of them were above the 4th level, and occasionally encountered 5th level monsters. No wonder no one dared to come here. Fortunately, he had 2 5th level plants to escort him, and he also had 5th level strength. As long as he didn't encounter more than 2 5th level monsters, there would be no big problems. So soon, Lin Yu left the forest border far behind and came to a mining area. Is this, or? Lin Yu picked up a black stone at his feet, and his eyes moved slightly. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in front of him. Name, iron ore. Introduction, one of the materials for building a territory, which can be used for various types of construction. As expected, this black stone is one of the materials needed to upgrade the territory to level 6. Iron ore. Lin Yu was surprised and surprised. He didn't expect to find iron ore in such a place. And from the looks of it, there are probably mines around, containing extremely huge mineral resources. Great. Now the upgrade materials are finally settled. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Lin Yu's territory is so close to here. It is a great opportunity for him to accumulate enough iron ore in a short time. Do it as soon as you say it. Lin Yu stopped exploring directly and took the plants to mine iron ore in the mine. Here, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire that the personal storage space unlocked after reaching the 5th level was really powerful. It was like a portable independent space that could be used to store many things, including various resource ores. His current personal storage space could store 100 units of things. excluding some things that were necessary for going out. It was not a problem to store 70 or 80 units of iron ore. In total, he only had to run back and forth 10 times to collect the iron ore needed for the territory upgrade. It was much faster than him moving it bit by bit. The plants also worked hard. First, the tree spirit warrior blasted the ore. And then the poisonous enchantress used vines to transport the ore to Lin Yu. In less than an hour, Lin Yu's personal space was filled. Then he led the plants back to the territory, stored all the ore in the newly built territory warehouse, and then continued to mine. Lin Yu estimated that a round trip, including the time for mining, would take more than 2 hours. He could occasionally encounter monsters on the way to earn some magic energy, which was acceptable. So the whole day, he spent the whole day going back and forth between the territory and the mine. It was not until the evening that he returned to the territory with the fourth wave of ore and temporarily stopped transporting. He planned to continue his journey tomorrow morning. After returning to the territory, the first thing Lin Yu did was to check the collection of stones. When he saw that the stones had exceeded 500, he was overjoyed and immediately spent 1,000 points of magic power to upgrade the arms tower to the 5th level. In an instant, a light flashed. The arms tower suddenly rose a few points and became much more magnificent. Lin Yu hurriedly clicked on the information to check and found that he could indeed research the 5th level arms. He immediately chose to research it. And of course, the first choice was the grass elves. Researching the 5th level rare arms requires 1,000 points of magic power. Do you want to continue? Continue. The research consumption of rare arms is twice that of ordinary arms. Fortunately, the Fire Lotus has provided him with a lot of magic power in the past 2 days. Together with what he earned today and the remaining points before, nearly 2,500 points are enough for him to upgrade buildings and research arms. After arranging the research tasks, he closed the interface and prepared to eat. After all, he was busy all day, so he should reward himself. No words were spoken all night. When the morning sun shone into the wooden house through the gaps between the leaves, Lin Yu had already woken up. He got out of bed and washed himself with the accumulated dew. Then he went down the stairs to the bottom of the territory. Today is the 3rd day of the opening of the regional rankings. That is to say, after today, ranking rewards will be issued. First place, 5,000 points of magic power. Territory Essence X3. Second place, 5,000 points of magic power. Territory Essence X2. Third place, 5,000 points of magic power. Territory Essence X1. Fourth place, 4,000 points of magic power. The top 3 can get Territory Essence rewards, and they are corresponding to the territory level. The 4th to 10th place will receive 4,000 points of magic power. The 11th to the 100th place will receive 3,000 points of magic power. And so on, until the 10th place. Lin Yu will not be satisfied with a mere 4,000 points of magic power. No matter what, he has to squeeze into the top 3 and get the essence of the territory. Chapter 32 Advice. Brothers, there will be no troop rewards after reaching level 5. Just when Lin Yu was checking the rankings, a message suddenly appeared on the regional channel. The channel, which was originally very lively early in the morning, suddenly became quiet, and then completely exploded. There is no troop reward for upgrading to level 5. What's going on? Are you sure this news is true? Who told you? Impossible. I get troop rewards every time I upgrade. Why is it gone after level 5? Is it a lie? There are only a few level 5s now. It doesn't seem to be a lie. I've heard those level 5 bosses say it. The messages on the channel were densely packed, and everyone was shocked by the appearance of this news. No new troop rewards will be given after level 5. It simply cut off their hope of changing their fate. Many lords who randomly got garbage troop types in the early stage wailed and cursed, thinking that this was very unfair. But no matter how they cursed, it was just a waste of effort, and it did not change the result at all. As for the others, they were shocked and relieved. After all, God had given them 4 chances. If they still couldn't get a usable troop randomly, it was not a matter of luck. In addition, there was the troop tower now. As long as they got a decent troop randomly, they could still upgrade their level by working hard to collect resources. So from the result, resources were the most important. No matter how many troop types there were, it was useless without resources. Lin Yu understood this truth deeply, so he worked so hard to accumulate resources. Seeing the discussion on the regional channel, he just smiled slightly. didn't care, and continued to move towards the other side of the forest. When he passed through the forest and came to the wasteland, the messages on the regional channel were also cleared, and became a few scattered messages, which seemed to have been sent just this morning. Is there anyone else here? Lin Yu frowned, not expecting someone to come to explore this wasteland so soon. It seems that he has to speed up the mining. Otherwise, if the mining area is discovered, it will definitely cause a huge fight. And after one night, there are more than 20 people on the list of the 5th level. At this rate, there will be more and more 5th level people. And then iron ore will definitely be in short supply and be snatched by countless people. He doesn't want to get involved in such trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but speed up and rush towards the direction of the mine. Soon, he came to the bottom of the mine where he originally dug ore and continued to dig. And with the hard work of the plants, the iron ore in his personal storage space became more and more. And soon it was filled up. Huh? What is this? Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes were attracted by a strange ore in the ore pile. The ore was different from the iron ore, and the color was slightly brighter. He picked up the ore and put it in his hand, curiously examining it. Name, copper ore. Introduction, one of the materials for building a territory, which can be used for various types of construction. Copper ore. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Isn't this another material for upgrading the territory? I didn't expect that there is also one in the vein of iron ore. Excited, he immediately came to the pile of ore he had just excavated and searched back and forth. Sure enough, not long after, he found 7 or 8 pieces of copper ore. Although the amount is smaller than that of iron ore, it also accounts for a certain proportion, which is also a pleasant surprise. In this way, the output of copper ore has finally been settled. After collecting the ore, Lin Yu took the plants out of the mine and rushed back to the territory. After 2 rounds, his iron ore reached more than 400 units. Although the copper ore was not much, it was also slowly increasing. I believe that it will not take long to collect enough materials for upgrading to level 6. However, just when Lin Yu rushed to the mining area for the 3rd time, an accident happened. An uninvited guest suddenly broke into the mine and ran into him directly. It was a stern young man of the same age as him, with a group of fire element soldiers and several earth element soldiers. The young man didn't seem to expect to meet someone here. After seeing Lin Yu, he was stunned for a moment, and then immediately became alert. Lin Yu was the same. He looked at the other party with great surprise, and was secretly shocked at the same time, because he found that the 2 extremely large fire elements beside the young man had reached the 5th level. There were more than 2 5th level soldiers in the element system. No matter how stupid Lin Yu was, he could guess the other party's identity. You are the Yenwu, right? Lin Yu spoke first, with certainty in his words. The young man was surprised for a moment, and also said, if I'm not wrong, you should be the plant system Lin Yu, right? Obviously, he also guessed Lin Yu's identity through the characteristics of Lin Yu's army. The 2 looked at each other for a while. When they confirmed their guesses, they suddenly smiled at each other. There are a lot of ores in this mine, which is enough for us to dig. Let's take what we need. That's what I mean. Yenwu smiled slightly and relaxed. He came here to dig ores, so there was no need to fight with a strong enemy like Lin Yu. Moreover, they were both 5th level and ranked not far apart. Even if they could win in a fight, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, which would not be worth the loss. As long as they were smart, they would know how to choose. Besides, there was no conflict of interest between the 2 of them. Why not take what they needed? So after a brief exchange, the 2 split into 2 sides, each mining ores, without interfering with each other. You should have mined here for quite a while, right? Yenwu's voice came from the other end of the mine. Yes, I've been here a few times. It takes a lot of materials to upgrade to the 6th level territory. Lin Yu replied vaguely, without telling the other party the specific time. After all, they just met for the first time, so they still have to be on guard. After a moment of silence, the other side said hesitantly, I advise you not to upgrade to the 6th level so quickly. Don't upgrade to the 6th level so quickly? Why? Lin Yu was surprised. This was the first time he heard that people should not upgrade so quickly. Isn't it true that the stronger the strength in this world, the better? How can there be the opposite? Believe me, after upgrading to the 6th level, something big will happen, which may not be a good thing for us. Yen Wu's voice came again, which seemed to be more serious than before. and even a little fearful. Lin Yu's face was stern when he heard it. It must be no small matter to make the third-ranked person so fearful. Could it be that Yan Wu knows something that he doesn't? After being surprised, he immediately asked, "What's the big deal? Can you tell me?" "Actually, I don't know either. I only know that the area we are in now is not a real primitive continent. Once it reaches the 6th level, something will be attracted here." "Is there such a thing?" Lin Yu was even more surprised. "I also heard about it from someone who came from other places by chance." Yan Wu's voice gradually became low. "According to that person, there is a ruthless person over there who used the method of concentrating resources to upgrade himself to the 6th level first. As a result, he disappeared strangely as soon as he reached the 6th level. And even his territory disappeared with him." Chapter 33 The Dark Horse. Disappeared. Lin Yu was shocked. That's right. It just disappeared without a trace. Even the name on the list disappeared. Because the upgrade was too fast, and the number of troops was small. The ranking was not high. And not many people knew about it. Yan Wu said in a deep voice. Although there was a mountain between them, Lin Yu could feel his solemnity. And Yan Wu and he had just met for the first time. So there was no need to lie to him. In other words, after reaching the 6th level, it is really possible that something unexpected will happen. Which is simply horrifying. Shocked, Lin Yu immediately thanked. "Thank you for telling me. I will remember this favor." "You're welcome." Yan Wu's cold face showed a smile. The reason why he told Lin Yu such important news was to go with the flow and do Lin Yu a favor. Now that the goal has been achieved, he didn't say anything else and sent troops to continue digging for ore. The two looked at each other in silence. Before long, Lin Yu collected a whole storage space of ore, said goodbye to Yan Wu, and left the ore area directly. Although there will be changes when you reach the 6th level, you still can't fall behind in collecting resources. After all, more resources are always good. And after listening to Yan Wu's words, he had a vague premonition that something big would happen soon. So it's better to prepare early. He returned to the territory and stored the ore in the warehouse. And then left the territory again to go mining. After 2 round trips, the sky gradually darkened. There is still half an hour before the rewards are distributed on the list in the evening. Lin Yu looked at his ranking. Because he has been collecting ore and not recruiting soldiers, he has fallen out of the top 10. The names on the list have also changed a lot. And many new faces have appeared in the top 10. The only unchanged one is Yintinga, who is ranked first. After all, he was the first person to reach the 5th level. I'm afraid he has already researched the 5th level soldiers and started recruiting and expanding. Taking advantage of this last moment, Lin Yu was not idle. He closed the rankings and immediately went to the Tower of Arms, and found that the advanced form of the grass elves had been studied. In other words, he could now recruit 5th level arms. Fortunately, I finally caught up. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and took a look at the 1,800 points of magic power accumulated in the past 2 days. Although it was not much, it could suppress those who had not yet studied the 5th level arms. And from what happened today, even Yan Wu, who ranked 3rd, would not have more than 5 5th level arms around him. Otherwise it would be impossible to go out with only 2 5th level arms. This is his chance. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly, and without hesitation, he immediately began to recruit arms. And just as he started to sprint for the list, at this time, the regional channel was also noisy because the list was about to be settled. I bet that the first place is definitely Yintinga. Not necessarily. No one can tell until the last second. It is definitely impossible to change the first place. He reached the 5th level 1 day earlier than everyone else. It is not easy to catch up. So we still have to look at the 2nd and 3rd place. I guess many people have started to exert their strength and are ready to impact these 2 rankings. Look! It has changed. The ranking has changed again. The big guys have really started to exert their strength. The spectators in the channel argued endlessly. And the people on the rankings were also full of energy, sprinting for the 2nd and 3rd places. Almost every few seconds, the rankings would change, and the ups and downs were extremely fierce. Even Yan Wu, who ranked 3rd, was squeezed to 6th. But soon, he was caught up to 5th. It was just as they said. Until the last second, no one knew what the result would be. Everyone exclaimed. And it was even more exciting than watching a blockbuster. Lin Yu, who was originally in the top 10, was squeezed to more than 40. And it seemed that he was about to be squeezed out of the top 50. What's going on? How come his ranking dropped so much? In the territory. Luolei looked at Lin Yu's ranking in surprise. As early as half an hour ago, he had been keeping an eye on Lin Yu's name, wanting to see what amazing performance he would have. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Yu's ranking did not rise, but kept falling, which made him frown. At this time, some people also noticed Lin Yu's ranking. Look! That Lin Yu has dropped to more than 40. Which is too miserable. Lin Yu? Wasn't he ranked 5th before? He was still ranked 5th. But he was squeezed out a long time ago. He probably has no hope of making it into the top 10 this time. The plant system is still weak. I think he was probably lucky to get into the top 10 the past 2 days. What's the use of getting in? The real big guys are just starting to exert their strength now. It was something that countless people found difficult to understand, that Lin Yu could get into the top 10. Seeing his ranking drop sharply, many people gloated over his misfortune. At this time, there were only 5 minutes left before the reward was settled. It was almost impossible to rush into the top 10 from more than 40 people. So many people turned their attention to the top 10 and no longer paid attention to Lin Yu's ranking. There is one last minute. Someone on the channel began to broadcast the time of reward settlement. The spectators who were still arguing held their breath and stared at the ranking list, fearing that they would miss anything. The big guys on the ranking list also began to make the final sprint, and the ranking changed wildly. There are 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Finally, a flash of light flashed, and the names on the ranking list were instantly frozen, maintaining the ranking of the previous second. Everyone was shocked and couldn't wait to look at the top 10 on the list to see which big guy was shortlisted. When the light faded, the names on the list gradually came into their eyes. As expected, the first place was still occupied by Yin Tiange, without any change. After all, he reached the 5th level 1 day earlier than the others, and he was a powerful soldier like the demon system. So there was no surprise. But when their eyes fell on the second place, they were all stunned. The second place is Lin Yu. What's going on? How could he be the second place? In an instant, everyone was shocked, and their eyes suddenly widened. No one expected that the final result would be like this. This Lin Yu, who was clearly ranked in the top 40 just now, how come he suddenly jumped to the second place? How is this possible? Jumped to the top 40? How did he do it? This is too exaggerated. Could it be that he recruited several 5th level soldiers at once? Impossible. He must have cheated. Cheating? Why don't you try it yourself? Surprised? I didn't expect such a dark horse to emerge in the end. This is too powerful. The plant-type soldiers got the second place? As expected of the big boss Lin Yu. He is really different. Where are the people who laughed at him just now? Why are they silent? Lin Yu's feat of taking the second place in one fell swoop can be said to be a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves and caused a great sensation. No one expected that Lin Yu, who had no hope at all, would actually come out in the last few seconds and directly kill the second place. Those who were still laughing at him just now suddenly shrank their necks and dared not speak, for fear of being remembered by him. The entire regional channel was lively, and everyone was discussing this matter. Chapter 34 Pink Enchantress. Is it still the second place? In the territory, Lin Yu silently looked at the regional list. Just now, he directly spent 1,800 points of magic power and recruited 18 5th level soldiers, and they were all rare soldiers. For this reason, he did not perform mutations and tried to increase the number of his 5th level soldiers. But even so, he could not surpass Yin Tiange, who was in the first place. You can imagine how strong the guy is. There are at least 20 5th level soldiers. Lin Yu was not surprised by this result, but just felt a little surprised. And just as he was checking the list, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You won the second place in the regional ranking, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 points of magic power and 2 5th level territory essences. All of a sudden, he received another 5,000 magic power, which was just enough to mutate the soldiers. After browsing the list again, he closed the interface and got up to the newly recruited 5th level soldiers. The advanced form of the grass elves is a type of soldier called grass spirit. Like the grass elves, they are made of light balls, but they are slightly larger in size, and have more tentacles made of light around them, which makes them easy to identify. These are all fine. Anyway, he has become accustomed to the strange form of this type of soldier. What he finds most difficult to accept is the recruitment price of the 5th level soldier. It has risen to 100 magic power, counting the 100 magic power required for mutation. That is to say, he has to spend 200 magic power to create a 5th level soldier. It's simply outrageous. It seems that there is a reason why those people don't have many 5th level soldiers. If it weren't for the ranking reward this time, he probably couldn't afford to recruit a few 5th level soldiers. There is no way. In order to survive, no matter how expensive it is, he can only accept it and use mutation on one of the grass spirits. It takes 100 magic power to mutate a 5th level summon unit. Do you want to continue? Continue. Listening to the prompt from his ear, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and responded, feeling distressed at the same time. Then a flash of light passed, and the grass and wood spirit in front of him turned into a vine plant more than 1 person tall. Name, Pink Enchantress. Charm the enemy? After reading the information of Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu looked a little strange. I didn't expect that the poisonous enchantress would become like this after advancing. Not only did her body grow taller, but her figure also had a bit of charm. The flower buds on the top turned pink and emitted a trace of pollen all around. Because Lin Yu was its summoner, he would not be affected by these pollens. But he could feel that these pollens had a charming effect on creatures. If there is a chance in the future, I can ask someone else to try and see what the specific effect is. I don't know who will be the first lucky one. Lin Yu thought maliciously. Then, he asked Pink Enchantress to try to attack again, and found that the attack distance of its vines had also increased, from more than 30 meters to more than 40 meters. This distance is absolutely beyond the reach of all arms except long-range attacks. Even for long-range attacks, I'm afraid few can reach this distance. This is the advantage of plant-based troops. Growth. As long as there is land, it can continue to grow and attack the enemy when it is not prepared. After studying the changes of Pink Enchantress, Lin Yu continued to mutate other troops. Half an hour later, the 18 plant spirits he had just recruited also became new 5th level troops. Among them, 7 Pink Enchantresses and 2 exploding mushrooms all inherited the protection of plants skill of the plant spirits, and seemed to have a high affinity with this skill. There are also 4 wood demons like Lingxi, who inherited the long-range attack skill of nature control. The remaining 5, 3 mutated into the advanced form of the Tree Spirit Warrior, Tree Spirit Leader, and 2 mutated into the advanced form of the Man-Eating Flower King, Overlord Flower. The Tree Spirit Leader, which has been upgraded to the 5th level, has become much larger in size and has increased its strength a lot, making it perfect for use as a meat shield. As for the Queen Flower, it has grown many barbs, greatly enhancing its melee ability, and is even better at garrisoning the territory. The mutation of the 18 arms has been completed. Lin Yu took a look at his magic power, and there were still 3,002 left. However, he did not continue to recruit arms, because he found that after 3 days of accumulation, the experience of those 4th level plants has almost reached the maximum value. As long as there is the ancient tree of knowledge, I believe it will soon be upgraded to the 5th level, and there is no need to spend magic power to recruit new ones. It just so happens that he has collected a lot of stone materials in the past few days, and these magic powers can be used to upgrade other buildings and research arms. Thinking of this, he continued to work in the territory. On the other side, the lords are still arguing in the regional channel, arguing about the results of this ranking. Luo Lei, who had been staring at the rankings, also took a long time to recover, his eyes full of shock. 2nd place. He actually did it. Luo Lei couldn't believe it. He was in the top 40 in the last second, and rushed to the 2nd in the next second. How many 5th level soldiers did he have to recruit to do this? But he was sure, at this time, Lin Yu probably had no less than 10 5th level soldiers around him. Otherwise it would not be so exaggerated. 10 5th level soldiers. Even if he sent one at random, he would find it difficult to resist, and he would have to try his best to win, let alone 10. At the same time, in a desolate volcanic area, in a wall built of flames, Yinwu was also looking at the newly updated list. His expression was extremely surprised and solemn. This guy is really not simple. Originally, he had intentionally made friends with Lin Yu before, just because he thought Lin Yu had the strength to match him. But he didn't expect it to be so unexpected. It is not something that everyone can do to jump over 40 ranks in one step. Not even him. This forced him to pay more attention. In short, today's rankings have completely made Lin Yu famous, and also confirmed his title as the top plant-based soldier. No one dares to look down on the plant-based soldiers. And no one thinks that the plant-based soldiers are weaker than other soldiers. This can be regarded as a vindication for the soldier. At this time, Lin Yu turned a deaf ear to the outside world and concentrated on doing his own things. After upgrading the remaining buildings to the 4th level, he came to the production workshop, checked the production list, and soon found what he wanted. Building name, wall. Production introduction. It can consume wood and stone to build a stronger wall. Ever since Murong Tian destroyed a piece of the territory wall last time, Lin Yu deeply felt the inadequacy of the defense of his territory wall, and it could not defend against the attacks of those soldiers at all. Anyway, there is no way to upgrade to the 6th level for now, so I can use the collected materials to upgrade the wall and strengthen the defense of the territory to prevent it from being broken by others again. Chapter 35 Cooperation. Fighting for treasure chest. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. Lin Yu had been thinking about the wall, so he woke up at dawn. He did not plan to go to the wasteland to mine today, but took all the soldiers to collect stones in the mountains behind the territory, preparing to use them to heighten and thicken the walls and improve the security of the territory. After the quarry was upgraded to the 4th level, the quarrying efficiency was also greatly improved. After the building reached the 4th level, the materials required for upgrading increased a lot. So the 4th level building was the most cost-effective level for Lin Yu. As for whether it will be upgraded to the 5th level in the future, that is a matter for the future, not what he needs to worry about now. So the whole morning, he spent it in the territory and the mine. And the plants that were upgraded to the 5th level were also very powerful, and their strength was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. Carrying stones was a piece of cake for them, just like playing, and they were never vague when doing the work. Thanks to their help, it was only noon, and 500 units of stone had already been accumulated. Adding 500 units of wood, Lin Yu directly raised and doubled the wall through the production workshop, and the entire territory was instantly brand new. Okay, everyone go to rest. Lin Yu shouted to the plants that were carrying stone, calling them back to the territory. Then he set up a stove in the territory, started grilling meat to prepare lunch, and opened the regional channel to pay attention to the movements in the area. Have you heard? Someone discovered a large iron ore vein in the wasteland on the other side of the forest. Iron ore? Is it true? Isn't that the material for upgrading the territory to level 6? I heard about it too. It seems that many level 5 bosses who received the news have rushed over. Hiss. Level 5? Isn't that dangerous? More than dangerous. It's simply terrifying. Okay? I went to see it today. They were all level 5. And they were already fighting outside the mine. Damn. It's a good thing I didn't go. If you are below level 5, you just die. Lin Yu was very surprised. I didn't expect that someone would discover the vein on the other side of the forest so quickly. And it attracted so many level 5 lords. From the looks of it, the mining area is probably in chaos now, and everyone is desperately fighting for the mineral resources. Luckily, he had foresight and stockpiled a lot of iron ore in advance, so he didn't have to compete with these people for the time being. Even if he went to rob, he might not be able to rob much, and he might be caught in a situation of being attacked from all sides. Look at the sky. Suddenly, someone in the regional channel exclaimed. Lin Yu, who was still checking the chat information, was stunned and subconsciously looked up at the sky. But the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that in the endless sky. From some unknown time, streams of light appeared and fell towards the primitive continent with long tails. This familiar scene was exactly the same as the first time the treasure chest was airdropped. Fuck. Treasure chest. Another treasure chest fell from the sky. I saw it too. A lot of treasure chests. What's going on? Why are there treasure chests falling again? Is it the same as last time? What treasures are in it? I heard that last time it was a resource orb and a troop token. Troop token? Great. I thought it was a meteorite last time and didn't go. This time I must grab the things in the treasure chest. Look where it fell. The lords exclaimed again and again. And Lin Yu was also shocked. After many days, a treasure chest fell from the sky again. No one knew what it meant. But they knew one thing. That is, the treasure chest contained what they wanted. This alone was enough. It seems that I have to go. Lin Yu murmured to himself, recalling the last airdrop treasure chest. Wasn't his rare soldier snatched from there? It was precisely because of this rare soldier that he had such a smooth journey, and was ahead of so many people. He must get the things in this treasure chest. Having made up his mind, he immediately finished his food in a hurry and got up to prepare. As time went by, those people gradually guessed the drop locations of each treasure chest. One of them was the location of the mine in the wasteland, which was also the closest to Linyu. Oh my god! How could it fall there? Near the mine? This is too coincidental. It's indeed too coincidental. And it happened at this time. It's over. There are so many level 5 bosses in the mine now. Wouldn't it be a waste of life if we go there? Are there any brothers who can team up to steal the treasure chest? We split it evenly. I'd better go check out the treasure chests in other locations. It has to be said that the location where the treasure chest fell this time was too coincidental. And it happened to fall in the most competitive and dangerous mining area at the moment, which made people wonder if this was arranged in advance. But no matter what, the temptation of the treasure chest is real. Even though they knew they were facing danger, many nearby lords still set out to rush to the mining area to try their luck. After all, the things in the treasure chest are too tempting. Just a military token alone has made countless people salivate. Not to mention other things. If you are lucky enough to grab one, you can greatly improve your strength and increase the probability of surviving in this world. Linyu is no exception. Among so many treasure chests, this one is the closest to him. After preparing in the territory, he left the territory with 25th level soldiers, leaving 5 newly recruited 5th level soldiers and Chington to guard. It took more than half an hour. He passed through the forest and came to the wasteland. At this time, the wasteland area channel was no longer as deserted as the previous few days, and dense messages kept floating by. Even from a distance, Linyu could see several lords who had just walked out of the forest, all rushing towards the direction of the mine, which made him frown. This time, I'm afraid it won't be as smooth as last time. Last time, he got 2 things from the airdrop treasure chest because there were few people robbing and he had no experience. This time, everyone knows what the treasure chest is like. They are mentally prepared and will definitely not let people take away the things so easily. They must think of a way. Just thinking about it, his private chat message suddenly flashed, and a strange message appeared in his sight. Are you interested in working together? Split the things 50-50. Linyu looked at the signature and found that it was a message from Yenwu. Did he also come here and want to get involved? If that's the case, the two of them might really be able to snatch things from so many people if they work together. After thinking about it, Linyu immediately sent a message back. Let's talk in detail in the woods near the mine. Chapter 36 Convergence of all parties. Near the mine, there is a forest of black trees. When Linyu hurriedly arrived, Yenwu had already been waiting there with his elemental troops. I'm here, Yenwu greeted him. Well, it took some time to encounter a few monsters on the way. Linyu nodded in response, and then asked directly, what plans do you have for the treasure chest? Yenwu smiled confidently, of course. I tell you the truth. My earth element has a large-scale earthquake skill. Although the attack power is not strong, it can temporarily limit the mobility of others. You mean, take advantage of the treasure chest to cause a riot when it falls, and then grab the things in the treasure chest? Linyu's eyes lit up. That's right. Yenwu nodded. At this time, you have to rely on the advantage of your plant troops' long arms. Take advantage of the chaos and evacuate immediately after grabbing the things. What do you think? I think it's feasible. Linyu gradually became serious. He took a look and saw that Yenwu had 18 5th level soldiers around him, more than half of which were earth elements. And they were obviously well prepared. And more than half of the soldiers he brought were pink enchantresses, with vines that stretched for more than 40 meters. So they could rush to the treasure chest and take the things inside. Moreover, he had a powerful helper like Lingxi by his side. If the situation was not good, he could launch the thorn entanglement to temporarily control the situation. If it didn't work, he could let the explosive mushrooms throw bombs to blast a bloody path. Well, since we have decided, let's discuss the details to avoid any mistakes at that time. Yenwu was obviously a cautious person. Seeing that Linyu agreed to his plan, he immediately began to discuss specific actions and prepare for the next action. On the other side, in the mining area, at this time, lords who came from all directions had gathered, with various types of soldiers around them. And 4th and 5th level soldiers were everywhere. And even a few mechanical soldiers that were rarely seen on weekdays could be seen. Everyone was on guard against each other across the mining area, and the whole scene was extremely solemn. There are really a lot of people this time. In a corner of the mine, a young man whispered to his companion. Indeed, there are many times more than last time, and many of them are level 5. It may not be easy to grab the things this time. Not only is it not easy, look over there. Wu Yan, who is ranked 17th, and Mo Chanfeng, who is ranked 8th, are here, and there are who knows how many big guys on the list are hiding next to them. Why don't we just give up? Otherwise we won't know how we died when the time comes. Hearing his companion's words, the young man immediately showed his fear. The big guys on the list are all level 5 strong men, who are not something they can contend with. Don't let them lose their lives before they get the treasure, which is not worth the loss. The companion seemed to know this truth and also had the idea of retreating. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. A stern-faced young man appeared in the mine with a dozen huge elemental soldiers. Isn't that Yanwu? How come he's here too? Yanwu? The third-ranked elemental boss? Oh my god! There are so many 5th-level soldiers. Is this the strength of the 3rd place? Damn it! If he's here, it'd be even harder to grab things later. Everyone was talking about it below, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Yanwu ignored them and walked into the mine area with a swagger, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know he was here. In addition, he was already very famous, and once the news spread a little, everyone in the entire mine area knew he was here, and gradually began to take precautions. There was no way. As a permanent player in the top 10 of the list, Yanwu's strength was unquestionable, and he was definitely the biggest threat to their treasure chest snatching this time. There were even many people who nodded to each other in private and reached a tacit understanding. As soon as Yanwu made a move, they immediately tried their best to stop him. They must not let Yanwu grab the things in the treasure chest. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for Yanwu to get them back after he escaped from here. Yanwu could naturally feel the change in the atmosphere on the field, and a barely perceptible smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the back of the crowd secretly, and a figure hidden in the corner of the mine walked forward openly, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Yu hid in the corner, and the plant troops had long been hidden in the black forest behind the mine. He only brought Lingxi and a few tree spirit leaders with him to cover up his tracks. Now everyone's attention is on Yanwu. No one would notice him at all, nor did they know him, and they would not think that his troops could pose much of a threat. As time went on, more and more people came outside the mine area, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Everyone looked up at the sky, and the stream of light that was approaching rapidly, as if welcoming something. Here it comes! Suddenly, someone shouted. The nervous crowd was shocked, and then they saw the stream of light with endless power, crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground in the entire mining area shook violently. A powerful wave of air swept over, shaking the surrounding stone mountains and causing a large cloud of dust. Then, a treasure chest with gold edges, which was twice as luxurious as the previous one, appeared in front of everyone. Treasure chest. When they saw the treasure chest, everyone's heart was shocked, and they immediately became ecstatic. Last time, because they didn't know the situation, they missed the opportunity to compete for the treasure. This time, another treasure chest finally fell, and they were not willing to let it go. Go! Grab the treasure chest first. Get out of the way. The treasure chest is mine. Stop them. Don't let them touch the treasure chest. You wish. Get out of my way. Ah! Instantly, the entire mining area was in chaos. Everyone led their own troops to rush towards the treasure chest, and dazzling attacks continued to fall, exploding wildly in the crowd. In just a blink of an eye, many people were killed on the spot and died an untimely death. Yanwu in the crowd was not idle either. He directly led his elemental troops to break through the encirclement and quickly approached the treasure chest, which shocked the others. Quick! Stop him! They knew Yanwu's strength best. Once he touched the treasure chest, the result would definitely be very troublesome. For a moment, everyone's attacks turned to Yanwu, and quickly surrounded him, trying to stop him from getting close to the treasure chest. But unexpectedly, at this time, Yanwu's mouth suddenly curled up a smile. Earthquake! Accompanied by his low shout, the earth elements around him raised their arms at the same time, and their huge fists suddenly slammed into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground cracked, the land collapsed, and it quickly spread to the surroundings, and the whole area shook wildly. Those people and soldiers were unable to react in time, and instantly fell into an unbalanced state. They were shocked and their scalps were numb. Even the area where the treasure chest was located was not spared. At this moment, Vine suddenly rushed out from the side, swimming straight towards the treasure chest along the ground. Lin Yu finally took action. Chapter 37 Rare Soldier Tokens. Oh no! Someone wants to steal the treasure chest. The crowd reacted and immediately found the vines rushing towards the treasure chest. They were immediately shocked and ordered their own soldiers to intercept them. Want to go? It's not that easy. Wall of flames. Yanwu shouted loudly. And the fire elements around him also moved, burning out hot flames from their hands, forming a wall of flames between everyone and the treasure chest, completely blocking their way. With the obstruction of these fire walls, Lin Yu's vines came to the treasure chest smoothly, opened the treasure chest, and 6 things wrapped in light also came into everyone's eyes. 6 pieces? Everyone was shocked and looked at the treasure chest in disbelief. I didn't expect the number of treasures this time would be twice as much as before. And inside these glowing treasures, there were 2 things that looked like tokens, which made them ecstatic. Soldier tokens. It's a soldier token. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Lin Yu was extremely shocked, because he knew very well that the troop tokens in the treasure chest were not ordinary troop tokens, but rare troop tokens. No one in the entire area knew what rare troop tokens represented better than him. There was no need to think too much, and the vines rushed towards the 2 tokens at his signal. Want to take the tokens? Have you got my consent? But at this moment, a cold voice came. Beside an elegant man, several troop tokens with human faces and snake bodies suddenly opened their eyes and burst out with a gaze that seemed to be real. The vines that were about to take the troop tokens suddenly turned into rocks and shattered into countless pieces. Gorgon? Lin Yu's eyes condensed and looked at the man. It turned out to be Mo Changfeng, who was discussed just now and ranked 8th on the list. It is said that Mo Changfeng's territory is of the humanoid type, but no one expected that there would be such a powerful troop as the Gorgon. And he also comprehended the petrification gaze skill. It can petrify his plants instantly. And obviously he has reached the 5th level. However, did he really think that this level could stop him? Lin Yu sneered in his heart. And the pink enchantresses appeared behind him one by one. And dense vines flew all over the sky, surrounding the entire area around the treasure chest. The horrible scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. This was the first time they saw such an exaggerated number of plants. Even those 5th level plants could not reach this scale. They wanted to step forward to stop it. But by the time they reacted, a pink mist had quietly fallen, making their minds dazed. Together with Mo Changfeng, they also fell into a trance. It was as if they were in a fairyland, with a girl whispering and caressing them. Intoxicated? Not good. This mist is poisonous. Mo Changfeng was shocked and woke up instantly. But when he looked at the treasure chest again, the 2 arms tokens had already fallen into Lin Yu's hands, and his plants were also pulled back, ready to escape. Don't even think about escaping, Mo Changfeng shouted, and wanted to chase him with the Gorgon. But the next second, Lin Shi beside Lin Yu flew up quickly, pointed his staff at him out of thin air, and countless thorns instantly bound their bodies, making them unable to move. When they broke free, Lin Yu had already fled with the plants. Even Yan Wu in the crowd disappeared without a trace. Damn! Let him escape. Chase! We must get the military token back. The people who reacted immediately chased him out frantically, trying to get the token back. The remaining part of the people once again set their sights on the remaining things, and joined the crazy scramble again in a blink of an eye. Although Mo Changfeng was unwilling, he rationally did not chase him out, because he could feel that Lin Yu had just shown mercy. This shocked him greatly. There was such a powerful person hidden in this area. Could it be the perverts in front of him? But among the people in front of him, only one was a plant type. Could it be that? Mo Changfeng was suddenly stunned, with a look of doubt and uncertainty. However, before he could think about it, the shouting and killing next to him pulled him back again. Forget it. Grab the things first. He gritted his teeth and immediately joined the fight for the treasure. The whole scene was in chaos. Roars and screams spread to every corner, and the matter of the military token was forgotten in a blink of an eye. Here we have to mention Lin Yu's wit. He could have taken everything away, but he didn't do it, because if he took everything away, he would definitely become the target of public criticism and be hunted by everyone. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't deal with so many people at once. By then, he would be left with nothing, and would have no place to cry. Leaving some things behind can not only tie up most people, but also allow him to escape smoothly. So why not? After turning around in the wilderness to get rid of those followers behind him, Lin Yu plunged into the forest, contacted Yanwu, who had been waiting in the forest for a long time through private messages, and soon reunited with Yanwu, who had been waiting in the forest. How is it? Did you get the things? Yanwu hurriedly came forward, with an irrepressible expectation on his face. I have got it. Lin Yu smiled and shook the 2 tokens in his hand, and handed one to Yanwu. Take it. This is yours. This is a rare and good thing. Long before the action, they had already agreed to split the things 50-50. So the 2 tokens were naturally one for each person. Yanwu didn't say anything polite to him, and took the token directly. Thank you. This time thanks to your poison mist. Otherwise it wouldn't be so smooth. You are polite. The earthquake and fire wall you created also helped a lot. And you even went to be a bait. Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the troop token in his hand. Name, troop token, rare, function. Randomly unlock a 5th level rare troop. Requirement, 5th level territory. 1,000 points of mana. As he expected, it was a rare troop token. And a 5th level troop token. Rare troop? Yanwu looked surprised and puzzled at the information of the token in his hand. It was obviously the first time he saw such a thing. Seeing this, Lin Yu explained, it is a troop that is more powerful than ordinary troop. There is such a thing. Yanwu was very surprised. And then, he was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Yu in surprise. You seem to know a lot about this token. I just heard a little bit because of my luck. Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, and didn't say it out loud. He couldn't say that he had already snatched a rare troop token once before. Right? Yanwu seemed to have guessed something, and looked at him deeply. Lin Yu didn't want to continue discussing this topic. So he said, since the things are already in hand, let's part here to avoid those people chasing us. Okay. Then I go back to the territory first. And we have a chance to cooperate again in the future. Yanwu didn't dwell on this topic, nodded at him, and turned and left. It can be seen that he was a little anxious. After all, he had such a precious thing as the rare soldier token in his hand. It was really uneasy if he didn't go back and use it quickly. Lin Yu was the same. After watching Yanwu leave and identifying the direction, he led the plants back to his territory. After a long time, a group of people finally arrived and appeared at the place where they met. Damn it! He escaped. Chapter 38 Wood Dragon. Green Ivy Advancement. Return to the territory. Lin Yu excitedly came to the Tree of Life and took out the troop token in his arms. This was the second rare troop token he got, and he was looking forward to it. He took a deep breath and immediately chose to use it. May I ask if you would like to consume 1,000 points of magic power and use the troop token rare? Fortunately, Lin Yu still had more than 1,000 points of magic power left from the previous ranking reward. He chose yes without hesitation. The next second, the token in his hand turned into a stream of light and sank into the trunk of the Tree of Life, and pieces of fluorescence fell from the tree. Congratulations! You have unlocked the 5th level rare troop, Wood Dragon. The name of a new troop appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Just by looking at the name, Lin Yu felt that this troop was not simple, and immediately spent 100 magic powers to recruit one. In an instant, the light flashed, the plant soared, and gradually condensed into a plant dragon more than half a person tall in front of him. Name, Wood Demon Dragon. Such high attributes. Looking at the proudly standing Wood Demon Dragon in front of him, Lin Yu was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Except for the individual attributes. The comprehensive attributes of this Wood Demon Dragon are even close to Lingxi, who has royal blood. Especially the agility. A full 200 points, which is definitely the highest among the 5th level soldiers he has seen. It really deserves the name of a rare soldier. With such attributes, Lin Yu doesn't even need to use mutation on it, and can directly fight after recruiting it, which is convenient and saves money. In addition, Lin Yu always felt that his plant soldiers were slow in action, and the melee unit only had a bulky tree spirit leader. The addition of this Wood Demon Dragon made up for his shortcomings at once. The most important thing is that it can fly. Although it still looks like a baby dragon now, and can't carry people, it is possible that its size will increase after the level is increased. Wouldn't it be able to carry him everywhere? Lin Yu is still very much looking forward to this. Then he studied the Wood Dragon again, and found that the Wood Dragon was made of plants all over. There were leaves and branches on its head, limbs, tail and wings. Streams of light flowed from the green light ball on its chest to its whole body, which looked very majestic. Such a speed-type soldier is most suitable for raids and reconnaissance, considering that the soldiers have not been fully recruited and resources are scarce. They may lose their flying ability after mutation. So Lin Yu used the last 400 magic energy to recruit 4 more wood dragons in case of emergency. And the magic energy he accumulated was completely consumed. It was not until then that Lin Yu had time to open the regional channel to check the news about the fight for the treasure chest. Brothers, what's the situation at the mine? What else can we do? The things in the treasure chest have been robbed a long time ago. Many people died. Even many level 5 people died. So scary. Luckily I didn't go. I heard that there are military tokens, resource exchange coupons, and upgrade scrolls that allow the territory to directly upgrade to level 5. Fuck. Upgrade to level 5 directly? And military tokens? Yeah. The big guys present said that the tokens seemed to be robbed by a plant type. Plant type again? When they saw this message, they were stunned. The first time the treasure chest was airdropped, the things were robbed by the plant type. This time it was also. This made them wonder if these two people were the same person. Some even set their sights on Lin Yu, thinking that he did it. Otherwise, which plant type could snatch things from so many level 5 big guys, and then run away? But the problem is that they have no evidence to prove that it was Lin Yu who did it. After all, few people have really seen Lin Yu's appearance, let alone recognize him. And even if they know it's him, what can they do? They can't provoke the second-rank boss, right? So they just talked about it. And soon they were flooded with more news. The entire regional channel was lively, and everyone was talking about the treasure chest. Lin Yu looked for a while, finding that no one could confirm his identity. He finally closed the chat channel with peace of mind. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. He didn't go out again, and came to the open space in the territory to set up a pot and light a fire, preparing to make a hearty dinner to comfort himself for a hard day. As for where this pot came from, naturally, Lin Yu made it in the production workshop with iron or in copper ore. He just found this yesterday. And there are even a lot of seasonings made from plants in it, which can be made with just a little material and magic power. It's so convenient. With these things, he finally doesn't have to eat dry barbecue all the time. Just thinking. A reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations. The poisonous enchantress Qingting experience has reached the maximum value and successfully advanced to the 5th level. Qingting has advanced? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. And then, he was surprised. He didn't expect that after 4 days of accumulation, Qingting experience finally reached the maximum value. In the blink of an eye, Qingting's huge body was wrapped in a ray of light and began to grow rapidly. The flower buds on the top gradually changed from lavender to pink, and the body was also much taller. The vines were wrapped around his tree house, weaving into a net-like decoration. What's more exaggerated is that the forest formed by giant vines outside the territory expanded nearly 100 meters away, and there was a light pink mist inside, which looked extremely deep and terrifying. Name: Pink Enchantress Qingting, Royal Family, as expected of a plant with royal blood. Except for 0 agility. The basic attributes are much higher than ordinary 5th level. The 5th level Qingting has greatly enhanced its ability to protect the territory. Not only has the forest expanded, but it has also inherited the charming poisonous mist of Pink Enchantress. As soon as the enemy enters the forest, he will be immediately enchanted by the poisonous fog and corroded by the body. At that time, he will not need to do anything, and he can easily solve the enemy and kill people invisibly. Lin Yu was very lucky that he had exchanged for the ancient tree of knowledge before. Otherwise the green vine would not be able to upgrade so quickly. From this point of view, the effect of the ancient tree of knowledge increasing other plants by 1 point of experience per hour is still very powerful. And there is no level limit. Ordinary 4th level soldiers only need to stay next to it for 4 or 5 days to upgrade to the 5th level. It is really a good helper for early upgrades. Chapter 39 Grey Fog Area. The competition for the mines is still brewing. After another night, a large number of 5th level warriors have begun to appear on the list, joining the competition for resources in the mines. Affected by the airdrop treasure chest yesterday, the mining area in the wasteland has also become a place of concern for all lords. A lot of news about the competition for mines can be seen every moment. Someone was killed. Someone fought with someone. or one force fought with another force. In short, it was a mess. Everyone was madly competing for resources to upgrade to the 6th level. Seeing this situation, Lin Yu didn't plan to wade into this muddy water again. Clicking on the ranking list, he found that he was still ranked 2nd, and Yin Wu returned to the top 5 because of the rare arms. This first place is not simple. Lin Yu's eyes condensed slightly. After accumulating yesterday night, all his 4th level arms have been upgraded to the 5th level one after another. Plus Lingxi and Qingtang, 2 royal bloodlines, and 5 rare arms of wood demon dragons, excluding a 3rd level ancient tree of knowledge that could not be upgraded. There were a total of 49 5th level arms, and he could not surpass the first place. This was really a bit beyond his expectations. If he guessed correctly, the guy in first place might have obtained rare arms through other means, or had other opportunities, or cultivated 6th level arms in some way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sit firmly on the throne of first place. After all, he was the same, because he got the only ability of mutation because of a bad start. It is possible that other people will also get some opportunities. Sure enough, there are still many powerful people in this world. With a sigh, Lin Yu closed the list and came to the front of the arms tower. After a day of research yesterday, he had researched the grass elves and the poisonous enchantress to the 5th level, making them recruitable, including the newly unlocked wood dragon. A total of 3 5th level arms can be recruited. In the remaining time, he planned to study flower spirits, tree spirits, mushrooms, and man-eating plants to prepare for emergencies. However, this process will definitely take a lot of time. Fortunately, the levels of these arms are relatively low, and the initial research does not consume much magic energy. After arranging the research tasks, he ate something. Lin Yu took the 25 5th level plants out. When he was about to go to bed last night, Luo Lei sent him a message, saying that he and his friends had collected enough materials to upgrade to the 5th level, and wanted to use 1,000 magic energy to buy 2 4th level territory essences from him. Considering that the other party had provided him with a lot of information, Lin Yu agreed. Anyway, it was useless for him to keep the 4th level territory essence now, so it would be better to exchange it for some magic energy. Passing through the mountains and forests, Lin Yu quickly brought the plants to the outside of Luo Lei's territory. Luo Lei and his friends, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted him excitedly. Boss Lin Yu, long time no see. It's been a long time. Lin Yu smiled. Is this your friend? Yes. His name is Ji Yue. And the other territory essence I asked you for is for him. Luo Lei explained hurriedly. At the same time, he and Ji Yue secretly looked at the 25 arms around Lin Yu, and were extremely shocked. Level 5. All of them are level 5 arms, with such a terrifying combat power. As long as Lin Yu is willing, he can even destroy all their territories without leaving a single one. Is this the true strength of the second on the list? Luo Lei couldn't believe that after only a few days of not seeing each other, Lin Yu's strength had changed so much. And even the number of arms was much more than before. And just when he was shocked, Lin Yu had already taken out 2 crystals from his personal space. Here, the territory essence you want. Is this the level 4 territory essence? Luo Lei and Ji Yue swallowed at the same time, staring at the 2 crystals intently. They knew that to upgrade a territory, they had to devour the essence of the territory of the same level. But when they really saw the 4th level territory essence with their own eyes, they couldn't help but get excited. They immediately initiated a deal with Lin Yu, offering 1,000 points of magic power and taking the territory essence at the same time. Okay, since the deal is over, I should go back. With the magic power in hand, Lin Yu naturally didn't want to stay for long and turned around to leave. Boss Lin Yu, wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Luo Lei suddenly called him at this time. Anything else? Lin Yu turned around in confusion. Luo Lei hesitated for a moment and said, I wonder if Boss Lin Yu has heard about the discovery of a foggy area at the end of the wasteland yesterday. Foggy area? Yes. It's at the northeast end of this wasteland. It's a very scary foggy area. I heard that all 5th level lords who entered were killed on the spot, and no one could come out alive. There is such a thing? Lin Yu was shocked. He had never seen anyone mention this in the regional channel. Yes, I just heard about it this morning. It shouldn't be long before the news reaches the regional channel. Luo Lei nodded. Although the fog is far away from our area, those who have explored it said that the fog seems to be spreading slowly and is approaching our area. Approaching this way? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. This could be a big news. If the fog really came to their area, wouldn't they all be in danger? There is. At this time, Ji Wei, who was beside Liu Lei, interrupted. I heard that they also saw many shadows in the fog. Some as high as mountains. Shadows? Yes. These are all said by those who came back from the end of the wasteland. Ji Wei nodded repeatedly. Hearing his words, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Originally, he had doubts about this world and felt that there was something hidden behind it. Recalling what Yin Wu had said to him before, combined with what Liu Lei and the others had said just now, he always felt that there was something strange in it. But no matter how he thought about it, he just couldn't figure out the key. Could it be that he really had to upgrade to the 6th level to understand the truth? But if he rashly upgraded to the 6th level, would he encounter the situation Yin Wu said? This is a mystery. But no matter what, this news is still very important to him. After thinking about it, he immediately said to the two, Thank you for telling me such important news. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Liu Lei laughed. The reason why he told Lin Yu about this was just to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. After all, even if they didn't say it, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread throughout the area, and Lin Yu would know it sooner or later. After chatting for a few more words in the original place, Liu Lei and the others said goodbye to Lin Yu and rushed back to their own territory, preparing to upgrade the territory with the territory essence they had just obtained. As for Lin Yu, he turned around and left with his plant army, heading towards the wasteland. Although it was very chaotic there, and people were dying every day, he still had to go there to collect the resources needed to upgrade to level 6 in order to deal with the possible changes that might happen next and take precautions. Chapter 40 Lord Hunter. There is also a forest between the endless wasteland and the wasteland. If you want to go to the wasteland, you have to go through the forest. Lin Yu has long been accustomed to this, and he walks in the forest with his plant army. The 3 wood dragons he brought with him flew in the air and took on the task of reconnaissance. Through mental connection, Lin Yu can quickly receive the message sent back by the wood dragon. As long as he finds something abnormal, he can respond immediately without being in a hurry. Not to mention, the appearance of the wood dragon made Lin Yu's exploration and reconnaissance work much easier and extremely efficient. He walked and stopped along the way, and it was easy to find the monsters hidden in the surroundings. And then he easily solved them. In just an hour, he successfully passed through the forest and came to a scorched wasteland. At the same time, behind a stone mountain in the distance, 3 hiding figures also stared at him. Big brother. Someone is coming. These 3 people have been waiting here since early morning, ambushing the lords passing by to seize their resources. In just one morning, I don't know how many people died in their hands. They are 3 absolutely fierce characters, especially the scarred man called the Big Brother, whose level has reached the 5th level, and he is accompanied by 10 huge 5th level 2-headed leopards. Even the 2 younger brothers next to him, each with 5 insect-type girl spiders and 5 undead-type skeleton rangers. 25th level. Such strength is rare even among all lords. They just quietly hide behind the boulder, waiting for Lin Yu to approach. But they didn't notice. In the sky hundreds of meters high, there are 3 shadows flying back and forth, and they have already locked their position. Lord Hunter? Lin Yu, who was moving forward, showed a barely perceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not immediately expose the other party, but pretended to be unaware and slowly approached the stone mountain. Here he comes. It seems to be a plant type. A younger brother beside the big man whispered. Plant type? The big man frowned, as if thinking of something. But immediately, he said coldly, no matter if he is a plant type or any other type, he only brought so few soldiers. Just kill him directly. In his opinion, Lin Yu only had a dozen soldiers around him. Even if they were all level 5, the number was not as large as theirs. At this level, wouldn't it be easy to capture them? There is no need to worry about anything. But is this really the case? Of course not. Because long before discovering the traces of these people, Lin Yu had already let the smaller Ling Shi and the wood monsters hide on the body of the tree spirit leader, and they could not be seen by the naked eye. In addition to the 3 wood monster dragons flying in the sky, there were exactly 25. 5 more than them. The 3 people who didn't know about it had been secretly observing Lin Yu's movements through the gap. When Lin Yu came to a position less than 30 meters away from them, his face suddenly became fierce. Go! Surround him! As soon as the voice fell, The three people split into two groups and surrounded Lin Yu on both sides. The five huge spider girls sprayed several poisonous spider silks at lightning speed and attacked Lin Yu directly. "Can't you bear it anymore?" Lin Yu sneered and jumped back to avoid the spider silk. At the same time, the 10 two-headed leopards led by the big man had rushed to his side, turned into a residual image, and suddenly pounced on him. They actually knew to kill him. The most critical lord first. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably have been stunned by this sudden attack and let them slaughter him. But Lin Yu was different. He had been prepared. He didn't need to give any orders at all. Dense vines had already appeared on his side, tied up the two-headed leopards that rushed over, and threw them away. Some of them were faster and avoided the vines, but were blocked by the huge body of the tree spirit leader. After a few bangs, the tree spirit leader was torn open and almost died. The attack was so strong that it was worthy of being a 5th-level beast-type soldier. Fortunately, the wood spirits led by Ling Shi waved their staffs in time and used healing magic to barely heal the wound. It was blocked. In the distance, the scarred man looked at all this in shock. He didn't expect Lin Yu to react so quickly and block their attack. You know, his two-headed leopard is famous for its speed. Ordinary soldiers can't keep up with their speed, let alone block them all. At this time, the attacks of the two younger brothers on the other side followed closely. The spider web of the girl spider fell from the sky, and the bow and arrow of the skeleton ranger broke through the air, almost blocking all of Lin Yu's retreat. Such a skilled cooperation. Obviously it was not the first time to do such a thing. Lin Yu's heart gradually cooled down. He drew out the bone knife from his waist to block one of the arrows, but the others were blocked by another tree spirit leader. Several huge gaps were blown on his body, and he stepped back a few steps. However, he had the grass and tree protection skills inherited from the grass and tree spirit, so he did not suffer any fatal injuries. The large spider web above his head was also cut by the leaves controlled by Lingxi and the wood spirits, and turned into countless fragments and fell to the ground. He resolved their joint offensive with a wave of his hand. "Let's go together. Get rid of him." After a series of attacks, they still couldn't take down Lin Yu. The three of them finally got angry and ordered their troops to rush up and attack Lin Yu again. "Humph! Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Lin Yu snorted coldly and no longer held back. One by one, vines suddenly rushed out from the pink enchantress next to him and swooshed towards their troops. At the same time, Lingxi and the wood monsters were surrounded by green light and tied up the two-headed leopards in the front with thorns. The two exploding mushrooms jumped and threw a handful of red mushrooms at them. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion instantly blew away the two-headed leopards, and the remaining two-headed leopards were forced back by the powerful air wave. On the other side, Spider Girl and Skeleton Ranger were entangled with the vines and fought hard. But the next second, several ground thorns suddenly emerged from under their feet and penetrated their bodies. The vines next to them seized the opportunity and swished a few times, easily piercing their heads. In a blink of an eye, most of the three soldiers were killed, leaving a pile of corpses. How is it possible? The scarred man's eyes were red with anger, and he didn't expect this result at all. His two younger brothers were even more terrified and retreated in panic. But at this time, suddenly, there was a loud sound of breaking through the air. As soon as they looked up, they saw three afterimages flying towards them at an unimaginable speed. Puff! The wings of the wood dragon cut through their necks and went straight through. The three people's bodies shook and stood still. Gradually, blood began to appear on their necks. They wanted to cover it with their hands, but in the end, their eyes went black and they fell to the ground, together with the rest of their soldiers. They all wailed and died one after another, successfully killed the 5th level lord, and obtained a total of 2,485 magic points, 1,476 wood, 1,580 stone, 225 iron ore, and 5th level territory essence x3. Chapter 41 Unexpected Discovery. The death of these three guys directly contributed more than 2,000 mana and thousands of mineral resources to Lin Yu, which was more than he imagined. Being able to accumulate so many resources at a time when everyone was short of resources. It was obvious that many lords had already suffered from their murderous hands. It was a pity that he had bad luck and met Lin Yu. Lin Yu's plant soldiers were either rare soldiers or royal bloodlines, and they had one more skill than ordinary soldiers. And Lingxi also had an aura that increased all plant attributes by 10%, which was much stronger than ordinary people. But what surprised Lin Yu was that this time, just like before, except for things like blueprints and basic resources, nothing else was exploded. These guys killed so many people. It was impossible for them to have only one territory essence on them. In other words, the remaining resources were all swallowed by the system, which was a bit too dark. Forget it. Lin Yu shook his head. Getting rid of these people was also considered to be eliminating harm for the people, doing a good deed, and getting 3 5th level territory essences for nothing, adding the 2 rewards from the previous ranking list. It is just enough to upgrade to level 6. Even the iron ore has also reached the upgrade requirements, and the harvest is already good. Now the only thing missing is copper ore. Lin Yu murmured to himself. The copper ore collected before was only more than 50 units, which is more than a little short of the 750 required for the upgrade. Even if he can continue to mine in the mining area, it will probably take a long time to collect it. After all, the output is too low. And according to what Yinwu said before, the person who was promoted to level 6 was promoted a few days ago. And it is obvious that there is some way to quickly obtain copper ore. Is there a copper ore vein? Lin Yu couldn't help frowning. If there is such a thing, it can explain why that person can upgrade so quickly. Or simply be lucky. The territory is randomly next to the copper mine, which is also possible. After all, among so many people, there will always be a few who are extremely lucky and encounter such things. Fortunately, now that he has the Wood Demon Dragon, it is much easier to detect the terrain. As long as he looks carefully, he may find the copper ore vein. Thinking of this, Lin Yu led the plants over the corpses of the 3 people and continued to rush to the depths of the wasteland. This time, Lin Yu deliberately avoided the mining area and had no intention of going there again. When passing near the mining area, he also detected the situation there through the Wood Demon Dragon. And it was indeed in chaos. Large and small forces gathered in the mining area, and there were constant frictions, conflicts, and even direct fights. Corpses were everywhere, and the regional channel was also a mess. Lin Yu clicked it and took a look. They were all quarreling, and the quarrels were very ugly and simply unbearable to watch. However, he also saw some very useful news in these quarrels. Brothers, I found a strange underground cave in the west of the wasteland. There are many rock monsters in it. It looks like there are some incredible treasures hidden. You mean the cave near the desert in the west? I've been there before. It's full of 5th level monsters. There are many entrances, and you can't get in at all. So many 5th level monsters? Could it be a monster nest? Monster nest? Where is it? I go and take a look too. Forget it. A 5th level monster nest may have 6th level monsters. Do you want to die? Someone actually found a cave that is suspected to be a gathering place for 5th level monsters. This was something Lin Yu didn't expect, and it immediately aroused his interest. After watching the regional channel for a while and understanding the specific location of the cave, he immediately changed direction and rushed over there. Finally, under the guidance of the Wood Demon Dragon, he soon came to the edge of an endless black desert. From a distance, a small group of people were seen gathering at the bottom of a huge sand dune, surrounding an underground cave made of rocks. The entrance to the cave was very large, and most of it was buried under the black sand. It was not easy to find if you didn't look carefully. As soon as Lin Yu appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at him, and the plant soldiers around him in surprise. But soon, a deafening roar suddenly came from the cave, and the entire edge of the desert shook. Damn! This sound? Could it be a 6th level monster? One of them said in fear. I think it's very likely. After all, even the gatekeepers are 5th level. I heard that a man went in with a dozen 5th level soldiers before, and then never came back. He was probably dead in there. Ah! So scary. As they talked, they couldn't help but step back a few steps, fearing that innocent people would be harmed. They came here to see if there was any money to be made, but now it seems that there is no chance. Lin Yu stood at the edge, his expression gradually becoming uncertain, because he found that many of the stones that were shaken off by the roar looked very similar to copper or even exactly the same. Could it be that this cave is actually a mine? Lin Yu glanced at the other people around him and found that they didn't seem to notice this, but instead focused their attention on the depths of the cave. Lin Yu guessed that this was probably because the mining area was occupied by major forces, and they had no chance to see copper ore, so they turned a blind eye. Isn't this just a good deal for him? Without thinking too much, after the roar, He let the wood demon dragon quietly land, and then led 25 5th level plants to the cave entrance. This move immediately caused others to look surprised. What does he want to do? Is he going to go into the cave? There are level 6 monsters in there. Is he going to die? Brother, don't go in. It's dangerous in there. Come back quickly. You die? But no matter how they shouted, Lin Yu had no intention of stopping. He turned around and smiled at them kindly, then led the plant troops into the cave and gradually disappeared from sight. Well, another one is going to die. Young people nowadays, why don't they listen to advice? Maybe they think they have too many level 5 troops. Who cares? If he wants to die, let him go. Let him know the price of arrogance. Now our area will have one less lord. These people had no hope that Lin Yu could come back alive from the cave, and even thought that he would definitely die. So more people just sighed over the fall of a lord, or gloated over his misfortune, and laughed at Lin Yu's arrogance. On the other side, Lin Yu entered the cave and quickly passed through the deep entrance and came to the cave full of rocks. As he expected, there was indeed copper ore in it, and there was a lot of it. He had only walked a few dozen meters when he found several pieces of copper ore on the stone wall and quickly collected them and put them into his personal space. What surprised him was that the interior of the cave was much larger than he expected, and there were many crystal-like rocks growing on the rock wall, which illuminated the entire mine cave. So there was no need to worry about not being able to see anything. While collecting ore and moving forward, several huge figures suddenly appeared at the end of his forward direction. Chapter 42 6th Order Monsters. The Secret of the Mine. Monsters? Lin Yu stopped and looked at a group of rock monsters that appeared not far away. The size was comparable to the 5th Order rock monsters he had encountered before. Carefully approaching, the information of these rock monsters also appeared in his eyes. Name, Earth-Splitting Guardian. Sure enough, just as the rumor said, the monsters here are all 5th Order. Looking at the introduction of the monster information, Lin Yu was a little confused. If he remembered correctly, the elemental land should be the territory of the elemental system. Why is it called this name? It's really strange. However, these Earth-Splitting Guardians should not be underestimated. Their attributes are comparable to those of rock monsters, and they are all powerful types. Of course, the defect is also obvious. That is, the speed is very slow. This is probably because of their huge size. Lin Yu counted, and there were a total of 10 Earth-Splitting Guardians blocking him. And the cave was very wide, which was completely enough for his plants to be used. After observing the surroundings for a while, he commanded the plants around him to spread out and quietly approach the wandering Earth-Splitting Guardians. The vines of the pink fairy kept moving with the cover of the rocks on the ground, and soon came to their feet. Now! Attack! At Lin Yu's command, all the plants suddenly rose up, and the vines instantly wrapped around the bodies of the Earth-Splitting Guardians. At the same time, the magic troops led by Ling Shi waved their staffs, and countless wooden thorns rushed out from all directions and penetrated their bodies. The 3 wood dragons directly launched the shadow skill, turning into afterimages and attacking the 3 nearest monsters. Crack! In just one encounter, 8 Earth-Splitting Guardians fell under their fierce attack and broke into pieces of rubble. The remaining 2 broke free from the vines, condensed a huge stone in their hands, and threw it directly at the pink fairy next to them. They can even attack from a distance. Fortunately, the 2 tree spirit leaders reacted quickly and ran over to block the pink enchantress. With a loud bang, they were both knocked back by the boulders, but they did not suffer much damage. As expected, they are the most tanky soldiers under Lin Yu, and they are no less than these rock monsters, and their injuries gradually recovered under the treatment of the wood monsters. After a while, the 2 earth-breaking guardians were beaten to death by the plants and turned into a pile of rubble scattered on the ground. Killing a 5th level earth-breaking guardian will gain 48 points of magic power. Killing a 5th level earth-breaking guardian will gain 50 points of magic power. Killing a 5th level earth-breaking guardian will gain 46 points of magic power. The magic power gained from killing a 5th level monster is about 50 points. These 10 earth-breaking guardians provided him with nearly 500 points of magic power at once. Lin Yu estimated that the first wave of monsters alone was not something that ordinary lords could handle. Not only were they powerful, they also had long-range skills. If they were not careful, they might overturn or even be wiped out. If he hadn't had Ling Shi increase the properties of all plants by 10%, it would have been difficult to deal with. What he didn't know was that The noise just now reached the ears of those outside, and caused quite a commotion. Did you hear it? It seems like there was a sound of fighting. It should be that they encountered the 5th level monsters inside, and started fighting. From the noise, there must be quite a few of them. The crowd was talking, and speculating about the situation in the cave. But not long after, the sound of fighting in the cave stopped abruptly and disappeared. Strange. Why did it go silent so quickly? Is the battle over? Could it be that he was killed by the monsters? Very likely. I think we should leave here quickly. It will be bad if those monsters rush out. These people hurriedly retreated while talking, fearing that the monsters inside would rush out and implicate them. In the blink of an eye, most of the people left. Only a small number of people were left watching, but they didn't dare to go in to find out. In the mine, after dealing with the first batch of monsters, Lin Yu continued to move deeper. He walked and stopped along the way, killing monsters and collecting ores. And he actually collected more than 80 units of copper ore, almost filling his personal space. Not to mention the magic power. More than 2,000 points, which made his magic power break through the 5,000 mark. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, Lin Yu exclaimed softly, and found a body lying at the corner in front. He ran over and took a closer look. And it turned out to be a human body. And it looked like he had just died. Although his body was broken, his blood had not completely coagulated. Could it be what those people said? The 5th level lord, who had come in to explore before, and never returned. Lin Yu didn't expect to encounter the bodies of other lords in such a place. To be able to come in such a deep place. This lord's strength was obviously not weak. But it was a pity that he couldn't escape the fate of death in the end and fell here. With a sigh, Lin Yu asked the plants to bring gravel, piled a grave on the corpse, and carved a tombstone with stone. Then stood quietly in front of the tombstone, feeling a lot of emotion. If possible, who would want to die in a foreign land? In the next life, be born well, and don't come to this world again, Lin Yu whispered to the tombstone, then turned and left, leading the plants to continue moving forward. And the speed was also much faster. The appearance of this corpse gave him a very important message. That is, the monsters here may be regenerated. This person can come to such a deep place. And he must have solved the monsters at the entrance long ago. But when it was his turn to come in, there were still monsters at the entrance. Obviously, those monsters will regenerate after death. And the regeneration cycle is not long. In order to avoid accidents, Lin Yu had to speed up and explore the rest of the mine. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. After killing the last earth-breaking guardian, Lin Yu finally came to the deepest part of the mine, in front of a huge underground cave. Finally, it's over. Lin Yu showed joy on his face, and hurriedly quickened his pace to run towards the cave, wanting to see what was inside. But when he came to the entrance of the cave and looked inside, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Inside this ridiculously large cave, there was a ruin of a building that he had never seen before. In the center of the ruins, a rock monster that was 7 or 8 meters tall stood there, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. 6th level monster. Lin Yu was so shocked that he stepped back, ready to escape at any time. But immediately, he found something wrong. There were 2 huge chains passing through the chest of the rock monster, locking it tightly in the cave. What's going on? Lin Yu was full of surprise. He bravely approached, and the information of the rock monster also appeared in his eyes. Name, Earth-splitting Yuanzuan. It was indeed a 6th level monster. Lin Yu's pupils shrank. He finally understood why he heard roars outside the mine. I'm afraid it's all caused by the 6th level monster. Chapter 43. Congratulations, stranger. Lin Yu stood outside the cave for a long time, after confirming that the 6th level monster was controlled by the chain and could not move. He finally plucked up the courage and walked slowly into the cave. Roar! Sure enough, as soon as Lai Tu Yuanzun found him, he immediately let out a deafening roar and struggled frantically, shaking the 2 chains and shaking the entire cave violently. As expected of a 6th level monster, it is indeed extraordinary. But soon, Lai Tu Yuanzun found that he could not attack Lin Yu, and suddenly picked up the huge stone beside him and raised it high above his head. Lin Yu, who was still on guard, suddenly changed his face. Scatter! As soon as the order was issued, the plants around him had already scattered, and even he himself quickly hid to the side. The next second, boom! With a loud bang, the huge stone fell to the place where they were standing, smashing a terrifying deep pit. shaking the entire cave violently. The power is so strong that a level 5 monster would be killed on the spot if it came into contact with it. It seems that it is not possible to not get rid of this level 6 monster first. Fortunately, this monster is now restricted and cannot exert its full strength. Otherwise he really has no way. Go. Use long-range attacks to get rid of it. Lin Yu hurriedly retreated to the side, away from the attack range of Lai Tu Yuan Zun. The wood monsters and pink demons with long-range attack capabilities attacked Lai Tu Yuan Zun from a distance. For a moment, vines and wooden thorns all over the ground burst out, attacking the violent Lai Tu Yuan Zun directly, tying up its body tightly. The two exploding mushrooms were also not vague, picking a handful of mushrooms from their bodies and throwing them at Lai Tu Yuan Zun's feet, causing a series of violent explosions. Roar. Lai Tu Yuan Zun was attacked from both sides and struggled angrily again. Then he pulled his hands violently and directly tore off the vines on his body. Even Ling Shi and the others' wooden thorns were broken abruptly. Fortunately, the wood demons also have healing skills, and immediately sprinkled a piece of fluorescent light to heal the vines of Pink Fairy. Taking this opportunity, the three wood demon dragons took advantage of their speed and kept harassing the earth-breaking elements to buy them time. The earth-breaking Yuanzuan roared and smashed the ground wildly. The earth-shaking sound even spread outside, shocking those outside to flee in fear and dare not stay near the entrance. And this news was quickly spread to the regional channel. Damn! There really is a level 6 monster in the western desert. It's so scary. I was nearby just now. The noise was so loud. I thought there was an earthquake. I can hear the sound from a long distance. It must be a level 6 monster. Is there really a level 6 monster? Is it going to rush out? It's very likely. It's better for everyone to stay away. Don't go there to die. It's already on the way to escape. The noise made by Lai Tu Yuan Zun was so scary. How could these lords have ever seen such a scene? They were so scared that they ran away in a blink of an eye. And no one dared to approach the western desert. Some people who were afraid of the level 6 monster running out even left the wasteland and rushed back to their own territory. The regional channel was also in an uproar. At this time, in the deepest part of the mine, Lin Yu led the plants under his hands and was still engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with Lai Tu Yuan Zun. In just a few minutes, he lost 6 soldiers, almost all of whom were killed on the spot by the boulders thrown by earth-splitting Yuanzuan. And they couldn't even catch up with the treatment. However, earth-splitting Yuanzuan's situation was not much better, being beaten up by so many plants like a live target, bombed and chopped. The rocks on his body had already cracked countless times, and his roars began to become weaker and weaker. Everyone, work harder. We will win soon. Lin Yu's eyes were red now. In order to deal with a trapped 6th level monster, he actually lost so many soldiers. You know, these soldiers have been with him for a long time, and have killed many 5th level monsters. Their experience points and attributes are not comparable to those of the newly recruited soldiers. Now they are gone. It would be strange if he didn't feel sad. While shouting and directing the plants to attack, he stared at the movements of earth-splitting Yuanzuan, fearing that it would smash the stones again. Fortunately, none of what he was worried about happened. After several minutes of crazy attacks, the rock on the body of the earth-splitting Yuanzun was finally completely broken, and several vines and wooden thorns pierced his heart. With an unwilling roar, he fell to the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 6th level earth-splitting Yuanzun and obtained 105 points of magic power. Huh? Finally solved. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The magic power obtained by killing a 6th level monster is twice that of a 5th level monster. Sure enough, he is still as stingy as ever. But he was too lazy to complain. He seemed to have lost his strength and his tense expression relaxed. Crash. At this time, the huge corpse of Lai Tu Yuan Zun broke into pieces and scattered around, revealing something locked by chains inside. A treasure chest made of rock. Treasure chest. Lin Yu was shocked and stood up suddenly. It turned out that the 2 chains passed through Lai Tu Yuan Zun's body to lock this treasure chest? Or is this treasure chest the real reward after killing Lai Tu Yuan Zun? But he didn't hear any hints? Lin Yu was shocked. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing hidden in Lai Tu Yuan Zun's body. And with the death of Lai Tu Yuan Zun, the 2 chains also broke, completely unlocking the seal on the treasure chest. Lin Yu hesitated for a while, but couldn't help but walk towards the treasure chest and carefully observed it around. This treasure chest is different from what I have seen before. It is made of very solid rock. And the patterns carved on it are also very simple. Rather than saying that it is a system reward, Lin Yu would rather believe that it was made by someone else. But who would specially make such a treasure chest? And hide it in such a secret and bizarre place? Could it be a trap? As soon as this thought came to mind, Lin Yu was frightened, not daring to be careless. He immediately stepped aside and let Pink Enchantress open the treasure chest with vines. Anyway, vines can regenerate, so there is no need to worry about being destroyed. Soon, several vines wrapped around the rock treasure chest and slowly opened it under Lin Yu's nervous and expectant eyes. There was no explosion as imagined, nor was there any poison needle shot as imagined. There was only a gray ball and a yellowed paper lying quietly in the treasure chest. Paper? Lin Yu was stunned. How could paper appear in such a place? Logically speaking, they came across the border, and they should not be able to bring anything else, unless they happened to carry paper with them at the time. It would be impossible for them to appear here. But there was such a piece of paper in front of him, and it seemed a bit old, and it had begun to turn yellow. Faintly, you can still see some writing on it. A bit like a letter? Surprised, Lin Yu gradually came to the treasure chest and took the paper out of the treasure chest. He saw the first sentence on the paper at a glance. Congratulations, stranger. When you see this letter, it means you are about to die. Chapter 44 Lord Breeding Farm. Lin Yu's face was full of question marks, and he almost cursed. What the hell is this thing? It actually cursed him to death at the beginning. Is it a curse on the letter? But gradually, he felt something was wrong, because his eyes were quickly attracted by the content on the paper. Congratulations, stranger. When you see this letter, it means you are about to die. I am honored to tell you that the place you are in is a death zone called the Lord Farm among countless large areas. You must have a lot of doubts in your heart now. But I want to tell you that this is not the real primitive continent. Each batch of new lords will be randomly assigned to various large areas and given resources to grow. After reaching the 6th level, they will automatically leave this world and go to the real primitive continent, which is what we often call leaving the novice village. Stranger, although I don't know which world you are from, and I don't know how much time has passed, but since you can defeat the soldiers I left behind, it means that you have already reached the 6th level of strength. But unfortunately, the passage from this area to the primitive continent has been blocked. Once you reach the 6th level, you will be swallowed by the people who control this area and become food for those people to advance. We once united. We have fought, but failed. Those people are much stronger than we can imagine. We are not even as good as ants in front of them. I thought I was the only one who could dominate the world and stand on top of millions of people. But I ended up like this. I hate it. I hate the injustice of heaven. I hate my own weakness even more. When you see this letter, I guess I will be dead. You and I are in the same boat. So I will give you one last piece of advice. If you want to escape from here, there is only one way. That is to pass through the gray fog area at the edge of the area and go to other large areas that are not blocked. Remember, you only have one chance. 1 month after the advent, the gray fog will weaken for a while. At that time, it is also the thinnest time. Gather all the strength of the entire territory to pass through it to get a glimmer of hope. If you succeed, remember to avenge us. Avenge our predecessors who died tragically on the road of fighting. After reading the content of the letter, Lin Yu was shocked. He stood there blankly for a long time, speechless, his heart already drowned by a storm. The area he was in was actually a lord breeding farm? All lords who were promoted to level 6 would be devoured and become food for others to advance. This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting him hard in the heart, shocking him for a long time. No wonder they suddenly disappeared after reaching level 6. So that's what happened. He finally understood it thoroughly now. All the 10 million people in this area were just a group of animals raised in captivity to be slaughtered. It was simply horrifying. Lin Yu didn't expect that his unintentional actions would actually reveal such a shocking secret. According to the description in the letter, 1 month after the Lord descended, the gray fog would weaken for a period of time. In other words, he only had a little more than half a month now. If he couldn't reach the strength to pass through the gray fog within this half a month, then there was only one way to die waiting for him. There was no other way to choose. But here comes the problem. According to what Luolei said before, those who enter the gray fog at level 5 will die. And even if they are weakened by then, it may not be so easy to pass through. Moreover, his territory is still here. Even if he succeeds in passing through the gray fog, he still cannot take his territory with him. When the territory is destroyed, he will not be able to escape death. Is there any other way? Linyu couldn't help but look at another thing in the box. A gray ball. He felt that since the person who left this letter could make such a sophisticated layout, he must have considered these situations. Otherwise, what's the point of saying so much? Suspicious. He immediately picked up the gray ball and put it in his hand. And a piece of information appeared in his eyes. Name, Migration Pearl. Function, the core of the territory can be temporarily stored in it for the purpose of territory migration. And the level aura can be concealed. And the magic tower can be made. Effective time, 5 days. Usage requirements, magic power, territory level X 10,000. Territory core X1. As expected, the person who left the letter was very meticulous and even considered the territory. Moreover, this migration bead has another very powerful function, which is to conceal the level aura. In this way, Linyu can upgrade the territory to the 6th level before using this bead. After the territory core is taken in, his level aura will also be hidden and not easily detected by those people. After all, who would always pay attention to one of the ants in a large group? And this is his only chance to escape from this area. With the strength of the 6th level, he will definitely have a much better chance of passing through the gray fog. Invisibly, he solved such a huge problem. The person who wrote this letter is really not simple. I don't know how that person left the troops behind when he died. He even calculated this step, which makes people have to admire him sincerely. It's just a pity such a brilliant person ended up like this in the end. I'm afraid he put a lot of effort into making this migration bead. Unexpectedly, it finally fulfilled him. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely take revenge for this deep hatred. Even if he doesn't say it in the letter, he will not easily let go of those who keep them like animals. Thinking of this, Linyu couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked around. Although most of the surrounding buildings have decayed, it can still be seen that this was once the territory of that person. This also explains why there is no prompt to destroy the monster gathering place. Because this is not a monster gathering place at all. I don't know how many groups of people like them came to this world after the destruction of this territory. And then, they were slaughtered one by one like lambs. Rest in peace. I will avenge you. Linyu whispered to himself, bent down deeply, and bowed to the ruins, his eyes full of determination. As if to respond to his words, the treasure chest in front of him finally lost its support and turned into a piece of rubble, scattered down, and it was considered to have completed its mission. Linyu looked around for a while, and then said to the remaining 19 plants around him, "Let's go. Let's go back." After that, he turned and walked out of the cave, hurried to the direction of the exit. It was smooth along the way. No more monsters were encountered. When Linyu passed through the entrance of the cave and came out, the people around him had already run away, probably scared away by the movement just now. But it was better this way, so that no one would notice that he had successfully come out of the cave. After identifying the direction, Linyu rushed back to the territory. The sky gradually darkened. Chapter 45 Transformation. In a blink of an eye, a night passed. 2 days have passed since the last ranking reward was distributed. And today is exactly the 3rd day. According to the last experience, the reward should be distributed at night. So Linyu is not in a hurry. Getting up from the bed, he clicked on the ranking list and took a look. First place, Tianga level 5, Demon System. Second place, Linyu level 5, Plant System. Third place, Bai Haitang level 5, Angel System. Fourth place, Donfan Hao level 5, Humanoid System. Fifth place, Yenwu level 5, Element System. Except for the 4th place, the top 5 are all old faces. And Linyu is not surprised at all, because now the Vanguard has basically recruited all level 5 soldiers. The overall combat power is almost fixed, and it is basically impossible to have a big improvement, unless you get a more powerful soldier, or level up the soldier to level 6. How easy is it to reach level 6? That requires killing a full 250 level 5 monsters, and they can't die in the middle. Even Lingxi, who was the first to advance to the 5th level, with the experience bonus from the ancient tree of knowledge and the accumulation of killing monsters in the past few days, he only reached more than 150 experience points. Name, Wood Fairy Lingxi, Royal Family at this time. Ling Shi's attributes have been greatly improved because he has killed many monsters. However, if he wants to advance to the 6th level, he must kill at least 100 5th level monsters. Even if he stays in the territory and enjoys the bonus of 1 experience point per hour from the ancient tree of knowledge, it will take 4 or 5 days to upgrade. Not to mention other soldiers with lower experience. Fortunately, Lin Yu still has half a month. Such a long time is enough for him to upgrade all soldiers to the 6th level. As long as he does not upgrade to the 6th level, he will not be detected by those people. When the gray fog weakens on the last day, he can immediately take action and escape from here. And what he needs to do most now is to collect resources and accumulate magic energy. The use and consumption of the migration bead is calculated according to the level of the territory. A 6th level territory requires a full 60,000 mana, plus the cost of upgrading to the 6th level. It is conceivable how huge this consumption is. But it is no wonder. After all, the 6th level territory is very large, and moving it away will naturally consume a lot of resources. It seems that we have to prepare in advance, Lin Yu murmured to himself, looking at the lively regional channel, and couldn't help sighing. If there is no accident, these people are destined to be buried in this world. Even if he wants to help, he can't do anything. After all, he can't even guarantee whether he can survive. 10 million people? When he thought of so many people being trapped here, Lin Yu couldn't help trembling in his heart. Although he knew that these 10 million people were just a drop in the ocean for the 10,000 worlds, it still made him unable to calm down for a long time. This may be the fate of the weak. If you want to truly control your own destiny, you must be strong enough. One day, I will also stand above this world and not be manipulated by anyone. Lin Yu's face was slightly gloomy. After experiencing these things, his heart began to change gradually. No longer the way it was when he first came to this world. Since you have to control your own life and death, preparation is inevitable. After storing the copper ore collected yesterday in the territory warehouse, Lin Yu took half of the soldiers and left the territory and rushed to the direction of the rock mine. While those people have not discovered the secret of the mine, continue to collect copper ore. This trip, it takes a whole day. Because the distance is far. The monsters in the mine will regenerate every time you go there. So each trip takes a long time. However, after only 2 round trips, it was gradually getting dark. So Lin Yu had to stop collecting and hurried back to the territory. Store the newly collected ore in the warehouse. Lin Yu went directly to the open space and sat down. Started to make a fire and cook, while observing the movements of the regional channel. It will be time for the list to issue rewards soon. And the regional channel is obviously much more lively than during the day. Everyone is discussing who will receive the rewards this time, or guessing the ranking of a certain boss. Lin Yu was also among them. Lin Yu just smiled and didn't care. He was very confident in his own strength. He had 2 5th level royal bloodline plants, plus 10 newly recruited rare wood dragons, and the rest were powerful soldiers with 3 skills. It was not easy to surpass such a luxurious lineup. Sure enough, when the time came, a reminder sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You won the 2nd place in the regional ranking, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 magic points and 2 5th level territory essences. Still the 2nd place. Now Lin Yu is almost certain that the guy who ranked first has 6th level soldiers around him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to always be ranked first. He had personally experienced the horror of the 6th level monster, which almost wiped him out. The 6th level troops were naturally not weak. As long as there was one, he could defeat 10 or even 25th level monsters, and there was no way to compare them. But it was okay. Anyway, Lin Yu was not short of territory essence now. He just wanted the magic power reward. The magic power of the top 3 was the same, and there was not much difference for him. After receiving the ranking reward, his magic power finally broke through 10,000, and he was 1 step closer to 60,000. He had a simple meal and watched the chat channel for a while. He got up and returned to the wooden house, and completely ended this busy day. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. After these days of going back and forth and hard work, Lin Yu finally successfully collected enough resources for upgrading to the 6th level, all of which were stored in the territory warehouse. And today is the 20th day since he came to this world. In other words, he only has 10 days. But the good news is, early in the morning, he received the news of Lynx's advancement. Congratulations, Wood Fairy Lynxy. You have reached the maximum experience and successfully advanced to the 6th level. The moment he heard this prompt, Lin Yu got up and ran down the wooden house, and came to the bottom of the territory. Sure enough, he saw that Lingxi had been wrapped in a piece of light, and her body was growing rapidly. After a while, she turned into a slightly larger elf, and the crown on her head and the staff in her hand were inlaid with an emerald green gem. Even the little butterflies flying around her had become four. Looking very smart, Lin Yu hurried forward, and Lingxi's attributes after the advancement also came into his eyes. Chapter 46 Escape Plan. Name: with Spirit Lingxi, Royal Family, the 6th level Lingxi's attributes have skyrocketed, even surpassing the earth-splitting Yuan Zun that it encountered before. With its current strength, if it encounters earth-splitting Yuan Zun again, it can definitely kill it easily. This is the huge gap brought by the level. Especially as it goes on, the gap between levels becomes larger and larger, even multiplied, unlike the low level where you can win by relying on numbers. And at the moment when Lingxi successfully upgraded to the 6th level, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations! The regional ranking has been improved, and the current ranking is number 1. Number 1. Lin Yu came back to his senses in surprise. Quickly clicked on the regional rankings. Took a look and found that his name really appeared at the top. First place, Lin Yu. Level 5, Plant System. Second place, Tianga. Level 5, Demon System. Third place, by Hai Tang. Level 5, Angel System. Fourth place, Donfan Hao. Level 5, Humanoid System. Fifth place, Yenwu. Level 5, Element System. Unexpectedly, after Lingxi was promoted to level 6, his comprehensive combat power actually surpassed Tianga, and he successfully won the first place in the ranking list. So, his previous guess was indeed correct. This Tianga obviously has a level 6 soldier, and when Lin Yu was checking the ranking list, other lords also noticed the change in ranking. Look! Lin Yu is the first. What? He's the first? Oh my god! Tianga was surpassed by him. The undefeated legend of Tianga has ended. What did he do? How did he suddenly become the first? As expected of Lin Yu, he trampled the 2 powerful angels and demons under his feet. It's so refreshing. The well-deserved number 1 in the plant system. In just a few minutes, the news that Lin Yu won the first place caused a sensation in the regional channel. The lords exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect that someone could end Tianga's consecutive championships. And it was a military force outside several powerful factions. This is also the first person to top the list besides Tianga. You can imagine how shocked they are. The edge of the area, near the lava in an underground cave, a handsome young man stood in a blood palace, looking at the list in front of him. 6th Order troops? It seems that I need to meet this person. The young man's eyes showed some solemnity. Beside him stood a huge demon, which was a 6th Order troop, the double-winged dark demon. With this demon, the young man's identity was also obvious. It was the demon lord who had always occupied the first place on the list. Tianga. Originally, Tianga didn't take anyone seriously, but he didn't expect that the ranking he had always been proud of would be surpassed by someone. And it was a plant lord. In terms of vitality, the demon system may not be better than the plant system, but in terms of destructive power, the demon system is definitely the strongest among all the troops. And no one can match it. Even the angel system is not good. But such a powerful troop was still surpassed. You can imagine how complicated this plant system is. Tianga thought about it, then closed the list, clicked on the private message interface, and sent a message to an ID signed by Hai Tang. Hai Tang, what do you think of Lin Yu? Do you want to invite him to join our plan? After a while, the other party immediately sent a message back. Whatever. As long as it doesn't affect the plan. Also, don't call me Hai Tang. We're not familiar with each other. Okay. I contact him later. Tianga seemed to have long been accustomed to the other party's cold tone and didn't care. After thinking for a while, he clicked on Lin Yu's name on the list and sent him a message. Lin Yu, who was far away on the other side, received the message soon. When he opened the interface and saw the signature of the message, he couldn't help but look stunned. Tianga? Why would he send me a message? Lin Yu was full of doubts. He seemed to have no intersection with this guy. Is it because he was robbed of the first place by him? So he was angry and sent a message to him to say something harsh? He clicked on the message in doubt. The next second, he was stunned by the content above. The road to the original continent has been blocked. Are you interested in breaking through the blockade and escaping from here? This simple sentence made Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrink. This Tianga actually knew about the regional blockade. Could it be that, besides him, there are other people who know this secret? Shocked, he immediately replied with a message. You also know about the regional blockade? Huh? On the other side, Tianga, who saw Lin Yu's message, was also stunned, with surprise in his eyes. But immediately, he suddenly laughed. The person who could surpass him and get the first place was indeed not a simple person, and even knew such a secret thing. But it was good this way, saving him a lot of time to explain. He replied directly, since you know this, I won't explain it. Now there are only me and Bai Haitang. Are you interested in going through the gray fog together? It will be good to take care of each other at that time. Bai Haitang is also there? It's okay. But do you know how to go through the gray fog? Lin Yui asked. You mean the migration pearl? You have it? I don't. But Bai Haitang has it. She got the blueprint of the magic tower. We are now collecting resources to make it. You even know about the migration pearl. Tianga was obviously a little surprised. In response, Lin Yu smiled and said, Not only do I know, I already have one. But since you can make the migration pearl, can you help me make one more? I want to call another friend over. Who? Yenwu. Sure. But you have to provide the materials yourself. I send you the material list later. Okay. The message stopped here. Neither of them said another word. Looking at the message in front of him, Tianga was extremely surprised. In his original expectation, Lin Yu should only know that this area was blocked at most, but didn't know how to leave. In this way, he could take the initiative. But he didn't expect that Lin Yu not only knew how to leave, but even had the most critical thing, the migration pearl. This caught him off guard. Telling this news to Bai Haitang also surprised Bai Haitang. As for making one more migration pearl, she agreed very readily. After all, one more person means one more force. Not to mention that they are two of the top 5 on the list. All that was left to do next was to collect resources, and then launch an escape plan. Chapter 47 Invaders. On the other side, after the plan was agreed upon, Lin Yu closed the private chat message, clicked on Yenwu's name, and told Yenwu everything about the blockade of the area. As for why he only invited Yenwu, Lin Yu actually had his own considerations. Because he knew very well, even the 6th level person in the mine cave before couldn't escape from here. It was almost impossible for an ordinary 5th level lord to pass through the gray fog. Forcing through would only lead to death. Among the people Lin Yu knew, only Yenwu had the opportunity to reach the 6th level in such a short time and collect enough 60,000 magic energy. As for the others, Lin Yu didn't think he was a saint. He would not do anything that would put himself in danger in order to save people, let alone bring people with him. He couldn't even take care of his own life. So how could he have time to take care of others? What's more, taking others through the gray fog might not be a good thing, and it might even harm them. It's better to stay in the area honestly, so that you can live longer. Soon, Yenwu replied. Yenwu was extremely shocked and even couldn't believe the closure of the area. But he didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. After all, he had discovered some clues before. So after sorting out his mood, he immediately replied to Lin Yu, saying that he could join the plan and would also bring his own resources. After chatting a few more details and words of gratitude, he interrupted the chat and ran to collect resources. As for Lin Yu, he took the plants out of the territory and hunted monsters above level 5 everywhere, accumulating magic energy and leveling up the plants. After the 6th level Lingxi joined, his efficiency in killing 5th level monsters became much higher. Basically, he killed 1 if he touched 1, and killed 2 if he touched 2. The magic energy and the experience of the plants also rose. Until afternoon, the experience of one of the small mushrooms finally reached the maximum value, ushering in a long-lost reminder. Congratulations! The experience of the exploding mushroom has reached the maximum value and successfully promoted to level 6. A light flashed. The little mushroom grew a little bigger, and even the mushroom cap on the top split into 2, surrounded by countless red mushrooms. On those mushrooms, there were spores in the shape of thorn balls. Name, Twin Mushroom. Although the overall attributes of the 6th level Twin Mushroom were not as good as Lingxi, its spiritual attributes were very high, even catching up with Lingxi. Lin Yu remembered that this attribute affected the skill effect. That is, the mushroom's blasting ability. Moreover, after the advancement of the twin mushroom, the blasting ability was further strengthened, and the fission skill became double fission, which was more powerful and had a wider range. Based on this alone, it is estimated that not many people can stop the terrifying explosion of the twin mushroom. With this little mushroom stationed in the territory, he can finally explore farther away with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yu stopped looking for monsters and rushed back to the territory with the plants. At the same time, outside Lin Yu's territory, two figures suddenly appeared with a large group of soldiers. Look! There's a territory over there. Huh? Really? I didn't expect there would be a territory in such a place. The two people who had just walked out of the forest soon discovered Lin Yu's territory and were surprised. But immediately, greedy expressions and a hint of viciousness appeared on their faces. Let's go over and take a look. If the Lord inside is not here, we will destroy the territory and take his resources. Let's make a deal first. The resources will be divided in half. The two looked at each other and approached Lin Yu's territory. At this time, around them, there was a mechanical iron man with a mechanical system and a bull-headed axe soldier with a humanoid system, all of which were very powerful arms. And they were all level 5, adding up to as many as 30. With such strength, I'm afraid that ordinary level 5 lords would not be able to resist. No wonder they were so unscrupulous and directly targeted Lin Yu's territory, wanting to destroy the territory and rob resources when he was away. After some probing, the two finally confirmed that there was no one in the territory. And they were even more surprised. Great! There is no one in the territory. Let's go in and destroy the core of his territory. The thin young man said happily. But what about these vines? The other man looked at the huge vines that broke out of the ground next to him, and hesitated. I always feel that these plants are weird. It's just a bunch of bigger plants. What's weird about it? If you don't hurry up, the Lord here will come back, the thin young man urged. He didn't bother to pay attention to him, and directly ordered his mechanical iron man to pass through the huge vines and walk into the vine forest, because he had just seen the location of the territory wall. Not far from them. As long as they passed through the wall and destroy the core of the territory, wouldn't the resources in the territory be easy to capture? The man saw that he wanted to take the resources for himself, and he immediately became anxious. After hesitating for a while, he finally looked fierce and ordered his bull-headed axe soldiers to follow him in, and the two of them stood outside and directed the actions of their troops. That skilled look. I'm afraid it's not the first time they have done this kind of stealing thing. But they didn't notice it. Not long after their troops went deep into the vine forest, a light pink mist suddenly spread in the vine forest, and it became more and more. And in a blink of an eye, it enveloped their troops and even blocked their sight. Not good. There's an ambush. Come back quickly. The two who reacted were immediately shocked and hurriedly ordered their troops to withdraw, and at the same time hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid the range of the poisonous fog. But the next second, countless huge vines suddenly rushed up into the sky behind them, and in a burst of rumbling dust, they completely blocked their retreat. Fuck. We've been tricked. Retreat. At this moment, the two of them could no longer care about so much, bypassing the vines and running towards the outside of the vine forest. But before they could run a few steps, countless small vines were already close to the ground, surrounding them from all directions, and their soldiers were tied up one by one, dragged into the poisonous fog, making bursts of screams, and the sound of mechanical breaking. They couldn't even resist. The two of them were pale. I couldn't understand why there was such a terrifying territory in the world. In just a few breaths, almost all of their men were lost. How could they dare to stay with the remaining soldiers? They fled to the outside like crazy, while desperately blocking the small vines that surrounded them. However, what they didn't expect was, after these vines were cut off, they grew out quickly again, entangled the soldiers around them, dragged them into the poisonous fog one by one, and disappeared. We're almost there. Seeing the light approaching, the thin young man shouted excitedly. But the next second, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, his companion was entangled by several vines and fell to the ground. No! Save me! Save me! I don't want to die yet. The man screamed and struggled desperately, leaving scratches on the ground. But the vines on his body became more and more, and he was tied up like a dumpling and dragged into the poisonous fog. Only a shrill scream was left. Chapter 48 Pursuit. The horrifying scene frightened the thin young man to death. He fled desperately with the remaining 4 mechanical iron men, and finally escaped from the vine forest. He didn't dare to look back, and rolled and crawled into the nearby forest, only regretting that his parents didn't give him more legs. The young man was extremely frightened at this time. The miserable scene of his companions being dragged into the poisonous fog kept echoing in his mind, and even his feet began to tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't run fast, and the mechanical soldiers would not be affected by the poisonous fog, he would probably have suffered the same fate and died in that forest. He couldn't understand how such a place could have such a powerful territory. It was even so powerful that he couldn't imagine it. The most important thing was that he had never heard of it. Now, even if he was given 100 courage, he would not dare to approach that place again. But at the same time, he felt very unwilling. Unwilling to lose so many soldiers like this. You know, these are the 5th level soldiers he recruited with the magic energy he worked hard to earn. Losing most of them at once is undoubtedly a devastating blow to him. Humph! I can't deal with you. But can't others? Wait. I will let everyone know the location of your territory. The young man snorted coldly. The fear on his face dissipated, and his expression gradually became gloomy. However, he also knew that escaping was the most important thing now. With his few soldiers, it was too dangerous to stay outside. It was not the time to do such things. So he sped up and hurried back to his territory. But he didn't notice. At this time, there was a figure flying in the air above his head, following his trail closely. This is the wood demon dragon in Lin Yu's territory. In fact, as early as when the territory was invaded, Lin Yu on the other side received the invasion prompt. Lin Yu was still very confident in the defense ability of his territory. So after sensing that an enemy had escaped through mental connection, he let the wood demon dragon stationed in the territory follow up. He also quickly returned to the territory, and saw a pile of corpses in the vine forest. Huh? Dare to attack my territory? Do you think you can escape? The other party obviously wanted to destroy his territory, and rob the resources in his territory while he was away. For such a person who threatened his life, Lin Yu would not let him go easily. What's more, that guy knew the location of his territory, so he couldn't leave him behind, so as to avoid endless troubles. Let's go. Let's follow him. With an order, Lin Yu directly led the 25 soldiers around him to chase after him, with the wood demon dragon scouting in front. There was no need to worry about losing him. Go deep into the forest and follow the spiritual connection from the wood demon dragon. In less than an hour, he brought his soldiers to the entrance of an underground cave, and the wood demon dragon, who was responsible for following him, was now parked above the entrance. Is it here? Lin Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect the other party's territory to be in such a secret place. No wonder he had explored this forest several times before, and hadn't found anything. Without hesitation, he led the plants directly into the cave. Wang Liang, who had just escaped, didn't know that danger had arrived. As soon as he returned to the territory, he walked into the Lord Fortress and sat down on the chair. His face showed the satisfaction of surviving a disaster, but also resentment and anger. After recovering, he immediately opened the regional channel, ready to completely disclose the location of Lin Yu's territory to vent his hatred. But unexpectedly, at this time, a boom explosion suddenly came from outside, causing the entire ground to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? Wang Liang stood up and hurried to the outside of the fortress. At a glance, he saw a hole in the territory wall that was blown open, and a large group of plants outside the territory. When he saw Lin Yu standing among the plants, he was immediately shocked. Who are you? Why did you attack my territory? His own territory was so secretive. But it was discovered. The young man suddenly had a bad premonition. Uh-huh. You just attacked my territory. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lin Yu said coldly. Wang Liang's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. It's you? How did you know my territory is here? Wang Liang panicked instantly. He never expected that the owner of the territory would come to him so soon. Recalling the horror scene he encountered before, his legs suddenly softened and he almost fell to the ground. But immediately, he reacted and shouted at the mechanical iron man stationed in the territory. Quick! Stop him! Don't let him rush in! He shouted while running into the Lord Fortress. And the dozen mechanical iron men in his territory also rushed forward and surrounded Lin Yu through the gap in the wall. But before they could take a few steps, a bunch of mushrooms had already fallen at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions shook the entire cave violently, and even cracks appeared on the ground. Not to mention those mechanical iron men. They were directly blown to pieces, and could not withstand the explosive attack of the 6th level twin mushrooms. Hearing the death prompt of the troops in his mind, Wang Liang, who was still desperately protecting the core of the territory, trembled all over, and his face was full of fear. Then, Lin Yu brought the plant army to the Lord Fortress, staring coldly at Wang Liang through the door, and that huge mechanical gear behind him. That was the core of the mechanical territory. No! You can't kill me! You are committing a crime! Wang Liang retreated in panic, even speaking without thinking. He had long forgotten how he wanted to kill Lin Yu just now. Lin Yu had no mercy on those who wanted to harm him. He signaled to the twin mushrooms around him, and several red mushrooms were thrown in. Boom! The entire territory fortress shook violently, and was instantly blown to pieces. A powerful air wave, accompanied by Wang Liang's screams, swept the entire cave and spread hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Kill the 5th level lord. Obtain 89 magic power, 250 wood, 340 stone, and 1 5th level lord essence. The lord core was destroyed. The lord died, and the surrounding mechanical walls and buildings finally lost their support and turned into ruins. Lin Yu looked at the resources he had obtained and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder this guy didn't recruit new soldiers just now. It turned out that there was only this little magic power. Shaking his head helplessly, he didn't stay here for long, and left the cave with the plants. The noise just now was obviously spread far away. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to leave here quickly to avoid being seen by others. Soon, Lin Yu returned to the territory, and the sky gradually darkened. Today's trip was very fruitful. Not only did the exploding mushroom successfully upgrade to the 6th level, but the magic energy also accumulated to more than 30,000. There are still 9 days before the 1-month deadline. He has to collect enough magic energy in these 9 days. When he thought of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. Chapter 49 Ogre Tribe. Congratulations! Pink Enchantress has reached the maximum experience and successfully promoted to the 6th level. Congratulations! Tree Spirit Warrior has reached the maximum experience and successfully promoted to the 6th level. Early in the morning, Lin Yu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by 2 reminders. After a night of experience accumulation, 2 more plants finally successfully reached the 6th level. Putting on the fur coat he had just made, Lin Yu hurriedly left the Lord Wooden House and came to the bottom of the territory, and found that the 2 plants had evolved and turned into a brand new form. Name, Blood Enchantress. Name, Tree Spirit General. Strike swiftly, charge into battle, and are the strongest pioneers of the Tree Spirit clan. The 6th level Blood Enchantress has many dark red barbs on her vines, one by one, watering in the air. It looks terrifying. Even the flower on the head of the main body has changed from pink to a gorgeous blood red, and it is clear at a glance that it is not a master to be messed with. As for the Tree Spirit General, its body has become much larger, and pieces of hardwood have grown on its surface, completely protecting it, especially its pair of arms, which are thicker than pillars. When it is swung, it can probably blow up a hurricane and smash the enemy into pieces. It is really suitable for charging into battle. The wood monsters nearby saw it, and flapped their wings to fly to the treetops above its head to play and fight, as if celebrating its successful advancement. Then it flew to Lin Yu and danced around him. Okay, you don't have to be envious. It won't be long before you can advance. Lin Yu smiled and checked their information. The experience is basically above 200. And it can be promoted to level 6 in about 2 or 3 days. The 2 plants that have just advanced are because they have been with him for a long time, killed many level 5 monsters, and helped him block many attacks. So they advance faster. Like wood monsters, they have to attack and heal, so the experience acquisition is naturally relatively slow. After checking their properties, Lin Yu went directly to the arms tower to take a look. After a few days of research, basically all arms have been researched to the 2nd level by him and become recruitable. After arranging a new research task, he went to the territory warehouse to check the resource information. Through the material collection in the past few days, he has upgraded the territory warehouse to the 4th level, and the capacity has increased a lot. It is not a problem to store tens of thousands of units of mineral resources. Clicking on the territory warehouse, Information. Rows of resource information also appeared in front of him. Magic power, 37245. Stone, 6528. Iron ore, 960. Copper ore, 780. 4th level territory essence, 1. 5th level territory essence, 15. In addition to these things, there are many miscellaneous things. For example, clothes made of animal skins, various tools used in life, and daily necessities. And because he has been ranked first in the rankings for the past few days, he has accumulated a lot of 5th level territory essence. Although he doesn't know if there are other uses, he still can't bear to throw away the extra ones. As for the magic power, it was naturally accumulated from hunting monsters, ranking rewards, and fire lotuses during this period. There is still more than 20,000 points left. It seems that I have to work harder. The magic power required to use the migration beads and upgrade the territory is still very huge for Linyu. If you want to collect enough in these few days, you can't rely on fire lotuses and ranking rewards. You must continue to hunt monsters. Of course, it would be great if you can find a gathering place for 5th level monsters. Thinking of this, Linyu casually opened the regional channel to check. After a search, he actually found the news of the monster gathering place. Hurry up, brothers. I found a 5th level monster gathering place in the Scorched Wasteland. There are many 5th level monsters in it. I can't defeat them alone. What? 5 level monster gathering place? Where is the specific location? I rush over now. The 3rd level monster gathering place before gave a 3rd level token. This 5th level one should give a 5th level one. Right? Fuck. 5 level token? Where is the location? I want to go too. Count me in. When they heard that there was a 5th level troop token reward, these lords immediately became anxious and hurriedly asked about the specific location of the monster gathering place. Soon, the location was locked in a valley south of the Scorched Wasteland. After the accumulation of these few days, the strength of many lords has also become much stronger. They no longer dare to enter a 5th level mine cave like before. Look! After just a few words, many 5th level lords rushed there, and even called their friends to work together to push down this monster gathering place. As for who will get the military token in the end, it depends on their abilities. Originally, Linyu thought there might be a lot of people and didn't want to go. But after seeing the description above that the valley was very large and there were at least hundreds of 5th level monsters, he became a little tempted. There are far more monsters here than in the copper mine cave before, and there is a chance to get a soldier token. This is definitely a good opportunity to earn a lot of magic power. Just do it. After confirming the location, Linyu immediately took Ling Shi and the 2 newly advanced 6th level soldiers, as well as another 25th level soldiers, and left the territory in a mighty manner. 2 hours later, Linyu and the plants finally came to the entrance of a valley. As the news said, the valley is very large, and the entrance alone is several hundred meters wide. At this time, many lords have gathered outside the valley, all trying to find out the situation in the valley. Linyu looked inside from a distance. I found that the valley was full of various fences and caves, and tents made of rags. Many tall ogres were walking around the fire, seemingly roasting the corpses of some animals, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. This is actually a huge ogre tribe. Linyu knew very well that such monsters with simple wisdom must have some kind of leader, and that leader may have reached the 6th level. The lords who came one after another seemed to have discovered this, and all gathered on both sides of the valley entrance, and no one dared to enter rashly. As time went by, more and more people gathered outside the valley, which made them more and more anxious, because the more people there were, the smaller their chances of getting the military token would be, which they were not willing to see. Chapter 56 Level Leader. We can't wait any longer. Let's go in. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and led the soldiers around him into the valley. With the first one starting, the rest of the people naturally couldn't sit still and followed. In a moment, more than a dozen lords led a large group of soldiers and rushed into the valley, shouting and killing. The ogres who were still eating meat found them, and also stood up and called their companions with a roar. In a blink of an eye, countless ogres emerged from the cave and collided fiercely with the lord team. Bang! With a muffled sound, a 5th level beast soldier who rushed to the front was hit on the head by the ogre's big stick and was smashed into meat paste. The lord soldiers were not to be outdone. They knocked down several ogres in one encounter. The ogre didn't even have time to struggle to get up before he was overwhelmed by countless attacks and died tragically on the spot. Charge! Kill all these ogres! The troop token is mine! Roar! The shouts of the lords, mixed with the roars of the ogres, continued to echo in the valley, causing the entire valley to shake violently. More and more lords and troops joined the battle, and more ogres emerged in the valley, constantly waving their clubs, and even rushing up to bite with their mouths. In just a few moments, many troops fell under their attacks, were torn into pieces and swallowed. The smell of flesh and blood deeply stimulated their nerves, turning their eyes red and crazy and bloodthirsty. Under their fierce attack, the lords gradually showed signs of decline and were difficult to resist. Damn! These ogres are too fierce. A few more people, the lord shouted anxiously, not expecting the ogre's offensive to be so strong. Some even had the intention to retreat and gradually retreated. But at this time, dense vines suddenly appeared, rushing into the ogre tribe from both sides along the ground, entangled the madly attacking ogres, and restricted their movements. Some were even directly sucked dry by the vines, turning into a mummified corpse and falling softly on the ground. Hiss! So strong. So many ogres were killed at once. The lords were shocked and widened their eyes, looking at the root of the vines, which was Lin Yu's direction. They couldn't believe that such a ferocious 5th level ogre could be killed so easily, which they would never be able to do. Unexpectedly, there was such a master hidden, and taking this opportunity, their troops also regained the advantage. Under the control of Lin Yu's vines, ogres continued to fall under their attack, and gradually pushed the front line into the valley. Charge! Kill in one go! Kill! The lord shouted while leading their troops into the valley, with excitement on their faces. At the same time, more and more lords came and joined the battle, making the whole situation almost one-sided. Lin Yu stood behind the team with the plants, and kept killing the ogres rushing up through sneak attacks. Killing a 5th level ogre, gained 47 points of magic energy. Killing a 5th level ogre, gained 51 points of magic energy. Killing a 5th level ogre, gained 46 points of magic energy. In this world, the acquisition and distribution of magic energy is very simple and crude. Whoever kills the magic energy is his. This resulted in a result that all lords were desperately fighting for heads, wanting to gain more magic energy. Lin Yu was no exception. Basically, every shot was accurate, and few ogres could survive under the attack of his plants. In just half an hour, he gained more than 3,000 points of magic energy, which was very fast. Gradually, the whole team advanced to the depths of the valley, to a huge cave. Before he could stand still, an angry roar came out from inside, shaking the air in the whole valley. 6th level monster. It's definitely a 6th level monster. Everyone be careful. The unique momentum frightened all the lords, and they all warned. As expected, as soon as their voices fell, a huge monster suddenly rushed out of the cave, bringing with it a strong bloody smell. Lin Yu, who was far away, looked closely and found that it was a 2-headed ogre that was 5 meters tall. Name, Ogre Leader. Such a strong attribute. After reading the information of the ogre leader, Lin Yu was shocked. This ogre leader is not only powerful, but also awakened the ability to control fire. This is simply a monster that cultivates both physical and demonic powers. No! It would be more appropriate to call it a boss. Those lords didn't expect that such a terrifying guy would come out. They exclaimed and couldn't help but retreat. However, the next second, a ball of fire suddenly gathered in the hands of the ogre leader, illuminating the surroundings. Not good. Retreat quickly. The lords' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly fled from the ogre leader's attack range. But there was still a lord who ran slowly and fell behind. Before everyone could even react, the huge flame had already drawn a red track in the air and attacked the lord. Boom! Ah! There was only a shrill scream. The lord was instantly engulfed by a column of fire, and his whole body was burned to charcoal. He fell to the ground with a bang, and all his soldiers died suddenly. Just one blow killed a 5th level lord in seconds. The other lords were frightened and turned pale. What shocked them even more was that the ogre leader actually knew to attack the key figure of the lord first. Obviously, he was really very intelligent. Roar! The ogre leader roared wildly, without giving the lords time to react. He leaped high with his mace and landed on the open ground with a bang, causing the ground to shake violently. Quick! Stop it! Don't let it rush out. Everyone, don't panic. We have more troops. The Lord shouted hurriedly, and issued attack orders to their troops one after another. For a moment, hundreds of 5th-level troops surrounded the ogre leader and launched a fierce attack on him, with collisions and explosions. Roar! But at this moment, the ogre leader's eyes suddenly turned red, and he swung the giant mace in his hand wildly, knocking all the troops around him away. Then the flames in his hand condensed and exploded in the most densely populated area of troops, directly killing a large number of troops and leaving the encirclement empty in an instant. The 6th-level monster is so terrifying. What shocked the lords even more was that, after dealing with the surrounding troops, the ogre leader's red eyes actually stared at them. At a glance, the lords were frightened and turned pale, screaming and running away. Where was the majestic momentum just now? Lin Yu knew that it was time for him to take action. Immediately said to the 3 6th-level soldiers around him, "Lingxi, you go to help. And you two go too." As soon as the voice fell, the tree spirit general standing in the front took the lead and launched a brutal collision, rumbling towards the ogre leader in the encirclement. Chapter 51 Auction. Great Harvest. The huge noise made by the tree spirit general attracted the attention of all the lords. What is that? Tree spirit. What a fast speed. It rushed towards the ogre leader. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the tree spirit general seemed to have turned into a heavy tank, rushing into the encirclement. The ogre just reacted, and the tree spirit general had already rushed in front of it. Boom! The violent explosion spread throughout the valley. The ogre's huge body was instantly knocked away by the violent impact, and a large piece of rubble was smashed down, completely burying it. The exaggerated scene immediately made the lords' eyes widen, and their faces were full of shock. So strong. It actually knocked the ogre leader away. Hiss! What a perverted power. Is this a 6th-level soldier? They couldn't believe that the ogre leader, with such terrifying strength, could be knocked away directly. How powerful a force would it take to do that? Could it be that the tree spirit is a 6th-level soldier as they guessed? Look! The ogre leader has stood up again. Suddenly, another exclamation sounded. The ogre leader, who was buried in the rubble, roared and climbed up from the ground again, scaring them to retreat in a hurry, fearing that they would be affected. But the next second, something even more shocking happened. I saw vines with dark red barbs suddenly appear, binding the ogre leader's heels and body, and knocking him down again. Immediately afterwards, several wooden thorns suddenly appeared, and with a puff sound, they penetrated its abdomen, bringing up a large amount of blood. Roar! The ogre leader struggled desperately, tearing off the vines on his body, and at the same time, fire condensed in his hands. But immediately, more vines entangled his hands along the ground, interrupting his spellcasting, and the barbs on the vine sank deeply into his body, sucking his blood crazily. The Dryad General took this opportunity to swing his huge arms directly, bang, and hit the two heads of the ogre leader. The huge impact force instantly knocked the ogre leader dizzy. Puff! Finally, a huge wooden thorn pierced the ogre leader's chest. The ogre leader's struggling movement also stagnated, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Silence. The whole valley was silent. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at this scene with shock on their faces. The extremely powerful 6th-level monster died just like that? Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it was true. They were all shocked and stood there, almost enough to fit a whole egg in their mouths. Only Lin Yu, as if he had done something insignificant, called the plants back to his side. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Kill the 6th-level ogre leader and gain 115 points of magic power. Successfully wiped out the 5th-level monster gathering place. Gain the 5th-level territory essence X1. And gain the 5th-level humanoid troop token, Ogre. 3 6th-level troops attacked at the same time. And with Ling Qi's 10% attribute bonus, it was not a problem to deal with a 6th-level monster. And what surprised Lin Yu was, after killing the ogre leader, he really got a 5th-level troop token, which was directly distributed to his personal space. Looking at the extra items inside, he immediately took it out and put it in his hand to observe carefully. When the lords saw it, they were shocked and came back to their senses instantly. Is that a troop token? It's really a troop token. The lords exclaimed repeatedly and almost wanted to rush up to snatch the token. But seeing the scary plants around Lin Yu, they couldn't help but shrink their necks and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, This was a ruthless man who could easily kill a 6th level monster. They couldn't even deal with a 6th level monster, let alone deal with these 3 scary arms. What's the difference between that and seeking death? So they could only look at Lin Yu and the arms token in his hand. But they didn't notice the smile on Lin Yu's lips. He took out the token for a reason. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he knew that his goal had been achieved. He immediately shook the token in his hand and said loudly, "Any of you who are interested in this arms token can exchange it with me for magic power. The highest bidder wins." Are you serious? Exchange with magic power? The lords were shocked and their eyes suddenly became hot. They didn't have other resources, but they had just cleared this monster gathering place. So they still had a lot of magic power. And being able to exchange magic power for arms tokens is definitely a sure win for them. Immediately, a lord of a humanoid army loudly offered a price. "Boss, I offer 3,000 mana." 3,000? Are you sending away beggars? I give you 5,000. You want to buy a military token for 5,000? I give you 6,000. I give you 7,000. 7,001. 7,002. In the blink of an eye, the price was raised to more than 7,000. And it was still rising. Lin Yu didn't expect that these people actually had so much magic power. It seems that those who can come here to destroy the gathering place of monsters are not simple people. 10,000 magic power. Finally, the price was called up to more than 10,000 by a man with a simple face. And the originally lively bidding scene also paused. And no one continued to raise the price. Obviously, 10,000 magic power is already their limit. Even if this price is put in the regional channel, I'm afraid few people can afford it. And Lin Yu doesn't want to go to the regional channel to do such a time-consuming and laborious thing. So after asking again and no one raised the price, Lin Yu came to the man and traded with him directly. All of a sudden, he earned another 10,000 points of magic power. The man was also very excited when he got the troop token. And he thanked repeatedly, "Thank you for the transfer. I am in need of such a melee troop now." "You are welcome." Lin Yu had just gained so much magic power, and he was in a very good mood. He glanced at the people around him who were staring at him. And then he said, "As a bonus for this transaction, I will leave here with you." "Thank you very much." The man's face was happy. He certainly knew how dangerous it was for him to hold the troop token in his hand at this time, and how many people would target him. If there was a big man like Lin Yu accompanying him, no one would dare to attack him again. For this, he was still very grateful. After thanking him repeatedly, he took his troop and followed Lin Yu, leaving the canyon under the unwilling gaze of the crowd. When they could no longer be seen, the lords could not help but talk about them. Who was that guy just now? He's so strong. The soldiers around him are probably already at level 6. Level 6. And a plant type 1. Could it be the one on the list? You mean Lin Yu? The lords' faces changed. Their eyes filled with shock, and they couldn't help but look in the direction where Lin Yu left. At this time, Lin Yu and his men had already come to a place far outside the valley. After making sure that no one was following them, the man said goodbye to Lin Yu and hurried back to his territory. By the way, the other party's name seems to be displayed on the transaction information. Suddenly, the man thought of something and quickly clicked on the transaction record just now. But when he clicked on the information and saw the name on it, he froze in his place. Lin Yu? The big guy who ranks first on the list. The man's hands trembled, and he almost popped his eyes out. The person who just traded with him was actually the top-ranked guy. Could he have seen it wrong? Shocked, the man carefully checked the name on it again. And it was indeed Lin Yu. This time, he finally couldn't keep calm. He was so close to the top-ranked guy just now. I couldn't believe it. I'm afraid there are not many people in the whole area who have seen the real face of that big guy. No wonder. No wonder that person is so powerful. He finally understood now. Chapter 52. Let's call you Mushroom Monster King. It was already afternoon when Lin Yu returned to the territory. Along the way, he also went around to other places to hunt a lot of 5th level monsters, and didn't rush back until afternoon. At this time, he had collected more than 54,000 magic energy. Even if he relied on the Fire Lotus and ranking rewards, he could collect 60,000 in the last few days, and even have some surplus. This was also thanks to the gathering place of monsters today, which made him earn more than 10,000 magic energy at once. Much faster than he expected. It was rare to relax, so he didn't continue to go out to hunt monsters. but studied things in the territory. The first thing to bear the brunt was naturally his most important mutation ability. Mutation. It can consume magic energy to make the designated summoned unit mutate. Mutate into a random summoned unit of the same level, and retain one of the original skills. It can be said that most of Lin Yu's current achievements are due to this ability. If it weren't for this ability, he would probably have died in the original Beast Tide. After all, not everyone is as unlucky as him. His initial troop type is randomly assigned to a sapling, and he is so close to the origin of the Beast Tide. Taking advantage of the time today, I can study this ability in detail. For example, mutating plants with royal blood. Let's try the first level troop type first. Lin Yu sat cross-legged under the Tree of Life. After clearing a recruitment position, he began to use magic power to recruit the first level plant spirit. Recruiting the first level troop type requires 1 point of magic power. Do you want to continue? Continue. 1 point of magic power is completely insignificant to Lin Yu now, so he chose to recruit without hesitation. And this first level plant spirit was researched by him using the troop type tower a few days ago, and it has become recruitable. I saw a flash of fluorescence, and a fist-sized light ball quickly condensed in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at its information and directly used mutation on it. The mutation of the first level soldiers requires 1 point of magic power. Do you want to continue? Yes. Then, there was another flow of energy, and the light ball in front of him changed rapidly, and soon it turned into another plant. A first level sapling. Name, sapling. Have you ever seen a sapling with 2 skills? Lin Yu has seen it anyway. This sapling not only has its own healing skills, but also inherits the attacking skills of the spirit of plants and trees because of the mutation ability. I am afraid there is no other sapling in the world that is so weird and perverted. Right? Of course. Lin Yu is not sitting here to create saplings. After secretly complaining, he continued to use the mutation ability on the sapling in front of him. The mutation of the first level soldiers requires 1 point of magic power. Do you want to continue? Yes. With a flash of light, the sapling turned into a small mushroom, inheriting the skill of controlling nature. Continue to mutate. Schwa. The small mushroom turned into the original sapling again. Continue to mutate. Lin Yu sat under the Tree of Life and mutated the first level plant. The plant in front of him was also constantly changing its form and skills. What he didn't expect was that, after spending 2 hours and using more than 700 mutations, the first level plant was still the original first level plant, with no sign of mutating into royal blood. Is he really so unlucky? Or did his 2 previous plants with royal blood just have bad luck? I don't believe it. I stop after another 300 times. Lin Yu became more and more angry as he thought about it. Although 700 or 800 points of magic power were not much and would not affect his plan, it wasted so much of his time that his legs were almost numb. He stood up and stretched his muscles, ate some dried meat, and immediately sat down and continued to mutate. As the mutations continued, his entire body became numb, and he kept repeating mechanical movements. Finally, when Lin Yu was about to give up after mutating more than 970 times, a different light suddenly lit up. Mutation succeeded. The thornvine grass mutated into a small mushroom, royal family. Current level, first level. When Lin Yu heard this prompt, his originally numb expression suddenly shook all over and was overjoyed. After a flash of light, a small red mushroom with a crown appeared in front of him. Name, small mushroom, royal family. Lin Yu was extremely excited. He didn't expect that after nearly 1,000 mutations, he finally successfully mutated a plant with royal blood. And it was a first-level soldier of explosive mushrooms. Although the first-level small mushrooms have low attributes, their skills are very powerful. The power and range of the explosion doubled, which is simply unreasonable. And after awakening the royal bloodline, the skills inherited from other plants were also replaced, leaving only the exclusive skills of 2 mushrooms. Lin Yu could already imagine how terrifying this little mushroom will become after it grows up. I am afraid it is no less than a mobile output turret, and it will explode a large area. For this little mushroom, Lin Yu is still very satisfied. At last, his efforts for so long did not go in vain. The only thing to do now is to train the little mushroom to a higher level, not to mention catching up to the 6th level, but at least to the 4th level or above. In this way, the little mushroom will not die so easily. Otherwise he will probably be heartbroken. After this practice, Lin Yu also roughly understood the situation of the mutation ability. There is no way to mutate into rare soldiers. And it is indeed possible to cultivate plants with royal blood through mutation. It's just the probability. Anyway, Linyu doesn't want to do it again in a short time. After all, it takes too much time and energy to do so. And the mutated soldiers are still first-level soldiers, which cannot be used in a short time. As for mutation with high-level soldiers, there is no need to consider it, because he doesn't have so much magic energy to consume. He is very satisfied with getting a little mushroom, and dare not ask for too much. Thinking of this, Linyu looked at the little mushroom in front of him and said, "Since you are the royal family among mushrooms, I will call you the Mushroom Monster King from now on. How about it? Little Mushroom? Question mark. Chapter 53 The Eve of Departure. A night passed quickly. With the experience bonus of the Ancient Tree of Knowledge for one night, the Mushroom Monster King finally successfully upgraded to the second level when the morning came, and turned into a second-level explosive mushroom. Name: Explosive Mushroom. Mushroom Monster King, Royal Family. Don't look at this little guy as only the second level. When Linyu came down from the Lord Wooden House in the morning, he found that it had become one with the plants, and was basking in the sun surrounded by several sixth-level twin mushrooms. At first glance, it actually looked like a mushroom boss. That scene really made Linyu laugh and cry. It really deserves to be the royal family of mushrooms. And its identity is really extraordinary. The Mushroom Monster King that was upgraded to the second level also showed that it was different from ordinary explosive mushrooms. It can already move off the ground. In this way, Linyu saved a lot of effort. He could take it out to level up directly without relying on the slow experience accumulation of the Ancient Tree of Knowledge. So after dealing with the things in the territory, Linyu took the plant army and the Mushroom Monster King to leave the territory together. Walking on the road, Linyu casually clicked on the ranking list and found that except for him and Yin Tiange, who still maintained the first and second place, Bai Haitang and Yanwu fell behind the top 10. Even in the top 10, there were great changes, and a group of newcomers were replaced. It seems that the two people have been busy collecting resources recently, and have not paid too much attention to their rankings. After all, more than 60,000 magic powers are not so easy to collect. Of course, this is only for a short period of time. With the abilities of these two people, they will catch up sooner or later. And the reason why he and Yin Tiange still maintain the status quo is because they have 6th level soldiers. This alone is enough to crush most people. After reading the ranking list, Linyu opened the regional channel again. After observing for a while and finding no useful information, he directly closed the interface. Not long after, he brought the plants to the forest and explored around in the forest. Lucky, he ran into 2 third-level corpse dogs after walking for a few minutes. Quick! Stop it. Don't let it run away. When Linyu saw the corpse dogs, his eyes lit up, and he immediately asked the pink fairies to throw out vines and surround them. The 2 corpse dogs were obviously mentally retarded. After seeing Linyu, a living person, they actually roared and rushed towards him. But before they could rush far, they were tied up by vines. Then, at Linyu's signal, the Mushroom Demon King left the team and threw a large number of red mushrooms at the 2 corpse dogs. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions made the surrounding trees shake, and the 2 corpse dogs screamed continuously. The power and the explosion range were almost catching up with the level of the 3rd level. This is not over yet. The Mushroom Demon King seemed to have not thrown enough, and jumped and picked a few newly grown mushrooms from his body, and threw them into the center of the explosion. Then, there was another series of explosions, and the screams of the 2 corpse dogs finally stopped. Kill the 3rd level corpse dog and get 10 points of magic. Kill the 3rd level corpse dog and get 9 points of magic. Wow! It was so easy to solve 2 3rd level monsters. The explosion power of this little mushroom is incredible. When the smoke and dust cleared, Linyu took a look at the condition of the 2 corpse dogs. It was simply horrible, and there was almost no intact place. And because of the cross-level killing, the Mushroom Monster King also gained 10 experience points, which increased by nearly half. Not to mention, using this method to level up low-level soldiers is really useful, much faster than expected. As for whether the vines of the pink enchantresses will be affected by the explosion, Linyu is not too worried. After all, they are all 5th level soldiers, and it is not easy for the 2nd level attack to hurt them. So in the next time, Linyu did nothing, and took the plants to continue looking for monsters in the forest to level up the Mushroom Monster King. As long as they encounter monsters below the 3rd level, They will be handed over to the Mushroom Monster King to solve them, and let it accumulate experience. For those above level 3, other plants will kill them to accumulate magic energy. Just like that, they kept moving forward and leveling up. A whole day passed quickly. Lin Yu also heard a reminder in his ear. Congratulations. The explosive mushroom experience has reached the maximum value and successfully reached level 4. As the voice fell, the Mushroom King was wrapped in light, and his body gradually changed, turning into a level 4 fission mushroom. Name: Fission Mushroom. Mushroom King, Royal Family. After paying attention for this period of time, Lin Yu discovered level 3 and level 4 are a huge watershed, because after crossing the level 3, the attributes begin to increase exponentially, and new skills will be comprehended. The Mushroom King that has been promoted to level 4 has also comprehended the fission skill, and its blasting ability has been further improved. At this rate of progress, I believe it will not take long for him to catch up with the big team and become a major output helper for him. Moreover, the Mushroom Monster King worked very hard today, trying to kill monsters to increase his experience. Otherwise, he would not have been able to level up so quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but praise him. You did a good job. I give you a snack when I get back. As he spoke, he reached out and touched the mushroom head of the Mushroom Monster King. The Mushroom Monster King seemed to enjoy it very much, rubbing his head on Lin Yu's palm for a few times, and then jumping around him happily, just like a little guy with a childlike heart. Lin Yu smiled slightly and looked at the other plants around him. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's go back. After speaking, he rushed back to the territory surrounded by the plants. Back to the territory. After feeding a few tyrant flowers with the corpses he had just obtained, Lin Yu came to the open space and began to prepare food. As soon as he sat down, he received a private message from Yin Tiange. The migration pearl has been sent to Yanwu. Get ready and set off for the regional border in a few days. It's better to set off a little earlier. Seeing the content of the private message, Lin Yu's originally relaxed mood suddenly trembled. After thinking for a while, he immediately replied, Okay. Notify me directly when you set off, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Okay. I send you the meeting place later, by Haitang, and I will wait for you there. Also, it's best not to spread this matter. It's easy to cause panic, and may be discovered by those people above. I will. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He didn't know whether he would live or die on this trip, and he couldn't take care of other things at all. If he had a chance in the future, he might save this world. But, thinking of this, Lin Yu sighed and stopped thinking about it, and his expression gradually became solemn. This operation was crucial to him, and he couldn't be careless at all. He worked hard for so many days just to pass through the gray fog zone and escape from this area. If he failed, he would definitely fall into a place of no return and be trapped in this area forever. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. After sitting quietly for a while, his mood finally calmed down a little. Then he clicked on Yanwu's name and sent him a few messages to discuss the departure plan. The sky outside was gradually getting darker. Chapter 54 Departure. Regional Shock. The day of departure finally came. Less than 5 days later, Lin Yu received the departure message from Yin Tiange, asking him to hurry over to join. As soon as the sun rose, Lin Yu woke up early, washed up simply, ate something, and then went down the stairs to the bottom of the territory. At this time, the plants had been waiting there for a long time, as if they knew that something big was about to happen. Lin Yu took out the precious migration bead from his personal space, his face extremely solemn. There were only 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. After these few days of hard work, he had collected all the materials and magic energy, and only this last step was left. To be honest, he was still very nervous. When he thought about going through the gray fog to another area, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered, worried that something unexpected would happen. But since he had come this far, he had nothing to retreat from. After thinking for a while, he said to the plants, Green Vine, Mushroom Demon King, and Ancient Tree of Knowledge, stay in the territory, and the others go outside the territory and wait. With spiritual connection, the plants can understand Lin Yu's words, and immediately obey the order, rushing out of the territory in groups. In a blink of an eye, the territory was empty, leaving only the 3 plants that Lin Yu mentioned. The reason why they were left behind was that they could not move, and their level was too low to pass through the gray fog. it would be more convenient to put them into the migration bead with the territory. As for the king flower, he had dismissed it many days ago and replaced it with a mobile soldier. Lin Yu stood in the empty territory, looked around, and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. This was where he had lived for more than half a month. Every plant and tree around him was already very familiar. But now, he suddenly had to leave. And his mood was inevitably a little complicated. After looking at the surrounding environment for a while, he came to the bottom of the tree of life, took a deep breath, and directly chose to upgrade the territory. In an instant, the entire territory was wrapped in light and made a loud rumbling sound. The tree of life quickly grew taller and grew to a height of 60 meters. The surrounding walls were also raised and thickened, and there was an additional layer of metal protection on top, which greatly improved the defense. At the same time, a huge force poured into Lin Yu's body, constantly strengthening his body, and he felt that the whole person was sublimated. Congratulations! The territory has successfully been upgraded to the 6th level. Since your level has reached the upper limit of this plane, the plane transmission is about to come. Please be prepared. Sure enough, after upgrading to the 6th level, even the prompts have become different. Faintly, Lin Yu could even feel a suction force, as if it is going to suck him and the entire territory in. Not daring to waste any more time, he hurriedly left the territory and came outside, and then directly took out the migration bead. May I ask if I would like to consume 60,000 mana and use the migration pearl on the territory? Note that once the migration pearl is used, some functions of the territory will be suspended until the migration is successful. Sure, Lin Yu answered without hesitation. The next second, the migration pearl in his hand shone brightly and slowly flew above the territory. Under the illumination of this light, the entire territory began to vibrate, and the ground also made a rumbling sound, with flying sand and rocks, which was extremely spectacular. Then a huge space distortion appeared, sucking the territory directly into it, and it disappeared in front of Lin Yu in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the light of the migration pearl faded and slowly flew back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu carefully took the migration pearl. When he looked at the original location of the territory, there was only a wasteland left, with nothing left. And inside the migration pearl, there was a miniature version of the territory, the iconic tree of life, and several plants left by him. It was as if it was sealed inside. After the territory was taken in, the suction force also disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It seems that the effect of the migration pearl hiding the level of the aura has worked, and Lin Yu finally felt relieved. He took a look at the remaining 47 plants around him, all of which have reached the 6th level, and they have been promoted in the past few days. With these soldiers, he doesn't have to worry about safety issues, and immediately waved his hand. Let's go! In this way, Lin Yu set off with his plant army. 1 person and 47 soldiers walked in the mountains and forests, heading towards the endless wasteland. At this time, the entire regional channel was also in chaos because of the changes in the rankings. Fuck. Look! The names of the big guys on the rankings suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why did Lin Yu's name disappear? And Yin Tianda and Yanwu, even by Hai Tang, disappeared. I can't find their names in the rankings behind. What's going on? Were they killed? How is that possible? Who has the strength to kill them now? And 4 at a time. Too exaggerated. For big guys disappeared at once. Is something big going to happen? The 4 top 10 permanent big guys disappeared at the same time, which was extremely sensational and caused countless people to exclaim. The news in the regional channel also exploded like a pot. You know, among the people who disappeared, there are 2 big guys ranked 1st and 2nd. Who would dare to believe it if they just disappeared like this? But the facts are in front of them, so they have to believe that this is true. For a while, everyone was guessing what happened and asking about the news of these 4 people. Some lords were gloating, shouting that the list was finally empty. After all, since the list appeared, the top few places have been occupied by Lin Yu and his people, and those people below were almost suffocated, and there was no hope for them to get ahead. Now the disappearance of Lin Yu and his companions has helped these people, allowing them to squeeze into the list and see the hope of winning the 1st place. While the regional channel was discussing, at this time, Lin Yu had already brought the plant army to the endless wasteland and joined Yan Wu, who was waiting there. How is it? Are you all ready? Seeing Lin Yu, Yan Wu asked directly, and beside him, there were 26th level soldiers. It seems that the level of the soldiers has been upgraded a lot during this period. It's ready. Let's go. We have to go and join them quickly. Lin Yu nodded to Yen Wu and headed directly to the east. On the way here, the two of them communicated through private messages and understood each other's general situation. So there was no need to explain too much. And it's still a long way from the regional border. And it will take a lot of time to get there. This is why they set out early. Walking on the road, Yen Wu looked at the soldiers around Lin Yu with surprise. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the 6th level troops, which were twice as many as his. Sure enough, it's not without reason that he has occupied the first place for so many days. Based on this strength alone, who in the entire area can surpass him? Chapter 55, Crossing the Volcano. By the way, how did you get to know Yin Tiange? Yen Wu couldn't help asking on the way. I don't really know him. He contacted me when I won the first place. Lin Yu shrugged. He didn't know much about Yin Tiange. The reason why he chose to cooperate with him was to increase the chance of passing the Grey Fog area. For this reason, he also specially pulled Yen Wu into the group. Firstly, to increase allies and achieve checks and balances. And secondly, he and Yen Wu had cooperated before and had a good relationship. Seeing Yen Wu asking this, Lin Yu also asked, why? Do you know him? Only met him once. Yen Wu replied. The time when he sent me the migration pearl. We chatted for a few words. What kind of person do you think he is? It's hard to say. I feel that he hides very deeply, and it's a bit hard to guess. Yen Wu frowned and said. Lin Yu heard this and fell into deep thought. Judging from the brief contact in the past few days, Yin Tiange is very methodical and purposeful in his actions. Even if he was pulled into the group, it was when he won the first place and showed his true strength. Obviously, he would only do things that benefited him. Combined with Yen Wu's description, he couldn't help but be a little curious about what kind of person Yin Tiange is. And by height Aang is the same. As a woman who has been in the top few since the list was opened, her strength should not be underestimated. And she also knows Yin Tiange, which is worth noting. That's it. The two chatted while hurrying on the road, walking in the wilderness with the troops. The speed is not slow. Along the way, many lords who passed by also discovered them, and they were all frightened away by the terrifying troops around them, and did not dare to provoke them. Not to mention those territories. Seeing Lin Yu and the others approaching, they were immediately frightened and shrank back into the territory, leading all the troops to fight. However, what the lords didn't expect was that Lin Yu and his men were just passing by, and they didn't even look at them. When the two men gradually went away and could no longer be seen, several neighboring lords gathered together, their faces full of fear. Who are those two guys? Why are they carrying so many soldiers? This is the first time I've seen such an exaggerated number of soldiers. Don't they need to keep soldiers to guard the territory? When they passed by my territory just now, I almost suffocated. Aren't those soldiers all 5th level soldiers? 5th level? Can a 5th level soldier have such a strong momentum? It can't be a 6th level soldier. Right? After chatting for a long time, these lords didn't make any sense. After all, the large army has just begun to be upgraded to the 5th level. How could anyone train so many 6th level soldiers? Anyway, they didn't want to believe it. After chatting for a few more sentences, they immediately dispersed and rushed back to their respective territories with their soldiers, thinking that they were just illusions. On the other side, Lin Yu and Yen Wu walked and stopped along the way, and encountered many monsters blocking the way. However, they were easily solved by the soldiers around them. And it didn't take much time. It was not until the afternoon when the sun was about to set that a volcanic area covered with flames in the distance finally came into their sight. It's the volcanic area at the end of the wasteland. Yen Wu's eyes lit up instantly. Volcanic area? Lin Yu looked puzzled. Yes, the endless wasteland is surrounded by a volcano. I heard that as long as you pass through the volcanic area, you can reach the border of the area, Yen Wu hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized, so that's it. In this case, let's find a safe place near the entrance of the volcano to spend the night, and continue to set off tomorrow morning. Yen Wu, that's right. It is said that this volcanic area extends for hundreds of kilometers. At our speed, it may take a long time to pass through. After saying that, the two did not stop and continued to rush to the edge of the volcanic area. When the sun completely set, they finally found a huge cave at the foot of the mountain. After some discussion, They decided to spend the night there, and let the soldiers take turns to guard the night. After all, at night, many monsters will come out to look for food, so it is always better to have a safe place. And because it is close to the volcanic area, the temperature around here is much higher, and it is not cold at night. Maybe it is too tiring after a day of traveling. Lin Yu and Yen Wu briefly talked about the next plan, ate something, and then went to the corner of the cave to rest. No words were spoken all night. The two who woke up left the cave and continued on their way. Soon, they led the soldiers into the scorched earth volcanic area. The high-level monsters around began to increase, and from time to time, there would be monsters of level 5 or 6. It seems that these monsters can also upgrade. When those people came here some time ago, there were no 6th level monsters. Yin Wu casually killed a monster that rushed over and said. Beside him, Lin Yu commanded the plants to clean up the remaining monsters. Frowning a little, his plant-based troops are afraid of fire, and the volcanic area is where the flame energy is most abundant. Although his troops have not been hurt, they are also slightly sluggish, and seem to be very repulsive to this area. He said, there is no way. We can only speed up. Otherwise being dragged down by these monsters will only waste more time. Lingxi. As soon as the voice fell, Lingxi, who stayed above the head of the tree spirit general, led the wood spirit army to fly out, waving the staff in his hand. In an instant, a stream of fluorescent light fell, wrapped the plants, and instantly restored their spirits. Is this a healing skill? Yen Wu said in surprise. Well, plant-based troops can do more than just attack. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Yen Wu heard this, and a trace of envy suddenly emerged in his eyes. Although his elemental soldiers have strong attacks and can attack from a large range, their survivability is not outstanding. Once the core in their bodies is broken, they will dissipate directly. Unlike Lin Yu's plants, even if the body is damaged, it can recover quickly and grow again. This is probably the advantage of the plant system. With the healing skills of the wood spirits, their progress has become much easier, and there has been no loss of personnel. I don't know how many monsters they killed and how much they traveled. Until the evening, the unchanging volcano in front of them finally gradually disappeared and turned into a vast plain filled with fog. At a glance, you can vaguely see the gray sky, which completely covers most of the sky. Gray fog. When he saw the gray area, Lin Yu was shocked and immediately took the plants to leave the volcanic area and stepped into the plain. Yen Wu followed closely, his eyes full of excitement. In order to get here, they walked all the way without any rest and spent a full 2 days. This is even when their bodies are strengthened and their speed is extremely fast. Fortunately, their territories are relatively close to this place, and they finally arrived here before the 1-month deadline. Naturally, they can't help but feel excited. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from a distance. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 56 No Turning Back. Intienga? Lin Yu looked at the handsome young man in front of him. Not surprised, because they had agreed to meet here from the beginning. Beside Intienga, there stood a cold beauty, who must be the legendary Bai Haitang. Soon, the four of them got together. Intienga said first, Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I guess you are Lin Yu. As he said that, he showed a kind smile on his face, which made people let down their guard. However, Lin Yu had learned about Intienga's personality from Yen Wu on the way, and was not fooled by this appearance. He replied directly, It's me. This is Yen Wu. You should have met before. Indeed, I have met before when I gave the migration pearl. Intienga smiled warmly, nodded to Yen Wu, then looked at the woman next to her and introduced, Bai Haitang. You should also know her. Of course. Lin Yu and the other man looked at Bai Haitang and smiled kindly. But what responded to them was a cold face. It can be seen that Bai Haitang has a cold temperament and doesn't like to talk much. Even to Intienga, he is extremely cold. And it doesn't seem to be the friendship they imagined. At the same time, Lin Yu also secretly observed the troops around the two. As expected, as shown in the ranking, the demon system and the angel system. This was the first time that Lin Yu saw a demon-type army. Behind Intienga, there were more than 30 tall, horned, winged demons, all of which had reached the 6th level. Bai Haitang's angel army was slightly weaker, but there were also 26th level angels. The two of them together were not much weaker than Lin Yu and Yen Wu. But if we talk about the number of 6th level troops, Lin Yu, who had the ancient tree of knowledge, naturally had the most. A full 47. So when they saw the plants around Lin Yu, Tiange and Bai Haitang also showed some surprise and looked at Lin Yu for a while. Okay. Don't just stand here. It's time to talk business. At this time, Yen Wu interrupted their greetings. When they heard this, their faces suddenly became stern. They came here, of course, not to chat, but to work together to pass through the gray fog zone and escape from this area. Now there is only 1 day left before the 1-month deadline, and they have no time to waste. Thinking of this, Tiange said seriously, "Then you come with me. There is a suitable place to stay over there. We will rest there for 1 night. And when it gets light tomorrow morning, we will immediately set off to the gray fog zone. You two got here first. Did you find anything?" Lin Yu followed behind Tiange and asked. "Indeed, there is a little bit." Tiange nodded. "I led troops deep into the plain once before, and found that the fog became thicker as we went deeper. And there was an area about 20 kilometers away from here that was completely covered by fog, and we couldn't see the situation inside at all. Have you ever gone in to see it?" Yen Wu interrupted. "I went in, but I quickly withdrew." "Why?" Lin Yu and Yen Wu were both stunned. "Because the fog inside is very corrosive, and there are constant wind, fire, thunder and lightning. I almost lost a 6th level soldier less than a minute after entering." Tiange's face was solemn, and he was even a little scared. Hearing his words, Lin Yu and Yen Wu were also shocked. A 6th level soldier only lasted for less than a minute? This gray fog is a bit too exaggerated. Even Bai Haitang, who was standing by, frowned slightly, revealing a trace of solemnity. "It seems that the news is right. We have to wait until the gray fog weakens before we can get through it." At this moment, Lin Yu has completely believed what the letter said, and no longer has any doubts. "Indeed," Tiange responded in a deep voice. "The news we received also said so. So at that time we will have to rely on your and Bai Haitang's soldiers to treat it. Yen Wu and I will be responsible for dealing with other possible accidents. What do you think?" "I have no problem," Yen Wu answered first. "Same." Bai Haitang's answer was very concise. Lin Yu thought about it and said, "Okay. There are many soldiers in my army who have healing skills anyway. Then it's decided. Let's discuss the specific plan tonight and set off tomorrow morning." After that, under the leadership of Tiange, the few people came to a giant rock that could shelter from the wind and rain and began to prepare for tomorrow's action. The few people had a common goal and got along well. No words were spoken that night. When the morning sun shone on the earth, the tranquility on the plain was suddenly broken by a loud boom. Lin Yu and others, who were still sleeping, were suddenly awakened. "What's going on? What happened?" Yen Wu hurriedly ran out from under the rock layer and came out to the outside of the plain. Lin Yu and his companions followed closely behind him. However, the next second, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the end of the horizon, a gray fog suddenly emerged, covering the sky and sweeping towards them. Indistinctly, one could even see terrifying lightning in the gray fog, which struck the ground with a rumbling sound, accompanied by a violent gust of wind and flames. The entire horizon was like a world-shaking catastrophe. "Is this what they said? The gray fog is weakening?" Tiange widened his eyes in shock, and could no longer maintain his usual gentleness. Lin Yu frowned, and his heart was already shocked to the point that it could not be further shocked. They really had to go through such a terrifying place. "What should we do? Should we still set off?" Yen Wu asked worriedly. "If you don't leave, do you want to stay in this area forever?" Tiange gritted his teeth and said, Yen Wu opened his mouth, but couldn't refute. Indeed, they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would only have one way to die, and there was no other choice. Instead of worrying about this and that, it is better to fight hard, and maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu chose to come here, and he naturally knew this truth, so he didn't hesitate and said directly, "In this case, let's go. Life or death depends on this. Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, they went back to pack up their things, and then led their respective troops to the plain. At this time, the plain was already covered by gusts of wind, and the lightning and thunder in the distance were getting closer and closer to them, and were approaching them quickly. Seeing this, Lin Yu, Yen Wu, and Tiange immediately sent out the huge tree spirit generals, earth elements, and demons to block them in front to share the pressure for them. HHA commanded the angel troops to bless the shield in front of them to resist the invasion. The group of 4 went deep into the plain and gradually disappeared in the surging fog. Chapter 57: The Terrifying Gray Fog Zone. More than an hour later, Lin Yu and others finally crossed the plain and came to the deepest part of the plain, in front of a gray zone with lightning and thunder and fire. The terrifying sense of oppression that was approaching made them stop and stand still. Is this the legendary gray fog zone that separates the 2 major areas? Lin Yu was shocked by the fierce winds around him. Although he had heard Tiange describe the situation in the gray fog zone before, he was still deeply shocked by the scene in front of him when he saw it with his own eyes. Less than 100 meters in front of him, an endless gray area was surging, crackling with lightning. The ground was also covered with lava and cracks, and pillars of fire kept rising into the sky, with rumbling explosions. It was like a purgatory on Earth. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu asked the tree spirit general with the strongest vitality to enter the gray fog zone to try it out. As Tiange said, the body began to slowly corrode. If left alone, it might not last even 10 minutes. The corrosiveness of the gray fog is indeed much weaker than before. Tiange said solemnly. My demons should be able to stay for a few minutes. My elemental soldiers can absorb earth elements and fire elements to restore themselves, and can also last longer. Yanwu pondered for a moment. I can dispel and purify. HHA rarely spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately said, in this case, let's go. We don't have much time. The duration of the migration bead is only 5 days. It is now the 3rd day. If they cannot pass through the gray fog to another area within 5 days, then there is only one way to die waiting for them. Tiange and others naturally know this. After taking a deep breath, they took their respective soldiers and slowly walked into the gray fog. Lin Yu did the same and walked in with the plants. As they continued to move forward, gradually, Lin Yu began to feel a strong sense of oppression coming from all directions, accompanied by bursts of tearing and squeezing, as if the whole world was rejecting him. What was even more terrifying was that the gray fog around him began to erode his body, burning his skin, and sending a burning pain that became more and more intense. Boom! Suddenly, a pillar of fire rushed out not far from them, and the huge heat instantly rushed to their faces. Speed up. We can't stay in this place for too long. Tiange and the team shouted in shock and gradually increased the speed. The 4 of them rushed all the way surrounded by the soldiers, shuttling between the lava pools and the cracked earth. Thunder and lightning kept exploding in their ears, and the pillars of fire around them began to increase in number and become more and more violent. At this time, a white light suddenly lit up in the sky. A huge bolt of lightning appeared and struck straight down at them. Lin Yu and the others' faces changed, and they had no time to react. The lightning cracked and struck a 6th-level earth element beside Yanwu. In a flash, the earth element was smashed into ash, leaving no residue. This, Yanwu stared with wide eyes, looking at all this in horror. A 6th-level soldier died just like that? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have even thought that he was dazzled. Even Lin Yu and the others were extremely shocked. Go! Lin Yu shouted in shock, and they came back to their senses in an instant, not daring to stop. They sped up and rushed to a deeper place. Along the way, there were more and more lava pillars and lightning, and even arcs began to appear on the ground, forcing them to stay away. However, no matter how careful they were, soldiers continued to die in the lava and lightning, and even Lin Yu lost 3 6th-level plants. Be careful! Suddenly, HHA screamed in the team. Less than 20 meters away from where they were heading, the space cracked open, and black tentacles suddenly rushed out of the crack and attacked them straight. Space crack. Lin Yu stopped in shock and immediately ordered the tree spirit general to block in front. At the same time, Yanwu's wall of flames, Tiange's dark swallowing, and HHA's holy light judgment fell, exploding in front of the team, repelling the black tentacles. Taking this opportunity, they immediately changed direction and bypassed the space crack. But gradually, they found that the space cracks around them began to become more and more, and black tentacles kept stretching out from them, trying to pull them into the cracks. Tiange was not paying attention, and the 2 6th-level demons around him were entangled by the tentacles. They were dragged into the space cracks at a roar, and were instantly crushed to pieces by the turbulence of the cracks. Others suffered heavy losses, and soldiers continued to die. The space here is too unstable, Everyone be careful, Lin Yu reminded loudly. At this time, there were only 40 soldiers left around him. All the plants with healing skills were working hard to heal their injuries and those of other soldiers, and the rest were helping to resist the tentacles from all directions. The angel priests around by Hai Tang were also very busy, constantly chanting holy light magic to give them healing blessings and dispel pain. Yin Tianga's demons could not receive holy light magic, so they could only retreat to the sides to block the attacks on both sides. The four of them rushed all the way and continued to go deeper into the interior. However, at this time, a space crack appeared without warning behind by Hai Tang, who was commanding the soldiers. Not good. Get out of the way. Lin Yu and his men were shocked. But before they could rescue her, Bai Hai Tang's waist and abdomen had been cut by the crack, and she screamed and blood splattered. Fortunately, the vines around Lin Yu arrived in time, tied up the fallen Bai Hai Tang, pulled her over, and then hurriedly fled in the direction of the space crack. Are you okay? Lin Yu hurriedly asked the plants around him to treat her wounds. At the same time, pieces of holy light from the angel priests fell and wrapped her up. Yin Wu and Yin Tianga also rushed over quickly. Bai Hai Tang's angel-type soldiers are very important to their treatment and protection gains. If anything happens to her, it will be much more difficult for them to pass through the gray fog. What's more, they are now teammates on the same front. And if one person suffers, all will suffer. No matter who gets into trouble, it will be a fatal blow to them. I'm fine. Cough cough. Bai Hai Tang coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood from her mouth. With the joint treatment of the plants and angels, she finally saved her life and slowly woke up. The wound on her waist was completely stopped and was slowly healing. Seeing this, Lin Yu and the other two immediately showed joy on their faces. Let my plant carry you first. It's not convenient for you to move like this. Wait until your injury heals. Lin Yu made a prompt decision and asked the blood fairy to put away the thorns. Weave a simple stretcher with vines, and carried Bai Hai Tang forward. Bai Hai Tang also knew that her injury was very serious, so she did not refuse Lin Yu's kindness. Thank you. She gave Lin Yu a grateful look. If Lin Yu hadn't rescued her in time, she would have been sucked into the space crack and died without a burial place. Okay, let's go. Just like that, the team set off again, continued to go deeper into the gray fog area. With Bai Hai Tang's previous experience, they became more cautious. As long as they found something wrong, they would immediately stay away and never take risks. However, the vastness of the gray fog area was far beyond their imagination. They had been moving forward in the gray fog for nearly a day, and there was no sign of passing through the gray fog. On the contrary, the lightning and fire around them began to become more and more terrifying, and the space cracks appeared more and more frequently. There were even 2 or 3 of them appearing at a time. Look! What is that? Suddenly, Yen Wu exclaimed in the team. The people who were still on the alert were suddenly shocked. Then they saw a huge shadow, like a mountain, appear in the gray fog ahead. Chapter 58 Level 10. Devouring World Beast. What is that? Yin Tianga looked at the huge shadow that almost covered half of the sky in front of him, his face full of fear, and his pace could not help but slow down. Black Shadow? Lin Yu and the team was stunned for a moment, and suddenly recalled the news he had heard before, which seemed to mention a shadow as big as a mountain. Is this what he was talking about? What should we do? Should we continue to move forward? Yin Wu asked. Of course we have to move forward. We have come here. Do we have a way back? Lin Yu said in a deep voice. Indeed. They have now come to such a deep place. Whether they move forward or backward, they will face countless dangers. Since it's the same, they might as well fight a fight. Maybe they can find a way to survive. Yin Wu also knew this truth, and his expression suddenly became stern. Okay. Then let's move forward. The four looked at each other, nodded to each other, and continued to speed up and rush towards the direction of the black shadow. But gradually, they found something wrong, because in the direction they were heading, there were bursts of snoring sounds, so loud that it was like thunder, and even the thunder in the sky was covered. Something is wrong. Everyone be careful, Lin Yu reminded in a low voice. Not sure if it was an illusion. He felt that the huge black shadow in front of him seemed to be moving, and it was moving in coordination with the snoring. As they continued to move forward, the black shadow in front of them became clearer and bigger. Finally, they came to the bottom of the black shadow, and finally saw the true face of the black shadow. This is... Lin Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked on the spot. What did he see? A toad taller than a mountain, lying on the road ahead of them, snoring. However, what shocked Lin Yu the most was the information that appeared in front of him. Name, Devouring World Beast. 10th level monster. This exaggeratedly large toad was actually a 10th level monster. Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying monster in such a place. And he couldn't help but retreat. What does the 10th level mean? I'm afraid they can all be killed with one slap. They can't even resist. How could it be? Yin Tiange and Yen Wu also opened their mouths wide, their faces full of horror. Even the serious Bai Haitong's beautiful eyes trembled violently, and she subconsciously reached out to cover her mouth. The most terrible thing is that the toad was lying right in the middle of the canyon between two rows of peaks, completely blocking their way forward. What should we do? The four of them looked at each other. The rock wall on both sides of the mountains was unknown how far away, and it was obviously impossible to cross it. Not to mention that it was in this terrifying area full of dangers. It seems that we can only take a gamble and try to go around it from the side. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his expression more solemn than ever. Once this world-swallowing beast was awakened, they would be greeted by a catastrophe, and they had no choice but to be careful. After a low conversation in spoken language, they nodded to each other and began to walk slowly into the canyon with the remaining troops. As they approached, the snoring of the devourer became louder and louder, making their scalps numb and the atmosphere tense to the extreme, especially when observing from a close distance. The devourer's body was even larger. The oppressive feeling that came over them almost made them breathless. Fortunately, because of the terrain in the canyon, the lightning could not strike down, and even the lava pools on the ground were smoothed by the devourer's huge body. They held their breath, leaned against the corner, and moved into the canyon little by little from the side of the devourer. Bai Haitong, whose injuries had been almost healed, also walked on the ground and led his troops in. A group of 4 people, with their own troops, carefully walked along the edge of the canyon. When they were closest to the devourer, they were almost on its belly, and they were so scared that their hearts were raised to their throats. Fortunately, the troops obeyed the command very well, and nothing went wrong. When the devouring world beast's belly shrank back, they immediately passed through quickly, not daring to stop at all. Who? The thunderous snoring sound still echoed in the canyon. Every second felt as long as a century, and it was tormenting. After an unknown amount of time, so long that Lin Yu felt his neck was a little sore and stiff, their vision finally gradually became wider, and they had reached the head of the devouring world beast's huge body. It's almost there. The 4 of them looked at each other, their faces showing joy. And then, they immediately held their breath and continued to move forward. However, at this moment, without any signs, the thunderous snoring sound suddenly stopped and disappeared. The 4 people who were still moving forward were stunned for a moment, and then their faces changed instantly. When they looked up, they saw that the devouring world beast's huge eyes had opened at some point, staring closely at their group of little ants, with a strong killing intent in their eyes. The murderous intent that seemed to be real made Lin Yu and his men feel cold all over. The lucky mentality that they had originally held was also shattered in an instant. Run! Almost at the same time, the 4 people made the same reaction and fled madly towards the exit of the canyon. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound came from behind, and the whole canyon began to shake violently. The huge body of the devouring world beast slowly stood up with flying sand and rocks all over the sky. Quack! A loud cry resounded through the sky. The devouring world beast suddenly opened its big mouth that seemed to swallow everything, and shot out a terrifying tongue from it. Boom! Lin Yu and his men had no time to react at all, and a violent explosion had already exploded behind them. Those slow-running soldiers, along with the land, were instantly crushed and rolled up by the devouring world beast's tongue and swallowed into its mouth. Just one blow. It killed nearly half of their 6th-level soldiers in seconds. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they fled to the distance desperately. However, the next second, the loud cry of the devouring world beast came from behind, accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Holy light shines! Bai Haitong shouted, and the angels around her raised their weapons, bursting out a dazzling white light, illuminating the entire canyon as if it were daytime. The devouring world beast, which had been staring at them, was immediately blinded by the dazzling light, and its tongue changed direction and swept towards them. Those soldiers were unable to avoid it, and were directly hit by the tongue, instantly turning into ashes. And even the angels in the air were shattered into light spots, dying on the spot. Run! Taking this opportunity, several people did not hesitate and continued to run for their lives, quickly fleeing from the direction of the canyon, leaving the canyon behind in a blink of an eye. And what made them extremely fortunate was that the devouring world beast seemed to be guarding something, and did not leave the canyon to chase them. So they finally escaped. After running on the plain for more than 10 minutes, they gradually slowed down and stopped after confirming that the devouring beast was not chasing them. Looking at their side, only 1 out of 10 soldiers remained. Most of them were killed in the 2 attacks just now. Even around Lin Yu, there was only Ling Shi and 5 other soldiers left. Chapter 59 Escape. How is it? Are you all okay? Lin Yu looked at Yen Wu and others around him. It's okay. Yen Wu panted and shook his head. Me too. But I lost a lot of troops. Yin Tianyu echoed, frowning and looking at his side. After the battle just now, he almost lost all his troops, leaving only 4 level 6 demons. Yin Wu and Bai Haitang were not in much better situation, with only 3 or 4 troops left, which was simply horrible. They didn't expect that the gray fog area between the areas would hide so many dangers. It can be described as a narrow escape along the way. It was a blessing to be able to escape from the attack of the 10th level monster. Let's go. This should be the center of the gray fog. We'd better leave quickly. After a short rest, they continued on the road with the remaining troops. After passing through the canyon, the surrounding lava lightning and space cracks reappeared, forcing them to be more careful and take every step very cautiously. The 4 people walked farther and farther away, slowly disappearing in the thick gray fog. 1 day later, at the other end of the gray fog zone, in a foggy forest, a 5-man team appeared there, investigating the situation in the gray fog zone in front of them. Brother Guang, there seems to be nothing in here. In the team, a young man with insect-type soldier said to the back. Nothing? Damn! I made a wasted trip. I thought there was some treasure. The man called Brother Guang looked to be in his 30s. A ruffian, with beast-type soldiers around him. The reason they came here was because they saw the sky moving abnormally, and a lot of gray fog suddenly appeared, thinking that some treasure had come out. So they came here specially. Unexpectedly, they did not find the treasure, but lost several pathfinders, so they dared not get close to the gray fog. The fog here is a bit mysterious. The 5th level soldiers can't hold on for long after entering. Brother Guang, I think we should leave quickly. Another young man said, a little scared. The appearance of this gray fog was so strange that even the 5th level soldiers could not resist it. If you stay in such a place, who knows what dangers you will encounter. That Brother Guang seemed to know that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. He looked at the gray fog with a gloomy face and finally decided to evacuate here. Brother Guang, look! There seems to be someone over there. But at this moment, a cry suddenly came from the side. Brother Guang, who was about to speak, and several other people all looked at the distance at the same time. It happened that 3 men and 1 woman appeared at the border of the gray fog with a few soldiers. They looked very embarrassed and had a lot of injuries on their bodies. The moment he saw those people, Brother Guang's eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect that there would be other people running here. It seems that the soldiers are almost dead. Let's go! Let's go and grab their resources. Just now, their attention was focused on the gray fog, and they didn't see how the 3 men and 1 woman appeared there. They just thought that they were just like them, just rushing from other places. And they had also experienced a big battle. Seeing the other side in such a state of embarrassment, Brother Guang and his group immediately became malicious and slowly surrounded them with dozens of soldiers, with cruel smiles gradually appearing on their faces. At this time, Lin Yu and his group, who had just escaped from the gray fog area, also noticed Brother Guang and his group approaching, and their expressions gradually darkened. It seems that they are all level 5. How to deal with them? Yen Wu asked softly. Kill them! Lin Yu's face turned cold. Although they had just passed through the gray fog area and escaped death, but they were not bullied by just a few level 5 lords. Moreover, the fact that they crossed from other areas must not be known to others, since these people want to attack them. They don't need to have any mercy. After looking at each other, they immediately gave orders to the few level 6 soldiers left around them. In an instant, holy light shone, vines danced, and 2 level 6 demons and 2 level 6 earth elements suddenly rushed towards Brother Guang and his group. Huh? You dare to attack us first? Brothers, go ahead. Get rid of them. Seeing Lin Yu and his team take the initiative, Brother Guang suddenly laughed. With just a few soldiers, they wanted to deal with such a large 5th level team? How ridiculous. With a loud shout, dozens of soldiers around him surrounded Lin Yu and his team. But the next second, something that made them extremely terrified happened. The two demons suddenly gathered black light in their hands and threw it into their army. Boom! The black light exploded, causing the entire ground to shake violently. And it actually directly killed more than a dozen 5th level soldiers on the spot. This is not over yet. After the demon launched the attack, the other two earth elements followed closely, raised their arms at the same time, and smashed into the ground with unparalleled power. Boom! The entire ground cracked instantly, and more than a dozen soldiers who were in the front were killed on the spot. At the same time, a few whooshing sounds were heard, and arrows of holy light pierced through the bodies of those soldiers. They died on the spot before they could even scream. Brother Guang and his men stared at all this with wide eyes, watching their troops constantly die under the attack, with deep horror in their eyes. Then Brother Guang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his whole body shook. No! This is not a 5th level, but a 6th level soldier. These are all 6th level soldiers. Run! At this moment, Brother Guang didn't know that he had hit a wall, and his heart had long been drowned by the storm. 6th level. All 6th level soldiers. How could this be possible? When did such a terrifying person appear in this area? And 4 of them appeared at once. How dare I think more? I ran away and fled quickly out of the forest. Several of his brothers were also awakened by his shout, and fled in panic, not even caring about their own troops. However, what they didn't expect was that after just a few steps, several vines appeared at their feet, entangled their feet, and the bodies that were originally running fell to the ground and were dragged back by the vines. No! I don't want to die. Please! Please spare me. Ah! The voice of begging for mercy stopped abruptly. All 4 people were pierced through the chest by the wooden thorn summoned by Lingxi, and blood spilled all over the ground. Together with the remaining troops, they all wailed and died one after another. A battle with completely unequal numbers was easily resolved. Lin Yu looked around and made sure that there was nothing else missing before saying, "It seems that we have really successfully arrived in another area. Yes, we are finally here." Yanwu took a deep breath, his voice trembling a little. In order to pass through the gray fog zone, they went through dangers and made so many preparations. Now they finally succeeded in getting rid of the original regional blockade. It would be a lie to say that they were not excited. At this time, there were few soldiers left around them, except for Lin Yu, who had Lingxi, 2 blood demons, and a wood demon dragon. The other 3 only had 2 6th level soldiers left, which was extremely tragic. What are your plans next? Intianga asked. Anyway, let's find a place to liberate the territory first. The effect of the migration bead will only last for less than a day, Lin Yu replied. From the start to now, they have spent 4 days, and there is not much time left for them to waste. That's right. Let's leave here first. With that, they did not stay any longer, and directly took their respective soldiers and hurried to the outskirts of the forest. Chapter 60 Void Platform. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and his companions finally left the forest and came to a huge open space outside the forest. The surrounding area was very wide, enough to accommodate 4 territories, so they gradually stopped and began to prepare. Before leaving, Yanwu found Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Yanwu's expression was solemn, and his eyes were serious. I won't say anything else. You gave me this life. If I can leave alive this time, please feel free to find me if I can help you in the future. Yanwu was still very grateful to Lin Yu. If Lin Yu hadn't told him the news of the regional blockade and invited him to act together, he would probably have been kept in the dark and eventually trapped in that area. This favor is equivalent to the grace of rebirth. Okay, I will. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, without rejecting Yanwu's kindness. But this time when we are teleported to the primitive continent, we will probably be randomly assigned to a location again. If we can still be assigned to a nearby location, we will work together at that time. When they first came to this world, it is a randomly assigned location. Now that they are teleported to the real primitive continent, no one can say where they will be teleported to, and what kind of dangers are waiting for them. Intianga, who was on the side, heard their conversation and came over and said, "Indeed, we know nothing about the primitive continent. If we are lucky enough to be teleported together, we can work together again, so that we can take care of each other." At this time, Tianga's face has regained his previous warm smile, looking like a spring breeze. When he said this, his eyes were mainly on Lin Yu. After all, along the way, Lin Yu's strength is obvious to all and cannot be ignored. What's more, in this world full of dangers, it is better to have one more ally than one more enemy. Tianga is not stupid, and naturally he will not miss this opportunity to build relationships. Lin Yu is not disgusted by this, and they can be regarded as sharing hardships. Although it is just a cooperative relationship, they belong to the same plane after all, and they are more familiar with each other than other people who don't know each other at all. He nodded and said, "Okay, if there is a chance." Tianga smiled even more. Then it's settled. After that, he turned and left, looking for an open space in the distance to liberate the territory. Yanwu chatted with Lin Yu for a few words, and went to the other side to start preparing. Until then, the remaining by Hai Tang slowly came to Lin Yu. At this time, the indifference on her face had receded a lot, and she looked at Lin Yu very seriously. "Thank you." Finally, she opened her thin lips and uttered 2 words. Lin Yu smiled slightly when he heard it, and he knew why the other party thanked him. "You're welcome. It's just a little help." Bai Hai Tang was silent. She was not a person who was good at expressing herself. After taking a deep look at Lin Yu, she solemnly said, "No matter what, I will remember this favor." After that, she turned and left directly. Sure enough, she was still the same as before, cold as frost, and frugal with words. Lin Yu smiled helplessly, and didn't think much about it. After saying goodbye to a few people, he also came to a huge open space on the edge of the forest alone, and took out the migration pearl from his personal space. Finally, I've come to this step. Looking at the migration pearl in his hand, Lin Yu felt dazed. For this day, he started preparing half a month ago. Kill monsters, grab resources, and improve his strength as much as possible. Now, he finally achieved his goal, and came to another area smoothly. Now thinking back, it feels very unreal. I wonder what the real primitive continent will look like. Lin Yu is full of expectations, and a little nervous. Take a deep breath, and choose to liberate the territory directly. "May I ask if you want to use the migration pearl at the current location?" Once decided, it cannot be changed. "Okay," Lin Yu answered without hesitation. In an instant, the migration pearl shattered, and Lin Yu was surrounded by a dazzling light. The territory and plants stored in the migration pearl also gradually appeared and returned to their previous appearance. Fortunately, the plants left in the territory were safe and sound, and the next moment, when the territory returned to its original state, the suction force appeared again. "Congratulations. You have successfully reached the 6th level. The space channel is open, and you are about to be transferred to the original continent. Please be prepared." As the voice fell, Lin Yu felt that the scenery around him began to blur, accompanied by a dizzy feeling and a sense of weightlessness. When he came to his senses again, he found himself floating in a chaotic void. All around him was gray, just like the scene seen in the gray fog zone, with lightning and thunder, and space torn. Only the place where he was protected by an invisible channel, and was not invaded by lightning cracks. Even vaguely, other space channels can be seen, leading straight to the endless sky. This should allow us to reach the primitive continent. Right? Lin Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart, and his expression gradually relaxed. However, at this moment, at the end of the distant gray fog, there was a sudden boom, and it surged violently. Then, the space was broken. A vast and terrifying mouth appeared above the sky, swallowing up everything around it like a whale swallowing up. Even the space channels were completely annihilated and turned into energy and sucked into the mouth. The whole sky was full of strong winds, lightning and thunder. Even from a distance, Lin Yu could feel the terrifying scene that was like a doomsday catastrophe. "This is regional blockade?" Lin Yu's face was full of horror. That direction should be the area where he was before. He didn't expect that he could see the real regional blockade here with his own eyes. In just a blink of an eye, those space channels were swallowed up. It was terrifying. Doesn't this mean that if he forcibly teleported in that area, he would end up with the same fate as those space channels? Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt cold all over his body. Luckily, He traveled thousands of miles and passed through the gray fog to teleport to another area. Otherwise, he would have turned into food for that terrifying giant mouth and been swallowed up without leaving any residue. It seems that there is something behind the regional blockade, which makes Lin Yu more determined to find out the truth. I don't know how long it has been. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like several centuries. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Yu found himself standing on a huge void platform. Lin Yu looked around in a daze. I found that the platform he was standing on was floating in the void. There was a constant flash of light on the side, and figures emerged one after another, and they were also confused like him. Where is this? Shouldn't I be teleported to the original continent? Same question. What exactly is this place? Why are there so many people? Did the teleportation go wrong? These people, like Lin Yu, seemed to be lords who had just been teleported. I thought I would be teleported directly to the original continent, but I didn't expect to appear on this platform. Everyone's face was full of confusion. But at this moment, a laugh suddenly came from the side. A bunch of country bumpkins. You don't even know this. We have to choose a country first when we teleport to the original continent. Choose a country? What is that? Someone asked immediately. Even the other lords on the side looked over, full of curiosity. The person who spoke was stared at by so many eyes, and his vanity suddenly increased. And he raised his chin. Since you don't know, I tell you. In fact, the areas near us are all under the jurisdiction of several principalities on the original continent. If you want to go to the original continent, you must choose to join one of the principalities. And then the principality will allocate land according to your personal strength and move your territory there. Look at the 10 gates over there, which lead to 10 different principalities. And there are representatives of each principality next to them, who are responsible for testing the strength level. Follow the direction of his finger. Everyone soon saw 10 huge portals standing in the center of the platform. And next to those 10 huge portals, there were strange light columns. Many lords stood in the light column. And from time to time, cold voices without any emotion came from the side. Beast territory. Comprehensive assessment E. Insect territory. Comprehensive assessment E. Angel territory. Comprehensive assessment D. Mechanical territory. Comprehensive assessment E. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the voice. It was discovered that the principality representatives who were in charge of the test all exuded an extremely terrifying aura, many times stronger than a 6th level lord. Chapter 61 The Beginning of Hell. Everything in front of him was beyond Lin Yu's expectation. He didn't expect that before going to the primitive continent, he would have to test his strength level and choose the principality territory to go to. And according to what the man just said, the areas they were in before were all under the jurisdiction of the principalities on the primitive continent, which were specially used to train and accept new lords and strengthen the principalities. After thinking about it carefully, this primitive continent seems to be much wider than he imagined, and may even be far beyond his imagination. It really deserves to be the primitive continent that can accommodate all the worlds. I just don't know if the blockade of the area he was in before was done by one of the principalities. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's expression became more and more solemn. He must investigate this matter clearly. But before the investigation, he still has to have enough strength. Otherwise everything is empty talk. The only thing to be thankful for is that it will take a long time for all those people in the area to reach the 6th level. If they can be rescued in the future, it will be great. After walking around the void platform again, he did not find Yanwu and the others. Lin Yu guessed. They either left the platform after the test, or were teleported to other platforms. After all, there could not be only one platform like this. If possible, Lin Yu hoped that they could teleport near him, so that the revenge plan could have more helpers. It seems that we can only go to the primitive continent first. While thinking, Lin Yu followed the crowd to the center of the platform. I saw that the names of the corresponding principalities were engraved on the 10 portals in the center of the platform. What Liuhua principality? Feiluan principality? Yuehua principality? And so on. And around the portals, there were many light pillars, guarded by the 10 principality representatives in different costumes. Once the lord stood on it, they would show the type of troops in their territory and the comprehensive evaluation. Every time an evaluation appeared, it would cause an uproar among the surrounding people. Lin Yu squeezed into the crowd and observed for a while, and found that most of the evaluations of these lords were E-level, and only occasionally there would be a D-level. Seeing these evaluations, the testers didn't even bother to blink. and asked the lords who had finished the test to quickly choose their country and pass through the portal. It is said that this evaluation has a total of 9 levels, from the highest SSS to the lowest F level. So many levels? Then why are we all only E level? E level is already pretty good. At least we can be assigned to a normal place. Just now, there was an F level rookie who was directly assigned to the most desolate land. That was miserable. Ah, there is such a thing? The people around had obviously been on the platform for a long time and learned a lot of information. Lin Yu was listening on the side and was also very surprised. The distribution of land to join the principality is actually calculated according to the comprehensive evaluation. In other words, the higher the evaluation, the better the land and location allocated? This surprised him a little. Just thinking about it, a shout full of excitement suddenly came from a distance. The comprehensive evaluation of the humanoid territory is sea level. Sea level. A lord with a sea level evaluation has appeared. The people who were still discussing were suddenly in an uproar. In one of the beams of light, a young man with a proud face slowly walked out and came to the center of the crowd. The representatives of the principalities changed their indifference just now and rushed to stop the young man. How about it? Are you interested in joining our Yuehua kingdom? We can give you the most generous treatment. My Liuehua kingdom can also offer the same conditions. Come to our Liuehua kingdom. The king of our Tianyong kingdom is a humanoid territory. And coming to our Tianyong kingdom will definitely give you better development. The representatives of the principalities talked at once, inviting the young man to join. It is obvious that sea level is already a very good evaluation for a principality. Otherwise, they would not be so enthusiastic. Among the 10 testers, only one hunchbacked old man still sat in the corner and did not come forward to issue an invitation, which is enough to show that this guess is correct. Under the solicitation of the representatives of the principalities, the young man finally chose Tianyong, which was mainly a humanoid territory. This decision immediately caused the representatives of other principalities to feel regretful, and they returned to their original positions. It seems that they can't decide which principality the lords will join. This is good news for Lin Yu. And from the conversation just now, it seems that the rulers of those principalities are also like them. They are lords. And they also have various types of soldiers. I just don't know what level those kings have reached. If he reaches that level in the future, can he also establish a principality? This is worth considering. Lin Yu couldn't help but touch his chin and became more expectant. While he was thinking about it, several representatives of the principalities, who returned to their original positions, also started chatting. Alas, the quality of the Lord seedlings this time seems to be not very good. It took so long to produce a C-level one. Isn't it? The task given to me this time is to recruit 10 C-level ones. Just thinking about it, I know it's impossible to complete. Don't say C-level. There are very few D-level ones. There's no way. For small areas like ours, it's good to have some to choose from. How can it compare to the large areas controlled by the Empire and the Kingdom, where A-level ones can come out at will? I wouldn't have taken this hard job if I had known. Alas. After chatting here, several people sighed helplessly, and then stopped talking and continued to test the lords. After a while, finally, it was Lin Yu's turn to step forward for the test. He came to the light column with a nervous mood and looked at the tester. Stand up. The other party seemed to be in a bad mood and returned to his previous cold appearance. Not even looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu had no choice but to slowly walk into the light column. As soon as he stood still, a warm current flowed through his body, cleansing his soul. At the same time, a piece of data appeared on the light column where he was. Plant System Territory. Comprehensive Evaluation F level. F level? The tester was stunned. Lin Yu, who was in the light column, was also stunned. He never expected that his comprehensive evaluation was the lowest F level. Could it be that it was because he had too few arms? Before he could think about it, a burst of laughter came from the side. Haha. Look! There is another F level here. There is actually someone who can get the lowest evaluation. How did he get to the 6th level? F level. This is too miserable. How weak can he get this evaluation? I guess no principality wants him. Listening to the ridicule on the side, the tester's face gradually darkened. F level. There is no worse evaluation than this. Not to mention the tester next to Lin Yu. Even the representatives sent by other principalities all looked disgusted, fearing that Lin Yu would choose their principality. This time, Lin Yu was in a bad mood. He was almost 100% sure that this evaluation was definitely related to the number of troops and resources. After all, he had just passed through the Grey Fog Zone, and most of his troops had been lost, and the resources were even more exhausted, with only 4 6th level troops and several other 5th level troops in his territory. How could he possibly compete with the other lords with more than a dozen or even dozens of 6th level troops? It was a real mistake. Lin Yu frowned deeply. He knew it from the way the representatives of the principalities were so secretive about him. If he really joined their principality, he would definitely not be treated well, and he would even be assigned the worst treatment. This was simply the beginning of hell. But if he did not choose to join the principality, then he would not be able to go to the primitive continent, which put him in an extremely embarrassing situation, and he didn't know what to do. If you don't mind, come to our great wilderness country. At this time, an old voice suddenly came from the side. Chapter 62 Arrival. Primitive Continent. This voice appeared very abruptly. The crowd, who were still discussing, immediately looked in the direction of the voice. The only old man who had not invited the sea-level youth to join was seen. I don't know when he had stood up, leaning on a cane and looking at Lin Yu, with a kind smile on his face. Lao Mo, do you really want him to join your great wilderness country? The representative of Liuhua country frowned and asked. He seemed to know the old man. Even Lin Yu himself was very surprised. His comprehensive evaluation is so low. But there are still people willing to accept him? Surprised, he couldn't help asking, are you sure you want me to join? Of course. The old man smiled kindly. But I am the same as them, and I can't give you too good resources. If you can accept this, come to our great wilderness country. The undisguised sincere words finally moved Lin Yu. After silently watching the old man for a long time, he nodded solemnly. Okay, I go. After saying that, he walked out of the light column and came to the old man. The old man did not show any rejection because of his comprehensive evaluation. Instead, he said with a smile, don't care too much about other people's eyes. When I first came here, I was the same as you, and I have come to this point today. Is Mr. Mo also from another world? Lin Yu was stunned. Yes, not just me. The lords of the entire primitive continent have gathered from countless destroyed worlds. But the time is different. Mr. Mo seemed very satisfied with Lin Yu's politeness and explained to him. When I first came here, I was actually the lowest F-level evaluation like you, and I have come to this point step by step. So you don't have to be too disappointed. Mr. Mo is the same as me. Lin Yu was full of surprise. This old man who seemed to be much stronger than him was actually the lowest level evaluation like him, which was simply unbelievable. At the same time, he finally understood why the other party invited him. Thinking of this, he bowed deeply to Mr. Mo. Thank you. I will remember this favor. Okay. We may not meet in the future. Take this and enter the gate of time and space. You will know what to do when you get there. Mr. Mo handed a dim crystal stone to Lin Yu and waved at him. Just as Lin Yu thought. The reason why he invited Lin Yu was just because he felt sorry for him and couldn't bear to see him look so miserable. But it was obviously unlikely to reach the level that he would pay attention to. After all, each of them represented their own principality and was responsible for recruiting talents. Lin Yu's joining was dispensable to him. Just a comfort to his heart. And he would not believe that he could really rise. Lin Yu naturally knew this. So he didn't say much. He took the crystal and turned to walk into the door marked with Dawang Country, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The laughter on the side also stopped here. Primitive Continent. In the far corner, there was a patch of yellow sand, and the sun was shining brightly on the edge of the Gobi Desert. A ragged mother and daughter leaned against each other, walking carefully outside a small lush town with broken eaves and broken walls. Mom, do you think the Lord will come to us this year? The little girl's voice was weak, and she looked up at the woman in rags beside her. She looked only about 7 or 8 years old, but she was pale and thin, and felt like she could be blown down by any gust of wind. Even the woman next to her had sunken cheeks, was extremely thin, and walked tremblingly. Hearing her daughter's question, the woman forced out an ugly smile, lowered her head, and reached out to touch her daughter's head. Yes, it will be here soon, and then we can live a good life. But you said the same thing last year. Mom. The little girl was relentless, and pursed her lips, as if she knew the woman was lying to her. The woman's smile became even uglier. A trace of helplessness and heartache emerged from her sunken and numb eye sockets. She pulled her daughter to her side and said softly, "How could Mother lie to you? Didn't a Lord come 2 years ago? But I heard from Ergen next door that the Lord left within a month." The girl raised her head again. The woman looked at her innocent expression. Her eyes trembled for a moment, but quickly hid it. She touched the back of the girl's head. "Ya. Be good. Don't listen to what Ergen said. Let's go to the city today to pray for the New Year's festival. After that, Mother will take you to eat sugar cakes." "Really? Great. Then let's go and pray." When she heard about sugar cakes, Ya jumped up with joy, and immediately forgot about the Lord matter. Her little face was flushed, and she no longer looked weak. The woman looked at her cheering, with a complex expression on her face, but it eventually turned into a bitter smile. Holding Yaya's hand, they continued to walk towards the dilapidated city. This city is not big. It is only a few miles in radius, and it can't even be called a city. The walls and buildings are basically made of mud, most of which have been eroded by wind and sand and are in a mess. And there are no guards. Walking on the street, there will even be a piece of yellow sand from time to time. But in such a harsh environment, many people drag their families to pray for blessings at the statue of the Lord in the central square of the city. I hope that this year the Lord will come to their land, lead them to prosperity, and let them live a good life. The whole street is bustling, with neighbors coming and going everywhere, greeting each other. It is even more lively than the New Year. "Hey, isn't this Lao Wang? I haven't seen you for a few days. How come there are fewer patches on your clothes? Look at what you said. Today is the day to pray for blessings. Can't you dress better?" That's right. Maybe some Lord will be moved by you and come to us. That would be great if that were the case. I won't brag to you anymore. I have to go to pray for blessings quickly. Okay. You go first. I pack up and come later. While talking, many people rushed to the city. At this time, around a huge dilapidated statue in the center of the city, there were people who came to pray for blessings. Everyone was chanting something, kneeling and worshipping the statue. Extremely pious. This scene happens once a year. They are used to it and have even become accustomed. And in this lively atmosphere, time passed quickly. It was noon in a blink of an eye. The sun was shining brightly above, and the ground was illuminated to be a little illusory. But strangely, the crowd in the square had no intention of dispersing. Instead, more and more people gathered around the statue, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for something. However, as time went by, there was no movement in the sky. The hope in their eyes gradually turned into disappointment. Alas, it seems that no Lord will come to us this year. An old man with a cane looked at the sky tremblingly, his eyes full of helplessness. In such a remote and barren place like theirs, let alone the Lord, I am afraid that even ordinary people are unwilling to come here to live. With a sigh, the old man gradually turned around and prepared to leave here. "Grandpa, look! There is light falling from the sky." Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded at this time. Chapter 63 Abandoned City. Congratulations! You have successfully landed on the primitive continent. The world channel is open. The region is changed, and the current region is Great Wilderness Country. It is detected that the Lord has left the secondary plane. The basic type of arms is lifted, and the recruitment limit is increased. Personal space is upgraded. The power of faith is unlocked. The function of the people is unlocked. The function of the building is unlocked. And the function of the territory management is unlocked. Added various territory contents. Please check them in the territory yourself. Listening to a lot of information constantly ringing in his mind, Lin Yu, who had just landed, was completely confused. What's going on? How come a lot of new functions are suddenly unlocked? What made him even more confused was, as soon as he stood still, a large group of people immediately appeared in front of him, kneeling and bowing to him excitedly, and shouting, "Meet the Lord." Lin Yu admitted that he was indeed very handsome, but he was not so handsome that he attracted so many people to worship him as soon as he appeared. And just when he was confused, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Matching unowned territory detected. Would you like to ask if the territory should be transferred? Wait. Unowned territory? Could it be that this is the territory assigned to him? Lin Yu quickly took out the crystal that Mr. Mo gave him from his personal space, and it was indeed emitting a dazzling light. When the people kneeling on the ground saw his crystal, they exclaimed in a series of surprises. Territory transfer certificate. It is the territory transfer certificate issued by the king. It is really the Lord. There is really a Lord coming to us. Greetings, Lord. In a flash, the large group of people in front of them knelt down again. Their expressions were extremely excited. Seeing this, Lin Yu knew that this was the territory assigned to him. But this place is a little too miserable, isn't it? Not to mention the yellow sand all over the sky. What the hell is this bumpy wall? What are these dilapidated buildings and streets made entirely of mud? And these people wearing rags, looking pale and skinny, looking like they could fall down in the wind. Could they be his subjects? Now, Lin Yu really lives in Bungbu. He finally understood why those people looked at him with pity. With such poor conditions, I'm afraid few people would be willing to come. Mom, why doesn't the Lord speak? Does he hate us? Below, the little girl looked at Lin Yu, who was thinking on the stage timidly, and asked her mother beside her. And this question just happened to reach the ears of Lin Yu on the stage. He raised his head and looked at the little girl, and saw that the little girl was tightly holding the dirty rag doll in her hand, and she was afraid to shrink back into the woman's arms. The woman was shocked when she saw this. Lord, spare me. Lord, spare me. My daughter is ignorant. Please have mercy on me. As she spoke, she cowed out, her face full of fear. Lin Yu was even more speechless. He wouldn't eat people. Was it necessary to be so scared? However, it was precisely because of this mother and daughter that he finally came to his senses and completely understood his situation. Seeing the panic of the people around him, he immediately smiled. It's okay. She didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to be so afraid of me. I won't eat people. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. The woman was overjoyed when she heard the words, and hurriedly thanked him. Okay. You all get up first. And who is the boss here? Lin Yu glanced at the people below. After a while, an old man with a cane stood up tremblingly, with the help of others, and slowly came to the front of the stage. My lord, I am the acting lord of HHA City, Shui Changui. He then bowed deeply to Lin Yu. Looking at him like that, Lin Yu was afraid that he would die suddenly. So he immediately stepped down and supported him. My lord, you can't do that. You can't do that. Shui Changui pushed his hands and retreated in fear. Fortunately, the young man next to him supported him. Otherwise he would have fallen to the ground. Lin Yu smiled helplessly and said, Well, let's find a place first. I want to know the specific situation of HHA City. I wonder if it's convenient. It's convenient. Of course it's convenient. Please follow me. Lord. Shui Changui turned around and made a gesture of invitation. It can be seen that compared with other people in the territory, Shui Changui's self-restraint is still relatively high. Under his leadership, Lin Yu also left the square quickly. When he could no longer be seen, the people below stood up one after another, their faces full of excitement. Great! We finally have another lord coming. Is this the new lord of HHA City? He looked so majestic. I was so scared just now that my legs went limp. Me too. I almost fell down. I wonder what the Lord will say to the city lord. Shoo! Don't ask around. Let's take the news back home as soon as possible. Yes. Yes. Let's go home first. The people dispersed and left the square in a flash. On the other side, Lin Yu and Shui Changui came to a big house that was quite decent to learn about the specific situation here. I don't know about this question. Lin Yu was shocked after asking. According to Shui Changui, this HHA City is located in the most remote and desolate corner of the great wilderness country. Not only are the resources scarce, but even the people have almost run away, leaving only the old, weak, women and children, and a small number of people who don't want to leave. There are only 500 people in total. It's like a dead city. And the previous lord moved the territory away just 1 month after arriving here because he couldn't stand the harsh conditions here. It had been 3 years since Lin Yu arrived. Lin Yu estimated that the reason why the previous lord took a month to leave was probably to collect enough magic energy for the territory migration. This is too. This time he really has nothing to say. Although he had predicted that the territory he was assigned would not be very good, he did not expect it to be so bad. Was he going to collect 60,000 magic energy and then move the territory to another place like the previous lord? To be honest, Lin Yu still felt a little reluctant, especially when he saw Shui Changui and the others staring at him with fiery eyes and nervous expressions. He could not say anything. Obviously, they also hoped that a lord would take over their place and lead them to prosperity. Not to say that they would become rich and powerful, but at least they would not leave their homes one by one like now, and finally choose to flee here. Alas. Anyway, he had no other place to go now, so it seemed that he could only temporarily settle down here. Lin Yu sighed in his heart, and finally felt compassion. He glanced at the people around him, and Shui Changui looked at their tattered clothes, and finally said, "Call all the city's managers here. I have something to say to them." "So the Lord is willing to stay?" Shui Changui was shocked, and his cloudy eyes lit up instantly. The people around him also looked at each other excitedly, their faces showing joy. Seeing Lin Yu nod, Shui Changui immediately responded, "Okay. I ask someone to call them over right away." "Lord, please wait here for a while." Chapter 64 The Basis for Rise. It didn't take long. All the people in charge of HHA City were summoned. Lin Yu stood on the steps, looking at the ragged but upright figures below, and couldn't help sighing. Even the managers were living such a miserable life. Not to mention the people below. I'm afraid even eating would be a problem. So he didn't waste any more time and said loudly, "From today on, I, Lin Yu, will be the Lord here. I called you here today. In addition to announcing this matter, there is another important thing for you to do, which is to recount the area you are responsible for. Count the population and various information in the city, and then summarize them and give them to me. Can you do it before dark tomorrow?" "Yes." The people below responded excitedly. As early as on the way here, they had heard the news that the Lord wanted to stay. Hearing the first task given by Lin Yu, everyone blushed and vowed to complete this task successfully. Lin Yu nodded on the steps, very satisfied with the reaction. After a few more words of encouragement, he dismissed them, and then walked out of the city under the leadership of Shui Changui and others. Originally, Lin Yu didn't want Shui Changui to follow. After all, he was so old. But no matter what Lin Yu said, he insisted on following, saying that he wanted to be by Lin Yu's side. There was no way. Lin Yu could only let him do it. Soon, under the attention of the people on the street, the team came to a huge open space outside the city. "Lord, this is where the previous Lord moved his territory." Shui Changui looked back at Lin Yu. "Okay. All of you stay away. Wait for me to move the territory here." Lin Yu took out the crystal from his personal space. Seeing this, Shui Changui and others immediately retreated and stayed far away. Matching unowned territories detected. "Would you like to ask if you would like to relocate the territories?" The voice in his mind sounded again. Lin Yu took a deep breath and chose, "Yes." In an instant, the crystal shone brightly and slowly floated into the air. Under the illumination of the crystal, the space suddenly twisted, as if overlapping with another plane. Lin Yu's territory was also gradually revealed in the twisting. The upright and majestic tree of life immediately attracted the residents on the streets of the city to stop and exclaim, "Look! What a big tree! Is this the Lord territory? So spectacular! What kind of plant is that? How can there be such a huge vine? Look up! It seems that there is a dragon flying in the sky." The appearance of Lin Yu's territory caused a great sensation. Even those who stayed at home ran to the street to see this magnificent scene. This was also the first time in HHA City that so many plants were growing, and they were shouting and screaming, which was extremely strange. What surprised Lin Yu was that the location of this territory was very clever. It was located in a place surrounded by mountains on both sides, which just blocked the wind and sand, and was not affected by the wind and sand. At the moment when the territory was successfully moved, several prompts sounded in his mind. The territory was successfully bound, and the current territory was HHA City. The current territory situation can be viewed through the territory information. Hearing the prompt, Lin Yu asked Shui Changui and others to go back and wait. Then he couldn't wait to walk into the territory. Clicking on the territory information, there were indeed many more functions. Territory name, Tree of Life. Territory introduction, the survival foundation of the Lord. With various functions. The core of the territory is destroyed, and the Lord dies. Note, plant-based territory characteristics. Self-sufficient wood. Subordinate territory, HHA City. World channel. Regional channel. Ranking. Faith. Skills. Citizens. Buildings. Resources. Management. In addition to the world channel and the regional channel, a total of 7 functions have been added. It is so much richer than before. Lin Yu clicked on the world channel, and saw that it was actually unlocked. There were many messages on it, with the suffix of Shengyao Kingdom. Lin Yu heard about this from Shui Chonggui. The Great Wilderness Kingdom, where he was located, was one of the 10 principalities under the Shengyao Kingdom. The suffix of the regional channel also became Great Wilderness Kingdom. Lin Yu tried it, and found that sending messages in these two channels was actually charged. One message in the world channel costs 1,000 mana, and one message in the regional channel costs 100 mana. It is even more deceptive than black merchants. No wonder there are so many fewer messages than expected, just relying on this chat channel. These kingdoms and principalities are probably making a lot of money. This is too black. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. At the same time, he was extremely envious. Even if it's a regional channel, as long as 100 people send messages every day, that's 10,000 mana. That's 10,000 mana. He had to work hard to hunt monsters for several days to earn it. But others can do it with just a few clicks. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. After closing the chat channel, Lin Yu clicked on other functions one by one to continue viewing, and roughly understood these functions. For example, the territory is used to manage and count the people in the territory. The building is used to build the territory building, and the resources are used to count all the materials in the territory. The territory here also includes his current subordinate territory, HHA City. These are nothing. What Lin Yu cares about most is the new power of faith. That is, the string of numbers after the territory level. Faith, provided by the people. The richer the territory, the more people, the stronger the sense of belonging, the more power of faith provided, and the stronger the Lord-owned strength, required to unlock some functions. It is necessary to upgrade the territory above level 6. This, after reading the introduction, Lin Yu was stunned. The increase of the power of faith can actually improve his strength. This made him a little excited. But when he saw the conditions for obtaining the power of faith, he instantly withered. What he lacked most now was not a rich territory and people. Although he didn't know how long it would take to upgrade the 500 points of power of faith required for the 7th level. It would definitely not be easy. He really had to build this subsidiary territory now. Fortunately, this did not violate his original intention. After all, he planned to build HHA City from the beginning. And the power of faith just gave him a goal. And HHA City. It will also be the first starting point for him to descend on the primitive continent. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's expression instantly became serious. He checked the various functions again, got a rough understanding, and then clicked on the recruitment interface. He remembered clearly that when he was just teleported here, the system prompted a sentence: the basic type of arms has been lifted. The restrictions have been lifted. That is to say, the types of basic arms he can mutate have increased. It is no longer just the types before. This is absolutely great news for him, who has the ability to mutate. If it were someone else, they might need to look for arms tokens everywhere to unlock new arms. But he doesn't need to. He only needs to spend magic energy to mutate, and he can directly obtain these newly unlocked arms. This is also the basis for his rapid rise. Chapter 65, Fearful Pumpkin. After opening the recruitment interface, Lin Yu took a look. The troops that can be recruited are still the same, but the recruitment limit has increased directly to 120. More than doubled. Considering that the Tower of Troops may be upgraded to level 6 in the future, it can directly research and recruit level 6 troops. He did not spend all his magic power on recruitment. After all, he only has 3,000 magic power left now, so he has to spend it sparingly. After thinking for a while, he only recruited 10 grass and wood spirits. Looking at the light balls that appeared in front of him, Lin Yu directly used the mutation ability on one of them. The mutation of level 5 troops requires 100 points of magic power. Do you want to continue? Yes. The light flashed, and the light ball in front of Lin Yu changed rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a round pumpkin? Lin Yu was stunned. He did not expect that the first new troop would be released. He quickly checked the information of the pumpkin. Name, Fear Pumpkin. Skills, Protecting Plants. Escape, put up the rhizome and roll away at a very fast speed. Sowing, spread pumpkin seeds. Grow pumpkins at designated locations. Can grow in harsh environments. And can be eaten. Introduction, very timid. Will run away immediately when encountering danger. Lin Yu. Seeing the attributes of the pumpkin in front of him, Lin Yu's face was full of black lines. Fear Pumpkin? So it's you who are afraid. You maxed out your agility to escape. Right? He didn't expect that there would be such an outrageous plant in the basic troops that had just been unlocked. It was simply for fun. But soon, Lin Yu discovered the advantages of this fear pumpkin. It can sow seeds, and it can grow in harsh environments. Isn't this the thing that he lacks the most in his territory? Although pumpkin is not a staple food, it is at least a kind of food. Right? And it has a very high sugar content, which is perfect for planting for his people. Come on. Try sowing some seeds here. Lin Yu pointed to the open space next to him and said to the fear pumpkin. After receiving the command, the fear pumpkin that was twisting on the ground immediately retracted its roots, rolled to Lin Yu's feet, spit out yellow seeds in front of him, and sank into the soil. Then it inserted its roots into the ground again, twisting back and forth beside the pumpkin field. Looking very happy, Lin Yu looked at the pumpkin seeds in surprise. It was only a few minutes, and a tender sprout had already broken through the soil, slowly growing under the fluorescent wrapping. Lin Yu knew that this was because these seeds were planted around the tree of life, so they grew so fast. If they were planted for those territories, there would not be such an effect. But even so, it was enough to promote it to the territories for planting. After all, ordinary plants could not be planted here. Only his seeds could be planted. Invisibly, a major problem was solved, which instead highlighted the advantages of the plant-based territory in such a harsh environment. And it was obvious that this was a new soldier that he unlocked after coming to the primitive continent, because he had mutated so many times in the area before and had never produced this soldier. Then, Lin Yu continued to mutate the remaining 9 grass and wood spirits. As he expected, the results were indeed as he expected. The types of mutations became much richer, and even some wheat and potato variants, such as the fear pumpkin, appeared, and they can grow in harsh environments, which expanded his planting army. The remaining half mutated into the combat arms he was familiar with, and no new ones appeared. It is probably because the number of mutations is too small. It seems that we can only wait until we accumulate more magic power in the future. As for the remaining 1,000 points of magic power, they will be kept for emergency use for the time being. In case of an emergency, we can directly recruit the 5th level wood dragon or pink demon to fight. Now the safety and food problems are barely solved. The next step is the construction of the affiliated territory, as well as the excavation of various resources, information collection, and exploration of the surrounding environment. There are so many things to do, and it is really a long way to go. It is worth mentioning that after accumulating experience on the road in the past few days, Qingting has successfully promoted to the 6th level, and the Mushroom Demon King has also been promoted to the 5th level. The 6th level green vines and vine forests directly extended from the original 100 meters to 200 meters, forming a terrifying and gloomy forest outside HHA City. From a distance, it looked like the roots of the Tree of Life, so the people dared not get close to it. Not to mention the Mushroom Demon King. The explosive power range increased exponentially, and it could blow a large hole in one go. And it was very active. If it weren't for Lin Yu suppressing it, I'm afraid the territory would be blown to pieces by it. He glanced at the Mushroom Demon King jumping in the distance. Lin Yu smiled bitterly, and sent the Wood Demon Dragon to notify Xue Changui to send someone over, and at the same time asked those mutant plants to start producing seeds, ready to distribute to the people for planting. More than 10 minutes passed. Xue Changui brought his steward to the outside of the vine forest, and walked in with some fear. What surprised them was that those vines that looked very scary actually made way for them spontaneously, leading directly to the interior of Lin Yu's territory. After a while, the two came to the territory. Why are you here? Didn't I say that your steward should come? Lin Yu, who was collecting seeds, looked at the two. The Lord summoned me, so of course I have to come here in person, Xue Changui said righteously and sternly, while secretly observing the surroundings, with shock in his eyes. It was the first time for him to see such an exaggerated territory. Even the Lord who came here before did not have such a scale, especially the various strange plants in the territory, which opened his eyes, and he immediately bowed respectfully. I don't know why the Lord called me here. Oh, nothing. Just give you some grain seeds. Let you take it back and distribute it to the people in the territory to plant. As he said, Lin Yu took a few large bags made of animal skin from the side, and put them in front of Xue Changui and the others. This is... Xue Changui and the steward beside him looked at Lin Yu with doubts on their faces. These are wheat, pumpkin, and potato seeds. I made them specially. They can be planted even in this environment. can be planted here. Shui Chonggui and the others were shocked and looked at the 3 bags of seeds in front of them in disbelief. You know, the reason why they live so poorly. The biggest reason is because of the environment. Now Lin Yu actually told them that there are seeds that can be planted in this environment. How can they not be excited? They are even so excited that they can't speak. Oh, by the way, I still have a few monster corpses here. You can ask someone to take them back and give the people a meal tonight. As he said this, Lin Yu took out the monster corpses he had saved from his personal space. And with a bang, several of them piled up into a small hill. With such a huge body, it was no problem to feed more than 500 people. This scared Shui Chonggui and the others, and they recovered from the shock. He said excitedly, "Okay, I ask someone to bring a carriage here right away. Thank you for the reward, Lord." After thanking him, he left in a hurry, with a happy look on his face. After a while, they returned to the city and spread the news, which immediately caused an uproar among the people in the city, and they all mobilized. Chapter 66 What is a Lord? The planting of seeds was much faster than expected. When it was about to get dark, Lin Yu had already received the news that the planting was completed. All of them were planted in the leeward belt outside the city, on a large piece of specially reclaimed open space, which could just block the wind and sand with the city wall. This made Lin Yu sigh that these people were really used to hard times, and they worked very hard. As the sky was getting dark, Lin Yu sent the wood dragon to fly over HHA City to check on the people. But he unexpectedly found that there was no cheering and celebration in the city as he had imagined, and no lively meals. On the contrary, everyone held a cloth bag in their hands, and hurried back to their homes carefully and happily. "Mom, do we have meat to eat?" On the street, a little girl looked at the sackcloth bag in the hands of the woman next to her with rosy cheeks. The woman was pale and thin, with sunken cheeks, but there was unconcealable joy in her eyes. She said softly, "Yes, the Lord sent us a lot of meat today, saying it is a reward for us to cultivate farmland. Let's take some out tonight to make meat soup, and dry the rest into dried meat, and save it for later." "Great! Finally there is meat soup to drink." The little girl jumped and jumped, cheering. It seemed that drinking meat soup was such a happy thing for her. Similar scenes also happened in every corner of the street at this time, which made Lin Yu frown, and then gradually relax. These people are really used to hard life. They are reluctant to eat all the meat they are given, and they have to save it to eat slowly. It's also a good thing that Shui Chonggui said that the meat was a reward for the people to cultivate farmland. I guess he wanted them to feel at ease. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and at the same time, a trace of inexplicable emotion emerged. What is a lord? The lord is both the owner of the territory and the pillar of the territory. Compared to before, the many things he is facing now, maybe he can really be called a lord. Moreover, he is counting on these people to develop and provide him with the power of faith. Thinking of this, Lin Yu clicked on the territory information and found that the power of faith behind the territory level actually increased by 3 points. It seems that his actions today made the people feel a sense of belonging and respect him as a lord from the bottom of their hearts, which finally increased the power of faith. No wonder he always feels that his strength seems to have improved a little. If this trend continues, maybe it won't be long before he can accumulate the 500 points of faith required for upgrading. Turn off the territory information and open the regional channel. Because it was getting dark, the news on the channel began to increase, and many new lords like him appeared. "Brothers, I have a question. I have been here for a day. Why has my power of faith not increased at all? It's the same for me. I was assigned a territory of 5,000 people, and it hasn't increased in a day. A bunch of new bumpkins. The power of faith doesn't increase faster with more people. Do you understand faith? People need to have faith in you. I thought you were playing a single-player game in the novice village? Do you know what a lord is? If you can't even manage your people, don't be a lord. Haha. Don't laugh at these newcomers. They just came here. What can they know? That's right. When I first came here, I was frustrated. Now it's their turn to have a taste. 100 mana per message. Chatting here. As Mo Lao said, there are many lords in this principality who arrived earlier than them. As soon as he saw a new rookie lord joining, he immediately made fun of it, and the new lords didn't dare to show their heads. However, Lin Yu also got a very important message from their conversation. The increase of faith power does not only depend on the number of people, although the number of people will also have an impact. The most important thing is to make them feel a sense of belonging and dependence on the territory. For example, the people under his command now. Life is a little hard, but they know how to be grateful. These 3 points of faith power have crushed all the new lords. After watching the regional channel and the world channel for a while, no news about the regional blockade was found. It may not be easy to find clues from here. After all, the culprit is not a fool. How could he make a big fuss about such a thing? In desperation, Lin Yu had to turn off the channel and do other things first. After all, he had just moved here and there were still many things to prepare. Not the time to chat with people. And he was busy until late at night. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up at dawn. After a simple wash and coat, he quickly came to the bottom of the territory. After a night of accumulation, the Fire Lotus provided him with more than 300 magical energies. Building name, Fire Lotus. After upgrading to level 6, the magic power provided by the Fire Lotus increased to 30 points per hour. Although it is not a small amount, it is still a drop in the bucket for him. He can't even build many new buildings. For example, the Territory Protection Shield he just found. Building name, Territory Protection Shield. Building description, it will automatically open when the territory is attacked to protect the territory. The effect is very strong. The higher the level of the territory, the greater the consumption and the need to recharge. Lin Yu has been looking forward to this shield for a long time. When he found it in the building list yesterday, he was happy for a long time. As long as he has the shield, his territory will become much safer. No need to worry about the territory being destroyed immediately after being attacked. The 6,000 magic power required to recharge the 6th level territory is acceptable. After all, it is for emergency use at critical times. However, this magic powder and magic power stumped him, and he didn't know where to start. So after a simple meal, Lin Yu called Su Zhong, the steward beside Shui Changgui, to ask him about the things around the territory. Lord, do you want to ask where we can find monsters and magic powder near us? Su Zhong stood in front of Lin Yu, extremely respectful. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. You have lived here for so long. You should know something. Right? Of course I know. As for magic powder, those traveling merchants who occasionally pass by here sell it. As for monsters, you have to go deep into the Gobi Desert to find them. There are merchants passing by here? Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. Yes, because this is the border between the Great Wilderness Kingdom and the Flowing Fire Kingdom. Sometimes there will be traveling merchants from the Great Wilderness Kingdom crossing the Gobi Desert to do business. And we buy many things from merchants. The border between the two countries? Yes. Across this Gobi Desert is the side of the Flowing Fire Kingdom. Su Zhong replied respectfully. But I heard that recently because of the turmoil of monsters in the depths of the Gobi Desert, no one dares to enter the Gobi Desert. It will probably take a long time for merchants to come. So that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized. He didn't expect that there was another principality across the Gobi Desert. It seemed that this place was really remote. But this was also a huge opportunity for him. If he could open up trade between the two countries, it would definitely be extremely beneficial to the development of his territory. Even more beneficial than those lords, who were assigned to rich territories. But immediately, Lin Yu suddenly thought of a question and said, No. According to what you said, there are monsters everywhere in the Gobi Desert. How can those traveling merchants cross it? Don't you know about cultivators? Lord? Chapter 67 Mineral Veins. Cultivators? Lin Yu was stunned. There are still cultivators in this world? Why? Has Lord not heard of it? Su Zhong asked curiously. In our great wilderness country, in addition to the chosen ones, like Lord, who are chosen by the gods, there are many ordinary people like us who have lived here since childhood. They gain the power of communicating with the gods through cultivation and then gradually become stronger. These people are cultivators. Of course, compared with the chosen ones like Lord, there is still some gap between cultivators and the chosen ones like Lord. Not only do they cultivate very slowly, but they can't summon the servants of the gods like Lord. At the end, Su Zhong didn't forget to flatter Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't pay attention to these. Instead, he was shocked by what he said. Ordinary people here can also practice? If he guessed correctly, the ordinary people Su Zhong said should be the natives of the primitive continent. Then communicating with the power of the gods is to obtain the power of the system. In other words, these people can also practice and upgrade. It's just that he can't summon territories, recruit soldiers, and upgrade quickly like these lords. This is quite interesting. It seems that this world is not as simple as he imagined, and it still has its own set of cultivation system. But think about it. As the center of the world, the primitive continent is full of monsters. How could it be just ordinary people? If he can absorb these talents for his use, then the strength of his territory will definitely become much stronger. It's just a pity, because his place is too remote and desolate. There is not even a cultivator in his territory. It is estimated that there will be many cultivators in those larger territories. After that, Lin Yu asked Su Zhong about some things about this world, and gradually began to have a basic understanding of the environment he was in. He is now in the Great Wilderness Principality. It is one of the 10 subordinate principalities under the kingdom of Xingyao. It is located in a relatively marginal place in the primitive continent, because it is located in a desolate and remote place. It is named Great Wilderness, which is one of the 10 principalities with the lowest strength. In the principality, cities are scattered all over, controlled by various lords of different sizes, and they compete fiercely with each other for various resources. There are constant frictions between principalities. To survive in this environment, one must constantly improve his strength. In this case, it is imperative for him to explore the depths of the Gobi Desert, and he can also earn more magic energy. Thinking of this, Lin Yu asked Su Zhong to go back first, and he hurried out with 4 6th-level plants including Lingxi. As for the garrison of the territory, it was left to the remaining Qingting Mushroom Monster King and the newly recruited 5th-level soldiers. Anyway, he was in a remote place, so he didn't have to worry about other lords coming. More than half an hour later, Lin Yu finally arrived in the depths of the Gobi Desert. What surprised him was, in the depths of the Gobi Desert, there is a very huge rock fault. It is tens of meters high, forming a clear height difference between the two sides of the earth. If you want to continue moving forward, you must climb down along the fault. No wonder no monsters ran to HHA City to cause trouble. It turned out that they were blocked by this landform. Lin Yu stood on a high place. He saw the endless flat land under the fault at a glance. It didn't seem to be as barren as expected. Instead, there were weeds and some tropical plants that he had never seen before began to appear. And this height of several dozen meters was not a difficult task for him. He climbed down easily with the plants and continued to move forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they finally encountered the first monster. A 3rd-level sawtooth horned deer ran past. Name: Sawtooth horned deer. Deer meat. Good stuff. Stop it, and don't let it run away. Seeing the running horned deer, Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately led the plants to surround it. The horned deer seemed to feel threatened. After seeing them, it turned around and ran away in the opposite direction. But Lin Yu's plants would never give it a chance to escape. The wood demon dragon in the sky suddenly flew down, turning into a shadow and attacking the horned deer. The horned deer, which was running away, didn't even react before its neck was cut open, and it fell to the ground with a bang. Killed a 3rd-level sawtooth horned deer, and gained 10 points of magic power. The prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. After a while, he rushed over with Lingxi and 2 blood demons, happily collected the horned deer corpse, and put it into his personal space. Not bad. I can add more dishes tonight. Lin Yu smiled, then continued to move forward and began to look for monsters everywhere. After reaching the 6th level, the capacity of his personal space has increased to 200 units, which is no problem to hold hundreds of monster corpses. So he spent the whole day exploring the Gobi Desert, hunting monsters to collect magic energy and collecting monster corpses. As he went deeper, the monsters he encountered became higher and higher, and there were more and more monsters. In the end, he even encountered 2 6th-level monsters. Fortunately, the plants around him were strong enough. In the end, he solved them all without any danger, obtained more than 200 points of magic energy and 2 huge monster corpses, and stopped going deeper, only hunting nearby. It was not until the evening Lin Yu returned to HHA City with the plants and called Xue Changgui over. Lord, why did you come here in person? Xue Changgui and his several stewards hurriedly met Lin Yu, who had just entered the city. I just came back from outside and came to see by the way. By the way, how is the statistics going? Lin Yu asked. Xue Changgui quickly replied, My lord, it was ready at noon. But since you are not here, it has been left there. Really? That's good. Just give it to me later. There is one more thing I want to ask. Is there any iron or copper vein nearby? Veins? Xue Changgui was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about the place where ore is produced? If so, there are many under the nearby mountains, all of which were dug out by the previous lord. Really? Lin Yu's face lit up. Originally, he just asked casually, but he didn't expect that there was actually a vein nearby, and it was dug out by the previous lord. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "That's great. You can help me notify everyone. Anyone who is willing to help me collect or can get 10 pounds of meat from me every day. You don't need to collect it fast. Just be diligent and healthy and strong." Chapter 68 Principality Ranking. My lord, what you said is true. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xue Changgui and others stared with their eyes wide open. 10 pounds of meat. And it is monster meat. If it is placed in other places, it may not be a big deal. But for them, it is extremely precious. And Lin Yu said that it is 10 pounds a day. This almost solves the problem of food and clothing for the whole family. And there is even surplus. They dare to guarantee that as long as this news spreads, there will definitely be countless people signing up and rushing to do this job. This should be okay. Right? Lin Yu asked. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I will go and inform everyone right now. Xue Changgui nodded excitedly, and immediately left with a group of stewards, notifying the news door to door. It was just as they expected. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the city. What did you say? You can get 10 kilograms of meat if you mine for a day. It was the Lord who said it himself. Quick! Sign me up. My son is going too. Mom, stop cooking. Go sign me up. I want to go too. Count me in. In the blink of an eye, the streets of HHA City became a mess. A large group of people with their families chased after the stewards in charge of registration, surrounded them in 3 layers, and all of them were talking about signing up for themselves or their men. Of course, the stewards did not forget Lin Yu's request, and only picked those who were healthy and had no hidden diseases. After all, things like collecting or cannot be done if the body is too weak. So Lin Yu still has to consider this carefully, and the reason why he asked the people to help collect or instead of asking the plants to go. In addition to the fact that the plants wanted to go hunting with him, one of the main reasons was that he wanted to improve the lives of the people. Anyway, he harvested a lot of monster corpses today, so it would be no problem to support him for a few days. That's it. The vigorous registration continued until the evening, when the registration list and the city's resource statistics were delivered to Lin Yu. It was already dark. Lin Yu looked at the list in his hand. There were more than 50 people in total, which was about what he expected. This should be the most young and strong people that HHA City could take out. The rest were basically the elderly, women and children, or the elderly. It was perfect for them to take care of the crops. The spiritual energy in this world was much richer than the world he was in before. I heard from the people in the territory that ordinary crops only needed 3 months to mature. His special seeds were faster, and it was estimated that it would not take as long as 3 months. After this period of time, life should be better. The future is promising. Then, Lin Yu flipped through another resource statistics. It recorded the detailed situation of each household, as well as the construction situation of HHA City. It was written in great detail, even more detailed than what was shown on the territory. It also gave him a deeper understanding of HHA City, and knew what to do next. Thinking of this, Lin Yu put away his things, and went to make a fire to grill meat. After the meat was grilled, he sat directly next to the fire, and casually clicked on the ranking information under the territory function. Because he had just arrived here yesterday and didn't know anything, he forgot about this until now. Soon, a ranking interface appeared in front of him, showing 2 options, Kingdom Ranking and Principality Ranking. However, it seemed that because he did not have enough authority, the Kingdom Ranking was gray, so he could only click on the Principality Ranking. Then, a detailed list popped up. What surprised Lin Yu was that the Principality Ranking was actually ranked according to the Lord level. That is, the ranking between lords of the same level was carried out to evaluate the comprehensive strength of each lord. Thinking about it carefully, this is also quite reasonable. It not only increased the competition between lords of different levels, but also promoted development. The king of the Great Wilderness Kingdom is quite good. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the bottom of the interface, where his ranking was displayed. Not on any list. Sure enough, with his current territory and strength, he can't even make it to the list. This is something he had expected a long time ago. so his expression didn't change much. And he directly clicked on the list of 6th level lords to check it out. First place, Qiu Chansheng. 6th level, humanoid system. Second place, Ji Yunshuang. 6th level, angel system. Third place, Nangong Jinyu. 6th level, undead system. Fourth place, Yin Rang. 6th level, demon system. Fifth place, Anchalu. 6th level, beast system. Hundreds of pages. A total of 10,000. The ranking after that was not shown again. And it didn't even qualify for the list. What surprised Lin Yu a little was that the first place troop was actually a humanoid system. And the rank troop below was also varied. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the real primitive continent, with so many amazing talents. Moreover, after the level was raised, some originally weak arms began to shine and frequently appeared on the list. It might not be easy to squeeze onto the list. After reading the 6th level list, Lin Yu came to the main page of the principality list again and continued to slide up. When he slid to the top, Lin Yu's pupil suddenly shrank. What did he see? Level 10. Level 10 list. It was hanging high at the top of all the lists, wrapped in a golden light. This was the second time Lin Yu saw the 10th level. The first time was in the Grey Fog area. That terrifying world-swallowing beast. Even now thinking about it made him shudder. In a casual way, they were almost wiped out. And they were not in the same league at all. Now seeing the 10th level appear again, how could he not be shocked? He quickly clicked on the list and saw that there was only a name with a gold border hanging high at the top. And there was nothing else. King, Ji Xinghe, level 10, elemental system. Lin Yu looked at the name in great shock. He never expected that the king of the Great Wilderness Kingdom would actually reach level 10. The same level as the devouring world beast. How powerful must he be? No wonder he could establish a principality. Lin Yu finally understood now. That is to say, if he wants to establish a principality, he must also reach level 10. Level 10. This is too far away for him now. He didn't even make it into the level 6 list, let alone other things. There is still a long way to go. But this also rekindled Lin Yu's fighting spirit. Since others can do it, why can't he? Lin Yu? Maybe one day he will suddenly rise and build a forest country whose name will resound throughout the primitive continent. Lin Yu couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Then he closed the interface and continued to check other rankings, while paying attention to the chat channel and collecting useful information. One night passed quickly. Chapter 69, United in Purpose. The canal is opened. Early in the morning of the next day, Lin Yu took the people who signed up for mining to the barren mountains behind HHA City and began to arrange for them to collect ore. Lin Yu walked around the area. As Shui Chonggui said, there were 2 artificially excavated mines that led directly to the iron and copper veins below. And the mineral content was extremely amazing, even far beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Because the underground rock layer near us is relatively shallow, such veins can be seen everywhere. Su Zhong, who was standing aside, explained in time. Shui Chonggui was too old to go up the mountain, so he sent him to follow Lin Yu and lead the way. Hearing his explanation, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? Then why did the Lord choose to leave in the end? You know, having such a huge mineral vein near the territory is definitely a unique advantage for a Lord. So many people were fighting for it, but the Lord actually gave it up. It was really hard to understand. Or stupid. Su Zhong didn't seem to dare to comment on other lords. He smiled bitterly and said, Lord, you know that our place is remote, and the environment is bad. Apart from this mineral vein, there is nothing else. Few people can stand it. That Lord couldn't stand it for a month and moved away. That's true. Lin Yu nodded silently. The environment of HHA City is really not something that ordinary people can stand. If it weren't for his strong plant survival ability, he probably wouldn't be able to continue to survive. Now thinking back, he seems to have made a profit. The appearance of these mineral veins solved his, or resource problem at once. He could even build many buildings that he didn't dare to build before. And it could also be used to build the city defense of HHA City. It was a pleasant surprise for him. This abandoned city didn't seem to be as bad as he imagined. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly felt full of energy and began to distribute the mining tools that had just been made in the production workshop, and called on the people to start collecting ore and then transport it back to the territory. In order to improve their lives, the people were naturally full of energy and dug hard. After a while, the mine cave was filled with jingling sounds. and the scene was quite lively. After looking at the original place for a while to confirm that there was no problem, Lin Yu took the plants around him and left the mountains and rushed back to the territory. On the way back, he also took a look at the newly reclaimed farmland and found that the batch of seeds planted the day before yesterday still had no signs of germination. Not to mention the second and third batches planted later. There was no movement at all. It seems that without water irrigation, even his special seeds grow extremely slowly, which is a bit difficult. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Lord, you are here. At this time, Shui Changui, who was inspecting the farmland in the distance, also found Lin Yu and hurriedly came to meet him. Why are you here too? Lin Yu turned his head in surprise. I have nothing to do, so I came to see the condition of the farmland. Shui Changui smiled awkwardly. I wonder if the Lord has come here specially to tell me what to do. Nothing. I just came to see the condition of the farmland on the way. I didn't expect it to grow so slowly. Are you talking about these seeds? Shui Changui looked at the newly renovated farmland next to him. It is indeed much slower than other places. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who told us that the environment here is not good? If it were in the past, we could only grow some cassava and other things to make a living. The seeds given by the Lord can grow in such a place, which is already amazing. Then you have never thought about connecting to the water source before? Lin Yu asked. Of course I have thought about it. But where is there any water source except for a few dry wells with some water nearby? Shui Changui looked around the barren land around him and couldn't help sighing. As an old man here, how could he not hope that this place could get better? It is precisely because of the fruitless efforts of generations that so many people finally choose to leave their homes and flee to other places. After all, they are just ordinary people with limited abilities. Lin Yu stood aside and could naturally feel his helplessness. His eyes were a little solemn. During this period, he had thought about solving the problem of water sources, and even arranged for the wood dragon to go out to explore the surrounding area and find water sources every day. But the result was nothing. No discovery. With such a big problem, even if he wanted to improve the living environment of HHA City, he was powerless. Swoosh. Just thinking about it, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. The wood dragon that went out to explore the water source just flew back from outside. Originally, Lin Yu had prepared himself to return in disappointment. But unexpectedly, the wood dragon suddenly sent a message that it had found a water source. I found a water source. Lin Yu was shocked and rushed to meet him. Through the contact with the wood dragon, he quickly confirmed this matter. He was ecstatic and followed the wood dragon, rushing to the mountains on the edge of the Gobi Desert. When he led the plants over the mountains and came to the mountain stream 5 kilometers away, he saw an underground river flowing under a deep pit that was blown out. Isn't it the water source he was looking for? After some inquiries, he found out. It turned out that the playful mushroom demon king secretly rode on the back of the wood dragon while he was in the mine and ran out to wander around. Seeing that there were small animals running below, he threw a few explosive mushrooms down. As a result, the small animals were not blown up, but an underground river was blown out. I really don't know whether to scold it or praise it. Forget it. Considering your meritorious service, I won't blame you this time. Lin Yu patted the mushroom demon king on the head. The mushroom king, who was hiding in the corner, suddenly jumped up and down happily. Seeing this, Lin Yu smiled bitterly and ignored it, but rushed back to the territory again. Although the water source was found, it was far away from the territory, a full 5 kilometers, and it was underground with hard rocks. If it weren't for the explosive power of the Mushroom King, I'm afraid it would be impossible to blast such deep rocks. No wonder the people of HHA City didn't find this underground river for so long. And even if they found it, they probably didn't have the ability to open a canal on the rock. Of course, this kind of thing is not a difficult task for a lord. At most it takes a little more time. So after returning to the territory, Lin Yu immediately used the magic power accumulated in the past 2 days to recruit the 5th level plant spirit for mutation. This time he was lucky. When the 9th mutation came, 2 explosive mushrooms appeared, including the Mushroom King and the one that mutated the day before yesterday. There are a total of 4 explosive mushrooms. The canal blasting team was established. Then Lin Yu led the blasting team and several other plants to the underground river. The people were also very excited when they received the news. They mobilized and took up tools to dig the land outside the city, preparing to dig a river channel and do a good job of collecting water. Even the women and children spontaneously joined the ranks of moving soil and making waterproof materials. At the same time, Lin Yu also brought the plant army to the underground river, estimated the height, and began to let the mushrooms blast a passage on the rocks next to the underground river. For a while, the sound of explosions continued to echo in the mountains, and a wide passage gradually appeared, extending towards the direction of HHA City. And those gaps and loopholes that appeared on the way were sealed by the people who came with waterproof materials, and they could be used for water immediately after they were completely dry. The people were united, and there were busy figures everywhere between the city and the mountains. It was not until after noon on the fourth day that the canal was finally opened and connected to the moat they dug outside the city wall. All the gaps and holes along the way were repaired. The people in the territory were eagerly waiting, and families gathered outside the city. Even the men in charge of mining hurried back. Chapter 70 with Shadow Dragon. Boom! A loud noise came from the interior of a distant mountain range. The people waiting outside the city were all shocked and looked at the canal on the mountain. After a long silence, a crisp sound of splashing, and the sound of water flowing like the sound of nature suddenly appeared in front of them with a clear stream. It's water! The water is coming! It's really coming! Successful! We succeeded? Great! There is finally water in HHA City. Is this true? Am I dreaming? Wow! It's so great! The people cried with joy and hugged each other tightly. Some even spoke incoherently, their faces flushed with excitement, and shouted everywhere. When the initial turbidity was washed away, the water finally turned into a clear stream, rushing into the moat, which made the old people burst into tears. Their lifelong protection of HHA City is worth it. Let's go! Let's go and welcome the Lord. At this time, someone suddenly remembered Lin Yu and shouted to the crowd. The crowd, who were still extremely excited, reacted immediately. Yes, yes, thanks to the Lord. We can bring water here. Let's go and welcome him. Let's go together. The Lord is the great benefactor of our HHA City for generations. That's right. The Lord has been kind to us. If anyone dares to disrespect the Lord in the future, I, Tainyo, will be the first to fight him. Count me in. Count me in. The people shouted and rushed to the entrance of the mountain range. All gathered outside the entrance. When Lin Yu finished his work and rushed back with the plants, he saw that they had already plop. All knelt on the ground, which directly confused him. At the same time, a reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations. You have gained the respect of the people and 50 points of faith. Oh my! 50 points of faith. What's going on? Is it because he repaired the canal? Lin Yu never expected that he would gain so much faith just by solving the water problem. You know, even those territories with thousands of people only have a pitiful 1 or 2 points of faith every day. And some even have none. He got 50 points at once, which is enough to show that the people respected him from the bottom of their hearts this time and truly recognized him as the Lord from the bottom of their hearts. Sure enough, everything he did was very wise. And just when he was stunned, an invisible force suddenly gathered on him from all directions, which made his strength suddenly increase. Is this the power of faith? Lin Yu was surprised to feel the changes in his body. He felt that he seemed to have become much stronger than before, and improved by about 10%. Doesn't that mean that 500 points of faith power can double his strength directly? This power of faith is really amazing. Thinking of this, Lin Yu calmed down and came to the crowd with a smile. Everyone, get up. Now is the time to be happy. Don't act like you are in mourning. Lord, I won't say nice words, but from now on, as long as you are willing, my life will be yours. A man who had just returned from the mining site was already in tears, and his body was shaking violently. He couldn't hide his excitement at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the others around him immediately followed suit. That's right. From now on, our lives will belong to Lord. If anyone dares to say a bad word about Lord, I will never let him go. Me too. In a blink of an eye, the whole scene became a mess again. Everyone was passionate and expressed their inner excitement. They have lived in HHA City for decades. The reason they are unwilling to leave is that they have family here, and that this is where they were born and raised. Who wouldn't want their hometown to get better? Now that there is finally a Lord who brings them light, their respect for him has reached an unprecedented height. Lin Yu also knew that they were very excited at this time, so he didn't stop them. After they gradually calmed down, He continued, I know what you mean. In this case, I will give you a task. Lord, you said that we will complete it even if we risk our lives. There is no need to risk our lives. I just want you to maintain this canal well. It's time to build HHA City and the farmland. I hope that HHA City can develop into a big city like other places in the future. Do you have the confidence to do it? Yes. The people shouted loudly. Some people were even excited and had already imagined a bright future in their hearts. Seeing their reactions, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. After saying a few more words of encouragement, he left with the plants. As for the people in the territory, they hurried back and started working around the newly opened canal. And the entire territory changed its previous decadent atmosphere. Lin Yu, who returned to the territory, finally relaxed. After a short rest, he got up and went to the arms tower. After a few days of work collection, he had already collected enough materials to upgrade the arms tower and upgraded the arms tower to level 6. Building name, Arms Tower. It was also thanks to the people who mined. They worked very hard, even harder than Lin Yu asked. In less than 3 days, they collected enough iron and copper ores needed to upgrade the arms tower. Together with the remaining stone materials and magic power of Lin Yu, the arms tower was finally upgraded to level 6. And he had already started researching the first level 6 arm yesterday. This time, the arm that Lin Yu chose to research first was not the grass and wood spirits, but the more practical and powerful wood dragon. When he was in the newbie village before, he needed to collect a lot of resources because of the shortage of resources and the regional blockade. So he never had the chance to use mutation on the wood dragon. Now that he finally escaped from that area, he had no more worries and came to the Tree of Life to call up the recruitment interface. Sure enough, there was an extra 6th level soldier that could be recruited. Without hesitation, he chose to recruit directly. Then, a prompt sounded. It cost 250 points of magic power to recruit a 6th level soldier. Do you want to recruit? A full 250 points of magic power. Fortunately, Lin Yu went to the depths of the Gobi Desert to hunt monsters a few days ago. And with the accumulation of the Fire Lotus in the past few days, he gained a lot of magic power. After deducting the magic power consumed by upgrading the Tower of the Soldier and researching the soldier, there are more than 2,000 points left. Enough to recruit 10 wood dragons. However, Lin Yu thought about it and decided to go the elite route because it is more valuable to train. So he only recruited 5. In an instant, a light flashed, and 5 huge plant dragons appeared in front of him. Name, Wood Shadow Dragon. Chapter 71 Mutation. Land Army. Lin Yu has a 6th level Wood Shadow Dragon. It was the one that survived the regional escape. So he didn't feel that surprised. But he was still a little shocked to see so many Wood Shadow Dragons appear at once. The 6th level Wood Shadow Dragon is not only a circle larger than the 5th level Wood Demon Dragon, but also has 2 more blades on its wings, which looks very domineering. If it continues to grow at this trend, it is estimated that when it reaches the 7th level, it will be able to easily take him into the air, which makes him look forward to it. Let's see what kind of troops can be mutated first. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his mind, Lin Yu began to use the mutation ability on one of the Wood Shadow Dragons. The 6th level troop mutation requires 250 points of magic power. Do you want to continue? Continue. Lin Yu answered directly. Immediately afterwards, the Wood Shadow Dragon in front of him was wrapped in a ray of light, and its body began to change rapidly. After a while, a plant lion with 2 heads came into view. Name, Mu Ran Lion. New soldier? Lin Yu looked at the huge 2-headed lion in front of him in surprise. I didn't expect that the beast-shaped Mu Long would turn into another type of beast-shaped plant after mutation. Then, he tried to mutate another Mu Long. When the light faded, a turtle-shaped plant with an evergreen tree on its back appeared in front of him. Name, Mu Air Turtle. What a guy. He has all 3 systems of sea, land and air. And his ability is extremely strong. Needless to say, Mu Ran Lion inherited the shadow skill of Mu Long, and also has a large-scale deterrence, such as Lion King's roar. What surprised Lin Yu the most was this Mu Air Turtle. The physique actually reached a terrifying 480 points. At the same time, it also inherited the super regeneration skill of Mu Long, and it also has an extremely powerful defense skill. Under the 6th level, it dares to say that its survivability is 2nd, and no one dares to claim to be the 1st. Come! Try the Turtle Shield Mirror Wall skill, Lin Yu said to the Mu Air Turtle. When the wood turtle heard his words, it slowly turned around, and the tree on its back shook. The next second, a 3-meter square translucent wall appeared in front of Linyu, scaring him. So big? Linyu looked at the 3-meter high wall in surprise. It was no problem to block him and other plants. And as the level increases, this area may continue to increase. It is simply an explosively powerful protective skill. It seems that it makes sense for this wood turtle to sacrifice so much attack and mobility. Linyu clenched his fists and used half of his strength to hit the mirror wall. With a bang. There was no damage at all. You know, he himself has the strength of the 6th level. According to the feeling just conveyed back, this mirror wall can at least withstand the full force of the 6th level without breaking, which is beyond his expectation. After studying for about half a minute, the turtle shield mirror wall finally exhausted its natural power and gradually dissipated in the air. Not bad. One more way to save my life, Linyu said with satisfaction, and turned around to continue mutating the remaining 3 with shadow dragons. The result was the same as he expected. All of them were beast-type plants. 2 wood lions and a wood turtle. This gave him a strange idea. Perhaps he could build a beast-type land army composed of plants by mutating with shadow dragons. Of course, the premise is that he must have enough magic power. Linyu looked at the magic power that was only 100 points left, and could only sigh helplessly. Now, he has to earn magic power again. However, the canal has just been opened, and there are still many things to deal with. So he did not continue to go out. The next morning, Linyu took the 3 wood lions and wood shadow dragons, as well as the lynxy mushroom demon king, and left the territory and went deep into the gobi again. Not to mention, after having the wood lions, Linyu's speed of action has become much faster. He sat directly on the back of one of the wooden lions and ran all the way. Soon he came to the broken wall and began to hunt monsters everywhere. As for the mushroom demon king, he rode happily on the back of another wooden lion and followed Linyu closely. Needless to say, Lingxi was not slow in herself, and she could fly, so it was no problem for her to keep up with him. The wooden shadow dragon flying in the sky was responsible for scouting the movements around. It's really good to have a mount. Looking at the scenery flying by on both sides, Linyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was much faster than his 2 legs. In less than an hour, he had already arrived at the place where the 6th level monsters appeared and began to explore the surroundings. Stop! Suddenly, Linyu found something and shouted to stop. The wooden lion received the order and immediately slowed down and stopped where it was. And Linyu was staring at a valley surrounded by huge rocks in the distance. At first glance, he saw dense spider silk and spider eggs, as well as giant blood-red spiders. A gathering place for monsters? Linyu was surprised and delighted, and immediately sent the wood shadow dragon to fly over the rock to check the situation inside. After a while, he understood the general situation inside through the spiritual connection with the wood shadow dragon. It turned out to be a small spider nest. Linyu quickly gathered the plants around him and approached carefully. As he approached, the information of those spiders finally appeared in his eyes. Name: Blood Jade Poison Spider. It was indeed a 6th level monster. Linyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. He has now solved the problem of mineral materials and is working hard to mine. The only materials for upgrading the territory are faith, magic power, and territory essence. He was worrying about where to get the territory essence, but he didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Moreover, the probability of a leader monster appearing in a small nest like this is not high. It's simply a godsend. Chapter 72: Small Monster Gathering Area. The appearance of the monster gathering area did not make Linyu lose his mind. He glanced at the only 5 level 6 and 1 level 5 around him, and then looked at the nearly 30 blood jade poisonous spiders in the nest. With such a large difference in numbers, rushing and rashly would be no different from committing suicide. And this time, in order to speed up the journey, he did not bring out the 2 level 6 blood demons. Only Lingxi and the Mushroom Demon King have long-range attack capabilities, and the rest are more skilled in close combat. Let's try to see if we can lure them out and defeat them one by one. Originally, Linyu wanted the Mushroom Demon King to ride on the Wood Shadow Dragon and fly into the sky for bombing. But considering that the Mushroom Demon King is only level 5 now, and cannot cause fatal damage to the level 6 monster, he had to give up. Through mental connection, he directly gave orders to the Wood Shadow Dragon to attract the attention of the blood jade poisonous spiders from the air. With the speed of the Wood Shadow Dragon, There is no need to worry about being bound by the poisonous spiders with spider silk. If it doesn't work, you can escape directly into the air. As for himself, he took the other plants and retreated, ready to escape at any time. When he was far away from the gathering place, the witch shadow dragon in the air immediately turned around and flew straight to the spider nest below. As expected, when the blood jade poisonous spiders saw the witch shadow dragon, they immediately became agitated. The densely packed poisonous plants crawled out of the cave and shot blood-red spider silk at the witch shadow dragon, even making a sizzling sound in the air. You can imagine how strong the toxicity is. However, the witch shadow dragon is not a vegetarian. Relying on its extraordinary speed, it spun around to avoid the spider silk and flew straight out along the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen blood jade poisonous spiders broke away from the nest and chased out. The entire nest was filled with rustling sounds, which made people feel cold in their hearts. Fortunately, these blood jade poisonous spiders did not chase far, and most of them immediately retreated back along the original route, leaving only 4 still chasing. Quick! Stop them! Don't let them escape! Lin Yu shouted hurriedly. The 3 Muran lions received the order and directly activated the swift shadow skill inherited from the Mu Ying-Long, turning into afterimages and rushing in 3 directions, surrounding the 4 blood jade poisonous spiders, while raising their heads high. Roar! The deafening roar shook the entire air violently. Another skill of the Muran lion, the Lion King roar, was activated. The blood jade poisonous spider, which was still chasing, was suddenly enveloped by this terrifying shock wave, and the blood-red poison sac behind it exploded with a bang. The bright red venom spilled on the ground, emitting white smoke, and corroded deep pits in an instant. At this time, Ling Shi and the Mushroom Demon King followed closely. Several huge wooden thorns suddenly emerged from the ground, and with a puff sound, they instantly penetrated the remaining body of the blood jade poisonous spider. Several explosive mushrooms followed, drew a parabola in the air, and landed at the feet of the struggling blood jade poisonous spider. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions finally blew away 4 blood jade poisonous spiders. Kill the 6th level blood jade poisonous spider and get 101 points of magic power. Kill the 6th level blood jade poisonous spider and get 97 points of magic power. Kill the 6th level blood jade poisonous spider and get 104 points of magic power. Kill the 6th level blood jade poisonous spider and get 99 points of magic power. All of a sudden, 400 points of magic power were obtained. It was much faster than before. The movement just now also attracted the remaining blood jade poisonous spiders in the nest again, and they rushed out of the nest one after another. After the first experience, Lin Yu naturally would not be polite to them. Using this extreme pulling method, he began to fight guerrilla warfare outside the spider nest, constantly eliminating the lone blood jade poisonous spiders. More than half an hour later, he finally killed all the 20 or so blood jade poisonous spiders in the nest, and also welcomed a promotion. Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated the 6th level monster gathering place and obtained the 6th level territory essence X1. That's it? Lin Yu stood there waiting in confusion. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any reward for the unit token. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that small monster gathering places don't give tokens? The reason why small monster gathering places are called small is that in addition to the small number of monsters, the more important reason is that there is no leader monster. It seems that it is really the same as Lin Yu guessed. This kind of gathering place without a leader monster will not reward unit tokens. But this doesn't have much impact on him. Anyway, he is mainly for magic energy and territory essence this time. Lin Yu calculated. 28 6th level blood jade poisonous spiders contributed a total of 2,800 magic energy to him, and can mutate 5 6th level units, which is much faster than him running around to find monsters. There was no time to waste, so I immediately called the plants around me. Let's go! Let's continue to look for other monster nests. That's it. Lin Yu spent the whole morning and afternoon in the depths of the Gobi Desert. He was lucky and encountered 2 small monster gathering places one after another. After a battle, his 6th level territory essence also accumulated to 3, and the magic power reached more than 9,000 points. Counting the accumulation of the Fire Lotus during this period, the total magic power was a full 10,000 points. Seeing such a rich harvest, Lin Yu was immediately satisfied and rode the Muran lion back to the territory in a hurry. Soon, he returned to the edge of the Gobi Desert and saw the surrounding area of HHA City, which had changed a lot. Even around his territory, the canals were repaired to provide water for the plants. "Lord, are you back?" Several men who were digging the moat saw Linyu, immediately dropped their tools, and hurried to meet him. They were all people who were not selected for the mining team and were left in the city. Now that the canal was opened, everyone could no longer sit still and join the digging. It was very lively from a distance. "Everyone has worked hard. You have to come out to dig the canal in such a hot day." Linyu sat on the back of the wooden lion and nodded to the men who came to meet him. "Lord, that's not right. HHA City is our hometown. It's worth it no matter how hard it is. Anyway, we are idle." "That's right. I am still waiting for our HHA City to become better and surpass other places." "That's right." The people in the territory responded one after another, with uncontrollable joy on their faces. Seeing them like this, Linyu also smiled slightly. "Okay. It happens that I went out to hunt a lot of monsters today. Let Shuechongui take them to everyone for a snack tonight." As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused cheers from the people in the territory. After chatting with them for a few more words, Linyu took the plants to take a look at the situation of the cultivated land. Sure enough, after the water, the growth became much faster, and tender shoots have emerged from the soil. Seeing this, Linyu was relieved and quickly returned to the territory. After passing through the entrance of the territory, he hurried to the bottom of the Tree of Life. Use the magic power just earned to recruit soldiers. After thinking about it, he first used 3,000 points of magic power to recruit with Shadow Dragon for mutation, and increased the 3 animal-type plant soldiers to 5. Although these 3 soldiers are strong, they are all melee soldiers after all, so there is no need for too many. 5 for reconnaissance and travel is enough for the time being. After a whole day of research in the Tower of Arms, the 6th level form of the plant spirit, Earth Spirit, has also been successfully researched. Linyu is looking forward to it, and spent another 2,500 magic power to recruit 10 Earth Spirits and start mutation. Chapter 73 Traveling Caravan. The mutation compatibility of the Yuanling is obviously much higher than that of the Witch Shadow Dragon. Some strange things often mutate. With anticipation, Linyu immediately mutated one of the Earth Yuanlings. The 6th level troop mutation consumes 250 points of magic power. "Do you want to continue?" "Continue." As Linyu's voice fell, the Earth Yuanling, which was a circle larger than the Grass Yuanling, suddenly emitted a light and began to change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a ball of light into an advanced form of the Tyrant Flower, the Tyrant Man-Eating Plant. "It's okay. It can be used to garrison the territory." Then Linyu continued to use mutation on another Earth Yuanling. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and a cactus with limbs and taller than a human appeared in front of him, causing him to pause. Name: Cactus Warrior. New troop. After reading the attributes of the Cactus Warrior, Linyu's eyes lit up. Did the system finally remember his complaints when he first arrived in this world and gave him this type of soldier? You can't say it. The skill form of this Cactus Warrior is very good, all of which are penetrating skills, and the range is wide. This is absolutely fatal to those people or soldiers with weak defense. In addition, these spikes are not big to begin with, and it is extremely difficult to guard against them. Once they are hit in the vitals, won't they die obediently? Originally, Linyu wanted to test the power of its skills directly, but considering that there are plants everywhere in the territory, and it is easy to be injured by mistake, he can only simply test the penetration of the spikes. Come on! Use the spikes to attack this stone and see. Linyu found a hard stone from the side, placed it several meters away, and signaled the Cactus Warrior to attack it. The Cactus Warrior did not hold back, and directly shot a spike from his body. Whoosh! And turned into a residual shadow to attack the stone. Swish! The spikes had no obstacles and instantly sank into the stone, and even continued to penetrate from behind the stone and insert it into the soil. The stone also cracked in response. So fierce? Linyu looked at the broken stone in surprise, and then looked at the Cactus Warriors, feeling extremely happy. This new type of soldier is much more powerful than he imagined. He can even imagine the wonderful scene of the Cactus Warriors rushing into the enemy camp and shooting countless spikes. Just thinking about it is very exciting. Unfortunately, the probability of this type of soldier appearing does not seem to be high. In the subsequent 8 mutations, no second mutation was produced, but instead mutated into several types of soldiers he already had. Among them, There are 2 blood enchantresses, 2 tree spirit generals, 2 wood spirits, and the rest are mutant pumpkins and wheat that are not very aggressive. Not bad. This is not bad. Lin Yu is not greedy, as long as he has more than half of the combat arms. After this round of recruitment, the number of his 6th level combat arms has reached 27, and he finally has the capital to gain a foothold. Lin Yu looked at the 2,000 mana left, so he closed the recruitment interface and went to the Tower of Arms to study the 6th level Blood Demon. Researching the 6th level arms consumes 1250 mana points. Do you want to continue? Continue. The cost of researching ordinary arms is only half of that of rare arms, which is acceptable. After arranging the research tasks, it was getting dark, so he was too lazy to go out. He directly asked Mu Yinglong to take a few freshly hunted monster corpses to Shui Chenggui's residence and asked him to give the people a meal tonight. This time, the people did not do it like before. Instead, they celebrated it well to celebrate the opening of the HHA City water channel. Some people even sent Lin Yu the freshly made braised meat to improve his food. The whole HHA City was brightly lit, and it was lively until the second half of the night before it finally calmed down. For the next 2 days, Lin Yu kept going back and forth between the territory and the Gobi Desert as usual, earn magic energy to recruit soldiers, and find monster gathering places to collect the essence of the territory. From time to time, I will go to see the reconstruction of HHA City and the situation of the mine. After 2 days of excavation and repair, the moat around HHA City was finally dug halfway, basically solving the water supply problem of the whole city. Even the damaged city walls were gradually repaired. But due to the shortage of manpower, it may not be completed in a short time. This can't be rushed even if it's urgent. At this time, it was already noon. Lin Yu, who was taking care of the planting garden in the territory, was suddenly interrupted by a shout from outside. Lord, something bad happened. There is a traveling caravan outside, saying they want to see you. Traveling caravan? Lin Yu was shocked, and immediately put down the cutting tools in his hand and hurried to the outside of the territory. When the resident saw Lin Yu, he immediately said hurriedly, "It is a traveling caravan from Liuhua country, and it seems to be led by a lord, and it is now outside the city." Okay, I'd be there right away. Lin Yu was shocked when he heard that the team was led by other lords. He immediately returned to the territory, rode on the wooden lion, and hurried to HHA City with the plants. At the same time, outside the gate at the other end of HHA City, a small caravan of more than a dozen people was slowly driving into the city with goods. Lord, this is HHA City, the closest to us in the great wilderness. Next to the carriage, a middle-aged man with a big belly whispered to the carriage, "Is this HHA City?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young man of the same age as Lin Yu showed his head and looked around curiously. "It's just like the rumors. Very desolate. I didn't expect there would be a lord here." "Yes," the man said respectfully. "It looks like he just came here like you. So we'd better be careful." "Humph. They are all newly arrived lords. What's there to be afraid of? This time I brought 46th level soldiers." The young man snorted coldly and didn't care. And around his carriage, there were 40 centaurs with various weapons, driving into the city so blatantly, scaring the people of HHA City to dare not approach. Finally, the caravan passed through the dilapidated city gate and came to the main street. At a glance, they saw the towering tree at the end of the street, which was tens of meters high. "Is this a plant-based territory?" Seeing the tree, the young man was stunned and recognized the type of Lin Yu's territory at a glance. When he saw several black shadows flying back and forth around the tree, his pupils suddenly shrank. Flying arms. Chapter 74 Trading. As he exclaimed, the contempt on the young man's face instantly disappeared, replaced by deep fear. "I didn't expect that this plant-based lord would actually have flying-based troops. And judging by the number, there were actually as many as 10. If they really fought, although he was sure to win, he would definitely lose a lot of troops, which would not be worth the loss. After all, they were mainly here to trade. Lord, look over there. Someone is coming." At this time, a cry suddenly came from the side. The young man, who was still frowning and thinking, immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the end of the street. I saw a huge team appeared at the other end of the street with a rumbling sound of footsteps, approaching them quickly. "This is..." The young man's eyes widened, and he looked at the team that suddenly appeared in shock. It turned out to be a group of plant-based troops that he had never seen before. That huge team lineup was even more terrifying than the team around him. With such a strong strength. Is he really the lord of this desolate land? The young man was shocked. While he was in a daze, Lin Yu had already brought the plant army to them and slowly stopped. Are you a traveling caravan from Liuhua country? Lin Yu's eyes were also filled with surprise. Although he already knew that there was a lord in the caravan. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt very surprised and even alert. Sitting on the back of the wooden lion, he kept looking at the other party. The young man was the same. While observing the troops behind Lin Yu, he was secretly shocked. There was no way for the lords to view the detailed information of the other's troops. But they could view basic information such as name and level. When he saw that those around Lin Yu were all 6th level troops like him, you can imagine how shocked he was. What made him unbelievable was that there are so many types of soldiers around Lin Yu, and there are no less than 5 types in front of him. How can a newly descended lord have so many types of soldiers? How dare he look down on them? He hurriedly said, I'm new to your place. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou Muyuan, from Liuhua country, and I'm going to do some business in Dawang country. What's your name? Brother? Just call me Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied. So you came from the other side of this desert? Yes. Zhou Muyuan nodded awkwardly. The resources in the territory are scarce, so I have to find a way to earn some magic power and sell some things by the way. If you need it, Brother Lin Yu, I can also sell you some specialties from Liuhua country. Of course, the price will be cheaper for you. Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly. Do you have magic powder? Zhou Muyuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Of course. Brother, do you want to build a territory protection shield? How do you know? Lin Yu was a little surprised. Zhou Muyuan smiled and said, because I built a protective shield myself. Otherwise, why do you think I dared to come so far to do business? Good guy. He really came prepared. Lin Yu immediately looked up to this guy. And seeing that he had so many level 6 soldiers around him, he was obviously not a simple person. This primitive continent is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. By the way, Brother Lin Yu. At this time, Zhou Muyuan's voice came again. He told the people around him to unload the goods and said, you should be like me. Just landed in the primitive continent. Right? Yes. Do you have any questions? No. I'm just a little curious. With your strength, how could you be assigned to such a desolate place? Maybe it's bad luck. Lin Yu felt helpless and didn't want to say more. Soon, Zhou Muyuan came to Lin Yu with a bag of magic powder under the protection of several centaurs. 5 magic crystals per unit. How many do you want? Magic crystals? What is that? Lin Yu was stunned. You don't even know what a magic crystal is? Zhou Muyuan looked at Lin Yu as if he were a monster. Seeing Lin Yu's puzzled look, he let out a long sigh. Brother, you are even worse off than me. The universal currency of the primitive continent is magic crystal, which can be exchanged one-to-one with magic energy. Trade between territories, territory taxes, and transactions between residents and practitioners are all settled with magic crystals. There is such a thing? Lin Yu suddenly realized. It was also because his territory was too poor. There was no place to use money, and there were no practitioners living there. Otherwise, he would not have never heard of it. He summoned the territory interface, clicked on the magic energy and took a look. Sure enough, there was a function to convert magic crystals below, which he had never noticed before. He tried to convert a little magic energy. The next second, a thumb-sized black crystal appeared in his hand. It turned out that the virtual magic energy was condensed and materialized into a crystal, which was a bit beyond his expectation. In that case, when his territory grows stronger in the future, won't he be able to earn commissions through transactions within the territory and exchange them for magic power? Of course, magic crystal is just a term. You can trade it any way you like. Zhou Muyuan continued. In that case, give me 500 units first. 500 units means 2,500 magic power. Although Lin Yu wanted to buy more for backup, he had almost spent all the magic power he earned in the past 2 days to expand the 6th level troops to 50, leaving only a little over 3,000. After trading the magic powder, Lin Yu spent another 500 magic power. At the price of 5 kilograms for 1 point of magic power, he bought 2,500 kilograms of rice from Zhou Muyuan, which was used as work money for the people in the territory to build the territory, and also to change his taste. Not to mention, This guy brought a complete range of goods. Even rice. It can be seen that he was assigned to a relatively rich territory. He was able to recruit so many soldiers in such a short time, and even came out to do business. He is completely different from Lin Yu. There is no comparison. Zhou Muyuan, who earned magic energy, was full of smiles on his face. He was completely different from when he first came. Since you are so generous, I will reveal another piece of news to you for free. What news? Lin Yu put the things into his personal space and looked at Zhou Muyuan again. Zhou Muyuan cleared his throat, lowered his head and said mysteriously, I heard that even if you join the principality, the lords in the same principality can kill each other. And this rule also tacitly allows it. Aren't they afraid of turmoil in the principality? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Do you know how many lords descend on this continent every day? To put it bluntly, the least valuable thing on this continent is the lord. That's true. Lin Yu couldn't help but nod. Then, he looked at Zhou Muyuan with a strange look on his face. You told me all this. Aren't you afraid that I will get rid of you now? Don't. Zhou Muyuan took a breath. We are neighbors after all. Aren't we? If there is a chance in the future, we can cooperate to open up trade routes. It is better than taking direct action. Right? It seems that you are well prepared. Lin Yu smiled again. What he said just now was just a casual remark. Because he knew in his heart that even if he could really get rid of the other party, he would probably lose a lot of troops and involve HHA City. In this most critical period of development in the early stage, it is a bit of a loss. Since the other party can cross the Gobi Desert to the Great Wilderness Country, it is obvious that he has some skills. What's more, as Zhou Muyuan said, he originally planned to open up the trade route between the two countries, and it would be much more convenient to have such a neighbor. Chapter 75. Is this too ostentatious? I have to say that Zhou Muyuan is really smart. He considers everything so thoroughly, and is very courageous. He is indeed a good businessman. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly laughed. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Zhou Muyuan also grinned. In this way, the two of them reached a consensus. After chatting on the street for a long time, Zhou Muyuan said goodbye to Lin Yu and continued to rush to the border of the Great Wilderness. Before leaving, he and Lin Yu left each other private messages and agreed to cooperate again in the future. As for whether the other party would leak the location of his territory, Lin Yu was not worried at all, let alone whether someone would come to such a remote place. Even if someone really came, he would not be afraid at all, unless there was a lord above the 7th level. But a lord above the 7th level, would they really be interested in this little place of his? The income of other people's territory in one day is probably much higher than what he can earn from working hard for several days. Forget it. Let's collect magic energy first and build the protective shield. The magic powder for building the protective shield was finally obtained, and Lin Yu didn't have the heart to think about it anymore. After comforting the surrounding people, he took half of the 6th level soldiers into the Gobi Desert to hunt monsters and collect magic energy. It was not until the afternoon he collected enough 2,500 points of magic energy needed to build the protective shield and hurried back to the territory. The materials for building the territory protective shield have been collected. Do you want to build it? Build? Lin Yu answered excitedly. The next second, a flash of light passed by, and a spire engraved with mysterious patterns appeared in the 4 corners around the territory. Building name, Territory Protective Shield. Seeing the properties of the building in front of him, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he no longer has to worry about the safety of the territory when he goes out. Even if the territory is attacked, he has enough time to rush back. Although the cost of charging is a bit expensive, it is nothing compared to the safety of the territory, and it still needs to be spent. Then, he came to the Tree of Life again to check the collection of resources for the territory upgrade. After continuous collection during this period of time, the iron ore and copper ore have basically reached the 1,500 units required for the upgrade. 6 territory essences have also been obtained. Only 4 are missing. As for stone materials, there are still quite a few left, which are completely enough for this upgrade. As for the 5,000 points of magic power, they can be obtained together when collecting the remaining 4 territory essences. In other words, what he lacks most now is faith. It takes 500 points of faith to upgrade from level 6 to level 7. Lin Yu took a look. In addition to the 50 points he obtained at one time before, it has only increased by 27 points in the past 10 days, which is far from the upgrade. It seems that the focus in the future is not on collecting materials. Instead, it is to enhance the power of faith in the territory. That is, the development of the territory. Thinking of this, he sent Mu Yinglong to call Su Zhong. Soon, Su Zhong hurried to the territory and came to him. Lord, you are looking for me? Well, I have a few things to ask you. Do you know if there are any other cities near our HHA City? Lin Yu asked directly. Su Zhong heard this and immediately replied respectfully, of course I know. As far as I know, there are 3 cities within 100 miles. The closest one should be Xuanye City, 80 miles to the east. Xuanye City? Yes, it is Xuanye City. It is said that the lord there is temporarily held by a very powerful cultivator. I just don't know if there is a lord like you who has descended recently. I see. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Cities without lords descending are all controlled by the original residents. If there is a chance in the future, he can go over to explore the situation and maybe get some benefits. Then, he asked some questions about other cities. Until he understood the situation of the 3 nearby cities, he let Su Zhong leave. And he took the plants to the depths of the Gobi Desert to continue looking for monster gathering places. In a blink of an eye, another day passed. In total, Lin Yu has been in the Great Wilderness Kingdom for almost half a month. In view of the fact that the iron and copper mines needed to upgrade the territory have been gathered, Lin Yu asked Su Zhong to call back the men who were mining and all join in the reconstruction of HHA City. Of course, their wages will still be paid. Not to mention, with the addition of these young and strong people, the repair work of the city wall has become much faster. After finishing work at noon, I came to HHA City and found that the old city walls had all been demolished and rebuilt. The streets were full of busy figures coming and going, and there were bursts of shouting, which looked very lively. As soon as Lin Yu appeared, the people came forward to greet him, and then continued to do their own things. After a while, Shui Changui, who was supervising the work in the city, also hurried over with a cane. Lord, how come you have time to inspect the territory today? Just come and take a look. Lin Yu looked at Shui Changui. How is the work going? Have you encountered any problems? Smoothly. Very smoothly. Shui Changui answered repeatedly. After the improvement of the food environment during this period, he looked radiant and his back was straightened a lot. Then, as if thinking of something, he suddenly said, Lord, please follow me. I will take you to see something. What is so mysterious? Lin Yu asked in confusion. You will know if you follow me. It's not far from here. Okay. Lead the way. Anyway, there was nothing else to do for the time being. So Lin Yu followed Shui Changui to the square where he had landed before. In the center of the square, the broken statue that was originally erected had disappeared, replaced by a brand new huge statue. And that statue was actually carved according to Lin Yu's appearance. It stood upright on the high platform in the center of the square. Lin Yu's eyelids twitched, and the expression on his face kept changing, looking as exciting as it could be. Seeing this, Shui Changui on the side immediately said, I asked the craftsmen in the city to build this overnight. What do you think? Lord? Lin Yu, isn't this too ostentatious? More than ostentatious. This is simply shameful. My appearance was actually carved into a statue and placed in such a conspicuous place. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was the lord of this place. Shui? I think it's okay. Shui Changui looked puzzled. I originally wanted to make a bigger one, but there are too few craftsmen in the city, so I can only make this one for now. When we have more people in the future, I will change it to a bigger one for the Lord. Okay. This one is enough. Lin Yu hurriedly stopped him. I think this one is good. No need to change it. Really? Well, everything is up to the Lord arrangement. Seeing that Lin Yu said it was good, Shui Changui finally felt relieved and did not dwell on it. Then he continued to report to Lin Yu on the progress of various projects in HHA City these days. Lin Yu walked on the street while listening. Soon he came to the outside of the city, to the half of the moat that had been dug and filled with water. Chapter 76. Close the door and beat the dog. It was the time when the sun was high in the sky, but you can still see many children playing and fighting by the moat, and women washing clothes. There were laughter and joy by the river, and everyone's face was filled with joy, looking happy. Compared with when he first arrived here, there have been huge changes. Even the farmland in the distance was green and full of various crops. Not bad. At this rate, It shouldn't take long to harvest. Now the problems of food and environment have been almost solved. The only problem left is population. That's right. If you want to quickly increase the power of faith, a large number of people is essential. Otherwise, with just these 500 people, how long will it take to collect 500 points of faith? And after Lin Yu's observation of the regional channel in the past few days, recently, more and more lords have begun to descend on this continent. It is obvious that the people in those areas are gradually rising to the 6th level. Even last night, he saw a beam of light falling from the east. If I guess correctly, there should be other lords coming. I wonder if that place is the HHA City that Su Zhong told him before. It's right to get more information about this city close to him. Of course, his main focus now is to improve his strength, collect resources, improve his strength, and develop HHA City as soon as possible. There is no need to get involved in this muddy water for the time being. He briefly explained a few words to Xue Changgui. Lin Yu returned to the territory and set off to the Gobi with the plants. This time, he not only brought the Mu Ran lion core, but also the Mu air turtle and the cactus warrior, together with other plants. There are a total of 36 level soldiers. The remaining 26 level ones stayed to guard the territory. Soon, Lin Yu rode the Mu Ran lion to the depths of the Gobi Desert and began to search for the whereabouts of the 6th level monsters and monster gathering places. This time, he was lucky. It took less than half an hour for the Wood Shadow Dragon to send back a message that a 6th level monster gathering place had been found. Through contact with the Wood Shadow Dragon, Lin Yu discovered that it was actually a medium-sized monster gathering place, with more than 100 6th level monsters in it. So many? Lin Yu was shocked. Hundreds of monsters were twice as many as the troops he brought with him. Any lord who saw this huge difference in numbers would probably retreat. But he was a little unwilling to give up so easily. That was a full 10,000 points of magic power. If he succeeded in getting it, the problem of charging the protection shield of his territory would be solved at once. And there would be surplus to recruit troops. Let's go and take a look first. With an order, Lin Yu immediately led the plant army to the direction pointed by the Wood Shadow Dragon, and soon found a group of huge pythons swimming back and forth at the bottom of a rift. Name: Red Phosphorus Double-Tailed Snake. As expected, there were all 6th level monsters inside, and the number is extremely large, almost covering the entire rift. Looking into the cracks at the edge, you can see giant snakes swimming, which looks very scary. If so many 6th level monsters rush out together, even he can only run away, unless he can recruit more than 100 6th level soldiers. Otherwise, he can only find another way. This terrain seems to be usable. Lin Yu looked at the narrow entrance of the rift from a distance and fell into deep thought. Then, he seemed to think of something. Suddenly looking at the 8 wood turtles, cactus warriors and mushrooms around him, a smirk gradually appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of a good idea. That's right. It's like closing the door to beat the dog. The terrain of this rift is extremely narrow and long, but the entrance is very small. Once it is blocked, the red phosphorus double-tailed snake inside can't rush out in a short time. Using this, he can completely catch all the monsters in the entire nest. Thinking of it, Lin Yu immediately called all the wood turtles, mushrooms and cactus warriors to prepare outside the rift. The remaining plants were distributed on the left and right to provide support at any time. After 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yu, who had arranged the task, finally brought the wood turtles and mushrooms to the front of the team, and gradually calmed down. Get ready. Charge. With a low shout, the wood turtle and the twin mushrooms left the team and rushed to the entrance of the rift. At the same time, the red phosphorus double-tailed snakes in the rift also found them, and instantly became agitated, rushing towards the entrance. Throw mushrooms. Throw thorn balls. Lin Yu ordered again. In a blink of an eye, a handful of red mushrooms and several thorn balls were thrown into the rift like flowers scattered by fairies. The trees on the backs of 4 of the wood turtles shook together, and 4 translucent walls suddenly appeared, completely sealing the entrance to the rift and blocking the python's way forward. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull collisions sounded. The red phosphorus double-tailed snakes that rushed out all crashed into the shield mirror wall of the wood turtle, splashing a large area of ripples. Then, with a loud boom, the whole ground shook, and the spikes in the rift were dancing wildly, piercing through the bodies of the red phosphorus double-tailed snakes. A lot of prompts began to sound in Lin Yu's ears. Kill the 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake and gain 103 points of magic power. Kill the 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake and gain 100 points of magic power. Kill the 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake and gain 102 points of magic power. In just a few breaths, Lin Yu gained thousands of points of magic power. In other words, the explosion just now directly killed 10 red phosphorus double-tailed snakes. Well done! Lin Yu couldn't help but praise. While the turtle shield mirror wall was not knocked open, he immediately asked several wood spirits to treat the twin mushrooms and cactus warriors to speed up their recovery. Half a minute later, the mirror wall was broken. The red phosphorus double-tailed snakes that were blocking the door just wanted to rush out, but were immediately entangled by the vines of the blood enchantress guarding the entrance. Then, another round of mushroom thorn balls were fired and thrown into the rift. Seeing this, the other 4 wood turtles immediately used the turtle shield mirror wall to block the entrance of the rift again. Boom boom boom. The violent explosion spread throughout the rift. The boulders on both sides finally couldn't hold up anymore and collapsed. For a while, the ground shook, and sand and rocks flew. Those red phosphorus double-tailed snakes that were attracted were buried alive. Killing a 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake will gain 104 magic points. Killing a 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake will gain 97 magic points. Kill the 6th level red phosphorus double-tailed snake and gain 102 points of magic power. This time, it was even more ruthless. It directly increased Lin Yu's magic power by nearly 4,000 points, and killed more than 30 red phosphorus double-tailed snakes. It was so cool. With the experience of the first 2 times, the plants became more handy. Using this cycle method, they eliminated the red phosphorus double-tailed snakes that kept emerging one after another, until half an hour later, when the last red phosphorus double-tailed snake fell at the entrance of the rift. A prompt finally sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated the 6th level monster gathering place and obtained the 6th level territory essence X1. Chapter 77 Infinite Proliferation. What's going on? Are there no troop tokens for medium-sized monster gathering places? Lin Yu listened to the prompt with a look of astonishment. Could it be that only large-scale gathering places, or gathering places that breed leader monsters will give token rewards? If that's the case, then he is basically out of luck now. He can't beat a 7th level leader monster. And he has been wandering in the Gobi Desert for so long. And he hasn't seen any monster gathering places below the 6th level. He can't even bully low-level monsters to get a token. It's obvious that the monster gathering places in the primitive continent all start from the 6th level. Forget it. I got so much magic power anyway. Lin Yu thought helplessly. This time the harvest is not small. And he directly obtained 10,000 points of magic power. And after clearing this monster gathering place, the experience of the Mushroom Monster King finally reached the maximum value. With a prompt, advance from the 5th level explosive mushroom to the 6th level twin mushroom, finally catching up with the level of the large army. It is also a happy event. Put the relatively intact bodies of the red phosphorus double-tailed snakes into his personal space. Lin Yu jumped directly onto the back of one of the wooden lions. Let's go. Continue to explore the surrounding area. That's it. Lin Yu led the mighty army of plants, and continued to move into the depths of the Gobi Desert to hunt monsters. As he continued to go deeper, Lin Yu also discovered a problem. That is, the monsters on the primitive continent have a very short regeneration cycle. There are several areas that he had cleared before. Unexpectedly, after only a few days, many low-level monsters began to emerge again, and they are still upgrading. It gave him a new understanding of this world. Fortunately, he has not yet discovered the appearance of 7th-level monsters. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them with just his few troops. A few hours later, Lin Yu finally returned to the territory with a lot of harvest. This time, he wiped out a medium-sized and a small monster gathering place, as well as the lone monsters he encountered on the road. The total magic power is about 16,000 points. Leave 6,000 to charge the shield. Then, he hurried to the Tree of Life and prepared to recruit soldiers. Lin Yu took a look and found that he had 10 of the 3 beast-type soldiers, which was enough for him, and he didn't need to recruit any more for the time being. So he spent 5,000 mana to recruit 20 earth spirits and started mutation. The 6th level soldier mutation requires 250 mana. Do you want to continue? Continue. A flash of light appeared, and the earth spirit turned into a tree spirit general. Continue to mutate the second one. Swish. It turned into a blood enchantress. When the 8th one mutated, a different plant finally appeared in front of Linyu. A bunch of grass? That's right. It's grass. It's so ordinary. Did the mutation fail and degenerate? Linyu stared at the grass ball on the ground in astonishment. It looked like the kind of weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. In doubt, he immediately checked the properties of the grass ball. Name, silver-edged grass. Linyu, shock. After reading the properties of silver-edged grass, Linyu's eyes widened. It's not because the properties of silver-edged grass are too low. It's because of its skills. Unlimited proliferation. This skill is really too abnormal. And it doesn't even take up a recruitment position. I just don't know if this skill can be inherited by other plants through mutation. If this is really possible, then he will be really awesome. Linyu also thought about continuing to use mutation on this silver-edged grass. But considering that silver-edged grass has 3 skills, the probability of leaving unlimited proliferation is too low. And there is only one silver-edged grass now. And it will be gone once it mutates. He temporarily gave up this plan. Close the property interface, and immediately let silver-edged grass use the proliferation skill. The next second, the cluster of grass quickly split and spread out in all directions, actually directly covering the entire territory. Through mental connection, Linyu can even feel that this is not its limit. However, after reaching a certain number, the natural power consumed by continuing to proliferate will increase exponentially, and the main body will be difficult to maintain. So it stopped. Linyu was very surprised by the result. Such an inconspicuous piece of grass can definitely play an unexpected role when fighting against the enemy. Then he tried the hardening skill of the silver-edged grass. The power was weaker than other plants, but much stronger than the 5th level. This is probably the price of its unlimited proliferation. Then, Linyu continued to mutate the remaining plants. But unfortunately, except for a cactus warrior, no new soldiers appeared. And his 6th level combat soldiers also increased from 50 to 67. Which is many times stronger than when he first arrived here. If he had descended on the primitive continent with such strength, he would not have been assigned to such a remote and desolate place. With a bitter smile, Linyu clicked on the rankings to take a look. He still couldn't make it into the top 10,000. It seems that the people on the list have more 6th level arms than him. You know, his arms have one more skill than others. And his combat power must be much stronger. Even so, he couldn't make it into the list, which is enough to prove this. Especially the top few. They have been standing still since he came to this principality, and their strength is evident. Then, Linyu clicked on the regional channel again, and found that there were many lords, who had just arrived and were chatting lively. Brothers, have you been assigned to the area near the Great Wasteland Ridge? Let's work together to develop. Fuck. You just exposed the location of your territory like that? So brave? The Great Wasteland Ridge? That area seems to be a subordinate territory of a 7th level lord. Right? 7th level lord? No wonder. With the protection of a 7th level lord, who dares to cause trouble? I'm also near the Great Wasteland Ridge. Let's talk privately. I envy those who can be assigned to the 7th level lord. For example, I was only assigned to a small town in a remote mountain area. Same envy. The economy can't develop at all, let alone collect the power of faith. When can I upgrade to the 7th level? Linyu was also very surprised when he watched them chatting. Someone was actually assigned to the subordinate territory of a 7th level lord. And it seems that he also received the protection of those 7th level lords, which was really beyond his expectation. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. After all, those 7th level lords also need to collect the power of faith. If other cities within the subordinate territory develop, the lord will definitely get resources in return, which is much better than killing the chicken to get the eggs. Those 7th level lords are not stupid. Moreover, the resources of the 6th level lords, who have just been teleported over, will definitely not be appreciated by the other party. It seems that we have to speed up, seeing that the number of these new lords is gradually increasing. Linyu can't help but feel a sense of urgency. After closing the chat interface, he began to deal with the corpses of the ferocious beasts he had just brought back, preparing to use them as wages for the people to build the city. One night passed quickly. What Linyu didn't expect was, early in the morning, HHA City welcomed a group of uninvited guests. A group of refugees who fled from HHA City. After receiving the notice, Linyu immediately dropped what he was busy with, rode on the wooden lion, and left the territory directly to HHA City. as Shui Changgui's people said. Hundreds of people rushed into HHA City. They all looked miserable and exhausted, as if they had been traveling for a long time. Lord, you are here. Seeing Lin Yu riding the Muran lion, Shui Changui and others who were receiving refugees immediately came up to him. What happened? Why are there so many refugees coming to us? Chapter 78 Refugees. Turmoil. Lin Yu jumped off the back of Mu Rancher with a flip. The refugees who were gathered saw the fierce Mu Rancher beside him, and they all huddled in the corner and trembled. Shui Changui explained, I heard from them that the newly arrived Lord of Shuangye City was at odds with the original Lord, and they fought. They were all affected and fled here. Fighting? Lin Yu frowned. Yes, Shui Changui responded. I have seen the Lord of Shuangye City before. He is very powerful, and he has many talented people under him. He has ruled Shuangye City for many years. I guess he is unwilling to give up the control of Shuangye City. There is such a thing? Lin Yu was shocked. He knew that the Lord of Shuangye City was a cultivator, but he didn't expect that he would be so strong that he could protest against the 6th level Lord. And it seems that the city Lord has been entrenched in Shuangye City for many years, and has developed a lot of forces under his hands. It is obviously not easy to seize control from him. This Lord is also unlucky, and he actually encountered such a thing. And it happened when the forces of the newly descended troops had not developed. In this case, wouldn't he be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make some profits? Gradually, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Just as he was thinking about this specific plan, several refugees suddenly rushed out of the crowd and knelt in front of him. Lord, please have mercy and let us stay here. We can do anything, as long as we have a meal. Please take us in. Lord, we have nowhere else to go. We promise that we will never mess around. The refugees cried and kowtowed. Even other refugees gradually kowtowed, and the pleading became one. It seems that they are really afraid that Lin Yu will drive them away. After all, once you leave HHA City, you will find yourself in the Gobi Desert, which is full of monsters. Going in is a dead end. Lin Yu was very curious about how they got here. So he asked, this place is so far from Shuangye City. There should be a lot of monsters. How did you get here? The people paused and looked at a stern-looking middle-aged man in the crowd. Seeing this, the middle-aged man no longer hid himself. He stood up and slowly came to Lin Yu and bowed deeply. Hello, Lord. You are? Lin Yu kept looking at the man, his eyes a little puzzled, because he could vaguely feel a completely different aura from ordinary people from him. Strong and restrained. Then he thought of something and suddenly asked, Are you a cultivator? My lord. Yes, but my strength is low, barely reaching the 5th level. The man bowed deeply to Lin Yu again. A 5th level cultivator. Lin Yu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect to meet the legendary cultivator in this situation. No wonder these refugees could come here from Shuangye City. Now he finally understood the reason. He asked, What's your name? With your strength, you shouldn't be reduced to refugees. Right? My lord. The man lowered his head. My name is Wei Gang. I didn't like the cruelty of the Lord of Shuangye City, so I fled Shuangye City with the refugees. After saying this, he was neither humble nor humble, and even had a hint of arrogance. This made Lin Yu think highly of him. And from the action of protecting the refugees, Wei Gang is obviously a compassionate person. Such talents, Lin Yu will naturally not let go easily. He thought for a while and said, Wei Gang. Right? I see that you are quite capable. Are you interested in working for me? I am going to form a guard team, and I am still short of a guard leader. This matter was decided by Lin Yu after careful consideration. HHA City has begun to develop gradually, but there is not even a decent guard team, let alone anyone to maintain order. How does this look like a territory? The appearance of Wei Gang just solved a big problem for him, so he brought it up. Anyway, the 5th level is not a threat to him. Wei Gang didn't seem to expect Lin Yu to invite him so directly. Seeing Lin Yu's serious look, he immediately became serious and replied solemnly, If the Lord doesn't mind, I will do my best. Very good. From now on, you are the leader of my HHA City's guard team. Lin Yu was very satisfied with Wei Gang's answer. With the addition of this 5th level cultivator, the city defense of HHA City will become much safer. If possible, he can also help train those children, and maybe find a few good seedlings for cultivation. Just like that, after another conversation, the refugees were handed over to Shui Changui for arrangement. HHA City is short of people right now. So Lin, he wouldn't be stupid enough to push these people out. At the same time, he also brought Wei Gang to the city to ask about HHA City. You don't know until you ask. HHA City is now completely divided into two factions. One is the old city lord, the conservative faction composed of practitioners. The other is the newly descended lord, the welcoming faction composed of soldiers and some practitioners. The two sides fought fiercely in HHA City for control. The people of HHA City were caught in the middle. Some fled, some ran away, and they were miserable. Do you know how many level 6 people there are in both forces? After listening to Wei Gang's explanation, Lin Yu immediately asked the most critical question. Wei Gang, in order to show his loyalty, also told everything he knew, and immediately said, My lord, there should be about 50 level 6 people on the old city lord side. Although the new lord has only a dozen level 6 summons, he has many level 6 practitioners supporting him, which is no less than the old city lord side. So many? Lin Yu was a little surprised, even jealous. Look at others. They have so many strong supporters as soon as they arrive. Look at him again. He only had an abandoned city at the beginning, let alone practitioners. Even the people were almost gone. The only benefit is that he doesn't have to encounter such a bad thing of confronting the old forces, saving a lot of effort. With the current situation of HHA City, if he intervenes rashly, he is afraid that it will cause hostility from both sides, and he may even be regarded as an outsider and be suppressed by the joint. If the two sides unite to deal with him, then he will not get any benefits. As expected, he still has to survive and develop first, and improve the overall strength first. Anyway, the two forces are busy fighting, and will not take care of this side for a while. By the time they are both defeated, he has already developed, and it will not be too late to decide when the situation is. Thinking of this, he continued, in this case, I will give you a task first. My lord, just do as you say. Wei Gang bowed slightly. Then, Lin Yu told him about his plan to absorb more refugees, and asked Wei Gang to take people to wait on the road. Once refugees are found fleeing here, they will be taken back to HHA City immediately, and as many as they can be taken. This plan immediately puzzled Wei Gang. My lord, please forgive me for being blunt, but too many refugees may not be a good thing, and it is easy to cause unrest. It may not be appropriate to do so in the current situation of HHA City. The meaning of the words is, HHA City is too weak now, and cannot take care of so many people. Because in Wei Gang's view, since Lin Yu has come to such a desolate and barren place, the strength of his subordinates must not be strong. And that was the truth. Along the way, he did not find any other practitioners in the city, and even Lin Yu only had a 6th level summoned creature with him. His strength was imaginable. Chapter 79, Leveling Up. Lin Yu is not stupid, so he can naturally hear the hidden meaning of Wei Gang's words. He did not say much, but took Wei Gang through the gate of HHA City, and came to the outside of his territory. Wei Gang, who was still thinking about how to persuade him, was stunned by the scene in front of him. He widened his eyes, and looked at the giant vine forest covering a range of 200 meters in front of him with great shock. This is really the territory of a 6th level lord. It's too exaggerated. Wei Gang couldn't believe that this would be the territory of a 6th level lord. What shocked him even more was that as the giant vines in front of him were pushed aside, a series of terrifying figures inside also appeared in his eyes. At the same time, with a whoosh, several black shadows rose into the air and flew into the air, circling back and forth around the giant tree he saw in the city. The number of summoned creatures in the entire territory was so huge that it even exceeded his imagination, and each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura, which was even more terrifying than the 6th level practitioners he had seen. These were all summoned by the Lord. At this time, Wei Gang no longer knew what words to use to describe his mood. He stood there blankly. Seeing him like this, Lin Yu immediately raised the corner of his mouth. Yes, I summoned them all. How about it? This should be enough to receive those refugees. Right? The reason why he showed his troops to Wei Gang was largely to shock him. Let Wei Gang know his strength, so that he can completely win his heart and use it for him. Sure enough, after seeing his powerful strength, Wei Gang was shocked and quickly replied, Enough. Absolutely enough. Compared to just now, there was obviously a hint of fear and respect in his words. At the same time, his eyes revealed an excitement that could not be concealed. He had never expected that the Lord of HHA City was so powerful. Even stronger than the old and new lords of HHA City. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to work under such a lord. And only a fool would refuse it. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Then I will find someone to absorb the refugees and bring them all to HHA City." After saying that, he turned around and left, rushing back to the city. After a while, he left HHA City with a few helpers. Not to mention, he was very efficient. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction, and then passed through the vine forest and returned to the territory. The plant sensed his return and surrounded him. Lin Yu glanced at Ling Shi, who was constantly flying in front of him, and an attribute interface appeared in front of him. Name, Mu Ling Shi, Royal Family. As the first soldier, he upgraded to level 6. Ling's experience value is ahead of other plants, and it is only 29 points away from reaching the maximum value. And its attributes have also reached a very terrifying level. This is also thanks to the 6th level monsters killed during this period. The only pity is that when Lingxi put the territory into the migration pearl in order to escape the area, she did not enjoy the bonus of the knowledge ancient tree. Otherwise, it would have been upgraded to the 7th level by now. However, 29 points of experience are not difficult for Lin Yu, as long as the kills are given to Lingxi. Even if you stay in the territory for a day or two, you can upgrade quickly. I don't know what changes will happen after the troops are upgraded to the 7th level. Lin Yu couldn't help thinking. On the primitive continent, the level of troops is basically a hurdle every 3 levels. From the 1st to the 3rd level, they are lower level creatures with only 1 skill. After crossing the 3rd level, they will be promoted to intermediate creatures and comprehend a new skill. So according to this rule, when a level 6 is promoted to level 7, it should be that a mid-level life is promoted to a high-level life. And at the same time, new skills are learned. Lin Yu is still very much looking forward to this. Moreover, after having level 7 troops, the strength of his territory will be greatly enhanced, and he no longer needs to fear foreign enemies. After all, in such a remote place, basically only level 6 lords will come here. With level 7 troops, why should level 6 lords be afraid? Let's go. Let's go hunt monsters, Lin Yu said to the plants. He couldn't wait to see Ling Shi promoted to level 7. With the knowledge ancient tree gaining 1 point of experience per hour, it would have to wait until tomorrow. So it would be better to hunt monsters faster. So this time, he didn't take those slow-moving troops out. Instead, he took 10 wooden lions, 10 wooden shadow dragons, and the mushroom demon king together, so that he could move faster. The mushroom demon king, who had awakened the royal bloodline, was obviously much more intelligent than ordinary mushroom troops, and knew how to ride mounts. As soon as he received Lin Yu's order, he immediately jumped onto the back of a Mu Ren lion. Then, with a rumbling sound of footsteps, he left the territory and headed straight for the Gobi Desert. The wood shadow dragons were flying in the air, investigating the surroundings and looking for the traces of the 6th level monsters. 10 wood shadow dragons were searching at the same time, and the efficiency was very fast. Just a few minutes after entering the depths of the Gobi Desert, they immediately found the traces of a 6th level monster. Name, Thousand Blade Centipede. It was a giant centipede that was 5 or 6 meters long. The densely packed legs were all covered with sharp blades, which looked very creepy. At this time, the Thousand Blade Centipede was wrapping its body around a prey that had been cut beyond recognition, and was constantly devouring its flesh and blood. Seeing Lin Yu appear, it immediately put down the prey and stood up. Ling Shi, leave it to you, Lin Yu said to Ling Shi on the side. The moment the voice fell, the Thousand Blade Centipede was attracted by the smell of his flesh and blood and pounced on him. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than the Mu Rancher. In a blink of an eye, it rushed to less than 10 meters in front of Lin Yu, and it felt as if the air around it was cut open. But the next second, Ling Shi quickly waved the staff in her hand and gently pointed at the Thousand Blade Centipede. In an instant, dense thorns grew from the Thousand Blade Centipede's body, entangled its body, and its forward momentum also stopped. Rip! The Thousand Blade Centipede is worthy of being a 6th level monster. With a stroke of the foot blade, it easily cut through the thorns, broke free from the restraint, and then attacked Lin Yu again. But this time it seemed to be smarter. It did not rush towards Lin Yu from the front, but climbed up the Gobi rock wall on one side, and jumped from top to bottom. At the same time, its dense blade feet danced wildly, forming terrifying gusts of wind around its body. Even Ling Shi's thorns and wooden thorns could not get close to it. However, Lin Yu was not panicked at all. He patted the wooden lion under him, and it quickly raised its head. Chapter 80 Level 7 Fairy Envoy. Roar! A deafening roar of the Lion King shook the air around him. Even Lin Yu on his back couldn't help but cover his ears with his hands. Not to mention the 1,000-blade centipede that was roared in the front, whose shell was broken and hit the rock wall hard. Ling Shi seized the opportunity, and a series of wooden thorns suddenly rushed out from the rock wall, instantly piercing the 1,000-blade centipede into a honeycomb, and green blood flowed all over the ground. Kill the 6th level 1,000-blade centipede and gain 102 points of magic power. Listening to the voice in his mind, Lin Yu quickly clicked on Ling Shi's attributes. Sure enough, 1 point of experience was added, and he was 1 step closer to upgrading. Very good. Let's go! Lin Yu waved his hand and led the plants deeper into the Gobi Desert, and began to search for 6th level monsters to hunt. And Ling Shi's experience also slowly increased with each hunt, until the afternoon. After the last 6th level monster fell under Lynx's attack, a prompt finally sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations! Mu Ling Lingxi's experience has reached the maximum value, and the conditions for upgrading to the 7th level are met. Do you want to upgrade? Meet the upgrade conditions? What does it mean? Lin Yu's face was full of question marks. Hasn't it always been upgraded directly after the experience is full before? Why do you need to choose now? Is there any difference between upgrading to the 7th level and before? In doubt, Lin Yu directly chose yes. Upgrading a 6th level soldier to the 7th level requires a 6th level territory essence. Do you want to continue? Nanny! Upgrading requires consuming territory essence? Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect this to happen. Fortunately, he had collected 8 6th level territory essences before. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade directly. The next second, Lingxi was wrapped in a dazzling light, and her body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The most important thing is her body size. From the original palm size, it grew to the size of a head, and her face became much more delicate. The 4 butterflies around her gradually condensed and turned into a thumb-sized fairy, flying around her. Even the crown on her head floated up, exuding a hint of majesty. Name: Fairy Envoy Ling Shi, Royal Family. So strong. Lin Yu was stunned by the information in front of him. Ling Shi, who was promoted to the 7th level, not only had her attributes more than doubled, even the natural control was upgraded to a high level, and she also comprehended new skills, controlling all plants and trees. It is very powerful just by looking at it, and it is many levels higher than the previous skills. What surprised Lin Yu even more was the content of the introduction. One of the branches of the Wood Spirit promoted to the 7th level. In other words, when the Wood Spirit is promoted to the 7th level, there is another form, and this form is called the Elf Envoy. Sure enough, after the army is promoted to the 7th level, there will be a huge change. Although the conditions for upgrading are much more stringent, the rewards are also very huge. It's a pity that Lin Yu doesn't have another Wood Spirit that can be upgraded to level 7. Otherwise, he really wants to see what this other form looks like. And at the moment when Ling Shi successfully upgraded to level 7, Lin Yu also heard a reminder in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully squeezed into the top 10,000 of the regional list, level 6. The list is counted once a month, and rewards are issued according to the ranking. Please check the regional ranking for details. In the list, Lin Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly clicked on the regional ranking, and found that his name appeared on the list. Number 4432, Lin Yu level 6, Plant System. The addition of the 7th level arms directly made his ranking rush into the list. Not only rushed into the list, but also rose to the top 5,000. It made him feel a little unexpected and a little solemn. These people on the list obviously came to the primitive continent earlier than him. Even a 7th level soldier can only be ranked after 4,000. So you can imagine how strong these people are. I'm afraid there are at least 2 7th level soldiers. This is just a great wilderness principality. The primitive continent is really full of strong people, and it gradually ignited Lin Yu's fighting spirit. After closing the list, he led the plants to continue to move forward and hunt monsters. With the 7th level Ling Shi, the subsequent battles became much simpler, especially after Ling Shi's natural control was upgraded to a high level. It became even more powerful. Originally, this skill needed to rely on land or plants. Now it can directly condense through the power of nature. produce with thorns and leaves out of thin air, and carry out long-range attacks from all directions. Lin Yu tried it with a 6th level monster, but it couldn't even resist. It was pierced into a hornet's nest by Ling Shi's with thorns from a long distance, and its body was directly cut into pieces by the leaves. It's really powerful. The power of control is even more outrageous. It can transform the surrounding ordinary plants into tree demons and join the battle. The number depends on the number of goblins around Lingxi, and the strength of the tree demon is very strong, directly reaching the level of ordinary 7th level, which greatly enhances Lin Yu's combat power. It was not until the middle of the afternoon that Lin Yu stopped exploring the Gobi Desert. We have a good harvest today. Let's go back. Seeing the extra 4,000 points of magic energy, Lin Yu was in a good mood and immediately led the plants back. Not long after, they returned to the territory. Just happened to run into Wei Gang, who was returning with a large group of refugees. Lord Wei Gang, who was walking in front of the crowd, came to Lin Yu quickly. According to your instructions, I have brought back these refugees who fled from HHA City. Good job. Did you get any new news on the way? Lin Yu rode on the back of the wooden lion and looked down at the crowd. The refugees were shocked by his gaze and immediately shrank back, their faces full of fear. Wei Gang replied, I did hear a lot of news. I heard that something happened in HHA City today. The newly descended lord suddenly summoned a large number of 6th level summons. The old city lord forces collapsed, and HHA City changed hands. So fast? Lin Yu was a little surprised. It seems that the newly descended HHA City lord still has some tricks. Obviously, the lord must have obtained magic power through some method and summoned more 6th level soldiers. This broke the stalemate in HHA City and seized control of HHA City. It's only been 2 days. It has to be said that the other party still has some tricks. Chapter 81, Scouting HHA City. Lord, I have another matter to report. At this time, Wei Gang continued. What is it? Lin Yu looked at Wei Gang. It's about these refugees. Now the number of refugees coming from HHA City is almost over 500. Shui Zongwan told me that we don't seem to have enough food. Shengwan Shui is the name given to Shui Chonggui by the people. After all, HHA City is now under the jurisdiction of Lin Yu, and Shui Chonggui naturally dare not call himself the city lord. So he became the steward of HHA City, responsible for all matters in HHA City. Since he has already said that food is in short supply, it must have reached a very serious level. If it were before, Lin Yu really didn't know how to solve this matter. But now, Lin Yu glanced at Ling Shi flying around him, and a confident smile gradually appeared on his face. Okay, you take them in first and settle them down. I will solve the problem of food. Yes. Wei Gang didn't dare to say anything more. After a response, he led the refugees into HHA City to prepare for resettlement. Lin Yu asked the plants around him to return to the territory first. Then he took Ling Shi to the farmland outside the city. After half a month of cultivation, the scale of the farmland has expanded more than 5 times. Looking around, there are all fields of wheat, pumpkins, and potatoes growing, and the growth is pretty good, especially the first batch of seeds planted. It has basically taken shape and is just about to mature. But even so, this batch of crops may take another half a month to harvest. He can wait, but the people can't. So Lin Yu looked directly at Ling Shi beside him. Ling Shi, I leave it to you. Ling Shi, who has awakened the power of control, has reached a very terrifying level of control over plants. It's no problem to deal with these ordinary crops. Hearing Lin Yu's words, it immediately slowly rose into the air and flew over the farmland, waving the staff in its hand at the same time. Wherever he went, there would be pieces of fluorescent light falling on the farmland. After a while, the crops below began to grow rapidly and dyed golden. In just a blink of an eye, the first batch of crops planted were basically mature, and the farmers nearby were shocked and ran out of the farmland. Lord, what happened? The farmers found Lin Yu and gathered around in panic, thinking that something had happened. It's okay. I just want these crops to mature quickly. Go and notify Shui Zongwan and ask him to arrange people to come and collect the grain. Oh, okay. We will notify Shui Zongwan right away. When these people heard that it was Lin Yu's work, they were overjoyed. After responding repeatedly, they immediately ran back to HHA City to find Shui Chonggui. After a while, Ling Shi, who had flown a circle above the farmland, flew back to Lin Yu again, looking a little depressed. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yu said softly. It seems that even for Lingxi, catalyzing so many plants at once is very exhausting and consumes a lot of energy. Fortunately, this catalysis is only for emergency. When the subsequent food production gradually catches up, she will not need to take action again. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took Lingxi back to the territory and let her stay in the territory to rest. Then not long after, under the leadership of Shui Chonggui, the people of the territory rushed to the farmland and began to harvest the crops that had just matured. Even the refugees, who had just been properly settled, joined the queue. The whole farmland was bustling. Okay. Continue to recruit soldiers. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to the things on the farmland. With the 4,000 magic energy he had just obtained, he came to the Tree of Life and began to recruit soldiers. Lin Yu took a quick look. He now has 10 wood shadow dragons, wood ran lions, and wood evil tortoises in his territory. There is no need to expand the land army in a short time. So he still recruited earth spirits and started mutation. The 6th level soldier mutation consumes 250 points of magic energy. Do you want to continue? Continue. As Lin Yu's voice fell, the earth spirit that had just been recruited was suddenly wrapped in a light, and its body changed rapidly. After a while, a strange watermelon with facial features and limbs gradually revealed its shape. I didn't expect to get a good start at the first try. A mutant plant that looked like a fear pumpkin was mutated. Watermelon. Good stuff. Lin Yu checked the properties of the watermelon and found that it could be sown like a fear pumpkin, which made him a little overjoyed. If he said what he wanted to eat most in this dry and hot environment, it would naturally be watermelon. After reading the properties of the mutant watermelon, he immediately asked the mutant watermelon to plant a piece of watermelon seeds on the open space at the edge of the territory, together with the wheat, pumpkin and potato planted before. The planting manor in the territory was expanded a lot. It won't be long before he can own a private manor of his own. And he still has a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Then, Lin Yu continued to use the remaining magic power to mutate plants. This time he was lucky. And after 8 mutations, 6 combat arms appeared. And the number of his arms above level 6 also reached 73. And he finally had a good combat power. It's time to explore the situation in HHA City. Lin Yu looked at the large number of arms in front of him and fell into deep thought. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be invincible. HHA City is the closest city to him, so it's better to find out the situation. And now he has the first level 7 arms, so he doesn't need to be afraid of anything anymore. It's just right for him to understand the surrounding environment. It would be great if he could dig some people back. Thinking of this, Lin Yu closed the recruitment interface and began to make preparations in the territory. The next morning, Lin Yu brought 10 fastest Muran lions, 10 mooing dragons, and the Lingxi mushroom demon king to the outside of the territory. After all, they were just going to investigate the situation, so they didn't need to bring too many troops. And Wei Gang, who was responsible for leading the way, was accompanying them. Lin Yu directly asked him to ride on the back of one of the Muran lions and move with him, which would be faster. Okay, let's go! With Lin Yu's order, the whole team set off. With a rumbling sound of footsteps, they ran quickly to the east. Wei Gang, who was a little afraid of the Muran lions, was so scared that he grabbed the protruding branches on the back of the Muran lions tightly, his face full of shock. But immediately, he recalled his duties and pointed the way to Lin Yu next to him. Lord, after crossing this mountain forest, you will see a road. Just walk along the road, and you will reach HHA City. Okay, let's speed up and try to get there within an hour. The speed of the Muran lions was much faster than their running speed. If you don't consider the terrain and obstacles encountered on the way, it doesn't take too much time to travel a distance of less than 100 kilometers. Of course, if you encounter any monsters on the road, Lin Yu doesn't mind killing them and collecting some magic energy. Just like that, a group of 2 people, plus more than 20 types of soldiers, under the gaze of the people of HHA City, they gradually disappeared into the mountains and forests in the distance. Chapter 82 The Battlefield of 10,000 Worlds opens. Lord, that is HHA City. More than an hour later, Lin Yu and his companions finally passed through the forest and came to the vicinity of a huge city. Is this HHA City? Lin Yu hid in the forest and looked out through the trees. As expected, he saw a city gate standing at the end of the avenue. HHA City. 3 large gold-plated characters were hung high on the city gate. However, unlike what Lin Yu imagined, Shuangye City at this time looked very dilapidated. Although it was much more magnificent than HHA City, it seemed to have just suffered a large-scale destruction. Not only did most of the city walls collapse, but even the roads were bumpy and full of traces of fighting. Through the city gate, you could also see a large area of destroyed houses and buildings inside, all of which have become ruins, which is simply horrible. These were destroyed when the old city lord and the new lord fought before. It will probably take a long time to rebuild them. Wei Gang on the side explained in time. It seems that the situation in Shuangye City is much more miserable than Lin Yu imagined. And it seems that because of the civil strife that has just happened, the guards are very strict. Just outside the city gate, you can see many cultivators. It may not be easy to get in. Although Lin Yu can break in with Ling Shi, he is only at the 6th level. Once besieged, he will still be a little bit overwhelmed. So Lin Yu had to send a wooden shadow dragon to fly high in the sky to investigate the situation in the city. Through the connection with the wooden shadow dragon, he soon found that there were mechanical wooden armored beasts patrolling back and forth on the streets of the city. And there were many imposing figures. It should be the Lord Army and the cultivators under his command. Sure enough, as Wei Gang described, he was a mechanical lord. The guards inside are more strict than outside. It should be difficult to get in now, Lin Yu said in a low voice. Indeed, Wei Gang nodded. It's easier to get out than to get in now. I guess I can only sneak in when the market opens and those villages come to the market. Are there any villages around? Lin Yu looked at Wei Gang. Yes, there are monsters around Shuangye City, but they are basically low level and do not pose much threat to the villages. Even if high-level monsters appear, they will be immediately dealt with by masters sent by Shuangye City. So this generation is relatively safe. So that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized. No wonder he didn't encounter many high-level monsters along the way. It turned out that they had been cleared. In addition, it is close to Shuangye City, and there are many 6th-level masters. Those monsters dare not get too close. It is estimated that they will encounter high-level monsters only in more remote places. Let the wooden shadow dragon circle above Shuangye City and investigate the basic situation in the city, Lin Yu said. Let's go. Let's go around and take a look. And then go back after we have investigated the situation. Okay. After that, the two of them rode on the Muran Lion, circled around Shuangye City, and then headed back to HHA City. This exploration of Shuangye City let Lin Yu clearly know the gap between HHA City and other territories. Even if it is already in ruins, it is not comparable to HHA City. If you want to develop quickly, you still need to have strong enough strength. Only in this way can you attract more talents. So after returning to HHA City from Shuangye City, Lin Yu took the plants out of the territory and went to the depths of the Gobi Desert to collect magic energy. Then, in the next few days, he also traveled back and forth between various places, hunting monsters everywhere and improving his strength. It was not until the 5th day that he finally recruited 120 troops. Among them, there were 30 beast-type plant legions and 80 other combat plants. The remaining 10 were his sowing team and auxiliary plants. Finally, I recruited all the soldiers. It was not easy. In the territory, Lin Yu looked at the more than 100 soldiers in front of him, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He looked at the 2 blood fairies and with shadow dragons who had survived the escape from the area before, and their experience points had reached more than 400 points. It would not take long for them to be promoted to the 7th level like Lingxi. After the development of the past few days, the number of people in HHA City has doubled from more than 500 to more than 1,000 now. The power of faith has increased to 103 points, which has greatly improved his strength. Next, the only problem is the construction of the territory. As long as the territory is built up, more and more people will be attracted, whether they are people, practitioners, or merchants. Once there are more people, his power of faith will definitely rise. And upgrading to the 7th level is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Lin Yu opened the chat channel to check if there are any new developments recently. However, to his surprise, the chat topics of the lords tonight seem to be a little different from usual. Brothers, it's time to set off again. Are you all ready? Need I say that? I've already done it. Just waiting for tomorrow noon. I'm going to kill 10 this time, to avenge the last time. Haha. Make sure you come back alive first. Are there any partners for me? I'm honest and trustworthy, and I won't backstab you. Looking at the messages that kept coming, Lin Yu was full of confusion. He had no idea what these people were talking about. But vaguely, he could feel a heavy atmosphere of killing. It was as if something big was about to happen. Sure enough, after a while, some new lords couldn't help but be curious and sent messages to ask, "Boss, what are you talking about? What does the day of departure mean?" Same question. "I've only been here for a few days, and I'm confused. Is it going to be a big deal?" What they asked was exactly what Lin Yu wanted to ask. Since someone had already spoken first, it saved him 100 mana to send messages. When the old lords who were chatting saw their inquiry, they also sent messages to tease them. Haha. Tremble. Rookies. Tomorrow is the day of collective teleportation. If you don't want to die, improve your strength quickly. Poor thing. I encountered this kind of thing just a few days after arriving. I don't know how many rookies will die there this time. I remember when I first arrived, I was also confused. But fortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. I guess at least half of these new lords will die. Half? Too conservative. At least more than half will die. Don't scare them. They are in the same camp after all. But according to the time, the notice should be coming soon. Notice? What is that? Lin Yu, who has been observing the chat messages, became even more confused. However, before he could think more, a voice without any emotion suddenly sounded in the minds of all the lords. "Dear lords, the battlefield of all worlds will open at noon tomorrow. Please be prepared. At that time, all lords will be forcibly teleported to the battlefield of all worlds for 3 days. During the battlefield, all territories and subordinate territories will be protected from any external damage. In the battlefield, you will encounter enemies from all races in the universe, as well as various treasures and territory resources. Fight bravely and try to survive in the battlefield." Chapter 83 Advancement. Banshee's Kiss. The sudden news stunned all the newly arrived lords, including Lin Yu. All the new lords who heard the news were shocked. The battlefield of all worlds? What is that? And it will be forced to teleport 3 days in the past? Confused, Lin Yu hurriedly continued to check the chat on the channel, wanting to know more useful information. Sure enough, not long after, some kind old lords gave them popular science. The Battle of the 10,000 Worlds is when the 10,000 worlds in the universe are simultaneously teleported to the same plane, fighting each other and snatching resources. It occurs every 3 months and lasts for 3 days. Although we have returned to the same world, we do not belong to the same continent. There are countless continents in this world, and the original continent is just one of them. As long as the people or races do not belong to the original continent, they are our enemies. Because once the war of the 10,000 worlds is lost, the losing side will be plundered of their luck. In the long run, they will slowly go to extinction. So we also call it the Battle of Luck. Come on, everyone. Fight for the rise and fall of the luck of our continent. Several messages were written, almost occupying most of the chat interface. Lin Yu looked at every sentence with a serious look. He thought that he had a very good understanding of the cruelty of this world, but he did not expect that the truth was several times more cruel than he thought. The Battle of the 10,000 Worlds. The war between tens of thousands of universe planes. How terrifying would it be? But if you don't fight, the luck of the entire universe plane you are in will be plundered and eventually go to extinction. No wonder there have been lords constantly transporting to the original continent. Lin Yu finally understood now, and was grateful to the people who popularized science to them. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. The battlefield of the 10,000 worlds is divided according to the lord level. So you will only encounter enemies of the same level, and each level of the battlefield is divided into many small areas. As long as you are lucky, you don't encounter enemies from the top realms. By the way, there are rewards for killing enemies. When saying the last sentence, the lord who explained to them didn't forget to be naughty. Seeing this sentence, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. There are rewards for killing enemies. There are such benefits? Then he really needs to make more preparations this time. After all, this kind of thing only happens once every 3 months. And it can't be wasted. And improving strength will also help him survive on the battlefield. After thinking about it, he turned off the regional channel and began to prepare in the territory. And by the way, he used the production workshop to make some useful tools. One night passed quickly. As soon as the sun rose, Lin Yu led the plants out of the territory and hurried to the depths of the Gobi Desert. There was only half a day left before the Battle of the 10,000 Worlds, so he had to hurry up and upgrade the 3 soldiers whose experience points had exceeded 400 to the 7th level. With 4 7th level soldiers by his side, he would always be safer when fighting against the enemy. So soon, he rode the Mu Ran Lion to the depths of the Gobi Desert and directly dispatched 10 Mu Yinglongs to scout everywhere, specifically looking for traces of monster gathering places. After such a carpet search, he found a small monster gathering place in a short while. "Let's go!" Lin Yu gave an order and immediately led 100 6th level soldiers to crush over. It was an extremely gloomy place where 6th level zombies gathered. There were only more than 30 of them, which was no match for Lin Yu's soldiers. In less than 20 minutes, they were all beaten half crippled by the plant army. And then the 3 plants with almost full experience were killed. After all the zombies were solved, a reminder also sounded in Lin Yu's mind. "Congratulations. You have successfully eliminated the 6th level monster gathering place, and you will be rewarded with a 6th level territory essence X1. Lin Yu quickly checked the experience of the 3 plants, and basically they all increased by more than 10 points. "Well done. Let's go find the next monster gathering place." As he said this, Lin Yu rode on the Mu Ran Lion and continued to move towards the depths of the Gobi Desert. It must be said that the efficiency of 106th level soldiers helping to level up is still very high, as the 6th level monsters fell under their attacks. The experience of the 3 plants continued to soar, until half of the morning passed. One of the blood demons finally reached the maximum experience value, and a prompt came. "Congratulations. The blood demon meets the conditions for upgrading to the 7th level. Upgrading requires a 6th level territory essence. Do you want to upgrade?" Upgrade? During this period, Lin Yu collected a total of 10 territory essences, and there was no need to worry about consumption. And the moment he finished speaking, the blood demon was immediately wrapped in a ray of light, and her body began to change rapidly. The first thing to change was the stamens on its head, which, wrapped in the delicate and beautiful buds, gradually condensed into vague facial features. Then, the roots around its body also gathered and wrapped around it, outlining a graceful and charming curve. From a distance, it looked like a shy girl waiting to bloom, with the thorny vines dancing around it. It looked both graceful and terrifying, with a faint sense of morbid and twisted beauty. Lin Yu couldn't wait to check its attributes. Name: Charming Banshee. Completely control the enemy. Lin Yu looked at the new skill of the Charming Banshee in surprise, and his eyes widened unconsciously. This skill is much more powerful than the Charming Poison Mist. Although the Charming Poison Mist is a group range, it can only make people dazed and hallucinate. This Banshee's Kiss is different. It can completely control the enemy's actions, although it is only for a short time. If it is used at a critical moment, it is absolutely fatal, and it can even make the enemies turn against each other and surprise them. The scene is scary just thinking about it. It seems that this Banshee branch has enhanced the ability of charm to the extreme, increasing its own control and sneak attack ability. In this case, the other 2 branches should be poison and blood, which makes Lin Yu look forward to it. He wonders which branch the other blood Banshee will advance to. Let's go and try the new skills. After closing the attribute interface, Lin Yu immediately took this newly advanced Charm Banshee and other plants to continue exploring other places. Not long after, he found a suitable test subject. 2 6th level Phantom Demon Wolves. The 2 Phantom Demon Wolves were chasing a prey together at this time. After discovering Lin Yu, they were immediately attracted by the blood and flesh on his body and rushed towards him with a roar. However, before they could get close, the petals on the top of the Charm Banshee next to Lin Yu shook gently, emitting a strange ripple. Then, one of the Phantom Demon Wolves shook. Its eyes gradually turned pink, and then without any warning, it suddenly bit the neck of another Demon Wolf. Ah! The Demon Wolf screamed and fell to the ground, completely unable to understand why its companion suddenly attacked it. It struggled desperately to break free from its companion's mouth, but was bitten on the neck tightly, and finally died with a wail. The controlled Demon Wolf was pierced in the chest by several vines that suddenly appeared, and it did not break free from the control of the enchanting Banshee until its death. Chapter 84 Farewell. So strong. Looking at the 2 dead Phantom Demon Wolves, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Although a large part of it was due to level suppression, it was too easy, almost effortless. And after reaching level 7, the attack of the enchanting Banshee is no longer limited to the ground. It can even spread its vines underground and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Lin Yu tested its attack range, which was a full 70 meters, which is definitely a very terrifying length. Just imagine. The enemy just came to 70 meters away from him, and countless vines suddenly rushed out from under his feet. That scene was so sour. Of course, Lin Yu didn't have such a bad taste. Everything was still based on killing the enemy. After testing the new skills of the enchanting Banshee, he took the plans to continue to go deep into the Gobi Desert and look for level 6 monsters everywhere. Finally, more than half an hour later, the experience of another blood enchantress reached the maximum value, and a prompt sounded. Congratulations. Blood Fairy meets the conditions for upgrading to the 7th level. Upgrading requires consuming a 6th level territory essence. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Yu chose to upgrade directly with expectation. In an instant, Blood Fairy grew rapidly and turned into a poisonous plant similar to Charming Banshee, but covered with purple thorns. Name, Withering Banshee. This time, Blood Fairy advanced to another branch of Banshee. Withering Banshee. As expected by Lin Yu, this branch greatly enhanced the ability to use poison, and even reached the point of forming its own domain. As soon as the evolution was successful, a faint purple breath spread out, covering a radius of dozens of meters. As soon as the ordinary plants on the ground touched this purple breath, they quickly withered, as if their vitality was taken away. Fortunately, this poisonous domain can be controlled by the Withering Banshee, so it will not affect him and other plants. Lin Yu felt it. Although the strength of this field was not immediately fatal, it could deprive the vitality of life and corrode the human body like a chronic poison, making the enemies in the range gradually lose resistance. As the saying goes, the enemy is weak and I am strong. When the poison is almost corroded, won't it be slaughtered by him? Lin Yu was very satisfied with this branch of the Banshee plant. Next, there was only the 6th level Wood Shadow Dragon. Lin Yu clicked on the attributes of the Wood Shadow Dragon and took a look. 479 experience points, and he had to kill 21 6th level monsters to upgrade. But he looked at the sky. It was almost noon, and there was not much time for him to hunt monsters. It seems that I can only think of a way in the 10,000 Worlds battlefield. Lin Yu sighed helplessly, and had to give up the plan to continue leveling. In his opinion, since the 10,000 Worlds battlefield is a battle between 10,000 worlds, there should be no shortage of monsters. At that time, as long as he found a few more 6th level monsters to kill, the Wood Shadow Dragon could quickly upgrade to the 7th level. Thinking of this, he rode on the Mu Ran Lion and hurried back to the territory with the plants. And just as he was on his way back, an extremely loud voice suddenly sounded in the regional channel. My fellow tribesmen, the 10,000 Worlds War is coming. On behalf of the Great Wilderness Principality, I wish you all a successful start and a safe return. This voice appeared very abruptly. It scared Lin Yu, who was on the road. He quickly opened the regional channel to check, and saw a message hanging high on the top, wrapped in golden light. It turned out to be a voice transmission message. Lin Yu remembered that the regional channel did have a voice transmission function, but each message consumed a full 10,000 magic energy, so he had never seen anyone send it. Who is so arrogant that he spent 10,000 magic energy at a time? Subconsciously, Lin Yu looked at the signature of this voice transmission message. Jixing, huh? The king of the Great Wilderness Principality. So that's it. It turned out that the king of the principality was mobilizing before the departure. Lin Yu suddenly realized it. The news below also exploded and emerged crazily, because it was the first time for many of them to see the king speak in person. Some senior lords even sent messages to worship the king. After a while, Jixing's message appeared again. This time, the battle of the 10,000 worlds is still the same as usual, and the ranking is based on the number of enemies killed. Those with high rankings can get rewards issued by me personally to encourage the merit of killing enemies. Please, all my fellow tribesmen, fight hard for the survival of the primitive continent. It was still a voice message, and it was still surrounded by golden light. With Jixing's calm voice, there was an indescribable majesty and appeal. In just 3 sentences, the lords below were excited and full of momentum. The news below all became, fight hard. These 4 big words were densely connected. Even Lin Yu was deeply moved by this scene, and his heart trembled. After paying attention to the news for a while, he finally returned to the territory. He saw Shui Chonggui and Wei Gang waiting outside HHA City, as well as a large group of people nearby. Almost all the people in HHA City ran out. The Lord is back. Seeing Lin Yu riding the Mu Rancher back, Shui Chonggui immediately led the people to meet him. Why are you all out? Lin Yu asked the Mu Rancher to slow down and stop in the middle of the crowd. At this time, Xue Changgui walked out of the crowd and came to him. Lord, are you going to the battlefield of all realms? You also know the battlefield of all realms? Lin Yu looked surprised. Of course I know. Xue Changgui replied respectfully. Every 3 months, the lords will be teleported there once. We have seen all this. I heard that it is very dangerous there. Lord, please be careful. We can't live without you in HHA City. Xue Changgui's face was full of worry. Even the people around them were like this. All of them looked depressed. After all, they had finally waited for a lord like Lin Yu who was kind and loved the people, and brought such a huge change to the place where they lived, and let them live a good life. If he died in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds, it would be a huge blow to them and HHA City. So naturally, no one wanted Lin Yu to get into trouble. Seeing them like this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh secretly, and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will be fine. In the 3 days when I'm away, HHA City will be handed over to you to take care of. Even if the Lord doesn't say it. We will. Don't you think so?" Yes. The deafening shouts echoed outside the entire HHA City, and everyone's eyes were full of determination. Chapter 85 Enemies from Other Realms. When Lin Yu returned to the territory, it was already near noon. After taking a look at the blazing sun above his head, he came to the Tree of Life and summoned all the combat troops that could move except the planting troops. After a careful count, there were a total of 105. Among them, there were 102 6th-level troops and 3 7th-level troops. This was all his current strength. Then, Lin Yu clicked on the ranking list and found that his ranking had successfully squeezed into the top 1,000. Ranking 974th. Sure enough, the 7th-level troops were very helpful in improving the ranking. But this also meant that there were still nearly 1,000 people with strength above him. And this was just the Great Wilderness Kingdom. So this time, we still have to be extremely careful in the battlefield of all realms. Just thinking about it, a loud bell suddenly rang over the entire primitive continent. The battlefield of all realms is open and teleportation is about to begin. Please be prepared. Lords. In an instant, all the lords moved. And another reminder sounded in Lin Yu's mind. You are about to be teleported to the battlefield of all realms. The targets of this teleportation are the Lord and the troops. Please select the troops you want to bring during the opening of the battlefield of all realms. Your territory and subordinate territories will be protected from external forces. Only teleport the Lord and the troops? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He knew very well that if the territory was teleported together, it would be too restrictive for him and other lords. Now it's good. Only he and the troops are teleported, and the territory will be protected during the period. There is no need to worry about it being destroyed. This is barely good news. Without hesitation, he directly selected the 105 combat troops that had just been selected. Then, he and those troops were all wrapped in a beam of light. Countless large and small beams of light appeared on the entire primitive continent, and the scene was extremely spectacular and huge. Swish. As the light flashed, Lin Yu only felt that the scenery around him was in a trance, as if something was flowing rapidly. When he stood still again, the surrounding environment has changed from a territory to an endless battlefield filled with smoke, and the plants have also teleported with him. Dear Lord, you have successfully arrived at the 6th level Wanjia battlefield. Number 0061005. The battlefield will last for 3 days, where you will encounter enemies from all walks of life and races. Please pay attention to safety. During the opening of the battlefield, all lords' magic power will be initialized. Each time a lord is killed, 1,000 basic magic power will be obtained, and the magic power accumulated by the lord will be obtained at the same time. The battlefield kill list is opened, and the number of enemies killed by each lord is recorded at all times and ranked. One after another, the prompts kept echoing in Lin Yu's ears, making him look up. Every time a lord is killed, 1,000 magic power will be obtained, and you can also get all the magic power accumulated on the opponent? This is too exaggerated. You know, killing a 6th level monster only gives 100 magic power. If you are lucky enough to kill a person who has killed several lords, wouldn't you get thousands or even tens of thousands of magic points? Lin Yu now finally understands what those senior lords mean by rewards for killing enemies. This is simply forcing them to kill each other. The most terrible thing is that the kill list will be listed. It is outrageous to let others know who has the most magic power. Shocked, Lin Yu quickly opened the battlefield to open the kill list. First place, Blood Demon Lu Abyss Realm. Number of killed enemies 3. Second place, Feng Wushuang True Spirit Realm. Number of killed enemies 3. Third place, Da Xitan Fantasy Demon Realm. Number of killed enemies 2. Fourth place, Yi Lionian Primordial Realm. Number of killed enemies 2. It has only been a few minutes, and several names have appeared on the list. As those senior lords said, there are many lords from other universes on this battlefield, and the strength is quite strong, killing more than 2 enemies in such a short time. Either a few lords were unlucky to be teleported together, or they were veterans on the battlefield who immediately hunted down enemies after being teleported. What surprised Lin Yu was that he actually saw the primitive world where he was on it. Although it was only ranked 4th, it was enough to prove that this guy named Yi Lionian was quite powerful. I don't know which country he is from. Of course, this is just the initial list. As more and more lords teleported in, the names on the list began to change. Every few seconds, a new batch of names would be replaced, and there is not much reference value for the time being. Turn off the list. Lin Yu began to observe the surrounding environment carefully. The place where he is now is a barren, bloody land. At a glance, there is no end at all. The air is still filled with a faint smell of blood and saltpeter, as if it had just experienced a war. But he was lucky that he was not teleported with the others, so he had enough time to get familiar with the environment. Then Lin Yu found that after coming here, all chat channels were invalid, completely eliminating the possibility of contacting their companions. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. With a murmur, Lin Yu directly let all the wooden shadow dragons fly into the air, forming a huge reconnaissance network around. And he sensed the movements of the surroundings through the spiritual connection between the wooden shadow dragons and began to move slowly. In this way, they kept moving forward for about 7 or 8 minutes. And the wooden shadow dragon in charge of reconnaissance suddenly sent back a message, discovering the traces of the enemy. All personnel alert. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and he immediately gave orders to the plants around him. Then, he felt the ground began to shake, and a roar of footsteps was approaching him rapidly, and even a large amount of smoke and dust was spread. A closer look showed that it was an extremely large group of rhinos, and on the back of the giant rhinoceros at the head, there was a young man with an arrogant face, staring at the direction where he was. I don't know why. The moment he saw the young man, Lin Yu's heart was filled with a deep sense of rejection. It was as if they could not coexist. Enemy from other realms? Lin Yu's expression changed, and he immediately reacted. And the opponent's aggressive appearance was obviously coming for him. There was no need for too many words between enemies. Seeing that the opponent was getting closer and closer to him, Lin Yu didn't think about it anymore and immediately let the plants spread out. Attack! In an instant, countless vines penetrated the ground and rushed straight to the rhinoceros group, together with the wood shadow dragon in the sky. They all activated the shadow skill and turned into a residual shadow and flew down. Huh? The young man riding on the rhinoceros' back exclaimed. Alert. However, before he could order the rhinoceros group to bypass, dense vines had already appeared at their feet and tied up the rhinoceros rushing in front. Boom! The vines blessed by the grass and tree protection skill are much tougher than other soldiers. The rhinos that were in the front were all knocked to the ground, splashing a large cloud of dust, and the young man was thrown down. The rhinos behind were affected, and their forward steps suddenly stopped, falling into a brief chaos. The wooden shadow dragon seized the opportunity and swooped down, and the blades on its wings fiercely cut the young man and the rhinos. Rhinoceros armor protection. Unexpectedly, the young man suddenly reacted and shouted. The rhinos immediately showed a yellowish halo, which bounced back all the attacks of the wooden shadow dragon. The young man stood beside the leading rhinoceros and avoided the sneak attack, taking advantage of the gap when the wooden shadow dragon took off again. The rhinoceros group quickly broke free from the vines under their feet, then reorganized their formation and continued to charge at Lin Yu. However, he seemed to be smart this time and did not attack from the front. Instead, they split into 2 directions and double-teamed Lin Yu. The whole ground was shaken by the running footsteps of the rhinoceros group. Roar! At this time, the leading rhino suddenly roared to the sky, and a red light appeared, which made all the rhinos run faster. Group enhancement skills. That was a 7th level rhino. Lin Yu was surprised. No wonder the other party dared to attack him so blatantly. It turned out that there were 7th level soldiers escorting him. My luck was really too good. I encountered such a powerful enemy at the beginning. But immediately, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. You are not the only one who has 7th level soldiers. After thinking about it, a lavender poison gas field spread out from the 7th level withered banshee beside him. At the same time, the petals of the charming banshee on the other side opened. A wave of waves that seemed to be there, and not there attacked the 7th level rhino in the front. Chapter 86 Battlefield Treasures. Under the strange fluctuations of the enchanting banshee, the 7th level rhinoceros, which originally had red eyes, suddenly shook all over, and its speed suddenly dropped, and its gains on other rhinoceroses gradually disappeared. The young man riding on the rhinoceros's back changed his expression, and finally realized something was wrong. It was a pity that his reaction was still slow. At this time, the poisonous gas had already eroded into the rhinoceros bodies without anyone noticing, and began to deprive them of their vitality. The 7th level was still okay, but those 6th level rhinoceroses, how could they withstand the poisonous erosion of the withered banshee? After losing the gains, their momentum suddenly weakened. At this moment, a row of translucent walls appeared in front of them, suddenly blocking their way. The rhinoceros group had no time to break, and all of them crashed into it, making a muffled bang, and instantly became a mess. The young man was shocked, but before he could order the evacuation, a large group of mushrooms and thorn balls had already drawn a parabola in the air and landed precisely at their feet. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion and the ejected spikes caught the rhinoceros off guard. Even the young man on the back of the rhinoceros was accidentally hit in the shoulder by the spikes and fell down. The remaining plants seized the opportunity and immediately launched a crazy attack on it. In an instant, the entire ground was covered with wandering vines and protruding wooden thorns. Even if the rhinoceros had thick defenses, they could not withstand such intensive attacks and fell one after another under their attacks. The young man was extremely panicked and wanted to escape from the ground. However, without the protection of the rhinoceros, he had no way to escape from here and was immediately entangled by Ling Shi's thorns. At this time, the 7th level rhinoceros finally broke free from control and wanted to rush over to save him. But the next second, several vines had already rushed out from the ground and directly pierced the young man's chest. Roar! The remaining rhinos roared unwillingly and died one after another. The young man whose chest was pierced also widened his eyes in astonishment, and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 6th level alien plane lord, and obtained 2,000 points of magic power, and the 6th level territory essence X1. Good guy. He gave 2,000 magic power directly. It seems that this young man has killed another lord on the way here. Now that he was killed by Lin Yu, it was a bargain for Lin Yu. This is simply a huge profit. Just killing an enemy is almost equivalent to the harvest. He has been busy for several hours. Who can resist such temptation? Of course, high harvests are accompanied by high risks, which Lin Yu still knows. After being surprised, he brought the plants to the body of the young man and curiously checked it. It can be seen that the realm where this young man is located is also dominated by humans. Although his appearance is slightly different from theirs, the difference is not big. The reason why they felt mutually repulsive was probably because they came from different realms. Their lucks contradicted each other and were incompatible. After another careful inspection, there was no other gain. Lin Yu immediately got up and left with the plants, continued to move towards the battlefield, and explored nearby. Along the way, he met 2 lords from other realms in succession, and fought 2 battles one after another. However, these 2 lords did not have 7th level troops like the young man before, so they were easily solved by Lin Yu, contributing 2,000 points of magic power and 2 6th level territory essences to him. All of a sudden, Lin Yu's magic power accumulated to 4,000. This speed is simply outrageous. However, as he moved forward, he found that the lords he met on the road began to become more and more numerous and denser. A few times, he even encountered 2 or 3 6th level lords traveling together, and the total number of troops around them was more than twice his. Fortunately, he had the Wood Shadow Dragon to scout at high altitude and bypass those tricky enemies in advance, so there was no conflict. After all, he only brought so many troops. If they were lost on the first day, it would be very disadvantageous for the next action. Let's go and take a look over there. Lin Yu was riding on the back of the wooden lion, and suddenly found a dark forest in the distance. He immediately led the plants to approach carefully. After a while, they came to the outskirts of the forest and found that there was a huge skeleton wandering back and forth in the forest. Monster? Lin Yu looked at the skeletons in surprise. They were all 6th level skeleton generals. Isn't this just right for his wooden shadow dragon to level up? Surprised, he immediately checked the surroundings. After confirming that there were no other lords, he led the plants into the forest and began to clear the monsters inside and level up the wooden shadow dragon whose experience was about to reach the maximum level. At the same time, in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds, as the lords were teleported, battles and frictions began to appear in every corner, shouting and screaming, one after another. As long as they are not from the same realm, they will be killed directly when they meet. The battlefield kill list is also changing wildly. Ups and downs. Those who have tasted the sweetness are even more crazy looking for other lords everywhere, killing and robbing the magic power of each other. The corpses of lords and soldiers can be seen everywhere on the battlefield, and even the ground is dyed red with blood. Finally, after the lords fought each other for half an hour, in several places on the battlefield, there were suddenly beams of light rising into the sky, straight up to the sky. In an instant, whether it was the lords who were fighting or hiding, they were all attracted by this strange phenomenon and stopped their actions. Those old lords, who had been to the battlefield several times, were even more shocked. This is it. Battlefield treasure. Battlefield treasure appears. Let's go! Let's go! We must not let people from other realms get the treasure. I heard that battlefield treasures are some very rare territory resources. We must get them. With exclamations, the lords immediately turned around and hurried to the light column closest to them, gathering into a terrifying torrent on the battlefield. And what a coincidence! One of the light columns suddenly appeared in the forest where Lin Yu was. What is that? Lin Yu, who was still destroying the skeleton generals, was surprised to see the light column that suddenly appeared, which seemed to be not far from him. The light emitted by the light column actually illuminated the entire forest, making him almost unable to open his eyes. Could it be a treasure? Lin Yu was surprised. This exaggerated way of appearance. He would never believe that there was no good thing, and immediately led the plants to kill in the direction of the light column, and at the same time sent a few wood shadow dragons to fly into the air to investigate the situation in advance. At this time, many lords from other places have gathered outside the forest, all with a large number of soldiers. In this forest, let's go in quickly. Let's go in too. We must not let others get ahead. As they spoke, the lords took their soldiers and plunged into the forest, rushing towards the light column. More and more lords came and followed into the forest. The originally extremely quiet forest suddenly became lively. However, they didn't know. At this time, Lin Yu had already come to the deepest part of the forest, where the light column appeared. I saw a scroll emitting dazzling light floating quietly in the air in a clearing in the forest, illuminating all the surrounding trees. Battlefield treasure. Lin Yu was shocked and his eyes widened. Chapter 87 Hero Transformation Pool. Lin Yu had never expected that the battlefield treasures mentioned by the lords in the regional channel would appear so abruptly in front of him. After being shocked, he immediately reacted, suppressed his excitement, and rushed up to grab the scroll. He didn't have time to look at it, and immediately put it into his personal space. Then he rode on the wooden lion and ran to the outskirts of the forest without hesitation. A set of movements were smooth, and there was no sloppiness. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that after the scroll was taken away, the light did not disappear immediately. Instead, it gradually dissipated at an extremely slow speed and moved with him in the forest. It was as if a mark was made on him. Then, a series of urgent shouts suddenly came from a distance. The light moved. Someone took the treasure away. Damn! Someone got there first. Quick! It's over there. Everyone chase. Don't let him run away. The voice was getting closer and closer, and Lin Yu's face was full of anxiety. At his current speed, he would be surrounded by the lords, who came sooner or later. At that time, unless he threw out the scroll as bait, he would definitely become the target of public criticism and be besieged by all the lords. No matter how strong he was, he could not be the opponent of so many lords. But he was a little unwilling to hand over the battlefield treasure like this. In a hurry, he had to shout to the plants around him, run out as fast as possible. In a blink of an eye, the speed of the plants suddenly increased and became much faster. But even so, the movement speed of the plant system was still a little slow. After a while, the lords of the speed-type troops quickly caught up. It's over there. I have seen the shadow. I saw it too. It seems to be riding a lion. Stop him in front, and don't let him run away. Seeing the lords and a large number of troops appearing one after another around him, Lin Yu made a prompt decision and immediately gave orders to the plants around him. Let's run separately. Among the plant troops, some plants were still too slow to keep up with the speed of mutation. If they continued like this, they would all be surrounded and no one could escape. So Lin Yu didn't care about so much. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and left the troops. At the same time, he asked Mu Rancher to activate the shadow skill, turning into a residual shadow and flying out, leaving the chasing lord behind in a blink of an eye. But at this time, a lord with the beast troops hurried over and appeared in the direction he was going. Seeing the light on him, the lord was shocked. Quick! Stop him! Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered the beast troops around him to pounce on Lin Yu, trying to block Lin Yu's way. Other lords heard the movement here and rushed over, and finally saw Lin Yu carrying the light of the treasure. It's him! The treasure is on him! Let's go together! Kill him first! Hand over the treasure and I spare your life! The lord shouted, and the soldiers around them rushed to Lin Yu frantically, trying to knock him off the back of the wooden lion. Fortunately, Lin Yu reacted in time and drove the wooden lion to jump onto the tree trunk in front of him, avoiding the attacks from all over the sky, and then took advantage of the momentum to jump out of the encirclement of the soldiers. At the same time, the wooden lion opened its mouth. Roar! The deafening roar spread throughout the forest. The soldiers who surrounded him all fell into a brief state of unconsciousness. Taking advantage of this pause, Lin Yu finally succeeded in getting rid of them and continued to flee out of the forest. No. He escaped. Chase him. Do you think you can escape? Catch up with him. The lords who reacted gave orders to their own soldiers and chased after him again. Lin Yu's face was extremely solemn. He could feel that the number of lords around him was gradually increasing, even in the direction where he was running. Many lords began to emerge, ready to intercept and kill him. If he continued like this, there would be more and more lords chasing him. Once he was delayed, countless lords would appear and cut him into pieces. Did he really have to hand over the treasure? Lin Yu frowned tightly, seeing another lord appearing in front of him. He immediately changed direction and rushed to the other side. But what was unfortunate was that at this time, several 6th-level skeleton generals suddenly appeared not far in front of him and blocked his way. Wood Shadow Dragon! Lin Yu shouted and gave orders to the Wood Shadow Dragon that had been following him in the sky. In a blink of an eye, all the Wood Shadow Dragons turned into afterimages and attacked the skeleton generals in front. Crack! The ghost fire in the chest of the skeleton general was instantly shattered by the Ender Dragon, and they all fell to the ground. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations! The Wood Shadow Dragon meets the conditions for upgrading to level 7. Upgrading requires consuming a level 6 territory essence. Do you want to upgrade? Upgraded? Lin Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the Wood Shadow Dragon with the highest experience value would upgrade at this time. It was also this reminder that suddenly gave him hope of escaping. How could he hesitate and directly choose to upgrade? The next second, the body of the Wood Shadow Dragon began to grow rapidly. It grew from a body length of only a few meters to nearly 20 meters. In addition to the wings and tail, blood-red roses also grew. With a flap of wings, a gust of wind whistled past, and the huge and slender body almost covered most of the sky, looking both fierce and terrifying. The lords who were chasing were shocked when they saw the scene. What is that? How could such a monster appear here? Such a strong sense of oppression. Is it a 7th-level soldier? No. He wants to ride the monster and fly away. Stop him quickly! The lords exclaimed in unison. But before they could stop him, Lin Yu had already jumped high from the back of the wooden lion and grabbed the dragon's claw. In a whistling gust of wind, he was taken off the ground by the dragon and flew quickly into the sky. His speed was so fast that even the flying troops could not catch up with him, and he left all the lords behind in a blink of an eye. Damn it! He ran away, seeing Lin Yu gradually disappearing from sight. The lords roared unwillingly and gradually stopped chasing. As for Lin Yu, with the help of the dragon, he also successfully escaped from the forest. After flying for another 7 or 8 minutes, he confirmed that no one or troops were chasing him. He then let the dragon slow down gradually and landed in a hidden valley. As soon as his feet touched the ground, He sat down on the stone beside him and gasped violently. Then he looked at himself and found that the light column had basically dissipated. So he immediately began to summon the scattered troops through mental connection. Fortunately, he reacted in time and let the plants run separately. Those lords were always paying attention to him and had no time to care about his troops. When those lords were chasing him, his plants had already left the forest from another direction, under the leadership of the Wood Shadow Dragon and the vague spiritual induction. Those plants also came to the valley one after another. Lin Yu carefully counted and found that there were still 98 left, and 7 6th level troops were lost. Fortunately, it was still within the acceptable range. After all, the incident happened too suddenly, and it was very good to have such a result. After resting, he also took out the treasure he had just snatched from his personal space. He took a deep breath and excitedly checked its properties. Building Blueprint, Hero Transformation Pool, Death Drop, Building Introduction. The designated troops can be transformed into hero troops, awakening exclusive talents, and gaining the ability to command other troops at the same time. It is only effective for troops above level 7, and the number cannot exceed the Lord level. Conversion cost, mana, troop level X 10,000, construction requirements, 500 stone, 250 iron ore, 250 copper ore, 2,000 mana. Chapter 88 King and Concubine. Architectural Blueprints. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. The scroll he snatched turned out to be a territory architectural blueprint. Transform ordinary soldiers into hero soldiers, awaken talents, and command other plants. Doesn't this mean that even if he is not there in the future, the hero soldiers can lead other soldiers to go out and hunt monsters, or even escort caravans and perform tasks alone? What a good thing. It's worth it that he fought hard to get this thing. It's really worth it. The only thing that makes people a little bit annoyed is that the consumption of conversion is a bit high. The 7th level soldiers require 70,000 magic energy. At least a dozen or 20 lords must be killed to get it. And this blueprint can be dropped. Once people know that he has the blueprint on him, I'm afraid it will immediately attract countless people to chase him. This must be careful. If it weren't for the fact that Mu Yinglong advanced at a critical moment this time, he might not be able to escape in the end, and could only throw the scroll out to save his life. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the Wood Shadow Dragon behind him, which had already advanced to another form, and a piece of information appeared in his eyes. Name, Demon Concubine Dragon. The 7th level Demon Concubine Dragon not only became several times larger, but also became much more slender. Standing next to Lin Yu, it was simply a behemoth, dragging a terrifying blood-red rose on its body. The long tail was covered with sharp barbs. Are the Demon Concubine Dragon and the Demon King Dragon a pair? Lin Yu looked at the introduction below the attributes strangely. When the two meet, something unexpected will happen. Will they give birth to cubs? It seems unlikely. After all, they are just plants. I don't know what this Demon King Dragon looks like and what skills it has. If there is a chance in the future, he can try it. After all, it is with the Demon Concubine Dragon, so I think it won't be too weak. The most important thing is, after reaching the 7th level, they can finally take themselves to the sky. This is definitely the most exciting thing for Lin Yu. Just now, I didn't think much because I was busy escaping. Now, recalling it, I just feel excited and nervous. After all, except for flying in the past, it was the first time for him to fly to such a high place. If he fell down, it would not be fun at all. It seems that I have to get used to it in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Yu asked the plants to wait for him in the valley first, and he jumped on the flat back of the demon dragon and patted its neck. Let's go. Let's go explore the surrounding situation. The demon dragon responded with a sharp whistle, and then suddenly brought up a gust of wind, carrying Lin Yu into the sky. Lin Yu sat on the dragon's back, watching the things getting smaller and smaller below, and he was very excited in his heart, and his hands couldn't help but tightly grasp the protruding branches on the demon dragon's back. After reaching the 7th level, the demon dragon's speed was nearly twice as fast as before, and the valley was left behind in a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the air, Lin Yu finally saw the surrounding situation clearly. In many places, there were faintly visible beams of light. They were constantly moving back and forth. It was obvious that the fight for the treasure was not over yet. However, even the closest beam of light was tens of kilometers away, and it would be too late to rush over now. So he gave up this plan and continued to investigate the environment around the valley. especially the forest where he was before. What surprised Lin Yu very much was that after those lords lost the trace of the treasure, they actually started a melee in the forest. The whole forest was filled with shouts and killings, and there were lords and soldiers everywhere, which looked extremely chaotic. Several lords even followed the general direction of his escape and gradually tracked him. It was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the valley. Just in time, Lin Yu sneered and did not drive the demon dragon back immediately. Instead, he let it turn around and fly towards one of the lone lords closest to him, and flew directly over that lord. It's the dragon from before. Chase it. The lord was originally tracking Lin Yu everywhere. Seeing such a familiar demon dragon, he didn't care about so much and immediately led his troops to chase after it. The troops around him were wind and earth elements of the element system, and there were almost more than 100 of them. There were 2 huge wind elements with whirlwinds around them, and they flew into the air and chased after the demon dragon. 7th level troops? Lin Yu turned around and frowned at the 2 wind elements that were chasing after him. Although he intended to slow down the demon dragon, it was obviously impossible for a 6th level troop to catch up. No wonder this guy dared to catch up alone. He really had something to rely on. But it's not so easy to stop him with just 2 7th level troops. Go! Kill them! Lin Yu directly gave orders to the demon dragon under him. The demon concubine dragon, which was deliberately slowing down to lure the opponent, suddenly increased its speed, turned a corner, and flew straight towards the 2 7th level wind elements, and arrived in front of them in a blink of an eye. Roses dancing wildly. Suddenly, the blood-red roses on the demon concubine dragon's body danced wildly in the air, with an extremely sharp power, and enveloped the 2 wind elements. Snap! One of the wind elements was unable to avoid it, and was hit hard by the rose, and the whirlwind surrounding it almost collapsed. However, immediately, the body of the other wind element rotated rapidly, forming a wind blade zone around it, blocking the blood-red thorns of the demon concubine dragon outside, and even cutting off a lot of them. It's quite capable. The demon concubine dragon has a super regeneration skill, but the rose is broken, which has little effect on it. Seeing that the offensive was disintegrated, Lin Yu did not want to fight anymore, and immediately let the demon concubine dragon fly away from the original place, out of the wind blade zone, and continue to fly towards the valley. Seeing this, the lord below thought that Lin Yu was no match for his troops and fled in panic. And he was overjoyed. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The man carrying the battlefield treasure was right in front of him. How could he miss such a great opportunity? He excitedly chased him with his troops. The 2 entered the valley one after the other in a short while, but the lord didn't notice it. Just as he broke into the valley, a large number of vines suddenly emerged on both sides of the valley entrance, completely blocking his retreat. At the same time, the plants that had received Lin Yu's orders to hide around also emerged and surrounded them. Not good. There is an ambush. The elemental lord's face changed drastically, and he finally woke up. Unfortunately, it was too late. Attack! At Lin Yu's command, vines and wooden thorns rushed out and attacked the elemental lord and the troops around him. The 2 7th level wind elements in the air were held back by the demon queen dragon and other with shadow dragons, leaving them no chance to rescue. The elemental lord fought back desperately, letting the earth elemental stand in front of him. But he soon discovered that his earth elemental was as fragile as paper under the attack of those vines, and was killed one after another by the vines and with thorns. How is it possible? The elemental lord was shocked. He looked into the distance along the attack. Suddenly, he found 2 plants with strange shapes and terrifying auras, as well as a mini fairy flying beside them. And his expression changed instantly. Chapter 89, Encountering the Same Race. Level 7. For level 7 arms. How is this possible? The elemental lord was horrified, not knowing that he had fallen into a trap. Just when he was about to run away, an invisible wave had quietly enveloped him. His body trembled, and his eyes gradually lost their luster and became confused. Puff! Suddenly, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard, accompanied by a sharp pain. The elemental lord widened his eyes, and looked down at the vine that pierced his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only make a hoarse roar. Finally, his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. All his elemental arms were scattered, and none of them survived. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the lord of the other plane, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 points of magic power, and 1 level 6 territory essence. A pleasant reminder sounded. 5,000 points of magic power were directly rewarded to Lin Yu. It seems that this guy has killed several lords before and plundered their magic power. Unfortunately, it is his now. Lin Yu flipped over and jumped down from the boulder in the valley, letting the plants clean up the corpses and debris on the ground and restore the valley to its original appearance. Then he followed the same method and continued to ride the demon dragon to fly out of the valley, attracting the remaining lords who were close to him to besiege and kill them. The whole process went smoothly, except that the last lord did not enter the valley because of vigilance, causing Lin Yu to lose 3 6th level soldiers. There were no major accidents, and Lin Yu's magic power also increased to more than 20,000 points. It was only half a day. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the lords who were tracking around had been killed by him. So Lin Yu simply camped in the valley and let the plants take turns to guard the entrance. This way, it would be much safer. It was night. Lin Yu sat by the weak fire covered by something, eating the barbecue brought by the personal space while checking the battlefield kill list. After half a day of development, the entire list has become completely different from when he first arrived, and many new names have appeared. First place, Demon Hidden Blood Evil Realm. Killed 51 enemies. Second place, Xianyuan Bali True Ancestor Realm. Killed 49 enemies. Third place, Baitian Lai Ancient Realm. Killed 49 enemies. Fourth place, Xiang Xianwei Wind and Snow Realm. Killed 48 enemies. It's only been half a day, and these guys have killed about 56 level lords. The top 10 alone add up to almost 500, counting those killed by others. I'm afraid there are almost tens of thousands of lords who died. It's hard to imagine. Lin Yu looked at his kills. Exactly 10, but only ranked more than 1,000, which is enough to show how crazy these people are and how fierce the competition is. Lin Yu was sure that a large part of these heads were provided by the battlefield treasures. Otherwise, it would not have increased so fast. This made him a little suspicious. Is someone deliberately manipulating all this, using treasures to provoke fighting between lords? But even if it is true, no lord will stop. After all, treasures also have magic power, which is too tempting for them. Lin Yu looked at the list carefully for a while, and temporarily remembered the names in front. To be able to kill so many 6th level lords in such a short time, the strength must be very impressive. If you meet them, it may be a hard battle, but it also means that these people carry a huge amount of magic power. As long as they can be killed successfully, they will become rich immediately. I am afraid that many people have already set their sights on the guys in front of the list. Forget it. Let's just stay alive first. Lin Yu finally gave up the idea of looking for these people. Although magic power treasures are good, they are not more important than life. These people are obviously veterans of the battlefield, and there must be many 7th level soldiers around them. Anyway, if we kill those lords on the last day, we will also get the magic power accumulated in them. So why do we need to start so early? In this regard, Lin Yu is still very rational. After closing the list and sorting out the items in his personal space, he fell asleep directly on the haystack next to the fire. No words all night. When Lin Yu woke up the next day, the sky outside was gradually getting brighter. He got up and packed up, and then he took out the braised meat given to him by the people and ate it, and then sent the Wood Shadow Dragon out to scout the surroundings. What he didn't expect was that not long after the Wood Shadow Dragon flew out, it sent back news that someone was approaching. Another lord is coming. Lin Yu put down the braised meat, stood up in surprise, and immediately asked the plants to hide around the valley. When he came to the entrance of the valley with the remaining troops, he happened to see a figure with a group of plant troops not far away. Plant lord? Lin Yu looked at the person in surprise. This was the first time he saw a plant lord other than himself in the battlefield. A closer look revealed that the man actually had dozens of tree spirit generals and 7 or 8 tyrannical piranhas. For a plant-based lord, this was already a very good initial troop type. Many people wanted to randomly get these 2 troop types, but had no chance. When Lin Yu was looking at the man, he also found Lin Yu in the valley. He was startled at first, and then immediately asked the plants to protect him. Brother, don't get me wrong. I just happened to pass by here. The Lord half showed his body between the 2 tree spirit generals and smiled awkwardly at Lin Yu, with vigilance and surprise in his eyes. Lin Yu was the same, because he didn't feel any sense of rejection from the other party, which was completely different from when he met other realm lords. He asked in surprise, "Are you from the original continent?" Who knew that as soon as he asked the question, The other party immediately became surprised. You are also from the original continent. As he spoke, he directly left the protection of the tree spirit generals and walked a few steps towards the entrance of the valley. His face was full of joy, as if he was excited to meet his companions. Lin Yu didn't expect to meet someone from the same realm here, and he also walked out of the valley with several soldiers. When the man saw him come out, he glanced at the plant soldiers beside him, and immediately smiled kindly. I didn't expect to meet someone from the same realm here. My name is Qin Yu. What's your name, brother? Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied indifferently. It turns out to be Brother Lin Yu. Nice to meet you. Since we are all from the primitive continent, are you interested in cooperating with us? This way, we can take care of each other. Oh, how do you cooperate? Lin Yu looked curious. Qin Yu looked around and saw that there was no one around, and moved closer to the valley, saying very sincerely, since it is cooperation, it is natural to distribute according to the contribution of killing enemies. After all, I can't take advantage of you. Right? I wonder what you think, brother? As he said, his smile became brighter, and he looked particularly close under the sunshine in the morning. But the next second, his expression was cold. It was like a sudden heavy snowfall in the bright sun. Along with it, there were several sharp sounds of breaking through the air, and huge wooden spikes protruding from Lin Yu's feet, heading straight for Lin Yu's vital points. And Qin Yu's expression instantly became ferocious and cruel, completely losing his previous friendliness. It turned out that all of this was actually a disguise. Huh? You finally can't help it? However, a sneer sounded at this time. Chapter 90 Hunting Time. What? The sudden sneer made Qin Yu's ferocious expression suddenly change. Lin Yu, who was still standing in the same place, suddenly flew back and avoided his sneak attack. It was as if he had guessed his thoughts long ago. At the same time, two figures quickly flew out from both sides of the valley and came to Qin Yu's side. It turned out to be two 6th level wood spirits that had been hiding for a long time. Qin Yu saw that his plan was exposed, and was shocked for a moment, then immediately turned around and fled, retreating to the tree spirit team behind him at a very fast speed. Do you think you can still escape? The cold voice came into Qin Yu's ears again, not giving him a chance to escape. Several translucent walls suddenly appeared on his escape path, completely blocking his way. Then, with a few whooshes, several vines rushed out of the valley and wrapped around his body. The two wood spirits beside him wanted to help, but were tied up by the more powerful Ling Shi with thorns and fell from the air. At the same time, a huge wooden thorn condensed in the air and flew straight towards Qin Yu. Puff! Blood flowers exploded, and Qin Yu was nailed to the wall. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. He pointed at Lin Yu unwillingly. How did you find out? As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood spurted out. His neck tilted to one side, and the soldiers behind him wailed and died one after another. Lin Yu looked at his body and said coldly, I had already found out when you just appeared. It must be said that Qin Yu's acting skills are really good, and even Lin Yu was almost fooled by him. But no matter how good an actor is, there are always omissions. When the other party saw the soldiers around him for the first time, his expression did not change at all, and Lin Yu had already become suspicious. It is obvious that Qin Yu had already secretly explored the types of soldiers around him, and then pretended to pass by here by chance. Otherwise, it is impossible that he would not have any expression at all. As he expected, he suddenly launched a sneak attack on him and wanted to kill him. He was really scheming. It seems that in this battlefield of all worlds, even people from the same world cannot be trusted. Otherwise, you will die without knowing how. In the face of interests, all feelings are too cheap. Congratulations. You have successfully killed the 6th level lord and obtained 10,000 points of magic power and 1 6th level territory essence. Just thinking about it, a prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. There was no different plane on it, which further confirmed his guess. But what he didn't expect was that after killing Qin Yu, he actually got 10,000 points of magic power directly. It seems that this guy has done a lot of dirty things like this. After picking up his mood, Lin Yu turned back to the valley and put all the things into his personal space. Not long after, he took the plants out of the valley and continued to explore the battlefield. And by the way, he looked for monster groups to increase the experience of the soldiers. As the sky gradually brightened, the lords in various parts of the battlefield also took action, and a new round of killing began. The whole battlefield was filled with a bloody atmosphere. much stronger than at the beginning. Until noon, those pillars of light that shot up into the sky appeared again, and suddenly lit up in several places on the battlefield. Battlefield treasures. Battlefield treasures have appeared again. Quick! Let's go over there. We must grab the treasures first this time. Let's go. Let's go over there. And collect some heads by the way. In a moment, almost all the lords rushed to the direction of the light pillars and rushed over quickly. Lin Yu carefully discovered that the number of these battlefield treasures was obviously less than yesterday. There were 9 places yesterday, but only 6 today. I don't know if it's because the number of lords has decreased, or because of some other reason. But one thing is certain. When there are fewer treasures, the competition will become more intense, and the danger will increase accordingly. Yesterday was because of good luck. The battlefield treasure happened to appear not far from him. Lin Yu is not confident that he can snatch treasures from so many lords. Even if he could really grab it, his troops would definitely lose a lot, and the remaining 2 days would be dangerous. Of course, he would not miss this good opportunity to make a fortune. He hurried to the vicinity of one of the light beams with his troops, and then hid directly in the woods next to it, carefully hiding. Sure enough, not long after, 2 lords came from a distance. Hurry up. The treasure is in front. The light is moving. Let's go quickly. The 2 lords were obviously companions from the same realm. They were accompanied by no less than 86th level troops, and the whole team looked extremely large. And the 2 ran so fast that they didn't notice that there were nearly 100 figures in the woods ahead, staring at their every move. When they finally arrived at the edge of the woods, countless vines suddenly rose up and swept towards them from all directions. Not good. There is an ambush. The 2 of them changed their expressions and immediately stopped and hid behind the soldiers. The soldiers around them also came forward to block the vines. Who are you? Get out! One of the lords shouted angrily into the forest. At the same time, the harpy soldiers around him waved their wings and shot countless feathers around to cut off all the vines that surged up. But they didn't notice. At this time, a faint pink and purple mist had already filled the place where they were. After a short while, the 2 of them and the soldiers around them became dazed and their vision blurred. Although it was only a moment, the vines successfully broke through their defenses and pierced through the bodies of more than 30 soldiers, leaving the 2 of them empty. The 2 people who woke up and just wanted to escape found that several black shadows passed over their heads and red mushrooms were thrown at them. Boom! Ah! The violent explosion, accompanied by the screams of the 2, shook the edge of the jungle. Without giving them a chance to struggle, a cactus warrior fell down with a bang, his body spinning rapidly, shooting dense spikes in all directions, stopping those soldiers who wanted to rush to rescue. The Harpy Lord was the most unlucky, and was shot through the head by the spikes and died on the spot. The other lord was pierced through the chest by the vines of the enchanting banshee and fell to the ground with a bang. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 6th level alien plane lord, and obtained 6,000 points of magic power, and the 6th level territory essence X1. Congratulations! You have successfully killed the 6th level alien plane lord, and obtained 4,000 points of magic power, and the 6th level territory essence X1. Instantly, it contributed 10,000 magic power to Lin Yu, adding what he earned before. He already had more than 40,000 points, which is much faster than hunting monsters. Well done. Lin Yu walked out slowly from behind a big tree, sighing in his heart. If he confronted them head-on, he might not be able to get rid of the 2 lords from other realms so easily. But sneak attacks were different. Now the lords were all focused on the battlefield treasures, which was the time when they were least prepared. And it was also a good opportunity for him to hunt. After letting the plants deal with the corpses, he began to set up nearby. At the same time, he finally discovered something that surprised him. Just now, after the cactus warrior killed the lord, he actually gained 1 experience point. Killing a lord of the same level can actually gain experience. This was a bit beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Is this a hidden reward after killing a lord from another realm? If that's the case, then why would he look for monsters to level up? He can just look for lords from other realms and earn magic energy by the way.